Snow blankets the countryside, swallowing up the old wooden house in a heavy silence. The wind howls through the barren land, but inside, that quiet breaks with a tense conversation. Two figures speak in low voices, trading rumors about a terrifying man tearing through battlefields like a phantom. One presses for details. The other describes him. A mercenary with eyes as hollow as death itself. He emerges from nowhere, fights with reckless abandon, and vanishes just as suddenly, only to resurface in another blood-soaked war. Strangely, he shows no will to live, yet never falls. The man mutters a chilling line after each clash. I've survived again. Not driven by gold, nor fame, his battles seem personal, especially against the Empire. The whispers grow darker still. His true identity once belonged to royalty, a fallen prince of a lost kingdom. Far away, through endless snow, that mercenary stumbles on, seeking only death as soldiers watch from afar. His torment is plain. The phantom on the battlefield is none other than Betrayal, the third prince of Betrayal, the man who destroyed his family's crown and his own name with his hands. But 10 years earlier, the world looked very different. Inside the bustling Double X casino, laughter and cheers filled the night. At just 18, Betrayal shone with youthful confidence, tossing dice with a grin and declaring that luck favored him tonight. Beside him, Hernando, the royal mage, watched in disbelief. Yuri won every hand, every round, as if fate bent to him. Teasingly, Hernando reminded him that despite his winning streak, Yuri was always broke. Yuri laughed it off, claiming it was nothing but blind luck, then urged his friends to keep playing. With excitement rising, Yuri demanded the stakes be doubled. Certain fortune would never betray him. But Hernando pulled him back, reminding him they had somewhere important to be. Just as they prepared to leave, a group of men blocked their path, shouting accusations of fraud. They claimed Yuri had been cheating, stealing their money through deceit. Yuri's smile vanished. His anger flared as he glared at them, demanding if they even knew who they were speaking to or the weight of their accusation. The men sneered at Yuri's bold declaration, scoffing at his claim of nobility. If he truly was a prince, they said, then they would show him no mercy. Their words cut deeper when they mocked his family, calling the royals arrogant and drunk on their own pride. Yuri's fury boiled over. With a sudden crash, he overturned the table, scattering chips and shattering glasses. Gasps filled the casino as the crowd recoiled in fear. The men froze, staring at him in disbelief. Slowly, Yuri stepped forward, crunching broken glass beneath his boots. His voice carried sharp and merciless, spitting venom as he called them nothing more than filth from the gutters. Then, with a fearless glare, he revealed himself without hesitation. My name is Betrayal, third prince of Betrayal. The weight of his words silenced the room. He advanced with icy resolve, promising this would mark the rebirth of their lives. From this day forward, everything would change at his hands. His grin only deepened the terror, and one man screamed, breaking the fragile silence as panic gripped the rest. The story shifts to a quieter, darker night. Yuri sat before someone far more dangerous, his tone softer as he tried to excuse his lateness. He explained that his father had summoned him urgently, which caused the delay. He reminded her he had even sent word through a pigeon, pleading with her to forgive him this once. But she was unmoved. The young woman was none other than Yekaterina Ivarna-Granzian, princess of the Empire. She coldly rejected his apology, demanding if he truly believed he was the only one burdened with duties. She confessed the risk she had taken to slip away unnoticed, only to wait for him. Yuri tried to calm her, insisting he understood, but asked her to show some leniency. Desperate to win her forgiveness, he let slip something he never should have said, that with his father's reign nearing its end, he needed to tread carefully. He caught himself too late, realizing the weight of what he had revealed. Yekaterina's lips curled into a chilling smile. So I'm just other people to you? Her words cut sharper than any blade. Yuri quickly backtracked, fumbling to explain he hadn't meant it that way. But she had already made up her mind. With cold finality, she pulled the necklace he had once gifted her from around her neck and let it fall to the ground. Why give me this at all? She asked bitterly. If you can't even trust me? Yekaterina's hand loosened, and the necklace dropped to the ground with a dull clink. Her voice cut cold and sharp as she told him to give it to another woman, one he actually trusted. Without another glance, she turned away, leaving only her last words behind. Don't contact me. Not until I decide to reach out first. Yuri called after her, begging her to wait, but she never slowed, never looked back. Her figure disappeared into the night, leaving him alone. Slowly, he bent down, picking up the necklace from the floor. Staring at it, he whispered to himself, asking what he should do now. His shoulders sank as he realized just how difficult winning her forgiveness would be this time. But hidden in the shadows, another figure had been watching. The man had listened to every word, waiting for the moment to reveal himself. A sinister laugh escaped his lips, the sound of someone who had just found the opportunity he was waiting for. Danger had been set in motion. From that night on, the fragile thread between Betrayal and the Empire began to fray. What started as small provocations soon spiraled, until restraint gave way to war. The day came when time brought Yuri a dire warning. The Empire's invasion was already underway. Betrayal was caught in its storm. Flames devoured the streets, smoke filled the skies, and the city crumbled under the Empire's relentless assault. Screams echoed as the people fled, panic consuming them. Yuri rushed through the chaos, desperately leading the evacuation of the palace while the fires raged higher, their glow marking the beginning of all-out war. The city burned while its people looked on, despair carved into their faces. That night marked the start of a long and merciless conflict. Years passed. Countless lives were lost. The war dragged on with no end in sight. On the battlefield, a soldier named Joshua fell, gravely wounded. Bloodied soldiers tried to pull Prince Yuri away from danger, but his mind raced elsewhere. He demanded to know about reinforcements. Where was Fiori Betrayal, the mightiest warrior in the kingdom, the strongest man across the continent? His absence at such a decisive moment gnawed at everyone's spirit. Without him, the war shifted. The Empire gained the upper hand, fear and despair spreading through the ranks. At first, Yuri refused to believe it meant anything. He told himself it was just a coincidence, that his brother's absence was not deliberate. That hope still remained. But battle after battle, near death after near death, the truth pressed down on him. Each memory replayed, each scar reopening, until finally, Yuri could no longer deny the bitter conclusion. The truth weighed on Yuri like a blade at his throat. The one person he had trusted above all else, Princess Yekaterina, had betrayed him. His father's mysterious absence from Betrayal lined up too perfectly with the Empire's sudden advance. Every piece fell into place, forming a picture too clear to ignore. Yuri prayed it was nothing more than paranoia, a cruel trick of his mind. But the carrier pigeon returned with a single note, its words sealing his despair. Just two hollow words stared back at him. "I'm sorry." That was all it took to break him. Word of Yuri's presence at the front lines spread quickly. His enemies knew that if they struck him down, Betrayal itself would crumble. The Empire closed in, wave after wave, determined to erase him. Yuri fought with everything he had. His blade clashed, his body moved, but the battles seemed endless. Every strike only led to another enemy, another storm of blades. His arms burned, his chest heaved, but still he endured. The fighting grew brutal. In the chaos, Yuri absorbed blow after blow, his body battered and trembling. His grip on his sword faltered, sweat and blood mixing on his hands. And yet, he forced himself to stand, cutting down one soldier with a final desperate strike. But his strength was fading. The Imperials had surrounded him completely, their numbers pressing in from all sides. Their eyes were locked on him, cold and resolute. He had nowhere left to run. Yuri's chest tightened, his vision blurred. Tears welled, not from weakness, but from the crushing despair of inevitability. He was trapped, facing the end. A sudden impact shook his body as another strike tore into him, sending him crashing to the ground. Pain flooded through him, sharp and unrelenting. Blood stained the earth around him. He realized in that instant there was no escape. This was where he would die. But just as the final blow neared, a soldier threw himself in front of Yuri, shielding him with his own body. The clash of steel rang out, followed by the sickening sound of a fatal wound. Yuri froze. His eyes widened in disbelief as he saw the young man fall at his feet, blood pouring from his body. "Loran," he whispered, his voice breaking. Loran, his loyal companion, looked up at him through fading eyes. With his last breath, he begged Yuri to live, to survive no matter what. The words cut deeper than any blade. Yuri's scream tore through the battlefield, echoing his grief as Lawrence's life slipped away before him. The clash on the battlefield grew harsher still. Soldiers around Yuri fought with everything they had, forming a desperate wall between him and the enemy. Their voices rang out through the chaos, urging him to flee. "Your Highness, go. If you fall here, Betrayal's future falls with you." Yuri hesitated, torn by guilt and rage, but the shouts only grew louder. Forced to obey, he turned and ran, the echo of their dying resistance ringing in his ears. Behind him, Imperial soldiers roared, demanding he be stopped at all costs. Later, the hunt pressed on. Imperial troops scoured the area with ruthless precision, searching every corner. "He can't be far," they growled, ordering a full sweep of the surroundings. Inside an abandoned house, Yuri crouched low, hidden between dusty crates. Through cracks in the wood, he watched their shadows pass, their footsteps drawing closer. He knew time was short. If he wanted to live, he had to break through the net and escape. But as he sat in the silence, his thoughts drifted to his father. If the king had not returned by now, then the Empire had likely already claimed him. The realization tightened Yuri's chest. Before he could finish that thought, an icy shiver shot through him. Someone was near. The door burst open. A towering Imperial soldier stepped inside, his presence filling the space with dread. Yuri's heart sank. His body felt heavy with despair, crushed by the weight of inevitability. "If I die here, Betrayal dies with me." His knees buckled, dropping him to the floor. Thoughts spiraled, of the knights who had already laid down their lives for him, of the friends who had fallen one by one. Tears blurred his vision as he begged silently for deliverance, for some miracle to spare him. But when he finally opened his mouth, all that slipped out was a broken whisper, an apology. The soldier advanced, but then another figure appeared before Yuri, standing firm. His voice was sharp and unwavering. "Enough. Words won't save us now. The Empire will pay for everything it's done. But you, Prince Yuri, you must live. Leave. Now." Before Yuri could protest, the order was clear. Escape while there was still time. The enemy was closing in fast. Stumbling to his feet, Yuri burst into the night, running through the forest with every ounce of strength left in his body. Branches clawed at him, his lungs burned, yet he kept moving, gasping for air as if survival itself were slipping through his fingers. But the man's command echoed in his mind with every desperate step. Live. Rebuild. Avenge them all. Still, the fire that once burned in Yuri's heart was gone. The ideals he had once clung to now felt like childish illusions, fragile dreams shattered under the cruelty of reality. All that remained were ashes, blood, and death. The rain poured endlessly, soaking Yuri as he staggered forward. Every drop felt like the weight of the past crashing down on him. Images of blood spilled, lives lost, and faces gone forever haunted his steps. He asked himself, with sorrow eating at his heart, what purpose it had all served. Through the downpour, a bitter truth surfaced. He hadn't been fighting for peace. He had been fighting only to punish himself. Somewhere deep inside, he wished for someone strong enough to finally end it, to cut short his torment. That was all he longed for now. A place to die. Back in the present, a voice pierced through the storm, harsh and accusing. "You always threw yourself into the worst battles, the hopeless fronts. You said it was for peace, but all you ever sought was your own destruction. Your selfishness never ended." The words struck like blades. The voice spat again, colder, deadlier. "Even death is too good for you. Die." Yuri Betrayal, the third prince of Betrayal. Yuri froze. His blood ran cold. Whoever this was, they knew his past. But that was impossible. Anyone who knew that name was already long gone. Still, the voice pressed harder, hammering the truth into him. "This is all your fault. Every tragedy, every ruin, it was you." Through the rain, the figure emerged. The face came into focus, twisted with fury. Yuri's eyes widened as he whispered a single name in disbelief. Laurent. The man before him was his fallen comrade, the knight who had died protecting him. Yet here he stood, sword in hand, gaze burning with hatred. With a voice like thunder, Laurent roared. "It's your fault Betrayal kingdom fell. It's your fault the Flandre household's honor. Our oath, our pride, my very faith, all of it was destroyed in a single instant because of you." His blade gleamed as he lunged, rage exploding in a final shout. Yuri didn't move. He simply stood there, staring at the figure charging him. A ghost, a memory, a comrade long dead, now risen only to condemn him. The strike landed. Pain tore through Yuri's body as Laurent's spectral blade pierced him. He gasped, eyes trembling, as the agony coursed through him. Damn it, he thought bitterly. He had believed that death might bring release, that his suffering would finally end. But instead, the guilt crushed him even harder, pressing down even as his life slipped away. In that moment, the pendant around his neck began to glow faintly. And with the last strength of his fading mind, he recalled his father's voice, the command that had once guided him. Betrayal's successor, do not abandon honor, no matter what. As Yuri's life slipped away, faint voices began to echo in the darkness. At first, they were distant, almost whispers, but then they grew clearer, calling his name over and over. Yuri Bryal, Yuri Bryal. The sound shook him awake. His eyes shot open as the name thundered in his head, pulling him back from the void. Struggling to focus, he saw a figure looming over him. A strong man, regal in presence, watching with concern. "You're finally awake. Do you know you've been unconscious for 3 days?" the man asked. Yuri's breath caught. His eyes trembled as despair welled up inside him. That face, could it truly be his father? But his father was dead. The thought twisted inside him, leaving only one conclusion. "Is this hell?" he muttered. His voice cracked as he looked at the man before him. "Father, so you ended up in hell too." He forced a bitter smile, whispering that perhaps it was only right. He had deserved this place. But for his father, the man who had always preached honor, Yuri could hardly believe he was here as well. Yuri reached out, clutching his father's hand, his eyes clouded with sorrow. "I suppose it makes sense. A man who spoke of honor but lived so decadently. Maybe it was only a matter of time." Before he could continue, a sharp smack landed on his head. His father scowled. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Tears stung Yuri's eyes as he looked back at him. "You still haven't fixed that habit of hitting me, even in hell? Father, it's not too late. Repent." But as the words left his lips, something unusual stirred. A gentle breeze swept in, rustling leaves that drifted past the window. Yuri froze, staring in disbelief. His gaze darted outside, where sunlight spilled across the palace courtyard. Maids moved gracefully about, their steps calm, their laughter light. Everything looked normal, too normal. He saw no flames, no chains, no demons, no punishment. Just life. Confusion pressed into him. If this wasn't hell, then where was he? His father's worried voice snapped him back. "Yuri, are you awake? Stay with me." Others stood nearby, their faces just as anxious, calling his name. His vision blurred again, darkness creeping back at the edges. Their voices echoed faintly as his body gave way once more. At that moment, Yuri realized the truth. He wasn't the broken prince on the battlefield anymore. He was a 13-year-old boy, lying in a deep sleep, trapped in a coma. At first, Yuri wondered if this was all just a dream, his entire life flashing before his eyes at the brink of death. He tried to wake up, to resist, to change something. But no matter what he did, the world around him carried on as if nothing had ended. Then he noticed the events unfolding exactly as they had long ago, step by step, detail by detail. Memories he had buried came alive again, replaying before his eyes. Slowly, painfully, the truth settled in. This was an illusion. He had returned to the spring of his 13th year. The next morning, sunlight spilled into his room as servants drew open the curtains. Their voices called cheerfully, urging him to get up. "Your Highness, it's time for your sword training." Startled, Yuri leapt out of bed in a rush, fumbling for his clothes before realizing he hadn't even washed his face yet. The maid, Anna, quickly moved to calm him, her voice gentle. She told him to slow down, promised to help wash his face, and asked him to sit still. But the sound of her voice hit him like a blade to the heart. Memories surged, memories of Anna lying dead, her life taken in his past. Sorrow welled up inside him, heavy and sharp. For a moment, he could only sit there in silence, drowning in regret. Then, suddenly, he called her name. "Yes, Your Highness," she replied at once. Yuri looked at her with a strange intensity and blurted out a command. "Slap me. 3 times, as hard as you can." Anna froze, shocked. She stammered nervously, asking if he was ordering her to commit treason. But Yuri grinned with playful confidence and told her that if it came from him directly, it wasn't treason at all. He swore he was serious, adding boldly that he always kept his promises. Before she could protest further, bam, the sharp crack echoed through the room as her hand met his cheek with surprising force. The sound carried all the way into the corridor outside. The palace day unfolded as usual, the morning air bright and calm, the atmosphere serene. In the training yard, Yuri still felt the sting of her blows, the ache on his cheek pulsing with every movement. He couldn't help but marvel at the strength she had, a detail he had never remembered so vividly before. As a few soldiers passed by, he waited for someone to ask, to show even a flicker of concern. But not one of them stopped, not one acknowledged the mark on his face. When training began, his instructor Bernard stepped in to spar. Yuri expected some reaction, some question. But Bernard, too, remained indifferent, his eyes cold, his silence unbroken. No instruction, no guidance. only the clash of blades as their session dragged on. Yuri fought back frustration, realizing that Bernard no longer corrected his stance, no longer offered the lessons he once had. At some point, his teaching had vanished, replaced only with his hollow, wordless sparring. As Yuri clashed with Bernard in the yard, a memory surfaced, one he had long buried. He remembered the day Bernard stood before his father, reporting on his training. Bernard had admitted that Yuri was born with great talent that could have been the kingdom's greatest blessing, but he wasted it. If only he had been more diligent, he could have risen to the very top. That moment struck Yuri like lightning. That's right, it was after that conversation. In his past life, he had overheard Bernard and his father speaking. Instead of using those words as motivation, he had rebelled. He grew lazy, more defiant than ever. Eventually, Bernard gave up on trying to guide him. From then on, there were no lessons, only silent sparring. And it had all been his fault. Snapping back to the present, Yuri's grip tightened on his wooden sword. He couldn't let things repeat themselves. "Bernard," he called out suddenly. The instructor looked over, eyebrow raised. Yuri straightened his stance, voice firm and steady. "From now on, I want to be trained properly. No leniency, no holding back. I, Yuri Betrayal, will take this seriously from this moment forward." For a brief second, Bernard looked surprised. But then his expression hardened. "I don't know what brought on this change," he said. "But if that's what you want, then training will be serious. No excuses." He lifted his wooden sword, his tone resolute. "It begins now." Without warning, Bernard charged. His strikes came fast and fierce, each blow carrying the weight of years of discipline. "Wait. At least go a little easier," Yuri shouted, stumbling under the barrage. But Bernard didn't slow. Not for an instant. His swings were sharp, precise, merciless. This was the true power of a master, and for the first time, Yuri felt its overwhelming weight. He gritted his teeth, forcing his body into proper stance, adjusting his posture, raising his guard. Blow after blow rained down, shaking his arms, rattling his bones. And yet he endured. Awe spread through him, even as he struggled. So this was the real training he had missed in his past life. This was the level of strength Bernard had always held back. By the time the session ended, Yuri's legs gave out. He collapsed on the ground, his chest heaving, sweat pouring down his face. Every muscle screamed in pain, but inside, he felt something different, satisfaction. At last, he understood the meaning of serious training. He finally had a chance to grow stronger. Flat on his back, he raised his hand toward the sky, his lips curling into a faint, tired smile. "If I keep this up, my skills will improve. My hard work will bear fruit." Despite his exhaustion, he felt the faint spark of hope for the first time in years. Bernard stood silently in the training yard, his wooden sword resting at his side. He studied Yuri closely, astonished at the sudden change in the boy. When did the prince mature? So much. He wondered, still struggling to reconcile the child he had once trained with the determined figure before him. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the stillness. Anna rushed in, her voice urgent. "Your Highness, please, come quickly. The king is looking for you." Yuri blinked in surprise. "Father? Why now?" Even Bernard looked unsettled by the sudden summons. But Anna quickly explained, her tone grave. "Count Johannes and his son have just arrived at the palace." The word struck Yuri like a hammer. His body froze, his breath caught. Count Johannes, his son. A vivid image flashed in his mind. Bakvar, the traitor. The man whose treachery had led to Betrayal's ruin in his past life. Yuri remembered his face all too clearly, and with it came a surge of anger that burned hot in his chest. His eyes narrowed, filled with restrained fury. Turning sharply toward Anna, his voice was cold and commanding. "Anna." "Yes, Your Highness," she answered, startled by the intensity in his tone. "Where's got now?" Yuri demanded, his words sharp, edged with anger. Later that evening, the royal family assembled for a banquet with Count Johannes and his son. The atmosphere was formal, but Yuri's presence was different, his expression hard, his posture unyielding as he sat across from the guests. Whispers stirred quietly around the table. Many noted the change in him. Count Johannes, in particular, eyed the prince with intrigue. "Young Prince Yuri," he said warmly, "you've grown stronger, I see. Quite the transformation." The king chuckled at the remark. Perhaps he ate something special to fuel such improvement, he teased. Laughing along, the count playfully asked if he could have some of that special thing for his own son. The king, still lighthearted, praised God's intelligence in return. Count Johannes smiled humbly, admitting his son still had much to learn. As the pleasantries passed, Bakvar turned his gaze toward the second prince, admiration playing on his face. His eyes glowed with open fascination. But the moment he glanced Yuri's way, he froze. Yuri's sharp glare cut into him like a blade, piercing and unrelenting. Startled, got faltered, caught off guard by the intensity of the third prince's stare. Noticing this, the second prince leaned closer to Yuri, his voice curious and teasing. Did something happen between you and God? Yuri's reply came calm, but heavy with conviction. He stabbed me in the back once. That is something I can never forgive. The second prince blinked in surprise at such a direct answer. Then, with a wry grin, he chuckled. So forgiving, so lovable. I can hardly believe you're truly angry with him. Yuri said nothing. He kept his silence, but inside his fury boiled hotter. Watching Got sit there, smiling with arrogance and pride, just as he had in the past, made Yuri's blood burn. Disgust welled in Yuri's chest as he watched Got sit with that same smug air, that hollow confidence he remembered so vividly from their former life. The false pride, the arrogance, it all made his blood boil. His piercing stare didn't go unnoticed. Got shifted in his seat, irritation flashing across his face. Though he couldn't understand the reason behind Yuri's eyes, his growing anger was plain. The tension thickened, hanging heavy between them. Not this time, Yuri thought coldly. I won't allow him to act so arrogantly. Not in this life. He knew what Got would one day become. The betrayer who had sold out Betrayal for his own gain. Perhaps his path of treachery had begun here, in these early days of envy and resentment. That alone was reason enough to act. Yuri leaned forward, his voice sharp with mockery. Tell me, God, are you really as skilled with the sword as the rumors claim? The young man hesitated, his confidence faltering. I know a little, he replied cautiously. Why do you ask such a strange question? Yuri's tone cut like steel. Because this kingdom has no use for knights with such narrow thinking. Got stiffened, his voice rising defensively. But I'm not even a knight yet. Not yet, Yuri countered firmly. But one day you're expected to serve this kingdom. Got nodded reluctantly, forced to agree. Yes, that's true. Suddenly, Yuri rose with blazing resolve. Then prove it. Let's fight. He lunged forward without hesitation. The challenge was thrown, the duel begun. Got shouted in panic, his voice a mixture of anger and confusion. Coward, you dare attack me without warning? But Yuri pressed on mercilessly. His strikes were sharp, disciplined, and far beyond what Got expected from him. With one powerful blow, he broke through Got's guard, forcing a cry of pain from his lips. Stop. Enough. Got screamed, desperation cracking his voice. At least fight with honor. Follow the rules of proper combat. But Yuri ignored him. Instead of striking with his blade, he let it fall to the ground with a heavy clatter. Got's eyes widened in shock. Then, without hesitation, Yuri drove forward unarmed, delivering a crushing kick that sent Got flying across the floor. The boy hit the ground hard, his scream of agony echoing through the hall. Yuri stood tall over him, gaze cold and unflinching. The memories of betrayal surged through him. Got, who had once sold out Betrayal and his father to the Empire in exchange for scraps of favor. Yuri's voice rang heavy with scorn. Your father is a great count, a respected knight. Do you know what earned him that title and status? Got looked up, dazed and trembling, his face twisted in confusion. Yuri's eyes narrowed, waiting, demanding. Well, what do you think it is for? Yuri's sharp question left Got stammering, struggling to form an answer. The boy's lips moved, but no clear words came out. Despite the anger burning inside him, Yuri extended a hand to him. His voice was steady, firm. I understand the hunger to survive, he said. But in this kingdom, I will not allow a single knight to live with weak convictions. Still holding out his hand, he tilted his head slightly. Was the question too difficult for you? Got lowered his eyes, embarrassed. Yes. I'm not sure what you mean, Your Highness. Yuri's gaze grew thoughtful. Then he repeated, pressing the words with weight. Why is your father a count? Who gave him that power? When Got still faltered, Yuri seized his arm, pulling him up to his feet. His eyes bore into him as he spoke with sharp clarity. In whatever situation you face, try to understand its essence. Think about that deeply. Got swallowed hard, then bowed his head. Yes, Your Highness. The boy left quietly, his steps heavy. Yuri watched him go, his mind turning. Perhaps, this time, the future can change. Before long, the second prince strolled up beside him, his expression playful but curious. Tell me, Yuri, was all that display real skill? Or just an act to impress everyone? Yuri smirked, his tone defiant. Do you honestly think I'd lose? His brother's reply came without hesitation, sharp and sarcastic. Yes, I actually do. Yuri blinked, irritated. Is that really how you see me? The second prince laughed openly. You're the kingdom's biggest troublemaker. The gambler prince. Of course I do. Yuri's smile faded, his voice firm. Not anymore. I won't live like I did in the past. And maybe you should stop causing trouble too, brother. That caught the second prince off guard. He stared at Yuri, genuine surprise in his eyes. For a moment, he simply studied him in silence, unable to decide if Yuri had gone completely mad or if he was truly starting to change. Later, after long hours of grueling training, Yuri collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Finally, he groaned, "Training is over." Bernard stepped forward, calling the day's session to an end. His voice was firm, yet praise lingered in his tone. "Well done, Yuri. Impressive effort today." As Yuri wiped sweat from his brow, Bernard moved closer. "Yuri," he said. Yuri turned to him, curious. "Are you ready?" Bernard asked. "To learn the mana style?" The words made Yuri's eyes widen in surprise. His fatigue was instantly replaced by excitement. "You mean, you'll be teaching me your personal style?" But Bernard shook his head. "No, my style isn't strong enough for a prince like you. What you'll learn is far greater." Bernard's tone grew steady as he spoke. "For you, it will be best to learn the Betrayal method style. It is strong, versatile, and highly effective." At those words, Yuri fell silent. In his past life, he had already mastered the Betrayal method, reaching an advanced level with it as a mercenary. The techniques were familiar, powerful, but in this new life, he knew it wasn't enough. He needed something more, something beyond his past self. His thoughts churned. "I can't just walk the same path again. If I do, I'll only repeat the same mistakes." Bernard noticed the prince's silence, the way his eyes drifted into thought. With curiosity, he asked, "Are you thinking of pursuing something entirely different from what I've suggested?" Yuri's gaze sharpened. "Tell me, among the royal guards, who has the greatest talent? Someone with exceptional potential." Bernard paused briefly before answering, his voice certain. "If we're talking purely about raw talent, then the best choice is Jared." The name caught Yuri off guard. "Jared?" he echoed, repeating it under his breath as if trying to summon a buried memory. Slowly, fragments of the past returned. He had known Jared during the war. Back then, Jared's swordsmanship had been nothing remarkable, even weak by comparison to others. And yet, Jared had survived countless battles despite his mediocrity. How? Images flickered in Yuri's mind. The battlefield aflame, the stench of blood in the air, Jared kneeling in despair. He remembered the man's broken voice, berating himself. "If only I had trained harder. If only I had honed my talent. I could have done more." The regret was written all over him. Jared had possessed incredible potential, but he had squandered it, never investing in the gift he was born with. And Yuri remembered the bitter truth of that moment. They had both been powerless. With nothing but dull, half-trained skills, neither of them could turn the tide of war. Snapping back to the present, Yuri clenched his fists with resolve. "Not this time. Not again. I won't let it happen." His mind was set. Tonight, he would seek Jared out. He would not allow him to waste away in laziness and apathy. This time, he would drag him back onto the right path. Later, under the dim glow of the courtyard torches, Yuri found him. Jared stood in the training yard, holding his sword loosely. His eyes were dull, his stance lazy, every movement carrying the weight of boredom. He swung half-heartedly, not with passion, but as if burdened by a chore he cared nothing for. Yuri watched silently, determination hardening in his chest. This will change. Starting now, from a distance, Yuri's lips curled into a confident smile. The time had come. He would pull Jared out of his slumbering apathy and reignite the fire buried within him. The sky glowed faintly with the last light of sunset, casting long shadows across the palace grounds. The air was calm, serene, but Yuri's steps were firm as he strode toward the training yard. At the sound of movement, Rosso turned, surprised to see the prince arrive at such an unusual hour. His eyes widened as Yuri entered with a calm smile, lifting a hand in a friendly wave. "Your Highness," Rosso asked, startled. Yuri's voice carried an easy confidence. "I came to see how things are going in the training yard." Relieved, Rosso returned a smile. "We do our best, though of course we're nothing compared to you, Prince Yuri." Yuri chuckled softly, then turned his gaze toward the men. The soldiers were training with unusual energy, each strike and movement filled with determination. Not bad, he thought, impressed. They looked more motivated than I remember. Then his eyes sharpened. "Where's Jared?" Rosso pointed toward the far edge of the yard, smiling. "The new recruit is over there." Yuri followed the gesture, and there he was. Jared moved with sluggish indifference, his sword strokes empty, his stance careless. Bernard's words rang true. Training is meant to push one past their limits. But this is nothing. Yuri's chest tightened with disappointment. Jared's once sharp potential had dulled, left to rust from neglect. "Bring me a wooden sword," Yuri said suddenly. Raso blinked, surprised. "Who do you intend to spar with, Your Highness?" Yuri's smirk was sharp, laced with sarcasm. He pointed directly at Jared. "That slacker." A stir rippled through the yard. Soldiers dropped what they were doing, eyes fixed on the unexpected match. Whispers spread quickly, excitement buzzing. Some began to cheer for Jared, the new recruit, encouraging him to give it his all. In the center of the yard, Yuri stood tall, facing Jared with unwavering confidence. His voice rang out clearly. "I've heard you're extremely talented. Show me what kind of knight you really are." He tilted his head with a playful smile. "Don't disappoint me." Jared hesitated, his hands tightening around his sword. Nervousness flickered in his eyes. Finally, he swallowed and nodded. "Why, yes, Your Highness. I'll do it." Before the tension could settle, Yuri moved. His body shot forward with startling speed, wooden sword cutting through the air. His strike carried force and precision. "Don't disappoint me, Jared," he shouted as the blow came crashing down. Jared's eyes widened in shock, his face twisted with disbelief. He hadn't expected such strength, such overwhelming speed from the prince before him. Steel collides with steel as the two unleash powerful blows, their speed dazzling everyone watching. Each clash sends sparks flying, the duel echoing with raw force. The soldiers can't look away. Jared's movements are sharp and precise. Yet instead of cheering for him, the crowd's voices rise even louder in support of Prince Yuri. Jared quickly realizes that Yuri is far more skilled than he first assumed. But then something feels off. With every exchange, Jared starts to notice a strange pattern in Yuri's rhythm. The distance between each strike is almost unervingly consistent, and it gnaws at him. At the same time, Yuri is already aware. He has seized complete control of the duel. He's the one dictating the pace, forcing Jared to follow along. A quiet satisfaction builds within him, as though the fight has turned into a stage performance rather than a battle. But Yuri isn't interested in keeping it that way. With a confident declaration, he announces that it's time they fight for real. His speed explodes in an instant. Jared struggles to block the sudden flurry, his arms straining under the surge of power. Blow after blow, Yuri's strikes come down, as sharp and relentless as a beast's instinct. Jared defends desperately, his pride burning at the realization. Prince Yuri is overpowering him. Anger stirs within Jared. He had meant to take things lightly, but now he sees he has no choice but to push himself harder. Gathering his strength, he delivers a crushing strike that sends pain shooting through Yuri. For the first time, the prince falters, realizing that defeating a seasoned knight will not be as simple as he had imagined. Yuri braces against Jared's relentless assault, struggling to hold his ground. In that moment, a thought strikes him. Jared isn't just any opponent. In his past life, Jared had been a true knight, trained and battle-hardened. Even with all the knowledge and skills Yuri carries, victory won't come easily. Driven to his limit, Yuri launches a desperate attack, pouring every ounce of strength into one bold strike. Jared is caught off guard by the reckless move, and Yuri's blade crashes through, forcing him back. The unexpected success electrifies Yuri, filling him with exhilaration. With a wide grin, he lifts his sword high and shouts with unrestrained joy. This is exactly the kind of fight he had been waiting for. The soldiers around the yard can hardly believe their eyes. Prince Yuri has actually landed a strike on Jared. Their voices rise in awe, praising the young prince with admiration. Yuri tilts his head slightly and asks if Jared has been holding back on purpose. Jared meets him with a hard, unyielding look and replies firmly that he has not been going easy at all. Still, unease creeps in his chest. He had been pressing the attack earlier, but now, somehow, he feels as if he is the one being driven into a corner. Yuri lunges again, unleashing a heavy strike that narrowly misses its mark. A flicker of frustration passes, but Yuri simply smiles, remarking that the blow was close enough to count. Jared stands in the yard's center, his irritation mounting as exhaustion weighs on him. The soldiers shout in confusion, questioning his strange behavior, wondering aloud if he has lost his senses. Then, in a shocking turn, Jared reveals a weapon cloaked in energy, a man-blade. Gasps ripple through the crowd, horror etched on every face. The soldiers cry out in alarm, urging him to stop, reminding him that he is crossing blades with the third prince. Without hesitation, Yuri charges forward once more, his determination undeniable. His words ring out for all to hear. This duel will not be stopped. Steel crashes against steel as they resume, their strikes carrying immense power. Each collision sends a shiver through everyone watching, the tension thick in the air. Jared can feel it clearly now. Prince Yuri is not like him. The prince is pushing himself past every limit, fighting with reckless abandon and unstoppable will. Fear and awe twist inside Jared as he witnesses Yuri drive himself beyond his natural capacity, each swing fueled by sheer determination. The entire yard watches, stunned by the third prince's astonishing resolve. Jared struggles to withstand Yuri's relentless assault, barely managing to parry each strike. The two draw dangerously close, their blades locking as sparks burst into the air. Yuri pushes himself past exhaustion without hesitation, teetering on the edge of collapse, yet still pressing forward with unstoppable force. The clash halts for a brief moment, leaving them face to face. Silence spreads across the training yard, every soldier holding their breath. Both men can see it in each other's eyes, an unshakable resolve, a refusal to give in. Jared feels something stirring within him. His blood surges, his heart pounds with a rush of adrenaline unlike anything he has ever known. Though he has crossed blades with stronger foes before, none had ever made him feel this same fierce thrill, this raw tension that Prince Yuri now ignites in him. Steel rings again as their blades meet. Yuri's eyes blaze with fierce determination, a fire Jared has never seen in anyone else. For the first time, he wonders, how can this young prince awaken something so powerful inside him? Yuri doesn't slow. His attacks grow sharper, faster, more aggressive. Still brimming with energy and resolve, he forces Jared backward with another crushing blow. Jared realizes the truth. He cannot afford to hold back any longer. With a furious shout, he channels his frustration into strength, gripping his sword tightly and preparing to strike. Gathering his mana, Jared unleashes a devastating blow, intent on ending the duel in one final clash. The impact is tremendous, their blades colliding with explosive force. The strain is too much. Yuri's sword shatters, fragments scattering as the weapon falls from his hands. Yuri exhales, steadying himself. A calm smile spreads across his face, satisfaction clear in his voice as he declares firmly, "It's over." Jared stands stunned, his chest heaving, a shock plain in his silence. Slowly, Yuri extends his hand. With quiet composure, he tells Jared that he has gained something valuable from their duel. Caught off guard, Jared accepts the hand, shaking it with a mix of confusion and respect. His thoughts churn with admiration. This young prince, with his unyielding spirit and determination, has left a lasting impression on him. It is only then Jared realizes he is still holding Yuri's hand. Yuri quirks a smile and lightly teases him, asking just what he thinks he's doing. Embarrassed, Jared stumbles back with a quick apology, releasing him at once. Some of the soldiers laugh and tease Jared, pointing out that he made the prince bleed and asking if he plans to just stand there like a fool. Their words only make him more flustered, his embarrassment growing as he stammers apologies. Unable to bear it any longer, Jared quickly excuses himself and hurries away. The moment he's gone, Yuri finally lets his body give in. He collapses onto the ground, chest rising and falling with deep breaths. A long sigh escapes him, relief washing over now that the duel has ended. When he opens his eyes, he's almost surprised to find himself lying flat on the dirt, completely drained. The soldiers erupt into cheers, their voices full of excitement as they praise Yuri for the incredible skill he displayed against Jared. Amid the noise, Rosso suddenly senses a presence beside him. Turning curiously, he finds none other than the commander of the Royal Guard, Saint, who has just arrived. The soldiers immediately ask when he got there. With his usual calm demeanor, Saint replies that he has only just arrived. He says nothing else, only stands in silence as a sharp gaze falls on Yuri, still lying on the ground, utterly exhausted. A thoughtful expression lingers on the commander's face, though he keeps whatever is on his mind to himself. A few days later, the palace carries a lighter air. The mood is bright, the gardens peaceful and serene. Jared walks alone through the greenery, his steps slow, his mind lost in thought. Then, a voice breaks the quiet. Someone asks if his shift has ended. Jared looks up, startled to see the third prince himself. Yuri leans casually against a pillar, watching him with calm confidence. "Your Highness," Jared blurts, surprised to find him there. Yuri's lips curl into a faint, knowing smile. A soft chuckle escapes him, carrying that same mysterious confidence as if he's already planning something. He tells Jared to come along, saying there's somewhere they need to go today. Jared hesitates, mumbling that he should train first. Jared finally asks with curiosity where exactly they're headed. Yuri only laughs, telling him to follow quietly without asking questions. Then, seeing the concern on Jared's face, Yuri stops and turns. With a bright, confident smile, he reassures him. If he's worried about danger, there's no need. He's already made arrangements to bring another along. When Jared asks in surprise who this third person could be, Yuri doesn't answer. Instead, he cups his hands around his mouth and shouts loudly, "Hey!" The voice carries across the courtyard, catching the attention of someone in the distance. A man turns sharply at the sound of his name being called. The royal mage, Hernando. Startled, Hernando walks over and asks what the prince wants from him. Without hesitation, Yuri says plainly that he needs his help to go somewhere. Hernando looks uneasy, apologizing as he explains that he already has other matters to attend to. His reluctance is clear, but Yuri only gives a sly smile. With casual confidence, he tells Hernando that he's ready to settle his gambling debts. The words leave Hernando frozen in shock, his eyes widening as if he cannot believe what he just heard. His voice grows serious as he demands confirmation. "Are you truly serious about that?" Yuri answers with a calm, unwavering smile, assuring him that he is. Not only that, he adds that he'll even cover the debt Hernando still owes from last time. With mock sarcasm, Yuri asks if Hernando has ever known him to lie. Hernando smirks. "Not outside the gambling hall," he replies. Yuri laughs lightly, affirming the point. "Exactly, you've never caught me lying outside the gambling hall." But Hernando cuts the moment short with a jab of his own. "That's because I've never seen you outside the gambling hall." The remark leaves Yuri disappointed, though he hides it well. Perhaps he really has been that bad. He wonders silently. Still, he doesn't back down. Reaffirming his promise to repay Hernando's debts, Yuri urges him to join their journey without hesitation. Hernando makes a show of it, agreeing dramatically, but only if Yuri first signs a contract. He produces a document with theatrical flair. Yuri stares at him with a cold, unamused expression, irritation flickering in his eyes. Has a standing as the third prince fallen, so low that Hernando dares treat him this way? Abruptly, Yuri turns to Jared and announces that he will be the guarantor of the agreement. Caught off guard, Jared blurts out, "What?" Yuri remains calm, explaining that he wants Jared to witness and guarantee his word. Still baffled, Jared reluctantly agrees. Overjoyed, Hernando finally accepts, practically buzzing with excitement. He invites Yuri to join him so they can set off right away, his enthusiasm shining through. As the three prepare for departure, Jared presses once again, still demanding to know where exactly they are headed. With both a knight and a mage now by his side, Jared can't help but grow more and more curious about the prince's true intentions. Yuri halts for a moment, suppressing the sinister curl of his lips. Then, with confidence burning on his face and a spark of excitement in his voice, he declares that they are heading out to plunder the ancestors' dungeon, a clear sign of the dangerous adventure ahead. The trio descends into a hidden passage buried beneath the palace. Jared looks around in surprise, admitting he never even knew such a path existed. His curiosity mounting, he asks the prince what lies at the end of this dark, secret tunnel. Yuri answers calmly, with unwavering confidence. The passage leads to the Mountain of Swords. Jared freezes at the name, astonishment written in his voice as he asks if Yuri means the very same mountain spoken of in their ancestors' legendary tale. Yuri responds with one decisive word, yes. As they press onward, Yuri's thoughts drift back to his previous life. He remembers the day the Empire conquered the kingdom of Betrayal. In those years, a hidden dungeon was discovered inside the Mountain of Swords. Within it lay the archaeological remains of the first ancestor of the Betrayal family, treasures and relics of unimaginable worth. What had once been only a secret escape, route became the path to priceless swords and artifacts, which the Empire then seized and used for their own gain. The memory is bitter, but Yuri steels himself. In this life, he will not turn back. He will not flee. This time, he will stride forward with all the strength and resolve he possesses. He swears to claim his ancestors' legacy with his own hands and restore it to his kingdom. At last, the three emerge from the tunnel into a dense forest bathed in breathtaking natural beauty. Yuri steps out first, cautiously scanning the surroundings, with Jared and Hernando close behind. Hernando looks around and mutters that this path should lead straight to the Mountain of Swords. Narrowing his eyes, he then questions how Yuri managed to obtain the key to such a secret passage, since it is supposed to be a rare artifact. Yuri silently recalls the memory. How, in his past life, he discovered the key hidden in a corner of the study, yet failed to understand its use until it was too late. That mistake had cost him dearly. But this time, he knows better. His voice cuts sharply as he tells Hernando it's none of his concern. They continue forward. Suddenly, Hernando lets out a startled cry. Ah! As sharp leaves slice into his skin. Yuri turns back briefly, advising him to be more careful. The plants in this forest have razor-like edges, he explains, and Hernando should stay close to avoid further harm. Yuri resumes his cautious lead while Hernando lingers behind, watching him quietly. Then Hernando turns his gaze toward Jared and calls out, "Sir Jared." Jared, curious, responds. Lowering his voice, Hernando leans toward Jared and quietly asks if the prince has taken anything strange recently, clearly baffled by Yuri's recent behavior. Before Jared can answer, Yuri's sharp voice cuts through the air, calling out for them both to hurry. Hernando smirks faintly, remarking that no matter how much the prince changes, his temper remains exactly the same. But suddenly, Yuri halts in his tracks and orders them both to stop. His eyes narrow. Danger is close. Up ahead, a pack of massive direwolves prowls the path. Dozens of glowing eyes move in the shadows, their hulking shapes slipping silently between the trees. Yuri warns his companions that wolves always travel in packs, which makes it impossible to know their true numbers. Hernando looks at him in surprise, blurting out a question. How does the prince even know that? Calmly, Yuri replies that he read it in a book. The answer stuns Hernando. He repeats the words with disbelief. Because you read a book? Yuri doesn't even bother to acknowledge him this time. Instead, he commands them to move quickly and quietly while the wolves remain unaware of their presence. Hernando obeys reluctantly, muttering under his breath, unsure if this plan is wise. Then, crack, his foot snaps a branch beneath him. He freezes, laughing nervously to mask his mistake. In an instant, a massive wolf leaps from behind, its fangs bared as it lunges straight for Hernando. Jared reacts instantly, shouting out, "Sir Hernando!" His blade flashes with mana as he intercepts the beast mid-air. With one decisive strike, he slams the wolf into the ground, its body collapsing with a heavy thud. Yuri's eyes gleam with approval. He praises Jared's swift reaction, noting how skillfully he used mana techniques to pierce through the wolf's dense fur. But his tone hardens. This is far from over. As if to prove his point, more glowing eyes ignite within the dark forest. The air grows heavy with menace. Yuri warns them that their clash has drawn out the alpha, the leader of the pack. The massive wolf steps forward, towering over the rest, and raises its head high. A chilling, thunderous howl splits the night, summoning every wolf to its side. In moments, the trio is surrounded. A sea of snarling fangs and glowing eyes closes in from every direction. Jared steps forward, sword drawn, its blade burning with a blue aura of mana. He orders Yuri and Hernando to stay directly behind him. The wolves advance with savage growls, ready to tear them apart. Two charge head-on, springing with terrifying speed. But Jared holds firm. With controlled power, he meets their assault, his blade flaring with magical energy as he blocks both in one sweeping strike. The force of the blow hurls the wolves back, their snarls cut short as they crash into the ground. Hernando watches Jared fight with keen interest, then remarks with admiration that his skill is exactly what one would expect from a Royal Guard ball. Yuri nods in agreement, acknowledging Jared's competence. But he quickly adds that while Jared's abilities are impressive, they alone aren't enough to overcome this threat completely. By now, Jared's movements are beginning to slow. His muscles strain, his breathing grows heavier, fatigue is setting in. Yuri turns his gaze toward Hernando and calls his name. Yes. Hernando responds instantly. Yuri reminds him of the trust the king has placed in his abilities, declaring that now is the time to prove that trust true. With a confident grin, Hernando steps forward. Power surges from him as he promises to unleash his full combat magic to deal with the wolves. Jared looks at him in shock, his voice uncertain as he demands to know what Hernando means by such words. Before he can finish, a sudden eruption of fire explodes from Hernando's staff. Flames roar outward in a devastating blast, engulfing the wolves that had been pressing Jared. The combined force of the fire and Jared's mana-infused sword strike throws the beast back with overwhelming power. Jared barely manages to leap aside, avoiding the flames' scorching aftermath. The blaze intensifies, triggering a second explosion that tears through the battlefield, scattering the pack completely. The sudden inferno clears their path, granting the three companions a narrow escape from danger. As the sun dips low on the horizon, they finally reach their destination. Yuri speaks first, admitting with surprise that he hadn't expected to face anything beyond wolves along the way. Jared agrees, noting that the battles delayed them, but expresses relief that they've at last arrived. They stand at the peak of Sword Mountain. Yuri declares firmly that this is indeed the summit they've been striving toward. But Jared frowns, voicing doubt. There are no ruins, no markings, nothing to indicate the presence of the legendary site. Despite the absence of any signs, Yuri insists he is certain. He begins searching the ground, repeating with conviction that something must be here. His determination wavers slightly as he looks around, confusion mixing with impatience. Then, among the rocks, a glimmer catches his eye. A faint shimmer of light. Yuri's voice rises with excitement. He's found it. He rushes to the sparkling object, calling out for Jared to help him pull it free. Jared turns to Hernando for assistance, but the mage recoils with a frown. With an almost offended expression, he insists that for a mage, harming one's hands is considered a serious disgrace. Undeterred, Yuri focuses on the strange shape half buried in the earth. Reaching down, he grips it tightly and uncovers a peculiar sword. Its hilt adorned with a radiant red gem, glowing faintly as though alive. Yuri pulls the sword free with ease, lifting it before him. Its radiant gleam surprises him, brighter and sharper than he expected. Hernando's eyes widen as he mutters in astonishment that the blade looks almost new, far too pristine for something buried for so long. Yuri studies it more closely and notices a single word etched into the metal: guilty. The strange inscription leaves him puzzled, silently questioning its meaning. Jared steps forward, his voice low but firm, asking if this could be the founder's long-lost legacy. Yuri shakes his head slightly, uncertain. I don't know, he admits. Before any of them can dwell further, the ground rumbles beneath their feet. The tremors grow stronger, the earth cracking open around them. Instinctively, all three ready themselves, weapons and magic at hand. But Yuri only smiles, steady in the chaos, declaring that they are about to learn the truth. The rumbling escalates into a violent quake. The ground splits apart in jagged cracks until the earth beneath them gives way entirely. With a deafening roar, the floor collapses, swallowing them whole. The three scream as they plummet into the darkness, falling into an unknown abyss. The impact is brutal. Yuri regains consciousness first, his body sprawled on the cold floor of a strange underground cavern. He notices Jared beneath him, faint mana still shimmering faintly around his form, a barrier he had conjured to protect himself during the fall. Yuri smirks softly to himself. Not bad at all, he thinks, impressed by Jared's reflexes and quick defense. Hovering down lightly, Hernando descends using his magic, remarking with unease that this place goes far deeper than he imagined. Yuri turns a cold gaze toward him, scolding in a flat tone that instead of protecting himself, he should have been thinking of helping the others. Hernando lets out an awkward laugh, scratching his head. It was an urgent situation, he mutters, clearly embarrassed. Then his expression suddenly shifts. His eyes widen in shock as he stares into the darkness beyond them. His voice trembles as he cries out, warning Yuri of something ahead. Yuri narrows his eyes, dismissing him with irritation. Changing the subject won't work. But Hernando shakes his head furiously. I'm not joking. It's a ghost. Yuri turns sharply, and his breath catches. From the shadows, a figure emerges. Encased in dark armor, a suffocating aura of death rolls off its form. Yuri, however, remains calm. He watches the knight's movements carefully, his focus unshaken. Inwardly, he knows what they're facing, an undead warrior stronger than any living knight. Yet he speaks with composed confidence, telling Jared there's no need to worry. This death knight poses no real threat. Jared stares at him in disbelief, demanding to know how he could possibly be certain of that. I can feel it, Yuri replies, his tone firm and unwavering. With steady steps, he approaches the armored figure. He explains to Jared that this knight is not an enemy, but a guardian of the Founder's dungeon. A protector, not a killer. And as long as Yuri carries the blood of the Founder, there is no reason for hostility. Stopping just before the figure, Yuri addresses it directly, his voice calm and clear. Am I right? But the knight remains silent. Then suddenly, Yuri, Hernando and Jared shout in unison, their voices full of alarm. Watch out! A massive blade crashes down before Yuri, slamming into the ground with brutal force. The impact shakes the cavern, earth shattering beneath the strike. Dust and debris scatter as the shockwave rattles their bodies. Hernando's face goes pale. For a moment, his heart stops. He's certain Yuri has been split in two. His hand flies to his mouth in horror at the sight. But Yuri, standing untouched, turns and glares at him fiercely. His voice cuts like a blade as he orders Hernando to watch his words. Flustered, Hernando stammers an apology, explaining that he was only worried. At last, the Death Knight speaks. His voice is heavy, echoing with the weight of the grave. He tells Yuri that his bold demeanor reminds him of someone from long ago. Yuri narrows his eyes. Who, he asks. The knight answers with a single name, Eric Betrayal. The sound of it shocks both Jared and Hernando. Their eyes widen as the name sinks in. Jared mutters in disbelief, his voice trembling with awe. Everyone in Betrayal knows that name. Eric Betrayal, the swordsman who conquered the entire continent with nothing but his blade. Yuri reflects quietly to himself. Eric Betrayal, the true founder of Betrayal, the land of knights, and its first king. His thoughts linger on the weight of that legacy, the sheer history tied to the name. Breaking the silence, Yuri asks the knight if he is the first to have entered this place. Yes, the Death Knight answers firmly. He adds that only one who carries the blood of Betrayal could have drawn the sword, an unmistakable reference to Yuri's lineage. Yuri's certainty hardens. The blade in his hand, it is no ordinary relic. This is the legendary sword once wielded by Eric Betrayal himself, a treasure without equal. The knight confirms it, his voice steady. It is indeed the sword he once carried into battle. Summoning all of his courage, Yuri raises his hand high and declares with clarity and strength, I am Prince Yuri Betrayal, the third prince, rightful heir to Eric. I have come to claim my inheritance. For a long moment, the knight says nothing, his armored figure looming, menacing in silence as he weighs Yuri's words. Then, finally, his voice echoes deep through the chamber. He acknowledges that the time has come. The duty he has awaited for ages must now be fulfilled. With a decisive tone, he announces that he will grant Yuri what he has come for. Stepping forward with steady bravery, the Death Knight begins to lead the way deeper into the chamber. Yuri follows immediately, his expression unwavering. Behind them, Jared hesitates, watching with caution. His thoughts swirl in confusion. This makes no sense. How'd I end up here? Speaking with a Death Knight, standing in the Founder's dungeon. This is far beyond the life I imagined as a royal guard. Yuri's sharp voice suddenly cuts through his thoughts. He calls out Jared's name, demanding to know why he's lagging behind. The sound jolts Jared, his eyes widening in surprise. For an instant, he recalls a distant memory from his previous life, standing bloodied and exhausted on a battlefield, while Yuri's voice shouted at him the very same words, stay on your feet and fight. A long sigh escapes him. He runs a hand through his hair, struggling to comprehend the bizarre, impossible reality before him. Still, he steadies himself. I'm coming, he calls out loudly, gathering his courage at last. The three advance together, stepping into a vast chamber bathed in the radiant glow of enormous blue crystals, their light illuminating the path ahead. At the center of the glowing crystal chamber, the Death Knight stands tall, waiting with unshakable presence. His armored figure radiates an aura that fills the cavern with both tension and dread. Yuri, Jared, and Hernando take their positions, alert and wary, their bodies taut with anticipation. A strange, heavy energy hangs in the air, pressing down on them in this mysterious place. Yuri narrows his eyes, focusing intently ahead. In that moment, a voice not spoken aloud, but echoing in his mind resounds. I hope they are worthy. The words leave everything cloaked in uncertainty and suspense. Then suddenly, the world around Yuri shifts. The crystal-lit chamber vanishes. He blinks, stunned, finding himself transported into an unfamiliar realm. Confused, he scans the surroundings. Where is this place? He mutters in astonishment. His gaze lands on a lone figure in the distance. For a heartbeat, he wonders if it could be the Founder himself. But as the figure draws closer, he realizes with shock that it is no human. A grotesque, terrifying creature stands before him. Without warning, it charges at incredible speed. Yuri raises his blade, straining to block the strike. The clash rattles through his body, forcing a grunt of pain from his lips. GH. The battle is fierce, but as Yuri steadies himself, he notices something unusual. A strange aura flows off the creature, its mana. The realization strikes him. This is no ordinary opponent, but a demonstration of a mana method. The creature halts its attack, standing motionless, as though waiting. Yuri understands instinctively. It isn't trying to kill him. It's teaching. The being gestures with its hand, signaling something unclear. Yuri frowns, asking half seriously, "Are you telling me to copy it right now, while we're still fighting?" The creature gives no reply. Yuri lets out a short laugh under his breath. My ancestor must have been out of his mind, training someone who's never learned a mana method like this, in the middle of live combat. He smirks to himself. This kind of madness, only someone living a second life could endure it. Dropping to one knee, Yuri presses his palm firmly against the ground. He focuses, straining to feel it, the faint current of energy pulsing beneath the earth. Slowly, astonishingly, mana begins to flow into his hand. His eyes widen with exhilaration. "So this is how it's done?" he whispers, his voice alive with excitement. With mana finally coursing through him, Yuri raises his voice. "Hey," he calls out to the creature. "I still don't fully understand how to use this, so let's just fight and figure it out." To his surprise, the creature smiles at his words. Both take their stances, blades at the ready. Yuri steadies his breathing. Inwardly, he reminds himself he must grow stronger. The day is coming when the Empire will bare its fangs and invade Betrayal. But this time, he vows it will not end the same way. He swears he will shatter their ambitions, no matter the cost. Never again, he promises himself. "I will not repeat the mistakes of my past life." Mana surges through his grip as he channels it into his sword. His eyes sharpen, his voice low but fierce. "The swordsmanship of Eric, huh? Fine, I'll absorb it all." In the blink of an eye, Yuri lunges forward. His gaze burns with absolute focus as he lifts his arm high and brings his blade down in a powerful swing. Steel crashes. The battle begins. Yuri and the creature, both wielding swords infused with mana, locked in fierce combat. The scene shifts. Jared stirs, his eyes fluttering open. His head throbs as he slowly rises, bewilderment etched across his face. He scans the surroundings, confusion twisting his thoughts. "Is this the training grounds?" he mutters, pressing a hand to his temple. "No, this doesn't feel like a dream." Trying to steady himself, Jared steps into the middle of what feels like an arena. A sudden sensation pricks at him. Someone is near. Straightening his posture, Jared shouts firmly into the emptiness, "Stop hiding and face me." A blur of motion flickers across his vision. Someone approaches, walking toward him with measured, confident steps. Jared tightens his grip, preparing for battle. But as the figure emerges, his expression hardens in disbelief. It's himself. A perfect reflection of Jared stands before him, mirroring his stance. Jared narrows his eyes and advances cautiously. "Is this the Death Knight's trial?" He calls out directly. "What's your name? Are you also Jared?" The replica smirks, a sharp gleam in his eye, and responds in a condescending tone. "Don't waste your time trying to fight against fate." The doppelganger sneers, taunting him further. "You joined a royal guard chasing comfort, didn't you? Don't pretend otherwise." His voice drops into a threatening growl. "Stay away from the third prince. The harder you struggle against your destiny, the more miserable your life will become." Jared pants heavily, a flicker of boredom creeping into him as he reflects. My old self would have agreed with those words without hesitation. But then, a sudden image flashes through his mind. Yuri, smirking mockingly, saying, "Isn't that boring? It's just a performance." The memory reignites something deep within him. Jared straightens, his lips curling into a confident smile filled with defiance. He tells his opponent that it's clear he doesn't understand, probably because he's nothing more than a fake copy. His voice hardens as he continues. "Once a sword is swung, it cannot be taken back. Dwelling on old wounds and clinging to the past only clouds the mind." Raising his blade, now blazing with blue mana, Jared declares boldly, "What an arrogant way of thinking." Then he moves swift, precise, unstoppable. His sword arcs through the air in a storm of rapid, powerful strikes. Mana-infused steel whistles as he unleashes a barrage of attacks. With a sudden leap, Jared soars high, bringing his weapon down in a fierce overhead slash. The clash reverberates as sparks and energy explode on impact. As the battle rages, Jared quickly notices the flaws in his opponent's style. It's simple, predictable. Too much focus on defense. No willingness to take risks. He reflects grimly. He was once like this himself. Always choosing safety. Always hiding behind the shield of defense. But not anymore. That path is hollow, meaningless. Determination fuels his strikes as he launches into an aggressive assault. Each blow is sharper, fiercer, pushing his opponent back. Finally, with one decisive strike, he forces the replica to stagger. Relief escapes him in a long exhale. But then, something shifts. A black aura begins to seep from his opponent, swirling like smoke before erupting violently. The figure's form twists and expands until a massive, nightmarish entity emerges, cloaked in terrifying darkness. Jared's eyes widen. Is this his true identity? The monstrous sight threatens to shake his resolve, but he steadies himself. Appearances mean nothing. What matters is will. And as his grip tightens, Jared reminds himself, Prince Yuri must be facing his own battle right now. With fierce determination, he begs silently, "Please, overcome this, Your Highness." He raises his sword, gathering every ounce of strength for a devastating strike. Elsewhere, Yuri lies on the ground, his body battered and weak after enduring a crushing blow. Exhaustion presses down on him, every limb heavy, his breath ragged. The creature looms above, sword raised high. Its shadow swallows Yuri as it prepares to deliver a merciless finishing strike. The blade plunges downward, a lethal blow aimed at the motionless prince who can no longer move. At the very last moment, Yuri tightens his grip on his sword despite his battered body and the unbearable pain. He pours every ounce of strength and mana he has left into one final strike. The counterattack explodes with overwhelming force, hurling the Death Knight backward. The clash ends, leaving Yuri standing on unsteady legs, chest heaving as he lets out a long, relieved breath, grateful to still be alive. Catching himself, he wonders just how much time has slipped away during this trial. He admits inwardly that the fight nearly pushed him to his limits, yet the endless training he endured kept him alive. Through the heat of this battle, he's gained control over this new mana technique and relearned how to properly wield his blade. His confidence, once shaken, has returned, forged anew in hardship. Just then, he notices the Death Knight's form slowly dissolving, piece by piece. Confused, Yuri mutters under his breath, "It's disappearing." He watches silently, realizing the vanishing figure signals the end of this strange trial. In the blink of an eye, Yuri's senses shift. He opens his eyes in shock, back in reality. Standing before him are Jared and Hernando, both looking deeply worried. Hernando quickly asks, "Sir Jared, is he all right?" Jared reassures him with a calm reply. From behind, a low, sarcastic voice drifts toward Yuri. The Death Knight remarks that he must have just woken from a pleasant dream. Still dazed, Yuri asks vaguely what exactly just happened. The knight's tone turns serious. He explains this was part of Eric's design, a trial left behind for a future heir of the Betrayal bloodline. Memories stir in Yuri's mind. In his past life, he recalls how the Empire had destroyed the Mountain of Swords, and no Betrayal descendant ever stepped foot here. He directly asks the knight if the founder, Eric, himself wielded this mana style. The knight's answer is simple: no. This is Eric's final legacy. Before his death, he fused his knowledge with an Eastern sword style, and Yuri is the very first to inherit it. Puzzled, Yuri presses further, questioning why this technique was hidden in such a way rather than being passed down openly within the royal family. The knight explains that this dungeon only reveals itself when the right time comes, and its appearance now is the sign that the power sealed within is meant to be wielded. Yuri, curiosity burning in his voice, asks when exactly that destined time will come. The Death Knight, calm and unwavering, answers that it is not his place to reveal, that Yuri must uncover it for himself. After a moment of silence, Yuri poses another question: what is the name of this style? The knight responds without hesitation. Eric called it soul severance. He then instructs Yuri to kneel, explaining that the time has come to pass on the legacy of his ancestors. The knight waits as Yuri lowers himself respectfully, one knee to the ground, ready to accept what has been entrusted to him. Placing his hand firmly on Yuri's head, the knight speaks in a commanding tone: "Never fear your enemies." His words follow with conviction: "Live by what you believe in." Yuri, with reverence, answers clearly: "I will." The knight presses on: "Fulfill the duty of the Betrayal family until the very end." Once again, Yuri responds with solemn resolve: "I will." Finally, gripping Yuri's head with finality, the knight declares with thunderous clarity: "Remember this. The Betrayal family never abandons its honor, even if it means death. That is the vow of Betrayal." The following morning, sunlight filters into Yuri's chamber. His maid, Anna, greets him warmly, smiling as she announces the start of the day. Still weary from the previous night, Yuri exhales heavily, lying in bed as fatigue weighs on him. Concerned, Anna suggests he rest a little longer if he is still tired from staying up so late. But Yuri rises slowly, stretching, and tells her with quiet exhaustion that he had gone to the royal palace archives the night before, implying he had much to do. Anna tilts her head in surprise. Why would you suddenly go to the archives, my prince? Yuri answers evenly. I was searching for a particular record. The memory of last night's research lingers. Alone in the archive room, Yuri had read through ancient documents until he stumbled upon a startling revelation. The founder, Eric Betrayal, once had a brother, a man who discarded his honor and erased himself from history, leaving not even his name behind. As the truth dawned on him, Yuri realized this forgotten brother was none other than the Death Knight, the true original master of the sword now in his possession. Before he can linger too long on this thought, Anna urges him to hurry and change. The king has summoned you urgently. Yuri frowns in confusion. Why? She shakes her head. I don't know, but he asked for you right after meeting with Major Nando. A knot of frustration and unease stirs within Yuri as he prepares to face whatever awaits him next. Yuri quickly realizes that Hernando must have already spoken to the king about what transpired. Later, as he walks alongside Jared, the knight suddenly stops and tells him that he intends to submit a report of today's events to the king. Yuri pauses, turning to him with a hint of doubt. Is that really necessary? Jared simply smiles and replies calmly, I believe it is. The next morning, Yuri recalls that moment with frustration. So, he told the king everything. Standing inside the throne hall, Yuri bows respectfully before his father. You summon me, your majesty? The king's voice is firm. He confirms that Hernando has already explained everything that took place, that Yuri not only left the palace without permission, but also ventured into the founder's dungeon at Sword Mountain. Yuri steadies himself and responds, calm but slightly tense. It wasn't planned. It just happened. The king narrows his gaze with interest. And the sword, did you find it within the dungeon? Yuri answers directly. I did. The king steps closer, studying his son carefully. He mentions how he's heard the same thing from everyone around him, from Anna, Bernard, Saint, even Hernando, that Yuri has changed. Resting a hand gently on Yuri's head, he asks with genuine concern, what caused this change in you? Yuri's body stiffens. His grip tightens around the sword, but he remains silent. The king doesn't miss it. His voice sharpens. Do you not want to answer me? His serious stare weighs heavily on Yuri. Yuri takes a step back. It's not that, he mutters. The king immediately notices. Then why step back so awkwardly? Yuri glances at him, then answers, because you clench your fist. Surprised, the king glances at his hand and slowly releases his fist. His voice softens slightly, though still firm. Tell me then, what has caused this sudden change? Yuri meets his father's eyes and finally speaks 3 words. I had a dream. A dream, the king echoes. Yes, Yuri confirms. His voice steady but heavy, he explains. In that dream, I committed a crime. A great crime. The king's expression hardens in shock, his gaze piercing. What crime did you commit in this dream? Yuri answers without hesitation. The crime of failing to protect the kingdom of Betrayal until the very end. His words shake the king, leaving him deeply unsettled. Yuri continues, his tone calm but tense. He describes how, in that dream, the kingdom of Betrayal was engulfed in a massive war, one that devoured countless lives. No matter how hard he tried to alter the outcome, he failed every time. In the dream, after the kingdom's collapse, Yuri is forced to flee. Stripped of all honor and dignity, he eventually meets a tragic end. With sorrow in his voice, he explains to his father that when he awoke, the blue pendant, his mother's gift, was gone. The memory of it is vivid, and its disappearance weighs heavily on him, filling him with unease. He tells the king he believes the dream may have been a warning from his mother about what lies ahead. The king's concern deepens. Then tell me, what causes the kingdom's downfall in your dream? He asks firmly. Yuri begins to answer, but falters, hesitating. It feels too soon to mention the Empire, especially since he is already taking steps to change the future. If things go differently this time, perhaps the Empire won't invade. After a pause, he finally replies with uncertainty. I don't know for sure, only that it was some unknown army. The king remains silent, his expression grave as though lost in his own thoughts. At last, he says quietly that he cannot tell if what Yuri saw was nothing more than a nightmare or truly a warning from his late mother, Lily. But one thing brings him relief, that Yuri seems to be doing better. Am I really better? Yuri questions himself in silence. The weight of his past still lingers. The bloody memories, the failures, the guilt. He knows he is only pushing forward in an attempt to atone. Breaking his thoughts, the king suddenly speaks. There is something else we must do. Bring your sword. The order sparks Yuri's curiosity. King Betrayal, renowned across the continent as a man of unparalleled strength, his feats legendary. It is said he showed power even as a child, walking before others his age. A pioneer in many fields, a warrior without equal, he earned his reputation through countless battles. Now, he stands as the strongest among the top 10 warriors of the continent, known to all as its greatest swordsman. Yuri finds himself in a place he has never entered before, his father's personal training hall. "This is my first time here, father," he says aloud, observing the grounds. The king looks at him steadily. "I have always believed none of my sons carry true talent with the sword." Yuri answers calmly, with newfound confidence. "I believe I am very gifted." The king's lips curl into a faint, mocking smile as he repeats the word. "Gifted." Drawing his massive blade, he pointed directly at Yuri, his tone sharp. "Then tell me, how do you define a swordsman's talent? Is it strength, speed, reflexes, or wisdom, perhaps?" Without waiting for a response, he answers his own question with a firm voice that cuts through the air. No, his declaration crushes the image Yuri had built up in his mind, leaving no room for illusions. Yuri stands frozen, his mind reeling in shock at his father's words. The king, sword in hand, explains that beyond strength, speed, reflexes, and even wisdom, there is something else, something greater. A force that drives a person beyond their limits. His voice carries a weight that fills the training hall. It is stronger than fear, stronger than duty. Yuri stiffens as he feels his father's aura shift. It grows heavier, sharper, so intense it shakes him to his core. The presence is suffocating, terrifying in its sheer power. Then, in a calmer but hesitant tone, the king admits, "I cannot say what it truly is. Perhaps it could be called an inner calling." Confusion clouds Yuri's thoughts. He grips his sword tightly, his voice uncertain. A calling? Is it something like destiny? The king pauses, eyes narrowing. Perhaps it is. Perhaps it isn't. His answer remains deliberately unclear. Yuri lowers his gaze, his thoughts drifting. In his past life, fate had denied him the path of a swordsman. He had never carried the blade as his destiny. But now, standing here again, he wonders, could this life be different? Could fate have given him another chance? His father's voice breaks through his thoughts, sharp and demanding. "What do you believe? Do you think you're meant to carry the sword? Can you hear the calling that binds you to the blade?" The king's aura presses harder, his tone intensifying. "And when the day comes, when death stands before you, will you still be holding your sword?" A wave of dread washes over Yuri. Fear grips him. His voice trembles as he struggles to respond. I don't feel any." The words collapse in his throat. Anxiety overtakes him, his chest tightening as the oppressive aura crushes him. He stumbles back, panic setting in. "Father, something's wrong," he gasps. From the shadows behind him, countless red eyes flicker to life, glaring at him with vicious malice. Yuri's breathing quickens. His steps falter as terror grips him. He gasps, his voice breaking. Memories stab into his mind like daggers. A voice echoes in his head. "No, you must run. Run, Prince." The scenes grow darker, bloodier. Screams echo all around him. People cry out for help, their voices desperate, begging him to save them. The kingdom burns before his eyes. Fire consuming towers, walls, and streets. The battlefield is painted red as soldiers fall one by one, their cries swallowed by chaos. The flames rise higher, swallowing everything in their path. War, death, destruction. The memories overwhelm him, dragging him back into the nightmare he thought he had escaped. Yuri snaps back into awareness, his chest tightening in panic. What's happening? Why is Betrayal burning? Shouts erupt all around him. It's the third prince, the last surviving royal. Enemy soldiers close in, their boots pounding against the earth, echoing through the roar of the flames. Yuri gasps as the truth crashes down on him. The Empire. In horror, he realizes he has returned to that cursed moment, the fall of Betrayal. The sight before him is unbearable, the kingdom once more consumed by fire and steel. His voice trembles in disbelief as he demands to know what is happening. An enemy soldier snarls furiously. Death to the Prince of Betrayal. He charges at Yuri with full force. Steel meets steel as the clash begins. Sparks explode with every strike, each blow ringing out amid the chaos. The soldier attacks with brutal strength, but Yuri fights back desperately, their blades colliding again and again. Finally, with one powerful swing, Yuri's strike cuts through. The soldier screams in agony and crashes to the ground, defeated. Behind him, Betrayal soldiers shout desperately. "Your Highness, go. We'll hold them off. Run." Their voices carry urgency, rising above the battle. "We'll stop them here. Just flee." The clash rages on. Steel against steel, cries of pain, the sound of men giving their lives for him. One soldier takes a devastating blow, his scream cutting through the chaos before he collapses. Yuri staggers, overwhelmed, his mind a storm of confusion. Is this real? Or just a dream? The question torments him. Darkness gnaws at his thoughts. Is this truly the fate of Betrayal? To fall helplessly in the end? The despair threatens to consume him, yet a vow echoes in his heart. He remembers the words he swore. I will never fear my enemies. I will act according to my beliefs. I will carry the duty of Betrayal until the end. His resolve ignites. Strength surges back into his body. With a cry, Yuri charges forward, mana coursing through his blade until it glows brilliantly. He swings with all his might, his sword tearing through the air. The sudden strike lands cleanly, cutting down an enemy soldier who cries out in pain as the force sends him reeling. Yuri fights on, his strikes growing sharper and more relentless as he cuts through one soldier after another. But in the midst of his assault, a heavy blow catches him across the face. Pain tears through him, and he staggers back with a cry. He steadies himself, forcing his body to recover, then presses forward again, slashing with everything he has. Another soldier counters fiercely, driving Yuri to the brink, but with great effort, Yuri breaks through and fells him, his chest heaving as exhaustion weighs on him. From among the enemy ranks, one soldier shouts in defiance. Prince of Betrayal, you're a dead man walking. More voices follow, demanding his surrender as they see him bloodied and worn. But Yuri stands tall, his voice ringing out with unwavering resolve. The people of Betrayal never abandon their honor, even in the face of death. Summoning the last of his strength, Yuri launches forward with a desperate strike, his sword blazing with mana. His roar echoes through the flames as he repeats to himself the vow of Betrayal. Carry the duty until the end. Then suddenly, everything shifts. His eyes snap open, and he finds himself in an entirely different place. The words of his vow still spill from his lips. A voice reaches him, soft at first. Can you hear me? A gentle hand rests upon his shoulder. Then, sharply a call breaks through. Yuri. Startled, he gasps out, Father. The haze clears, and his father stands before him. The Black Army. Yuri mutters aloud, naming what he had just seen, his tone grim and certain. King Fear steps closer, his voice steady. Calm yourself. What you saw was nothing more than an illusion. Yuri grips his sword tightly, the vision still fresh in his mind. Doubt lingers in his heart as he wonders what was real and what was not. The king studies him in silence, then lays a hand firmly on Yuri's shoulder. His words are calm, but final. You will wield a sword. Though shaken, Yuri steadies himself. Confusion fades, replaced by conviction. A bold smile crosses his face. Yes, I made my decision. His head lifts high as he meets his father's eyes with confidence. But the king's gaze is heavy, filled not with pride, but with worry. Sadness lines his features as he looks at his son. Yuri notices it instantly. Why is father looking at me like that? The thought unsettles him. Does he think I'm about to die, or something? Yuri forces a light smile, trying to ease the heaviness in the air. Don't worry so much, father, he says, his tone half playful. Then, with bold confidence, he adds cheerfully, I'm a genius, after all. The king's lips curve faintly at his son's attempt to lighten the mood. Then, without warning, he raises his hand toward Yuri. The sudden gesture catches Yuri off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. The following day, Bernard stands outside, his eyes on the training yard, lost in thought. The sound of approaching footsteps pulls him back, and he turns. Your Highness, he asks. Prince Yuri approaches, and Bernard immediately notices the injury on his face. With a teasing grin, he asks, and who's responsible for that wound this time? Yuri answers plainly, my father. Bernard chuckles. His Majesty must have been harsher than usual. But that doesn't mean I'll be going easy on today's training. Yuri lets out a clear sigh. I know that very well. As they speak, Yuri reflects silently, realizing Bernard's presence in Betrayal is tied directly to his father. After a pause, he asks openly, is your staying in Betrayal conditional on a duel with my father? Bernard answers honestly, yes. Yuri presses further. Then, would you stay if I asked you to, even without a duel with him? The question takes Bernard by surprise. He stares at Yuri, astonishment plain in his eyes. After a moment, a smile spreads across his face. No, the bluntness stings Yuri, though he hides his irritation. Bernard, noticing, continues calmly. It almost sounds like you want me to stay. Then, with a faint grin, he adds, perhaps I'll consider it, if you can show me something convincing. What kind of thing? Yuri asks. Bernard's eyes sharpen with interest. I want to see the dueling style of your predecessor, Eric Betrayal. Yuri blinks in shock. You want me to teach you the founding king's dueling style? Bernard nods, unshaken. It piqued my curiosity, but Yuri quickly shakes his head. I can't do that. Inside, he thinks grimly. Of course Bernard, the man known as the Sword Demon, would demand something like this. But even so, he cannot oblige. Bernard shrugs lightly. It doesn't matter if you haven't fully mastered it. I've already taken that into account. That's not the reason, Yuri replies firmly. It's not because I haven't mastered it. It's because it won't benefit you. That style is completely bound to the mana technique I use. Bernard raises a brow, surprised. I've never heard of such a thing. Mana is only used to enhance sword techniques, nothing more. Yuri nods firmly. That's exactly why I can't teach you. Without the mana, it would be like handing you only half the style, never the whole thing. Bernard falls silent, stroking his chin in thought. After a long pause, he finally says, all right. Yuri's eyes widen, his face lighting up with joy. Are you serious? Bernard smiles. I am. Even if it's only half the technique, I'll stay in Betrayal. As long as you're willing to teach me this sword style. I'm certain it will still benefit me. Yuri can't help but think to himself that Bernard is unbelievably self-assured. Still, excitement bursts through him. Then it's settled. But you'll have to stay in Betrayal permanently, he adds with a playful grin. Bernard chuckles. All right. With that, Bernard asks him to begin the demonstration. The two square off, taking their stances. Yuri steadies his breath, then channels mana through his blade until it glows with a blue aura. This is my style, Soul Severance. Just as Yuri prepares to move, Bernard interrupts. There's something I haven't told you. The words make Yuri pause, curiosity rising. Bernard speaks plainly. I always intended to stay in Betrayal. Besides, the king asked me to remain for at least 10 more years. He laughs lightly, the corner of his mouth lifting into a smile. Yuri blinks in surprise, then frowns. Then why aren't you attacking? You're just standing there. Bernard grins. Because I'll start the first move. With that, he raises his sword, his own mana surging powerfully. Yuri's eyes widen at the sheer force of the incoming strike. Why would you say that now, of all times? He shouts in frustration as the blades collide. The clash is explosive, each strike violent, sparks bursting into the air with every meeting of steel and mana. Later that day, Yuri lies on his bed, lost in thought. His mind drifts over everything that has changed. The future is already shifting. He recalls the terrifying visions of Betrayal's fall, but now he sees another path, one where the kingdom endures, untouched by the destruction he once witnessed. Even without making any great moves yet, things are already different. Bernard's decision to remain in Betrayal is proof. At first, Yuri admits to himself that the weight of altering the future feels unbearable. But now, certainty fills him. The change has already begun. Step by step, he makes a firm vow. Though the struggle is far from over, this time, the Empire will be stopped, no matter the cost. He repeats the promise within his mind, reinforcing his resolve with unshakable determination. Just then, Anna enters the room, her tone almost pleading. Please, Your Highness, don't get into trouble this time. Yuri sits up quickly, startled. Why are you saying that? She frowns. Do you really not know? You get into trouble almost every day. Yuri tilts his head, puzzled. Then why today in particular? Anna straightens, her voice serious. Because tomorrow, you must attend the Senate meeting. The king himself told me you cannot miss it. Haven't you been informed? Yuri sighs, irritation flashing across his face. So it's tomorrow morning, and the whole Senate will be present. Anna nods, worry clear in her tone. Yes, and there will be difficult men there, frightening, stubborn ones. Please, I beg you, don't strike anyone. Yuri chuckles, gently taking her hands. Don't worry, I don't act so recklessly anymore. She peers at him nervously. Are you truly sure? Yuri laughs again, confident. I'm sure. The following morning, the Senate chamber fills with members gathered for the long-awaited meeting. The atmosphere is heavy, anticipation buzzing in the grand hall. Suddenly, a furious voice breaks the air. No! The shout is followed by the thunderous slam of a hand against the table. Yuri sits calmly, his gaze fixed on the man who erupted. Inwardly, he can't help thinking Anna was right to be worried. The man shouting is none other than Duke Yajernard. The Duke begins the meeting with open defiance. The mana technique Prince Yuri is practicing is not officially recognized. It is inappropriate. Yuri narrows his eyes slightly, glancing at the others in the chamber. This meeting was meant to address the kingdom's governance. Yet here they are, questioning the king's decisions instead. Disappointment swells inside him as realization sets in. This gathering isn't about guiding the kingdom. It has turned into a stage to challenge his father's authority. And at last, Yuri understands why the king chooses to avoid these halls. Duke Gernard presses his objection. It would be far better if Prince Yuri learned Bryal's traditional sword style rather than this unapproved one. Before he can continue, another senator rises in protest. How can you call it unrecognized when the founding king himself left this style behind? The Duke narrows his eyes, his voice sharp. And how do we know that is true? What proof exists that this technique truly comes from the founder? The remark stirs anger across the hall. Are you doubting the prince's own words? One attendee demands. Gernard raises a hand calmly. I merely wish to ensure the prince's safety. Nothing more. Shouldn't we verify such claims before allowing him to rely on a style we know little about? Yuri finally speaks, his expression calm, a faint smile playing on his lips. I must thank Duke Gernard for his concern. Truly, I'm touched, so much so that you've dedicated an entire council session to discuss my personal mana technique. The words drip with subtle sarcasm, but beneath his composure, Yuri seethes. Memories of his past life cut through him. Gernard, the man who betrayed Bryal, the one who bent his knee to the Empire after the kingdom's fall. Hatred coils in his chest. Gernard, unfazed, turns toward the captain of the Royal Guard. And what do you think, Captain Sand? Sand hesitates before answering carefully. At this stage, I can't make a definitive judgment. Every mana style carries strengths and weaknesses. Its effectiveness depends greatly on the individual who wields it. The Duke seizes upon the words instantly. Exactly. The Royal Guard captain confirms it. The technique is uncertain, dangerous. For the good of the prince, it should be discarded entirely. Another attendee interjects firmly. That is not what Captain Sane meant. He was only pointing out its varied aspects. But Gernard dismisses the defense with a wave of his hand. It amounts to the same thing. A risk is a risk, and I will not stand idly by while the prince's safety is jeopardized. Yuri's frustration builds. This is spiraling out of control. One by one, members of the Senate begin to nod in agreement with Gernard's view. The tide shifts rapidly, pressing against him. He clenches his fist beneath the table. If I had only just started learning Soul Severance, I could change paths. But it's already intertwined with my very core. Switching is impossible now. Yet how could he explain that to them? Revealing too much was out of the question. Anxiety gnaws at him as he searches desperately for an answer. Then, a voice rises from among the council. No, I find Prince Yuri's words convincing. The chamber falls momentarily silent. All eyes shift in surprise as a man calmly raises his hand. May I speak, he asks. The chamber quiets as he introduces himself. I'm the Free Baron, Calcio Irantia. His tone shifts, half serious, half mocking. Tell me, have any of you here ever fought an orc before? A tense silence spreads through the hall. The nobles glance at one another, but not a single voice answers. Duke Gernard narrows his gaze at the newcomer. And who are you to speak here? What is your official position? Baron Arantia smiles easily. I've already said it. I am but a free baron. Gernard's face twists with fury. Then why are you even here? This meeting is reserved for men of standing, not for wandering nobodies. The baron shrugs casually. I didn't want to be here either. Then with a sly grin, he adds, but what could I do about it? His words ripple through the room as he reveals the truth. It was Count Sitter who asked me to attend. The revelation stuns Yuri. Count Sitter? His mind races. The border lord who guards Bryal's edges. A man known for devoting his entire life to the battlefield. A true soldier, respected for his strength and discipline. Yet equally famous for never appearing at noble gatherings. For him to suddenly involve himself by sending a representative shocks everyone present. Murmurs rise. One senator wonders aloud. Why would the Count send someone now? He owes us no explanation, but this is unusual. Baron Arantia clears his throat, his voice steady. After sitting here a while, I understand perfectly why he sent me. Watching the high nobles bicker like this makes it obvious. He sweeps his gaze across the room. On the battlefield, the type of mana style hardly matters. Bryal style, Empire's lion style, it makes no difference. What matters is the soldier holding blade. Then his eyes settle firmly on Yuri. What do you say, Prince? Yuri straightens, his voice ringing with confidence. There is no reason to debate this. I will follow the style of my ancestor, and I will master it, whether anyone here approves or not. The Baron nods approvingly, then adds, his tone firm. If the prince himself chooses to uphold the founder's will, then those with no part in it have no business interfering. His words sharpen, laced with sarcasm. It is always the ones who have never drawn a blade who complain the loudest. Jernard slams the table, his anger breaking loose. Your words are insolent and inappropriate. Baron Arancha speaks steadily, offering an apology for his bluntness, then explains that life at the front, where battles with orcs happen every day, shapes the way soldiers talk. He then looks around and asks the nobles directly, how many of them have ever faced an orc in combat? Following that, he questions whether they honestly think such creatures care about what mana style is used against them. Even though his reasoning is hard to deny, one noble insists that the prince is too young to make the right calls. At that moment, Yuri steps in with a sharp tone, saying if they fear poor decisions so much, then perhaps they should abandon mana styles completely and start from zero. He asks if that noble even understands how absurd that would be. Baron Arancha smirks, noting that the prince clearly has no plans to step down, and then asks mockingly if they intend to rip the prince's mana core out by force. The noble snaps back angrily, saying that isn't his meaning, but Baron Arancha only smiles slyly and asks what all the noise is for then. Turning to Yuri, he asks if the prince agrees with his stance. Without waiting, he presses on, scolding the nobles for cornering the prince and remarking bitterly that the royal capital must have too much free time on its hands. His words spark outrage. The nobles bark that his remarks are offensive, and one even slams the table, claiming that the border has been unusually quiet despite the heavy flow of funds sent there. At that, Baron Arancha's expression shifts. His voice hardens, his gaze sharpens, and he demands if they truly believe the front is quiet. He reveals that hundreds of soldiers die there every day, accusing them of ignoring the daily reports. He adds that on the very day he departed, from men fell in battle, and he himself had to cover the body of a friend he had just eaten breakfast with. His tone turns grim as he explains that orcs never rest. Their entire existence is battle and slaughter. His words silence the chamber completely. Yuri then sinks into thought. The image of the orcs weighs on his mind, and he begins to suspect that this danger may not be confined to Breeze borders alone. His memory stirs. He recalls the ongoing border conflict with the Duchy of Klein, and in his mind, the map of the frontier takes shape with striking clarity. Yuri recalls the brutal reality at the borderlands between Betrayal and Klein, orc raids tearing through towns, leaving devastation and countless deaths in their wake. With urgency, he asks whether the orcs' behavior has shifted recently. The representative confirms grimly that they've grown more vicious, more feral than ever before. Yuri then presses further, asking sharply, what about Klein? The question catches Baron Arancha off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yuri doesn't stop there. He demands to know the current state of Klein's army and whether they remain stationed along that border, pointing out how suspicious the circumstances have become. Baron Arancha, visibly unsettled, explains that Klein's border forces have inexplicably pulled back, offering no warning or reason. His tone grows heavy as he describes the aftermath. Towns wiped out, civilians either slaughtered or enslaved, the entire region reduced to horror and ruin. Yuri's mind races. The timing feels too precise to be coincidence, hinting at the shadows of civil unrest, or perhaps a carefully orchestrated plot. The meeting takes an abrupt turn when someone suddenly raises a trivial issue. The third son of a duke, causing trouble again. Irritation surges through Yuri. The room falls into a strained silence, the nobles shifting uneasily under the weight of his frustration. Breaking it, Yuri declares firmly that the meeting is over. Lord Jernard tries to interject, but Yuri cuts him off, insisting they should be addressing urgent threats, not wasting time on disputes over his mana technique. His voice sharpens as he declares their focus must be on Klein and the orc menace, not petty quarrels about a teenager. The scene shifts elsewhere. A faint glow reveals a figure communicating through a magic crystal with a cloaked presence whose voice cuts through the stillness, asking if the rumors are true, that the third prince has indeed changed. The man before the crystal confirms it. The voice then turns its attention to Baron Arancha, asking his judgment of Prince Yuri after their encounter. Arancha replies with confidence, saying the prince's gaze is sharp, his resolve clear. The mysterious figure instructs him to keep watching Yuri, stressing that the prince warrants serious attention. When Arancha offers to dig deeper, the voice firmly grants permission, commanding him to act if necessary. The exchange ends. The crystal darkens, and the chamber is swallowed in silence. Baron Arancha sits at his window, staring down at the quiet street below. With biting sarcasm, he mutters that the city looks calm and safe while soldiers are spilling blood on the border every single day. As he keeps watching, something unexpected catches his eye. He freezes, then narrows his gaze in disbelief. Was that the third prince? For a moment, he questions what he just saw, convincing himself it can't possibly be real. Meanwhile, Yuri is indeed walking through the streets under the cover of night, a companion by his side. He remarks that they've slipped out of the palace exactly as planned. His companion chuckles, saying sneaking out is nothing new to him. He used to do it all the time, sometimes 3 times a day, back when he was a reckless teenager. Yuri exhales softly, saying he doesn't see sneaking out as anything serious. After all, his companion can leave whenever he wants. The man laughs, explaining that when he leaves on his own, it's just a normal outing. But going out alongside the prince makes it look like outright rebellion. Then he tilts his head and asks half-jokingly if Yuri intends to cause trouble. Yuri replies with a straight face that he wouldn't. And even if he were plotting something reckless, he certainly wouldn't do it in front of him. His companion sighs with mock disappointment. But then, curiosity sparking, asks where they're headed. Yuri pauses, then flashes a sly grin. Their destination, he reveals, is none other than the largest illegal casino in the capital. His companion nearly stumbles in shock, reminding him he just swore he wasn't doing anything bad. Yuri remains composed, assuring him that nothing improper is planned. He only needs his companion to guide him there. After all, the man knows the place well, given how many times he's staggered into it drunk instead of returning home. The air shifts as Yuri suddenly stops walking. His tone turns heavy with resolve as he declares that everything he's doing now is for the kingdom of Betrayal. The weight in his words stuns his companion, who stares at him in disbelief before asking if he truly means it. But after a moment, a smile spreads across his companion's face, his earlier hesitation replaced with excitement. With renewed energy, he declares that he's ready to follow Prince Yuri tonight into this daring mission at the casino. And in that instant, Yuri's thoughts drift back to his past life, recalling the few individuals among Betrayal's people who once unleashed chaos and upheaval across the kingdom. In his memories, Yuri recalls 3 figures who once threw Betrayal into chaos. The first, a powerful moneylender who ruled over the entire criminal underworld. The second, a formidable woman who built the largest and most influential trade guild on the continent. And the third, a feared assassin, a legend of shadows, who held the streets of Betrayal in terror through sheer strength and ruthless control. That assassin's reign of fear had only ended when Goryo, the underworld's moneylender and kingpin, personally brought him down. It is this very man, Goryo, who now stands before Yuri and his companion. With an easy, confident smile, he welcomes them, declaring it an honor to host such distinguished guests in his casino. Yuri meets his gaze calmly, asking with a faint smile if Goryo already knows who he is. His companion blinks in confusion at the remark, but Goryo answers smoothly, confirming he does. He addresses them as the royal mage and the third prince, adding that it is only natural to greet such figures personally. Yuri's expression sharpens. He makes it clear he hasn't come for games or amusement. Goryo's eyes glimmer with interest at the statement, and with a mysterious smile, he gestures to a set of seats he has prepared. The 3 sit down. Yuri's companion leans closer, whispering irritably, asking why Yuri claimed they weren't there to gamble. Yuri answers firmly, telling him to stay silent. Turning back to his guest, Goryo, still intrigued, asks if Yuri has instead come to borrow money. Without hesitation, Yuri affirms it. He intends to borrow funds from Goryo, not for play, but for investment. Goryo chuckles lightly, speculating whether Yuri seeks to build a private fund. Then, with a hint of provocation, he asks if Yuri has larger ambitions behind this. But Yuri cuts him off, voice firm, saying that it is not Goryo's place to interrogate him. Goryo immediately bows his head in apology, insisting he meant no offense. Yuri waves it off, replying with calm confidence that it is fine, and then asks him to come straight to the point. With steady conviction, Yuri outlines his plan. With Goryo's money, he will purchase vast amounts of a rare spice known as Mugranja, imported from Klein. He emphasizes that demand for this spice will soon surge beyond measure. His companion stares at him in shock, blurting out in disbelief. What exactly is he talking about? Goryo leans back, his tone skeptical. Yes, Mugranja is a crucial ingredient in high-end perfumes, but he questions whether it truly holds the kind of value Yuri is claiming. Yuri doesn't waver. He repeats with absolute conviction that demand will soon outstrip supply by an overwhelming margin. His companion frowns, lost in thought. He considers the turmoil in the Duchy of Klein, the orc invasion, the instability spreading across the borders. Could Yuri really be planning to seize the spice market before anyone else realizes what's happening? Still, doubt gnaws at him. But when he looks at Yuri's calm and confident face, he senses something deeper. Yuri clearly knows far more than he's revealing. At last, Goryo breaks into a grin, his eyes shining with intrigue. He accepts the deal. Yuri immediately presses the point, asking how much Goryo is willing to put in, not as a prince of Betrayal, but as an equal partner in investment. After a period of negotiation, the two reach an agreement. Goryo slides the contract forward, smiling confidently, and invites Yuri to sign. Without hesitation, Yuri takes the pen and signs his name with steady resolve. Yuri smirks playfully, saying that if he had told him, the first thing his companion would have done is drag him straight to the king. With a reluctant sigh, his companion asks where they're going next. Yuri replies with clarity they are heading to the Merchant Guild, where he has a request to make. Inside, Yuri's thoughts drift back to the spice itself. Mugrangia is a guaranteed gold mine. The only alchemist capable of creating a substitute had been a loyal aide of Duke Klein, but he was the very first victim of the Civil War, assassinated before anyone else. Because of that, Mugrangia will remain irreplaceable for years, ensuring its value will soar to unimaginable heights. Whoever controls, it will control an entire market. As they walk, Yuri pauses before a crumbling, abandoned building. His eyes linger on it, and his thoughts turn serious. Such an important and sensitive plan couldn't be entrusted to just anyone. Suddenly, he shouts with excitement, startling his companion. The man nearly jumps out of his skin, demanding what Yuri means by choosing such a shabby, decayed place. But Yuri ignores the protests. Standing firm, he calls out a single name, Elaine Wood. His companion grows restless, urging Yuri to stop. This place, with its worn-down walls and air of failure, could not possibly be the right setting for something as serious as a merchant guild. Just then, the door creaks open. A woman steps out, her voice calm as she asks who he is, before answering herself, introducing her name, Elaine Wood. Yuri meets her gaze without hesitation. He introduces himself clearly as Prince Yuri Betrayal, the third prince, and requests that she take on a task for him. Elaine places a hand against her chest, her face showing surprise and confusion at the sudden declaration. Before she can respond, Yuri's companion explodes in shock, shouting at him with anger and disbelief, demanding if he's completely lost his mind. Yuri sighs, speaking with sarcasm. He points out that his companion has grown far too casual, talking to him as if he weren't a prince. His companion retorts sharply, saying anyone would react the same way. How could Yuri expect to buy rare spices through a business that looks so ruined and hopeless? But Yuri, inwardly, remains calm. He knows Elaine's current state is temporary. What others see as failure, he sees as potential. In his past life, Elaine Wood rose from nothing to become one of the greatest merchants on the continent, leading a trade guild that grew into a vast empire no one had imagined. Unlike Goryo, who cloaks himself with false smiles and shady methods, Elaine treats every promise as absolute, honoring every agreement as if it were sacred. Yuri smiles inwardly, determined. In his past life, Elaine had already become a legend. But this time, with his guidance, she would surpass even that, becoming something greater than the world has ever seen. Beside him, his companion groans, looking utterly drained. He asks if Yuri is finally done with all these wild schemes, hoping desperately this will be the end of it. But Yuri lifts a finger, his lips curling into a sly smile. There's still one more thing left, he declares. His companion shouts in disbelief, demanding to know what else Yuri has planned. He tries to stop him, but Yuri is already walking ahead. Panting as he runs to catch up, his companion gasps, asking what Yuri is plotting this time and where they're headed now. Inside, Yuri reviews his plan with steady confidence. Step 1 was borrowing from Goryo. Step 2 was securing Elaine's guild. Now, the final step remains, finding the last key figure to complete everything. The two make their way into a rundown district, where silence clings to the streets and shadows swallow the light. In the shadows of the ruined streets, a frail young man slumps against the wall, his figure lost in misery. Further ahead, the sounds of a violent scuffle echo from an alley where men fight recklessly. Yuri keeps walking, eyes steady, scanning the darkness. His steps slow as certainty fills him. What he's searching for is here. Then, his gaze fixes on a small gathering of youths. A clear image flashes in his mind. He's found her. Yuri approaches calmly, his presence composed and confident. With a polite smile, he greets them, "Hello." Then, with steady assurance, he introduces himself. "I am Yuri, third prince of the kingdom of Betrayal." The boys look at each other, stunned. One blurts out, asking if he's really a prince. Yuri answers firmly that he is. And in that moment, recognition strikes. The figure before him is no ordinary girl. This is Asuna, the notorious assassin who, in his previous life, had slain Goryo and once belonged to the Crimson Moon cult. In his mind, he speaks her name, Asuna. She stares at him cautiously, disbelief flickering in her eyes. "Are you truly a prince?" she asks again, her voice edged with unease at the thought of royalty standing here in such a place. Yuri's voice is calm as he reassures her. She has nothing to fear. He has come only to help. Asuna says nothing, her silence thick with tension. Yuri then turns to his companion and extends his hand. "Give it to me." His companion stiffens, fear in his voice as he fumbles out a pouch. Here you go." Yuri takes it, but his eyes shift suddenly. A small girl clings tightly to Asuna's arm. His thoughts darken. So this is the reason. In his past life, he remembers Asuna had borrowed heavily from Goryo to treat this very child. That debt had destroyed her, dragging her into despair until she became the feared assassin she was destined to be. Not this time. Yuri extends the pouch toward her. "Take it. Use the money to treat her at the temple." Asuna's eyes narrow. Her voice is cautious. "And what do you want in return?" Yuri's answer is simple. Only one thing. He smiles with quiet confidence. "Remember my name. I am Yuri Betrayal, the third prince." Leaving those words behind, Yuri turns and departs, once more asking her to never forget that name. As they walk away from the dim alley, Yuri's companion looks at him anxiously. He can't understand why Yuri would hand over so much money to a beggar. Yuri's response is calm, steady. It's an investment in the future. Inwardly, Yuri reflects on the night's accomplishments. Piece by piece, the network he needs is forming. Goryo, Elaine Wood, and Asuna. Each of them will play a role in what's to come. But his work isn't finished yet. There is still one more person he must speak with. Turning to his companion, Yuri asks plainly what he had seen inside the Founder King's tomb. With a sarcastic grin, his companion answers, "I saw myself as a gambler." Yuri blinks in disbelief. "What?" His companion chuckles, explaining he saw himself wagering his life in Barley's casino, deep within the Empire. He shrugs, adding that it suited him perfectly. Yuri sighs, clearly unimpressed, and turns his head away. "It doesn't matter what happened today." "Yeah," his companion mutters back. Then Yuri stops him, speaking with quiet seriousness. He tells him to keep everything that happened tonight a secret, not to tell anyone. The next morning arrives. Inside the palace, Hernando, the royal mage and Yuri's companion, stands before the king. The king calls his name, his voice direct and solemn. He says he's heard Hernando accompanied Prince Yuri yesterday, and asks what exactly took place. Hernando bows his head slightly, then explains. Prince Yuri had persuaded him to leave the palace together. Their first stop was a casino, the largest in the capital. The king frowns, his eyes narrowing. Did the prince actually gamble there? Hernando answers without hesitation. Yes, the prince did gamble. The king leans back, disappointed. He mutters that he had thought Yuri skilled at cards, only to learn he lost everything Hernando had lent him. And after that, the king presses. Hernando continues smoothly. Prince Yuri went to Goryo and borrowed money. Then, he visited a dilapidated merchant guild and left a large sum there. Later, he gave another pouch of money to an orphan in the city, before walking through the streets to observe how the common folk lived. Hernando ends with a faint smile, adding that the prince seemed genuinely fascinated by the lives of ordinary people. The king listens in silence, before asking with interest, did he return to the palace afterward? Yes, Hernando replies firmly. That is all. The king nods, murmuring that he understands. Then his gaze turns distant, his expression unreadable as he falls into heavy thought. After a long pause, the king suddenly speaks again, asking Hernando if he plans to attend the upcoming royal ball. Hernando answers the king with a cheerful smile, saying he will indeed attend the royal ball. The king raises an eyebrow, mildly surprised, remarking that he thought Hernando had no interest in such courtly events. Hernando shrugs lightly, still smiling, and replies that people can always change their minds. He adds that it has been a long time since he last joined a dance, and this time, he is actually looking forward to it. Meanwhile, in the training yard, Prince Yuri is pushing himself hard under Bernard's guidance, his breath heavy from the strain. Suddenly, Yuri pauses mid-practice, glancing around with a look of curiosity. With a mischievous tone, he tells Bernard that he seems to be quite popular. Bernard frowns slightly. Excuse me. Yuri points out that the maids nearby keep stealing glances at him and jokes that Bernard should attend the ball. After all, people will surely be waiting for him there. Bernard dismisses the idea bluntly, saying he has no interest at all. Yuri shifts the topic, bringing it back to their training. He mentions that Bernard was right before. This sword technique has no set form or stance. It's about flowing with the situation. Bernard tilts his head slightly, explaining that Yuri still doesn't fully grasp the nature of a mana style that doubles as a sword art. To truly understand it, Yuri would need to see it applied in real battle, and that is not easily arranged. Still, he admits with clear surprise that Yuri's progress is remarkable. He praises him for his control of mana and his swift growth, saying he hadn't expected such talent. Yuri feels a flicker of guilt. In truth, he is working to erase his old sword style completely, forcing himself to replace it with this new one. Yet somehow, the process feels almost natural. Bernard steps closer, his tone steady. He cautions Yuri not to rush. His concern is genuine. Yuri's growth is too fast, and his body is still young, not yet fully matured. If he pushes too far, too quickly, the risk could be dangerous. Yuri blinks in surprise, asking if Bernard is truly worried about him. Bernard answers plainly, yes, he is. Yuri has achieved far more than most at his age, but the danger of overstraining himself is real. Yuri responds with confidence, assuring Bernard there is no need for concern. He insists he will keep his balance. Then, with renewed resolve, he asks Bernard to continue the training. Bernard hesitates briefly. Are you sure? Yuri nods firmly. I am. As they resume, Yuri suddenly asks if they can spar with real swords instead of wooden ones, driven by a burning desire to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Bernard accepts Yuri's challenge, and the two face each other with sharp focus, swords drawn. Yuri, with a playful smirk, suggests a wager. If he can land a single strike, Bernard must attend the royal ball. Bernard dismisses it instantly. Frustrated, Yuri presses him, demanding to know why he refuses. Bernard replies calmly that he'll win anyway, and besides, if Yuri were to lose, he'd simply cancel the bet. The remark irritates Yuri, and with renewed determination, he lets mana surge around his blade. We'll see soon enough, he declares boldly. He charges forward, his voice ringing with confidence as he vows that this time he will land a hit. But no matter how hard he pushes, Yuri is unable to strike Bernard cleanly, the duel ending without resolution. Days later, the evening of the royal ball arrives. Carriages gleam as they roll toward the palace, horses stepping in elegant rhythm. Inside one of them sits George Ivana Granolin, the Empire's second prince. With a warm smile, he teases his companion, noting she hasn't stopped staring out the window. The young woman turns, her face bright with excitement. Princess Yekaterina Ivana Granolin answers with a glowing smile, admitting she's simply thrilled. It's been far too long since she last attended such an event. Her expression softens as she adds that there's a certain someone she hopes to meet at the ball tonight. That night, under glittering lights in the Grand Palace, someone asks Yuri for his thoughts on the lavish venue. He hesitates, then admits that it feels too extravagant, decorated beyond reason. Anna, standing beside him, answers with a gentle smile. She reminds him that he once loved such splendor. Then she proudly announces that she has finished preparing him for the ball. Yuri looks at her quietly for a moment, before suddenly asking her to dance. Anna's eyes widen, her face flushing with surprise. He explains simply that he wants to practice, and he has no one else to do it with. Her nerves spike, and she stammers, asking if this is really necessary. Yuri tilts his head slightly, confused by her reaction. With clear unease, Anna blurts out if he's planning to trip her or make her fall. Yuri immediately assures her he would never do such a thing. His tone is steady as he adds that he isn't teasing her. Stepping closer, he meets her eyes and tells her calmly to follow his lead, slowly. Anna takes a breath, still nervous, but nods. As they begin to move together, she glances at him with a faint smile and asks if he's trying to make fun of her, adding quickly that she's actually a pretty good dancer. As the dance continues, Yuri asks Anna lightly if she often dances, and with whom. Anna lifts her chin with a playful smile, saying she is quite well known for it, but she has never danced with someone as short as him before. Yuri chuckles, telling her not to worry. The height difference won't be a problem for much longer. A moment later, he calmly points out that she has stepped on his foot. Anna laughs, apologizing, admitting she slipped up. It happens again and again, each time followed by her flustered apology. Yet the two of them find themselves enjoying the moment all the same. The night of the grand ball arrives. Inside the vast and glittering hall, nobles move gracefully across the marble floor as music fills the air. The king sits in solemn majesty upon his throne, sipping from his cup as he observes the grand celebration. Among the crowd, Yuri stands quietly, watching. His eyes scan the gathering, sharp and wary. His attention locks onto Count Sitter, who has unexpectedly appeared in person this time. Unease stirs in Yuri. Why come himself, when previously he had sent Baron Arantia in his stead? Turning, Yuri notices his elder brother and comments in a calm tone about the glasses he's been wearing more often. Has your eyesight worsened? He asks. His brother shakes his head, assuring him it isn't serious enough to be a concern. Suddenly, the trumpets sound, silencing the hall. An announcement rings out. An important guest has arrived. The doors open, and the Empire's second prince, George Ivana Granzian, steps inside, moving forward with confident composure. He approaches the king, the two exchanging formal greetings with respect. George then declares that he has come with his sister. All eyes turn as Princess Yekaterina Ivarna Granzian enters, her presence commanding the room. She walks with poise and elegance, each step drawing every gaze in the hall. Yuri freezes, struck with disbelief. His chest tightens as old memories flood in, memories of his past life, when Yekaterina had once been so close to him. Their bond had been strong, but this time his resolve hardens. He will not repeat that mistake. He vows not to approach her. Meanwhile, his elder brother steps forward, offering his hand in a polite, formal gesture. Yekaterina responds with a gentle smile, her eyes resting on him calmly as she waits to see what he will say or do. Yuri remains where he is, standing in the midst of the hall. The whispers of the guests ripple around him, a tide of murmurs and curiosity. He feels tension pressing on him, unease coiling in his chest. Quietly, he exhales and turns slightly aside, trying to steady himself and maintain his composure. Across the hall, Cedric glides across the floor with one of the noble ladies, his movements refined, his manners flawless. Every smile is warm, every word perfectly measured. A guest nearby comments with admiration that this is exactly what one would expect from such a gracious and kind-hearted man. Watching from a distance, Yuri feels a sting of inferiority as he compares himself to his older brother. Then, before his eyes, a young man steps forward and invites Princess Yekaterina to dance. She accepts with her usual gentle smile, and together they step into the music. Yuri watches silently, sadness and anger twisting inside him. Despite his vow to stay away, his emotions betray him, refusing to be controlled. At that moment, Anna appears at his side, holding a tray and offering him a slice of cake with a kind smile. Yuri shakes his head politely, saying he doesn't need it, and instead asks if she's not tired from working without pause. Anna beams, saying it's nothing compared to looking after someone important, her words clearly directed at him. Yuri chuckles and teases her to bring him a mountain of cake then. Before leaving, Anna reminds him softly to take care of himself, her voice warm and gentle. Left alone again, Yuri sighs, trying to push away the storm of thoughts weighing down on him. Then, he senses someone drawing near. He raises his head and finds himself face to face with George Ivarna Granzian, the Empire's second prince. A sharp image of him forms in Yuri's mind. Memories surge forward. George, the brilliant commander who had led the Imperial forces in the invasion of Betrayal in his past life. Yuri quickly steps forward, schooling his expression, and introduces himself clearly. I am Prince Yuri Betrayal, the third prince. Inside, he repeats to himself not to show hostility. Not now, not here. George gives him a cold smile, his tone carrying a dark edge. Yes, you're the one. The smile sharpens into something more sinister as his aura presses down on Yuri. The weight is suffocating, like eyes boring through to his very soul. Yuri's chest tightens under the pressure, his body filled with discomfort, but he stands firm. George asks him his age, remarking that he has heard Yuri has just turned 13. Then, with a step back and a mysterious smile, he adds, as expected of Fear's son, you do have some talent. The words ignite Yuri's fury. His fists clench in silence. Despite George's young appearance, his presence is terrifyingly powerful, so much so that it feels almost unreal. Yuri's fists tighten, his nails digging into his palms as rage surges within him. Imperial princes, nothing but villains, he thinks bitterly. Then, a sudden crash breaks the tension. Anna stumbles forward, colliding with Prince George. The tray slips from her hands, wine spilling across the embroidered insignia on his clothes. She falls to the floor, her body trembling, her voice cracking as she cries out in panic, begging forgiveness over and over. Prince George looks down at her with a mocking smile, his voice dripping with cruelty. That's a problem, he says coldly, before declaring that she has committed a grave mistake. Anna kneels on the ground, shaking violently as George towers over her. His words cut through the air like ice. Under imperial law, he says slowly, the punishment is death. The hall falls into stunned silence. All eyes fix on the scene. Anna's face pales as she pleads, her terror consuming her. Yuri's fury burns hotter, his body tensing, recognizing what this truly is. George is deliberately humiliating Betrayal before its own king. With a chilling smile, George clarifies the punishment. A beheading will suffice. At that moment, the king's voice breaks through, sharp and commanding. This is my ball. If you wish to see blood, spill it on your own soil, not mine. George only smiles wider, turning to offer a shallow apology. His tone carries a dangerous edge as he continues. He reminds the king that relations between the Empire and Betrayal have always rested on respect, but implies Betrayal no longer shows the Empire that courtesy. He then invokes the name of Gatentia, a word that makes the room shift uneasily. He recalls how, during that incident, the king himself had slain a knight of the Empire. Yet the Emperor, choosing to preserve peace, had accepted it without reprisal. George insists that now he is doing the same, acting only to safeguard the honor and stability of both nations. Yuri feels his chest tighten. The memory of Gatentia echoes sharply in his mind, his father's blade cutting down an imperial knight. He looks toward his father now, who presses a weary hand to his forehead. The king's fatigue is clear. He doesn't wish to drag this out. He simply wants the matter closed. But George is already moving, hand at his sword, assuring the audience that Anna's execution will be swift and clean. Yuri's thoughts whirl. If he steps in, it will mean challenging the Empire directly. It will risk everything. Yet his heart is steadfast. Betrayal does not abandon its honor. He recalls the vow carried by his family through generations, to uphold Betrayal's pride at any cost. His resolve hardens like steel. Even now, that vow must stand. Yuri suddenly shouts for Prince George to stop, declaring Anna as his personal maid. He makes it clear, with unwavering confidence, that any mistakes she makes fall under his responsibility. The king pauses, realizing he had completely overlooked that fact. Yuri then raises his voice so all can hear, reminding them that he too is a prince, and urges everyone to reconsider the decision to execute Anna. Deep inside, he admits to himself that in his past life he was nothing more than a criminal, and this current life is nothing but punishment for his past sins. Still, with firm resolve, Yuri challenges Prince George to replace Anna's execution with a trial by combat. Prince George chuckles lightly at Yuri's unusual demand before asking for his name. Yuri responds firmly, "It is indeed Yuri." George politely asks if he may address him by name, to which Yuri agrees. George then turns to the king, acknowledging that the third prince has made a fair proposal, and states his intention to accept it. Looking at the king, he asks if this arrangement is acceptable. After a heavy silence, the king gives his answer with one word: yes. His sigh that follows carries the weight of the decision. With a confident smile, George explains that he will not fight personally, as his own status demands otherwise. Instead, he will choose the youngest knight in the royal guard to face Yuri, since Yuri himself is still so young. Yuri thanks him respectfully. George simply replies that they will meet again, then takes his leave, leaving Yuri to prepare. Yuri turns back to Anna, who is still trembling on the ground. In a calm voice, he calls out to her, offering his hand and urging her to stand. The simple gesture leaves her stunned, and she responds nervously. Yuri places a reassuring hand on her back, telling her to go rest. But Anna looks at him, her eyes filled with sorrow, asking how she could possibly rest when he has landed in this situation because of her. Yuri only gives a quiet smile, telling her not to worry about him. Once Anna leaves, Yuri walks away with steady, composed steps. But then his eyes catch sight of Princess Yekaterina, seated alone in the distance. For a moment, he freezes, whispering her name silently in his mind. Yet, almost instantly, he dismisses the thought, calling it unnecessary, and continues on his way. Yuri continues his steady walk toward the ballroom's exit. In the corner, Hernando watches silently, sipping his wine with quiet interest. Later, Yuri makes his way through an empty palace corridor, his thoughts running deep. Suddenly, Cedric appears before him, blocking his path. Yuri tries to ignore him, walking as though he hadn't noticed, but Cedric's calm voice cuts through the silence. He asks what Yuri is thinking about. The question makes Yuri stop in his tracks, a faint tension flickering across him as he slowly turns toward his brother. With slight unease, Yuri explains that he cannot allow Prince George to kill Anna. Cedric's lips curve into a gentle smile, and in a soft tone, he says, "You really are." His words trail off as he steps closer, reaching out to lightly pat Yuri's head. With warmth in his eyes, he finishes the thought. You're kind. That small gesture eases Yuri's heart. A quiet sense of peace washes over him. And for the first time in a long while, he feels something close to comfort. Smiling faintly to himself, Yuri thinks about how rare it is for him to feel this way. Cedric then asks calmly if Yuri needs help with what lies ahead. Yuri recalls George's words about the duel, that it cannot be avoided and that he must fight for the honor of Betrayal. With a steady tone, Yuri answers that he understands exactly what is at stake, and he will handle it on his own. He makes it clear this is his responsibility, and he intends to see it through himself. Cedric's smile deepens, his voice unwavering as he assures Yuri of his complete faith in him. He tells Yuri to rest and not worry about the remainder of the event, promising to take care of it himself. Yuri gives a quiet word of thanks before stepping aside. Watching his brother leave, he reflects on the kind of king Cedric could have been if Bull had not fallen in his past life. Yuri steels himself with a vow. He will do everything in his power to see Cedric's kingdom rise in this new life. No matter the cost, no matter who he must face, he will fight to make that vision a reality. The next morning arrives. Yuri stands ready in the dueling hall, facing the knight chosen by Prince George. The air is heavy with anticipation, the audience waiting silently for the clash to begin. Among them, a council noble whispers in astonishment at the sight of the third prince stepping into an actual duel, turning to the captain of the royal guard to ask what he thinks of it. The imperial knight steps forward, calmly preparing for the duel. Whispers spread through the hall. His mana is exceptionally steady, his swordsmanship refined far beyond his years, even though he has yet to earn the official title of knight. Observers take note of his composure and his sharp focus, praising his natural talent. A noble murmurs with concern, wondering aloud if Prince Yuri will truly be all right facing such an opponent. Another notices someone nearby, smiling, and questions why. Without answering, the smiling figure gestures toward the arena. When the noble looks, his eyes widen. At the very center of the dueling grounds stands Yuri, unervingly calm. His posture is relaxed, his face untroubled, not a hint of nervousness showing. This unexpected display stuns the crowd. The smiling onlooker finally speaks, saying with quiet certainty that there is no need to worry about Prince Yuri. His confidence alone makes that much clear. Far away from the arena, another story unfolds. The title of Grand Magus, a rank almost no one in the Tower of Magic ever reaches, belongs only to those who have attained origin magic, a force beyond compare. Among the many branches of sorcery, one stands apart: Fate Revelation Magic, a power that grants glimpses of the world's destiny. In all history, only one man has ever reached that pinnacle, Hernando. At this very moment, Hernando sits inside a casino, staring in disbelief. For the first time since mastering origin magic, he has suffered a crushing loss. His mind races. Could it truly be a coincidence? No. He quickly rejects the thought. Something about it feels far from ordinary. For all his mastery, Hernando realizes he cannot see anything when it comes to Prince Yuri. He can read the fortunes of others, feel the flow of luck around them with ease. But with Yuri, there is nothing. Instead, only disturbing visions plague him. A black-haired, black-eyed youth bearing Betrayal's royal crest, unmistakably Yuri. In those glimpses, the boy fights relentlessly, his body drenched in blood, gripping his sword with unyielding resolve until he finally collapses to the ground. From that moment onward, Hernando understands the events unfolding are no mere coincidences. Everything is beginning to circle around one figure, Prince Yuri. In watching the boy's recent, unpredictable actions, Hernando finds his belief cemented. Fate Revelation Magic is no myth. It is real, and Prince Yuri stands at the heart of it. Hernando's thoughts finally reach a shocking conclusion. Prince Yuri is someone untouched by fate, a man with no predetermined destiny. Back in the dueling arena, the tension builds. From the stands, a voice calls down mockingly, asking if Yuri plans to keep waving his sword around or if he is actually ready to fight. Prince George then steps forward, asking calmly if Yuri needs more time to prepare. Yuri answers without hesitation, his tone steady and confident. He is ready at any moment. The Imperial Knight responds just as firmly, declaring that he too is prepared. The king rises, his voice ringing out across the arena as he officially announces the start of the duel. The crowd falls silent. Yuri and his opponent lock eyes, each waiting for the other to move. Then, with explosive resolve, Yuri makes the first strike. He charges forward without a hint of fear, his blade slicing through the air toward his opponent. The Imperial Knight reacts instantly, and the clash begins. Steel crashes against steel as Yuri drives his sword straight toward the knight's face, nearly landing a decisive blow. At the very last moment, the knight evades, though not without consequence. A shallow cut marks his cheek. Shock flashes in his eyes, but Yuri does not relent. Gripping his weapon tightly, he presses on with a relentless flurry of strikes. The knight meets him blow for blow, neither leaving an opening, their swords ringing across the hall. Finally, the Imperial Knight unleashes a powerful slash, forcing Yuri to retreat several steps and widen the gap between them. For a moment, it seems Yuri has been pushed back. The knight straightens, his expression now serious, shifting into a new stance, one that signals he has only just begun to fight in earnest. As the duel rages, the king quietly turns to Hernando. The mage looks slightly startled before leaning closer, asking what the king requires. The king's tone is solemn as he asks what Hernando thinks of the duel's outcome. Hernando begins to reply, but pauses, his gaze fixed on the furious clash below, sparks flying wildly as blades collide faster and faster. After a moment of silence, he gives a faint, enigmatic smile and admits that he cannot predict the result. The king reminds him of his earlier words, how he claimed heavenly omens had guided him to Betrayal. Hernando nods silently in acknowledgement. Around them, soldiers watch the battle with strained faces, though the commander remains unreadable. The king then asks Hernando if the time has come for him to leave. Hernando answers plainly, no. Relieved, the king remarks that he is glad to hear Hernando intends to stay. With a wry smile, Hernando responds that the king already honors a mere mage like him far too much, and he is humbled by such regard. The king replies with a gentle warning that too much modesty can invite misfortune, before asking him directly if his words mean nothing disastrous lies ahead. Instead of giving the king a direct answer, Hernando smiles faintly and poses his own question. Who do you think is stronger between the two? At that exact moment, the Imperial Knight unleashes a devastating strike. Mana floods into his blade, enveloping it in a violent glow as he charges forward with raw force. His eyes flare with a dangerous light, his determination to claim victory burning bright. The king answers Hernando's question with calm certainty. Prince Yuri's opponent is the stronger one. Hernando's expression turns serious, his reply quiet but steady. He admits that he, too, sees it the same way. His thoughts drift back to when he first arrived in Betrayal. Back then, he was certain the heavenly omens had led him here. The signs were clear. The one who could alter the world's fate would be found in this land. Yet he also remembered one crucial detail. The sword had not yet been drawn. Because of that, he convinced himself he had no reason to stay. Turning toward the king, Hernando explains that he truly believed his time in Betrayal had ended. Down below, the Imperial Knight lunges with tremendous speed, his blade aimed to finish Yuri, who appears motionless, his strength seemingly spent. But Hernando's words continue, cutting through the tension. I truly believe my time in Betrayal had ended, but it seems it's not quite time yet. And at that very instant, Yuri lifts his face, a bright smile flashing across it. What everyone thought was exhaustion had only been a ruse. All this time, he had merely been testing his opponent's strength. Mana surges through his body, flowing directly into his sword until the weapon vibrates with raw power. With newfound vigor, he declares boldly, "That's enough testing. It's time to finish this match." In a sudden burst of speed, Yuri darts forward, his movements sharper and faster than before. The Imperial Knight's eyes widen in shock. "He's faster!" he exclaims, caught completely off guard. Yuri's swing comes down with terrifying precision, his blade stopping just inches from the knight's neck. The air crackles with the sheer amount of mana radiating from his sword, an unmistakable sign of lethal power. In that moment, the knight feels his body freeze. Terror floods him as he realizes he cannot move, cannot counter, cannot escape. The thought strikes him like a blade to the heart. "I'm going to die." From the stands, Prince George and Princess Yekaterina watch in alarm, their expressions filled with worry and disbelief. The king, however, remains composed, his gaze sharp and unyielding as he silently observes the scene with unwavering focus. Gasps ripple through the audience, disbelief echoing across the hall at Prince Yuri's sudden display of strength. Voices shout in shock, unable to comprehend what just happened before their eyes. Major Nando, however, only smiles with full confidence, as though he had foreseen this outcome from the very beginning. The soldiers cry out, stunned that Yuri managed to twist his sword at the perfect moment. Down in the dueling arena, The Imperial Knight stands frozen in disbelief. His weapon lies shattered, broken under the force of Yuri's strike. His voice trembles as he stammers the words, "I lost." In an instant, the hall erupts. Those who stand behind Yuri burst into cheers, their voices rising in praise of the third prince. Yuri himself responds with a calm smile. The palace fills with thunderous celebration, the sound of victory reverberating everywhere. Hernando, watching quietly, recalls why he first came to Betrayal. He had followed celestial signs, believing they would guide him to his purpose. But instead, he has found someone who defies them altogether. Elsewhere, Prince George is seen smiling faintly, while Hernando's thoughts deepen. Life has become death, and death has turned to life. The fate of the present was rewritten the moment the third prince's sword awoke. He continues, his mind clear. Every step Yuri takes now is a step against the will of the heavens. Yuri has become someone who stands entirely outside the bounds of fate. As the crowd cheers, Yuri smiles with radiant confidence, his heart brimming with resolve. Hernando's inner voice follows closely. Yuri Betrayal is the one who transcends destiny. Truly astonishing. I cannot wait to see how far he will go. Yuri thinks to himself with equal certainty. From this moment on, I will change the fate of the entire world. Hernando lingers on his own thoughts. He came here chasing fate, only to encounter the one who challenges it outright. The realization fills him with a powerful thrill. He can only wonder, how far will Yuri rise as he surpasses the fate of this world? 5 years later, the camera drifts over Betrayal's palace, bathed in calm light, its beauty clear and serene. Inside, a new maid hurries nervously through the halls, her thoughts racing. She tries to reassure herself that everything should be going smoothly, yet wonders how she has managed to lose her way in a palace she has already been shown. Suddenly, a voice calls out behind her. Startled, she spins around. A young man stands before her, his hair black, his expression serious. He looks at her intently and asks if she is new here. The maid quickly notes to herself that the young man's black hair marks him as a member of Betrayal's royal family. His questioning continues in a firm tone, demanding to know what she is doing wandering the halls at such an hour. She tries to answer, but nerves tangle her words. Desperately, she tells herself to stay calm and respond just as the senior staff trained her to. Before she can gather herself, however, the young man repeats the question with greater sternness, only flustering her further. Her thoughts race. If someone looks weary, that is the king. If someone smiles kindly, that is the crown prince. But this one is neither. The maid lowers her eyes, noting the sharpness in his gaze, intimidating enough to unsettle her completely. His voice grows harsher as he asks if she is ignoring him on purpose. In that moment, she is certain this must be the third prince. Stammering, she insists she simply has somewhere she needs to go. His frustration deepens. He demands to know if the staff have been given secret orders to avoid him and declares bitterly that he will use this opportunity to teach them a lesson. Before the tension can rise further, a calm voice interrupts. "Brother." The young man freezes as another figure approaches. The newcomer's tone is steady, asking what he is doing this time. The maid recalls the whispers of a man known for his composed and confident demeanor. As the figure draws near, she notices the sword at his side, confirmation of who he must be. The newcomer speaks again, this time addressing the stern young man directly, asking if he is troubling the maid once more. It is none other than the third prince, Yuri. Not long after, Yuri is seen strolling casually through the palace gardens, eating as he walks with an air of complete ease. Gesturing lightly toward himself, he repeats the earlier words in a playful, self-mocking tone. "Are you bothering the maid again?" The young man snaps back curtly, "No." In a shy gesture, the maid offers Yuri a small gift to thank him. Yuri accepts, tasting it calmly and thinking to himself how delicious it is. As he wipes his hands with deliberate care, his thoughts shift inward. He reflects on the concept of the unarmed state, a state where even while holding a sword, the burden on his hand grows lighter through the channeling of mana. After a moment of quiet consideration, Yuri concludes firmly within himself that he has truly attained this advanced level. Yuri reflects quietly. 5 full years have already passed since the day he returned to the past. The memory is sharp in his mind, the moment he opened his eyes after being struck down by Lorne's blade. Now, standing in the garden, he knows the calm years he has enjoyed are nearing their end. His gaze shifts toward the palace. He murmurs to himself with certainty. Inside, without doubt, they're speaking about him right now. A short while later, Yuri finds himself outside the council chamber. From within, a furious voice rings out, railing in frustration, demanding to know if his words are simply being ignored. The voice continues to rant, insisting the others refuse to listen. The guard standing tensely beside Yuri bows slightly and advises him politely. Those inside cannot hear, he explains, because they are too engrossed in the meeting. He suggests Yuri knock once more, but Yuri ignores the advice. Instead, he pushes the doors wide open with force. The guard gasps in shock, stumbling forward and begging him to wait. Yuri strides into the room with a mocking smile, speaking smoothly as if nothing were amiss. He apologizes for the intrusion, saying he had knocked already, but since no one responded, he had to knock louder the second time. One of the nobles stares in disbelief, wondering aloud how such an entrance could be considered knocking at all. Without hesitation, Yuri walks straight to the king and states calmly that he wishes to take part in the discussion. The king, composed as ever, agrees and tells the meeting to proceed. The debate resumes. A noble rises and argues that they have no reserve troops to spare for the allied forces. Another slams back in outrage, accusing him of disregarding the Empire's urgent request. The first noble replies coolly that others may answer the call instead, provoking the second into greater fury. He accuses his peer of sheer irresponsibility, the room's atmosphere boiling with anger. Watching it unfold, Yuri remembers. This is the very meeting, this very argument, that spiraled into catastrophe in his past life. He recalls the Empire's plea, urging the allied nations to deploy their armies against the Orc invasion. And he remembers, with bitter clarity, how the allied forces failed. The Orcs broke through, bringing devastation with their relentless attacks, their brutality crushing the borders of the nations that had sent aid. And yet, one nation alone remained untouched, the Empire. The truth sharpens in Yuri's mind. None of it was chance. The Empire had orchestrated it from the very start. Because of this, Betrayal had paid dearly, losing countless knights, its strongest and most loyal, sent to die under the banner of the allied forces. Among the many knights lost in his past life was Lien Flandra. The memory hardens Yuri's resolve. He will never allow such tragedy to repeat. Inside the council chamber, another noble rises in protest, insisting they will send no troops at all. The room erupts once again, voices clashing in heated argument. Amid the noise, Yuri steps forward. His voice is calm, steady, yet carries undeniable weight. He declares that if no one else will act, then he will go himself. With unwavering confidence, he announces his intention to personally join the allied forces and calls upon the others to prove their sincerity and loyalty as subjects of Betrayal. Standing tall before the gathered nobles, he makes it clear. Their duty is to uphold the honor of their kingdom and ensure it is never disgraced. The king listens silently, his eyes fixed on Yuri. He reflects deeply, recognizing at last the true intention behind Yuri's words. In the training yard, Yuri sharpens his swordsmanship with full concentration when a familiar voice calls out from a distance. Looking up, he sees his brother Cedric rushing toward him, breathless and anxious. "Are you really going to the allied forces?" Cedric demands. Yuri answers without hesitation. Yes, he is. Cedric, unsettled, reminds him that as a prince, he has no obligation to go personally. He urges Yuri to think rationally, but Yuri only smiles with quiet confidence. This, he insists, is his duty as royalty. Hearing this, Cedric finally lets out a long breath, his tone softening. He admits he now understands Yuri's way of thinking. He asks only that Yuri returns safely, promising that in his absence, he will protect the palace. From nearby, an observer watches the exchange with approval, pleased by the strong bond between the brothers, though silently hoping Cedric won't stir up more trouble. Yuri, half in jest, turns to Bernard and asks if he too is worried. Bernard shakes his head calmly, replying that he is not overly concerned. As long as Yuri avoids recklessness, he is confident he will return alive. Yuri thanks him lightly for his words, but Bernard's tone grows more serious. He warns Yuri not to underestimate the orcs. They are stronger, crueler, and more dangerous than most can imagine. Among them, he explains, exists a particularly fearsome kind, the ones who bear flags on their backs. These orcs are fiercer and more powerful than the rest, making them especially deadly opponents. Yuri listens quietly before replying with a reassuring smile. He has his own ways of dealing with them. Bernard narrows his eyes slightly, asking if Yuri already has a concrete plan. Just then, a maid hurries over, calling loudly for Yuri. She announces that a guest is waiting for him, carrying something he had previously requested. Yuri turns back to Bernard with a calm nod, confirming that he does indeed have a very specific and highly specialized plan. In the guest room, Guillermo, deputy head of Elaine's trade guild, sits waiting. As Yuri enters, Guillermo rises respectfully to greet him. Yuri wastes no time and immediately asks about Elaine. Guillermo replies that she is currently traveling and that he has come in her place. He explains that, despite his repeated suggestions for her to slow down, Elaine insists on continuing her journeys. She always replies that she is simply doing what she does best. Yuri chuckles lightly, asking if that is the only reason for his visit. Guillermo smiles and shakes his head, presenting a box. He explains that he has brought what the prince requested last time. Yuri opens it, and a satisfied smile spreads across his face. He praises Guillermo, telling him he has done well. Inside lies the item he has been eagerly awaiting for so long, a set of special daggers known as Elementarian. The sight fills him with a quiet, deep joy. Curious, Guillermo leans in and admits the daggers look to him like mere ornaments, asking nervously if they are truly that valuable. Yuri replies with confidence. They are extremely valuable, rare artifacts infused with magic from ancient times. Suddenly, Guillermo flinches back in terror, shouting that the dagger is moving on its own. His voice shakes with fear. Yuri remains perfectly calm, reassuring him that his life is not in danger. Stammering, Guillermo asks if Yuri is controlling the weapon with mana right now. When Yuri smirks and answers with sarcasm, saying he hasn't been just playing around these past few days, Guillermo stares in wide-eyed astonishment, overwhelmed by the prince's ability. A shift passes across Yuri's expression, subtle but noticeable. Nervously, Guillermo asks what is wrong. Yuri waves it off, telling him it is nothing of importance. Before leaving, Yuri requests that he pass along his regards to Elaine and later give him a report on the preparations for their new guild branch in the Empire. Guillermo bows politely, agreeing, and then departs. Once alone, Yuri reclines on the couch in a relaxed posture. His voice rings out clearly. You can come out now. From behind him, Asuna emerges quietly. Yuri turns to her, asking calmly about Goryo. With a small, satisfied smile, she reports that she delivered the warning exactly as he instructed. She left it right beside Goryo's head while he slept, frightening him nearly to death. Yuri bursts into cheerful laughter, praising her for a job well done. He adds with amusement that Goryo never seems to stop chasing Elaine's money. A quiet pause lingers in the room until Asuna speaks carefully, asking if it is true. Does he really plan to join the United Forces? Yuri answers calmly, confirming that he does. With concern, she urges him to be cautious. Yuri smiles lightly and tells her she sounds as though he were going alone. Surprised, Asuna asks what he means. His reply comes with quiet confidence. She will be going with him as well. Her lips curve into a small smile as she responds gently, asking if he truly believes she can keep up with him in battle. Yuri answers with certainty. He does believe it. He trusts her. Asuna's expression softens. She says she would rather go anywhere with him than return to where she once was. And with that promise, she departs, saying she will contact him again soon. A few days later, the day arrives. Flags of Betrayal flutter high above the capital, signaling Yuri's return to the battlefield. Cedric calls out to him, his tone heavy with earnest care. He urges his brother to look after himself. Yuri grins brightly, reassuring him with bold confidence. He declares himself invincible and promises to raise Betrayal's honor high. Cedric smiles at his words, and Yuri teases him, telling him not to study so hard that he ruins his eyesight. Cedric laughs, assuring him he won't. The brothers embrace. Cedric holds him tightly, whispering a sad farewell and promising to see him again soon. Yuri's reply is warm, certain he will return. Later, in the ceremonial hall, the king stands before all and declares the formal beginning of the send-off. Yuri stands in the center, his posture straight, his expression filled with unwavering seriousness as he awaits the proceedings. The king looks at him and asks quietly if he is nervous. Yuri answers without hesitation, he is not. The king then instructs him to turn around. Yuri obeys, his eyes widening slightly at the sight. Before him stretches a massive crowd of soldiers, an unending sea of armor and banners. The king's voice follows, steady and solemn. These are precious lives, he says. Lives Yuri must protect. A weight settles in Yuri's heart. He knows the truth. Many of these soldiers will never return. In his past life, countless had fallen. The memory aches within him, but he vows fiercely to himself that this time, he will not allow such tragedy to repeat. The king's voice sharpens, filled with gravity. He asks Yuri if he is truly confident he can protect them. Yuri opens his mouth to answer, but before the words can leave, the king cuts him off. His tone is firm, commanding. If you truly believe that, then you must endure this. And in that instant, the air itself shifts. Without warning, the king unleashes a crushing wave of killing intent, focused solely on Yuri. It strikes him suddenly, mercilessly, an overwhelming force that comes without the slightest hint of caution. The crushing wave of killing intent slams into Yuri, freezing him in place. His body refuses to respond, completely paralyzed. In that instant, he senses death itself bearing down on him. He knows without doubt that if he tries to evade, he will die. But deep within, he asks himself a single question. Can I endure this? His answer is resolute. Yes, I can. In a surge of defiance, Yuri unleashes his mana. Brilliant blue light bursts forth, blazing around him with immense force. He strikes with everything he has, channeling his energy into a single, devastating blow. The sudden clash collides violently with the force pressing against him. A massive explosion erupts, shock waves ripping through the hall. As the dust settles, Yuri sees the king standing before him. The king wears a confident smile and tells him simply, "Well done." Yuri, startled, can hardly believe what just happened. The king explains calmly. It was his substitute for a departure letter. Then, with stern authority, he orders Yuri not to delay, and above all, to return alive. Yuri meets his gaze and replies firmly, "He will." Turning to face the gathered soldiers, he raises his sword high into the air. His voice rings out with unshakable strength as he declares himself, "I am Yuri Betrayal, third prince of the kingdom of Betrayal." He calls upon the troops to place their trust in him. His words ignite them, their voices rising in thunderous support as Yuri rallies them to march forward with passion and resolve. Far away, in the depths of a dark and mysterious prison, strange creatures stare from behind their bars, their eyes glowing red through the shadows. Among them is an old knight, Lien Flandra. His voice echoes softly in the gloom. "We meet again after 5 years, third prince." Later, the army moves through the forest on their long campaign. During a brief rest, the soldiers sit together, eating, laughing, and shaking off the fatigue of the road. Yuri sits among them, quietly observing, before wiping his mouth and rising to his feet. He walks straight to Sir Raymond, the commander. "The road feels endless," Yuri remarks lightly. "How long have you been traveling?" Raymond unfolds a map and points carefully, his eyes tracing their route. "We're nearing Sitter," he explains. "We'll arrive soon." From there, the path continues through Gid and into Balshad. As they speak, a knight of Betrayal approaches slowly, unnoticed by either of them. Yuri continues speaking with Sir Raymond, asking if their marching pace is sustainable. Raymond nods confidently. Of course. Just then, the approaching knight finally speaks, addressing Yuri directly as third prince. Both Yuri and Raymond turn toward him. The sight of the man freezes Yuri's breath. Memories from his past life flood back in an instant. The knight before him is Laurent Flandra, the Death Knight who once killed him. Count Francis' eldest son, Laurent, stands now before the prince. He drops to one knee, lowering his head in respect. "It is an honor to meet you, Your Highness," he says. Yuri stiffens, replying hesitantly, "Laurent." Raising his head, Laurent speaks with the gravity of a pledge. "There is something I have long wished to tell you." Unease flickers across Yuri's face. Beads of sweat form as he asks carefully, "And what is that?" Laurent's eyes glimmer with unwavering admiration. His voice is steady. "I admire you, my prince." Yuri stares in disbelief. "You what?" Laurent explains with certainty. He recalls the words of his father, how the prince once raised his sword to protect a servant girl, how he stood his ground with honor. Hearing that story years ago had captivated him. Since then, Yuri had become his idol. "That is the true code of a knight," Laurent declares firmly. "And ever since I heard of your actions, I have admired you deeply." Yuri, at a loss for words, stands frozen in awkward silence, while Laurent's gaze remains fixed on him with pure loyalty. At last, Yuri forces a small smile. He helps Laurent rise, telling him he too has heard much about him from his father, and that it is good to finally meet. But Laurent shakes his head fiercely, shouting, "No, it is I who am honored to meet you." The air hangs thick until Sir Robert arrives, interrupting the moment. "Your Highness, it's time to move on." Yuri quickly nods. "All right." Before they depart, Robert leans closer and offers a warning. The destination ahead is Count Sitter's estate. "He is not the most welcoming man," Robert says cautiously. Please don't take it too personally if he does not greet you warmly. Later that night, under the silver glow of the moon, Count Sitter's estate comes into view. A large banner has been hung at the gate, boldly welcoming the third prince of Betrayal. To Yuri's surprise, Count Sitter himself stands outside alongside his knights and soldiers. They await the prince's arrival with a full and formal welcome. The prince arrives with a smile, surprised at the warmth of the reception. To his greater shock, Count Sitter himself steps forward, bows deeply, and greets him with formal respect. "Welcome to my estate, Your Highness," Sitter Margaret says. Yuri returns the gesture, thanking him sincerely for the kind welcome. The Count explains that his admiration comes from the prince's decision to step onto the front lines at such a young age. Before anything else, he asks pointedly if the prince has ever fought orcs before. Still smiling as he dismounts his horse, Yuri begins to answer reflexively, "Of course." But then he remembers the truth. In this life, he has not fought them yet. Adjusting himself, he replies instead that he has studied them thoroughly. Turning toward the soldiers behind him, Yuri adds that most of his men also have yet to face orcs, which is why he believes preparation and study are vital. Count Sitter nods with visible pride. "I can see why now. Your actions are truly impressive." He greets the prince once more, then offers with a smile, "If you will allow me, I would like to present you with a gift I have prepared." Moments later, they stand before a massive iron door. A knight steps forward, unlocking the heavy lock with a key. The door creaks, opens slowly, the sound echoing in the air. The prince, Count Sitter, and the others, knights, soldiers, and even Sir Anando, wait behind him. Sitter is the first to step inside, raising a torch to light the way. He invites Yuri to follow. Together, they move through a dim corridor. After a short walk, they reach another door. When it opens, Lawrence's face pales instantly, his body stiffening with fear. Yuri's expression darkens with irritation as his eyes fall on what lies beyond. His voice is sharp as he asks, "Count Sitter, what is the meaning of this?" The Count does not flinch. Instead, he responds boldly, his torch held high. There is no need to fear. He lights the lamps around the chamber, and the truth is revealed. They're standing inside a prison, its cells crammed with captured beings, their forms shifting and restless behind the bars. The prince studies the scene carefully, taking his time to assess what's happening. Suddenly, a soldier stammers out in alarm, shouting that the creature before them is an orc. They are standing in front of a cell, holding one of the captured beasts. But Count Sitter immediately cuts him off, telling him not to call an orc, but simply a captive. He addresses everyone present, explaining that survival depends on learning everything about these monsters, their instincts, their patterns, even the smallest habits. Every detail could become a weapon in battle. Hearing this, and after Heim's explanation, Prince Yuri Betrayal turns toward him and asks if this was the gift he mentioned earlier. Heim answers with pride, declaring that with war against these savage creatures on the horizon, what greater gift could there be? For the first time since entering the prison, Yuri lets out a small smile. He thanks Heim Sitter, though inwardly he thinks this man is far more deranged than he had imagined, for using such methods on orcs. Behind Yuri, one soldier looks uneasy. Noticing this, Yuri turns to him directly and asks his name. The soldier answers, introducing himself as Simon Fesh, son of Baron Bull. Yuri then tells him to voice his thoughts aloud as he stands there watching the imprisoned orc. Simon respectfully admits that he feels this treatment goes too far, that torturing the captive seems excessive, even for an enemy of war. Yuri shifts his gaze back to the orc and calmly agrees, saying Simon may be right to think that way for now. But then, he makes it clear that such an outlook will not last. Turning back to Heim, Yuri orders him to open the cell. Heim complies without hesitation. The third prince looks to Simon once more, confirming his name. When Simon nods, Yuri steps aside as the orc emerges from its cell. With a steady tone, Yuri declares that this is now real combat, then orders Simon to face the freed orc. The room falls silent as everyone holds their ground, waiting for the clash to begin. Simon steadies himself, prepared for the orc strike. But instead of charging, the creature lets out a deafening roar, then suddenly drops to its knees. With brutal force, it slams its forehead against the ground, over and over, as though begging for mercy in its own tongue. The sight throws Simon off completely. His fighting spirit fades, replaced with pity. Watching the orc's self-destruction makes him feel as if he's committing a cruel act just by standing there. Summoning his resolve, Simon faces the prince directly and declares that he refuses to fight, that he will not raise his blade against a helpless prisoner. What Simon doesn't realize is that the orc's display is nothing but a trick. The moment he lowers his guard, the beast springs up from behind. Before he can react, a massive fist smashes into the side of his helmet. The impact is so fierce, it leaves an imprint of the orc's knuckles in the steel. Simon spits blood and nearly collapses on the spot. The other soldiers cry out his name, rushing forward, but they're too late. The orc has already clamped its arms around Simon, locking him in a crushing chokehold. The knights instinctively prepare to intervene, but before they can act, Count Sitter steps forward and raises his voice. He orders them to stand down, assuring them that most of the orc's tendons have already been severed. Standing calmly at Yuri's side, he calls out to the prince, declaring that this ruthless betrayal is the true nature of an orc. Give them an inch, and they'll take a mile, he says firmly. One of the knights shouts in desperation, urging the third prince to save Simon immediately. But Count Sitter cuts him off again, telling them to stay calm. Simon won't die, he explains, though the chokehold will certainly make him suffer. The orc keeps its crushing hold on Simon, growling words in its own tongue while the soldiers tense, ready to strike. Yet Yuri and Count Sitter remain composed. Yuri leans toward the Count and quietly asks if this means the orc has taken Simon hostage. Count Sitter admits he isn't sure, but says he'll summon an interpreter. At his command, a hooded figure steps from behind a pillar, face mostly hidden in shadow. The being's race is unclear, but its name is Corey. Prince Yuri's eyes narrow in surprise, sensing something unusual about this figure, even from where it stands in the darkness. Corey listens closely to the orc's guttural speech, then translates. The orc is threatening to break the knight's bones one by one unless everyone lowers their weapons. As soon as the words are spoken, the orc tightens its grip around Simon's neck, making him choke and cry out in agony. Yuri wastes no time. He calls out to Hernando, telling him it's his turn. Hernando steps forward, nodding in acknowledgement as he begins chanting a spell. With precision, he releases his magic, striking the orc and throwing it into confusion. Seizing the moment, Hernando signals that it's now Yuri's move. Without hesitation, the third prince surges forward. He commends Hernando for his work as he darts in, prying Simon from the orc's hold and pulling him to safety before retreating to the others. The orc snaps back to its senses, slamming its foot into the ground with tremendous force. Its roar shakes the air as it clenches its fists, consumed by rage. Watching this unfold, Yuri turns to the Count and asks for confirmation. This orc isn't ordinary, is it? Count Sitter answers coldly that Yuri is correct. Though smaller than most of its kind, this one is a veteran of countless battles. His voice hardens as he recalls how they captured it. It was in the midst of devouring a knight alive. He warns them all. This orc has taken many lives already. One of the knights bursts out in anger, cursing the orc and declaring that he doesn't care if it still has Simon. He'll kill the beast right here and now. But before he can act, Prince Yuri steps in front of him, blocking his path. With firm authority, Yuri orders him to stand down. Though reluctant, the knight lowers his weapon and mutters that he understands. Yuri, however, makes it clear he isn't rebuking him. Instead, he directs the knight's attention behind the orc, pointing out that every one of its kin is watching for a chance to strike. He explains that this creature isn't unique. Every orc is like that, and in the plains, they will encounter far worse. Placing a reassuring hand on the knight's shoulder, Yuri reminds him to stay sharp. This is training. He must take this opportunity to learn the proper way to kill an orc. The knight continues with Yuri's men locked in combat, honing their skills against the captives. One orc becomes particularly feral, seizing a fire lamp and hurling it at them. Hernando swiftly reacts, raising a shimmering barrier of magic that blocks the flames. In that instant, Sir Raymond charges forward, his sword glowing with mana. With one precise strike, he cuts down the raging orc, his expression cold and unreadable. The creature collapses face first onto the ground, silence following its fall. But Raymond senses danger again. He spins, spotting another orc lunging straight at a knight. The knight stands his ground, calm and unwavering. The orc's full force crashes against him, yet his mana-infused blade holds firm. After a brief, intense struggle, the knight triumphs, his opponent slain at his feet. Breathing heavily, the knight gazes down at the lifeless orc, taking in the weight of his victory. Prince Yuri Betrayal, who has been silently observing their training, begins to clap. He praises the knight for his efforts, though he adds that he knows the victory doesn't feel right. Yuri explains that this unease comes from fighting captives too weak to truly resist. Still, he reminds them all that this experience will greatly improve their odds of survival once the real war with the orcs begins. He instructs them to remember this and to give their thanks to Count Sitter. Count Sitter steps forward, building on Yuri's words. He acknowledges that the knights may feel these actions go against their code of chivalry. But then, with a sharp edge in his voice, he tells them they must realize these creatures are not worthy of such honor. Finally, he beckons them to follow him, saying there is something more they must see. As they walk deeper into the prison, Sitter speaks openly. What they had just witnessed, he says, is only a pale imitation. In the orc villages, far worse horrors take place. They approach another chamber, and before allowing the knights inside, Heim warns them to brace themselves. What they're about to see, he says, are the true acts of the orcs. Prince Yuri, his expression hardening, mutters inwardly that he already knows what awaits them. The knights step inside and freeze. Their words stumble as they try to describe what they see. These are half-orcs. One of them finally manages to say, the creatures are chained, yet they strain forward, reaching out the moment the knights enter. Yuri, still stern, turns to Count Sitter and remarks that there are far more of them than he expected. Sitter confirms it, admitting he too is surprised. Though half-orcs are rarely born, their numbers here are unsettling. He then delivers his final lecture of the night. Orcs capture humans and use them for their own vile amusement. These half-orcs are the result of that cruelty. Hearing this, the young knights are overcome with revulsion, shaken by the depths of the orcs' barbarity. Prince Yuri turns to Count Sitter and asks if he despises the orcs. The Count stays silent for a moment before finally answering, his words heavy and sharp. Until the day I die, yes. The venom in his tone reveals the hatred buried deep within him. After that, he falls quiet again. Yuri studies him in thought. To him, it feels as though the Count has grown numb to these atrocities, as if he has long lived with them. Yuri tightens his grip on his sword and reflects inwardly. Every man carries his own nemesis. For him, it is the Empire. For Heim, it is clearly the orcs. He recalls hearing that the Count once retrieved the body of his own son from an orc village. Looking at him now, Yuri realizes that the memory of that day has never faded, just as his own memory of his kingdom's fall will never leave him. The night passes, and soon dusk settles over the Count's estate. Prince Yuri and his troops prepare to depart. Before they leave, Count Sitter calls out, "Your Highness." He presents someone to the prince, the translator from the prison. Yuri looks at the hooded figure and asks if he is the same one from the cellar the night before. The figure bows his head, confirming it, and once again introduces himself as Corey. Yuri gives a faint smile, acknowledging his skill for speaking the orc tongue. But Corey, with unease clear in his voice, calls out to the prince, saying he has something important to tell him. Before he can continue, Yuri cuts him off. He tells Corey to stop, that he already knows what he's about to say. Corey blinks in shock, unable to hide his surprise, and stammers, "Pardon." Yuri answers firmly, saying he understands what troubles Corey, but assures him that it's not something he needs to worry about. Instead, he hands Corey a gauntlet, calling it a token of goodwill for their future cooperation. Immediately, Corey tries to refuse, insisting he isn't worthy of such a gift. But before he can finish, Yuri suddenly calls out for Sir Raymond. The knight answers at once, stepping forward to stand before his prince. The prince smiles faintly as he turns to Sir Raymond, asking if the land ahead marks the border. Raymond confirms it, but adds that they may run into a number of bandits along the way. Still, he reassures Yuri that there's no need to worry about an ambush. Yuri shakes his head and refutes him. He tells Raymond not to think so lightly, that bandits are just as much a danger to the border as rocks blocking the path. He presses the knight, asking if he isn't correct. Then he firmly declares that they will wipe out the bandits as they cross the mountains. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, merchants travel with their goods. Suddenly, riders thunder down the path, the bandits who claim this mountain as their own. They block the merchants' way, flashing their blood-soaked blades to strike fear into them. The leader, silent and merciless, raises his stained sword high while glaring down from horseback. The next moment is nothing but slaughter, the ground painted red in a brutal massacre. By the following day, Prince Yuri's knights and soldiers march into the forest, moving with disciplined precision along the route to their destination. At one point, Yuri glances back at Corey. He knows whispers will spread once the troops learn Corey is half-orc. But he's already entrusted Corey to Hernando as a retainer and believes Hernando will manage the matter without trouble. Focused again on the march, Yuri studies the map, trying to fix their current position. He calls for Jared, who quickly responds, "Yes, sir," and rides forward. Once Jared approaches, Yuri points to the map and assigns him a task. He will now be in charge of reconnaissance. Yuri marks the location for him and orders him to go and report back. But Jared hesitates, confused. With a troubled look, he asks why he would be given such a role here of all places, since this area is known for being overrun with bandits. Jared quickly understands what the prince is planning and refuses at first. He argues that the bandits will only scatter once they're tracked, so there's no point. He asks Yuri again if he's truly certain about this. Yuri answers without hesitation. If the bandits flee, they'll simply hunt them down. He reminds Jared that these outlaws prey on merchants in the borderlands, and for that reason alone, they cannot be allowed to roam free. Then, with a sly grin, Yuri teases him, asking if he's scared, lacking confidence. He adds that such weakness isn't something he'd expect from a knight of Jared's caliber. The prince continues, saying most of the soldiers are too nervous for such a task, and he himself is still young and inexperienced. Jared, however, is different. He's a genius swordsman who thinks on a level beyond ordinary men. Yuri's words do their work, stirring Jared's pride. With determination flaring in his eyes, Jared spurs his horse forward, promising he'll return quickly. Yuri smiles as he watches him go, calling out that he'd better, and that he likes his spirit. Sir Raymond rides up beside Yuri, noting how much the prince seems to value Jared. Yuri brushes it off with a light laugh, saying cherish is too strong a word. He simply keeps Jared by his side. He glances at Raymond, studying him for a moment, then suddenly asks if he can pose an uninteresting question. Raymond grants him permission, so Yuri asks plainly, what is it that he fights for? The question catches Raymond off guard, but after a pause, he answers. He admits it's been a long time since anyone asked him that. The only answer he can give, he says, is an old one, the safety of Bull. Yuri listens closely, his eyes widening as though something within him sparks at those words. With a smile, he thinks to himself that it's not a bad answer at all. He then gives Raymond an order, maintain the current marching pace. He himself will ride ahead to check on Jared. With that, Yuri turns his horse and dashes forward at full speed. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest at the bandits' stronghold, one of the outlaws lies bound on the ground, shouting desperately for help. But someone steps into view, the one who captured him. Is Yuri Betrayal. Leaning down, the prince tells the bandit to keep quiet, warning him that making noise is no way to value his life. Yuri leans closer to the trembling bandit, repeating his question, does he truly not know how to value his own life? Just then, Jared calls out from a distance through the scope. He reports that he has located the bandit's base. Both the prince and the captured outlaw turn their heads in surprise. Jared points straight ahead, confirming the location, and Yuri commends him for his efforts in finding it. Before moving forward, though, Yuri raises a question. He asks Jared if it doesn't seem strange that this man was patrolling alone. Bandits usually travel in pairs or more. Turning back to the captive, Yuri asks if his boss truly sent him out here by himself. The terrified bandit stammers, claiming it's true. He insists he's only a rookie and doesn't know much. But as he speaks, something faintly glowing around his neck catches Yuri's eye. Without warning, Yuri grabs at it, startling the man into panic, thinking he's about to be struck. Yuri studies the shining trinket closely, then asks him what it is. The bandit remains silent at first. Yuri presses again, asking if it belongs to him. The outlaw blurts out that it isn't his. It was given to him by his boss, who ordered him to wear it whenever he went on patrol. Yuri doesn't believe him. His suspicion sharpens as he slowly draws his sword, remarking that the item looks very much like an artifact. He demands to know what kind of magic is embedded within it. Overcome with fear at the sight of the drawn blade, the bandit cries out, begging for mercy, insisting he knows nothing. Is that so? Yuri responds coldly. Then, after a moment, he sheathes his sword and smiles. In that case, I'll just capture your boss and ask him myself. Time passes. Later, in the mountains, Yuri watches the bandits' movements through the scope. Suddenly, someone rushes toward him, calling out urgently, Your Highness! Jared and his men arrive swiftly, reporting to the prince. He explains that, as instructed, their forces have been stationed along all likely escape routes, and scouts have been sent to monitor the bandits' movements inside the camp. Yuri listens, then praises Jared with a bright smile, telling him he's done well. He adds that if they stir things up from within, the bandits will trap themselves. Jared blinks in confusion, asking what the prince means by stirring things up. Yuri offers no answer. Instead, he orders everyone to move out immediately, warning that if they delay, they'll gain nothing. Mounting his horse, Yuri suddenly surges forward at full speed, leaving the others behind. Jared shouts after him in shock, calling for him to wait, his voice echoing through the trees. Your Highness, It's dangerous to go alone. But Yuri doesn't slow down. He rides straight into the heart of the bandit camp and bellows a command to his soldiers. Charge! The bandits, caught off guard while going about their routines, are thrown into chaos. Confusion spreads as the thundering of hooves closes in from all directions. In the midst of the uproar, Yuri and his horse crash into the camp with devastating force, scattering everything in their path. The bandits who are thrown to the ground stare in shock as Yuri looms over them. With a dark edge in his voice, he mocks them, laughing as he calls them what they are, bandits. By evening, the rest of Yuri's soldiers storm into the camp, their voices frantic as they cry out for their prince. When they finally reach him, they stop short, gasping for breath. The sight before them leaves no words, bandit corpses strewn everywhere, and Yuri, calmly seated atop one of the fallen. As the soldiers arrive, Yuri greets them with a smirk, telling them they're late. Jared, still shaken, scolds the prince, asking why he acted so recklessly. Charging in alone, he says, was far too dangerous. But Yuri dismisses his concerns, firing back with his own question. Why didn't they follow him right away? Now Jared is just nagging. Turning to Sir Raymond, Yuri asks if any bandits managed to escape. Raymond answers firmly that none slipped away. Every bandit was eliminated, and not a single casualty fell among their men. Good, Yuri replies with energy. He rises to his feet, claps his hands, and declares that now it's time to steal what the bandits left behind and prepare a meal. Soon after, meat roasts over open flames, and Yuri announces the night's dinner, skewers cooked field style. He offers one to Jared, who still hasn't recovered from the shock. Jared refuses, muttering that it won't smell good anyway. Yuri laughs it off, saying that's the best part, though it seems Jared hasn't learned how to appreciate it yet. He then tells the men they'll camp here for the night and resume marching tomorrow. The soldiers answer in unison, sure. Meanwhile, the bandit leader, the one Yuri had been sitting on earlier, tries to crawl away unnoticed. Continuing his discussion with Yuri, Raymond brings up their next destination, Gid. Before they reach Balshad, the Allied rally point, they'll cross paths with another kingdom's army there, as their routes overlap. Acting as if he hasn't noticed the bandits' movements, Yuri suddenly drives a brutal kick into him. Teeth fly as the bandit crashes down, spitting blood. Without pause, Yuri asks Raymond which kingdom they'll be meeting at Gid. Raymond's expression hardens as he replies, "It's the Holy Kingdom." Yuri smiles at the name, recalling that it's the country famed for holy magic. Good, he says, with enthusiasm. He adds that if they befriend them, perhaps the Holy Kingdom's people will heal them. But Raymond, after a moment of hesitation, admits quietly that he isn't so sure about that. Sir Raymond lowers his voice as he continues, telling the prince of a rumor. The commander of the Allied forces is none other than the princess of the Holy Kingdom. Yet, because she is said to be on the weaker side in the struggle for power, whispers claim she is desperate to prove herself. To secure her position, she will go to any lengths to deliver results in this campaign. Prince Yuri Betrayal strokes his chin, repeating to himself, the princess of the Holy Kingdom. A brief laugh escapes him as he sinks into thought. Seeing his concern, Raymond suggests he investigate further before drawing conclusions. But Yuri simply smiles and shakes his head. There's no need, he says. He will meet her face to face soon enough. He gazes up at the starlit sky with a calm smile, his mind turning toward Balshad, the assembly point of the Allied forces. The midpoint to Balshad is Gid, a city tasked with supplying provisions to the armies. Being an independent region, however, its laws must be strictly followed. Any violation would fall under military law. Yuri remarks that they be finished if they cause trouble here. He instructs Raymond to ensure the soldiers are educated on this matter, knights included. Raymond bows slightly and replies, "Yes, Your Highness." With discipline tightened, the troops are stationed outside the city, while Yuri himself makes his way into the Lord's estate. The Lord greets him warmly, smiling as he welcomes the third Prince of Betrayal. "It is a pleasure to meet you," he says with grace. Yuri responds with equal respect, thanking him sincerely for the welcome and expressing, on behalf of Betrayal, his gratitude for Gid's cooperation. The Lord waves his words away modestly, assuring him there is no need for such formality. Gid, he says, will give its utmost support to the Allied forces. As they take their seats, the Lord praises him further. He recalls how His Majesty, the King of Betrayal, made legendary contributions against the orcs in his younger years. And now, with his son Yuri here on the battlefield, surely the orcs must already be trembling. He ends with a soft laugh. Yuri joins him, laughing lightly in return. With confidence, he promises that he will do his best to live up to that expectation. As they sit together, a servant leans in to whisper something to the Lord. After hearing the message, the Lord turns back to Yuri and informs him that the princess of the Holy Kingdom has just arrived. He asks if Yuri would like to meet her now. Without hesitation, Yuri replies that he would be glad to. Moments later, the doors open and the princess enters. The Lord rises at once to greet her. It is the second princess of the Holy Kingdom, Princess Sibylla. She walks with regal poise, flanked by 2 knights at her side. Her face is stern, showing no trace of warmth as she introduces herself. The Lord bows respectfully and welcomes her again, addressing her as Your Highness and calling it an honor to meet her in such a barren land. But Sibylla's eyes immediately drift to the side, locking onto the man seated in the room. With a rigid expression, she asks coldly if he is one of the Lord's vassals. The man she speaks to, Prince Yuri Betrayal, simply studies her curiously without responding right away. Before he can speak, she curtly interrupts, saying she has matters to discuss with the Lord and would like him to step out. Sensing the misunderstanding, the Lord quickly tries to intervene, intending to properly introduce the prince. But before he can finish, one of the holy knights bursts out angrily. His voice booms through the room as he yells at Yuri for his insolence. "How dare you remain seated before Her Highness? When she speaks, you stand," he roars, scolding relentlessly. Yuri only smiles. Then, without restraint, he responds casually, "Well, I'm the 3rd Prince of Bowl." The words hit like a thunderclap. Everyone freezes, shock, embarrassment, and silence filling the room. Those who have been rude just moments before are struck dumb, fumbling for words to break the tension. Yuri adds to his declaration with a calm but firm voice, telling them that though he may not look it, he is the one commanding Bowl's troops. One knight stammers nervously, "Oh, Your Highness, I..." But Yuri cuts him off, raising his voice with a sharp grin. He declares that the fault is his alone, that he should have dressed more like them in the first place. Yuri smirks and adds that instead of dressing formally, he chose to look like some neighborhood rascal. His playful jab only deepens the knight's embarrassment. Flustered, the holy knights bow their heads low, offering heartfelt apologies. They admit their discourtesy and beg the prince to forgive them. Later, as tea is served, Yuri turns to the Lord and asks if he truly looks shabby in this outfit. The Lord chuckles warmly and assures him that he does not. Princess Sibylla then lowers her gaze and apologizes for the earlier misunderstanding, asking him to please stop bringing it up. Yuri chuckles and teases, asking if he really should. Then, with a lighter tone, he proposes they start over with a proper introduction. He introduces himself as Yuri, 3rd Prince of Betrayal, extending his hand. Sibylla shakes it politely and responds that it's nice to meet him. Yuri then addresses her by name, Sibylla, and suddenly asks her age. Caught off guard, she hesitates before answering that she is 20. She follows with her own question, asking why he wants to know. Yuri grins and replies that he is 18. A 2-year difference, he says, is hardly a difference at all. So from his perspective, they are basically friends, and friends have no need for stiff formalities. "Isn't that right?" he presses. Surprised, Sibylla can only let out a startled "oh." The Lord laughs, pleased by the exchange. He remarks that it's good to build friendships before facing the brutal orcs together. He then turns to Sibylla, asking if she is all right with such familiarity. Though hesitant, she nods and agrees. Once the introductions are properly settled, Yuri addresses Sibylla again. He mentions that on his way to Gid, he noticed he hadn't seen any troops. He asks if her knights had arrived in advance. Sibylla confirms that is correct. The rest of the army will arrive tomorrow. Yuri rubs his chin in thought, remarking that he hopes nothing bad happens. His words strike a nerve, and Sibylla bristles with anger. She snaps that the rules and discipline of the Holy Kingdom are beyond doubt. Then she sharply asks if he's implying there will be conflict. Calm and composed, Yuri shakes his head. No, he tells her he was speaking of external conflict, not internal. He explains that orcs sometimes appear even within secure borders, and despite their size, they're capable of launching ambushes. The Lord, smiling, supports Yuri's warning. He adds that the orcs are cunning creatures, far more deceptive than their massive size suggests. Yuri ends the matter by saying that, of course, this is the Holy Kingdom they're talking about, so he's sure there won't be problems. Still, he cautions Sibylla to remain alert. Time passes, and the meeting draws to a close. Later, in the city, Yuri takes a stroll with Hernando. Hernando asks him what he thought of the Holy Kingdom's paladins. Without hesitation, Yuri answers that they're far too rigid, and that Princess Sibylla will have a hard time managing them. With a small grin, Hernando then asks if Yuri likes the princess, since he seems a bit concerned about her. Yuri admits that maybe he does, but quickly changes the subject as he digs into his pocket. Pulling out the item he had taken from the bandits, he holds it up and asks Hernando if he's sure it came from here. Hernando nods toward a nearby shop, saying this is the only place in the region that sells such items. Yuri asks if the bandit captain was telling the truth, that this thing could lure orcs. Hernando replies carefully, saying that what the bandit captain actually claimed is that orcs would go berserk and rush at whoever carries it, drawn to its aura like addicts to a drug of war. He admits it could be an artifact, but scoffs at the thought, saying it's too crudely made to be worth calling one. He doubts it would function well. As they linger talking in front of the shop, the owner grows impatient. Finally, he snaps, shouting at them to leave if they're not going to buy anything. Yuri and Hernando exchange a glance, then turn to go. They mutter that it seems no such items are left here. Likely, the bandits bought them all. As they walk away, Yuri smiles faintly, saying it's unfortunate. Just then, Hernando notices something. He calls out urgently to Yuri, pointing ahead. Yuri follows his gaze and sees a group of Bull's soldiers slipping into a building. Hernando narrows his eyes at the building and tells the prince it looks like gambling is going on inside that bar. Yuri's eyes light up with interest. "Oh," he says, almost amused. Then, with a sudden spark of energy, he declares that if soldiers of Betrayal are caught gambling, he can't just stand by and let it happen. Clearly up to something, he and Hernando stride toward the building together. On the way, Yuri mutters that this army is in dire need of discipline. Hernando nods in agreement, replying that the prince is absolutely right. Elsewhere in the city, within the Holy Kingdom's quarters, a knight approaches Princess Sibylla and asks if she has spoken with the Lord. She answers with a simple yes. The knight smirks mockingly. His name is Finnick, the vice commander of the Holy Kingdom's forces. With thinly veiled contempt, he remarks that he has heard rumors about the third prince of Betrayal, that his reputation is in shambles. He scoffs at the idea of such an eccentric figure being in charge, saying the once proud Betrayal knights are nothing but a thing of the past. Sibylla's tone sharpens as she calls his name. She warns him there's no need to insult Betrayal, but Finnick brushes her off with a dismissive whatever and continues. He mocks Yuri's ragged attire, saying he looked more like a common mercenary than a prince, and that his conduct was even worse. Sibylla's gaze hardens, her silence carrying a sharp warning. But Finnick ignores it and pushes further, his words turning venomous. He sneers that he wouldn't be surprised if Betrayal ends up short one prince before this campaign is through. That is enough for her. With a stern edge in her voice, Sibylla orders him to watch his words and stop crossing the line. Finnick only shrugs and casually answers, "Yes, Your Highness." Then, as if her warning meant nothing, he answers her earlier question. She asks if there are any problems with the main forces, and he replies in a curt, dismissive tone that there are none at all. He insists there's nothing for her to worry about, that he has everything under control. He and the other knight begin to walk past her, but before leaving fully, Finnick turns back and remarks smugly that if she doesn't mind, he and his men will be patrolling the city. Sibylla says nothing in return. Instead, she exhales a long sigh, left alone with her unsettled thoughts. That evening, the inn was filled with noise and warmth, laughter, chatter, and the clinking of mugs echoing through the room. The door creaked open, and Finnick entered with his knights, their steps firm, their faces stern. But the moment Finnick's eyes swept across the scene, his expression hardened. One of his men leaned in and asked who those people were. Finnick's reply was cold. They were Betrayal soldiers. His voice carried disdain as he muttered that Bull's forces were being reckless, letting these men run wild in the city. To see them sitting around, even gambling openly, made him grit his teeth. He exhaled sharply and shook his head. Do they have no discipline at all? A knight from the Holy Kingdom gave a dry laugh. Isn't it obvious? With a commander like theirs, of course his soldiers would follow suit. Finnick's jaw tightened. The sight disgusted him even more. This is unacceptable, he declared. As a paladin of the Holy Kingdom, I won't stand by and ignore this. He raised his voice, calling out to the men at the tables. What do you think you're doing here? The gamblers froze mid-play, cards still in their hands, and turned their eyes toward him. Finnick stepped forward. You're soldiers, not gamblers. Even if you're from another kingdom, I won't tolerate this behavior. Do you take the Allied forces for a joke? His hand shot out, pointing directly at them, his tone sharp, cutting through the lively atmosphere. Just as he was about to continue, a hand touched his shoulder. A voice calmly asked what he had just said. Finnick turned, and his breath caught. Standing behind him was none other than Yuri, the third prince of Betrayal and commander of these soldiers. With a casual smile, Yuri's hand still rested on Finnick's shoulder as he asked for his name. Then, with a light pat on Finnick's shoulder, Yuri acted as though the tension meant nothing at all. But Fennec stiffened, recognition flashing in his eyes. Fury welled up in him, and in an instant he shoved Yuri's hand away. The sharp sound cut through the inn like a blade, silencing the room. His words burst out, filled with outrage. He shouted that this kind of conduct didn't just dishonor Yuri himself, but poisoned the soldiers under his command. The gamblers lowered their cards slowly, stunned, their eyes flicking between Fennec and their prince, the air heavy with anticipation. The soldiers' expressions shifted, confusion mixing with irritation, their stares sharpening. Fennec's lips curled into a thin, mocking smile. His words cut through the air like blades. What you should be holding is a sword, not a stack of cards. He leaned into the jab, his tone dripping with scorn. Looking at you now, I can't even tell if you've ever touched a real weapon. A faint laugh escaped Yuri, but it carried no warmth. The smile lingered on his lips, though his eyes had already grown cold. When he spoke, his voice was sharp with disdain. I asked for your name, nothing more. And yet you throw insults in my face. Tell me, does the Holy Kingdom no longer know rank or order? Fennec faltered, his earlier bravado wavering. His words stumbled out, awkward and broken. That's just. But he was cut short. The inn's door burst open, and a commanding voice rang out. What in the world is happening here? Every head turned. The princess of the Holy Kingdom had entered, her presence instantly seizing the room. Her gaze swept across the scene until it landed on Fennec. A frown creased her face, heavy with disappointment. Sir Fennec, didn't you say you were going on patrol at once? The strength drained from him, shoulders slumping. He lowered his head in shame, his earlier fury dissolving into silence. Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for argument. Step outside. Fennec's head jerked up, eyes burning with anger and humiliation. His teeth clenched, but he obeyed. With stiff, rigid steps, he turned toward the door, his knights following behind him. The princess watched his retreat with stern disapproval before shifting her attention back to Yuri. A weary sigh escaped her, touched with frustration. Please forgive him. I'll apologize on Fennec's behalf. Yuri's smile returned, smooth and deliberate. No need, he said easily, though the glint in his eyes betrayed his amusement. I can only imagine how hard it must be for you to keep every subordinate under control. For that, you need to be nothing short of a holy sovereign. Her hand instinctively brushed the hilt of her sword, her brows knitting as thoughts stirred behind her eyes. But she chose not to answer his barb. Instead, she turned to leave. At the doorway, she looked back, her gaze locking with his, a steady fire flickering within. In that case, she said quietly, each word measured, I'll repay this debt another time. Yuri's smile deepened, playful yet edged with intrigue. Another time, then, he echoed, watching her go, his eyes lingering with interest. Once the princess departed, Yuri's smile slowly faded. His expression grew dark, his thoughts turning inward. The words of Sir Raymond at the bandits' camp resurfaced in his mind. The second princess of the Holy Kingdom stands on shaky ground in the struggle for power. She clings to results because she has no choice. A shiver of clarity passed through him. So this was what Raymond had been hinting at. Still, Yuri dismissed the thought with a casual shrug, forcing his easy grin back into place. Not my concern, he muttered before striding over to his men. He dropped into their midst, laughter rising as he joined their boisterous game. The soldiers eagerly jostled to face him next, shouting over one another with drunken excitement. Yuri chuckled, pointing at the challenger who stepped forward. I like that confidence, he said, his tone playful, his grin wide. The scene shifted. Outside, Sir Fennec stood with his knights, his annoyance heavy in the air as the princess approached. His frustration broke loose the moment he saw her. Have you already made friends with the third Prince of Betrayal? He demanded, his words sharp, brimming with resentment. Her reply was calm, her voice steady. Is that really the problem right now? But Fennec's anger spilled over. His voice rose, each word laced with accusation. I warned you about that prince, his lack of dignity, his arrogance. His tirade was suddenly cut short. A voice, desperate and raw, pierced the tension. Your Highness! Both turned sharply, their argument instantly forgotten. A rider thundered toward them, blood streaking his armor, his horse foaming and stumbling with exhaustion. The soldier barely managed to dismount before collapsing to one knee. Forgive my disrespect, he gasped out, chest heaving, but this cannot wait. The princess stepped forward, her face paling as dread crept in. What message do you bring? The soldier's voice cracked, trembling with urgency. The main forces, they've been attacked by the orcs. The words struck like lightning, freezing both Fennec and the princess in stunned silence. Moments later, the princess mounted her steed, now clad in her full battle armor, her figure commanding and resolute. The time for hesitation had ended. The field of war awaited. The Lord of Gid stood beside the princess, his voice carrying both respect and unease as he addressed her. "Your Highness, are you leaving at once?" She gave a firm nod. "I am." But before she could depart, the Lord hesitated, then spoke, his words heavy with caution. "Forgive me if this sounds improper, but I must say it. What are your thoughts on requesting aid from the Betrayal forces?" Her eyes fixed on him, sharp and thoughtful, weighing his suggestion in silence. The Lord pressed on, his tone earnest. "If we wish to reduce losses among our allied troops, this may be the wisest course." He barely finished when Fennec burst in, his voice loud and unyielding. "Nonsense!" His glare burned with defiance. "The Holy Kingdom handles its own battles. Or are you suggesting we knights of the Holy Kingdom could be bested by mere orcs?" The Lord stiffened, his face drawn tight with unease. He forced an awkward laugh, waving his hands quickly. No, that's not what I meant at all." Before the tension could boil over, the princess intervened. Her voice was steady, composed. "It's all right." She offered the Lord a small, reassuring smile. "I know your concerns come from loyalty, but trust me, this will end without trouble. Still, I thank you for speaking your mind." With that, she seized her reins, determination flashing in her eyes. Her command rang out clear. "Knights, ride." The ground trembled as hooves thundered, her forces surging forward behind her, a storm of steel and resolve rushing to the aid of their main army. The Lord of Gid remained where he stood, his face shadowed with lingering worry as he watched them disappear into the distance. At his side, a soldier shifted uneasily before muttering, "The Knights of the Holy Kingdom. They are truly stubborn." The Lord gave a solemn nod, especially that Vice Commander, Fennec. But it can't be helped. His expression hardened as he straightened, voice turning firm. "Send word to the third prince in the Betrayal camp." The soldier bowed deeply. "Yes, my lord." Before the soldier departed, the Lord of Gid's tone turned sharp, leaving no room for hesitation. "Go quickly. Waste no time." The soldier bowed low, then sped off on horseback. Time passed, and soon he arrived at the Betrayal camp. Dropping to one knee, he delivered the message to the third prince. Yuri unsealed the letter, his expression tightening as his eyes moved across the words. A shadow of concern darkened his face. Sir Raymond approached. "What does it say?" Yuri's voice was heavy as he answered. "The Holy Kingdom's main force has been struck by the orcs." Raymond froze, disbelief flickering across his features. "What?" Yuri continued, his tone low. "The Lord of Gid is asking us, as part of the Alliance, to join in wiping out the orcs nearby." Raymond's brows drew tight with confusion. "But why would Gid be the one to ask this of us, and not the Holy Kingdom themselves?" For a moment, Yuri was silent. Then the image of the Holy Kingdom's vice commander surfaced in his mind, and a faint smirk tugged at his lips. Most likely, someone was being stubborn. He straightened, his voice turning brisk. "Prepare to move, Raymond." Raymond thumped a fist against his chest. "As you command, Your Highness." Yuri's eyes shifted to the messenger. "What's your name?" The soldier's reply was slightly breathless. "Roy, Your Highness." "Roy." Yuri nodded. "Go to the bar by the Talisman Market. Tell my knights to assemble here. And one more thing." A mischievous glint lit his gaze. "Say this. The third prince will only take the first 10 who arrive. That'll make them run." Roy's eyes widened with sudden clarity. "Yes, Your Highness." "Understood." He mounted at once and tore off into the night, dust trailing behind him. Yuri watched him go, then set the letter down beside the lantern. He brushed his hands together, his expression unreadable. Finally, his lips curved into a sly smile. "Good. Time for a night stroll." Later that night, Yuri rode out at the head of his knights, guiding them toward the orcs' location. His mood seemed light, almost playful. Turning to his men, he called out with a grin, "You're not still drunk, are you?" "Not a chance, Your Highness," they roared back, swords raised high, their spirits blazing with vigor. Yuri burst into laughter at his knights' roaring reply. "Good, that's what I like to hear." Turning to the right, his gaze fell on Jared. The man's complexion was pale, his posture unsteady. Yuri smirked lightly. "What's wrong, Jared? You look like death warmed over." Jared muttered weakly. "I'm fine," though the words carried no conviction. Just then, the pounding of hooves grew louder. Someone was racing up from behind, closing the distance swiftly. "It's Laurent." The knight pulled up beside Yuri, his smile radiant as he called out, "Your Highness." Yuri greeted him with equal energy. "Yes, Laurent." Laurent's eyes gleamed with open admiration. Once again, I'm amazed by you. To think you not only forgave the paladins after the insult they dealt you, but you also ride now to save them. Your Highness, your vision is far greater than theirs. You're teaching us all that there's no need to sink to their level. I truly admire your insight. Yuri gave a small, awkward laugh, waving it off. It's nothing like that. Inside, though, he found himself wondering if Laurent had always been so fervent. Still, he met Laurent's earnest gaze and said, "Thank you. Your loyalty means a great deal." But even as he spoke, unease lingered. Laurent seemed so different from the man Yuri remembered in his previous life. Then again, he himself had changed as well. Perhaps Laurent's transformation was tied to his own. Laurent, still burning with devotion, bowed his head slightly. "Thank you for finally recognizing me, my prince." The thought clung to Yuri as they pressed forward. Suddenly, Sir Raymond's sharp voice cut through the night. "Your Highness, something ahead." They all looked forward, narrowing their eyes. As they closed the distance, the shapes came into focus. "The Paladins of the Holy Kingdom," Raymond confirmed. Before the clash to come, Yuri reined in his horse and turned to address his men. His voice rang clear and commanding. "Listen well. This will be your first battle against orcs. From this moment, I will step onto the battlefield before anyone else, and I will be the last to leave it." As he spoke, a brilliant aura surged from him, a glowing blue light that spread across his entire body, radiant and untamed. Yuri's voice deepened, steady and commanding, each word resonating with unshakable resolve. "I, Yuri Bryal, third Prince of Bryal, command you, do not be harmed." He yanked the reins, his horse rearing high with a fierce neigh, its cry echoing in defiance. Then his voice thundered across the ranks. "Charge!" The knights surged forward with renewed vigor. Not far ahead, the paladins of the Holy Kingdom were already pressing onward, a line of steel and banners, riding to aid their embattled comrades who struggled against the orc assault. Lady Sibylla pushed herself harder at the front of the Holy Kingdom's vanguard, guilt gnawing at her. She had been careless. She hadn't anticipated that the main orc force would strike directly at their core army. Yuri's words resurfaced in her mind, sharp and unwelcome. "Be cautious. Orcs sometimes slip past borders." Her hands tightened on the reins as she frowned, anger rising at her own negligence. The battlefield came into view, her soldiers locked in desperate combat with the orcs. "They're still fighting," she shouted to her knights. "We need to reach them faster." Spurring her horse, she whispered a quick prayer of thanks that their standards still stood unbroken. Then she turned to her vice commander. "Sir Fennec, the paladins will strike at the orc commander directly. Lead the charge." Fennec's answer came without hesitation. "Yes, your highness." He rallied the others, his voice carrying across their line. "Form up. Prepare to charge." Their reply was loud and unified. "Yes, sir." The paladins surged forward, weapons raised high. At the front, Sibylla clutched the cross at her neck, whispering, "Lord, your servant wishes to run ahead. Push me forward." The pendant glowed faintly at first, then brighter and brighter, until the radiance engulfed her horse and her entire form. Wrapped in shimmering white light, she raised her sword high. Faster, straight at their commander. The paladins roared, spurring their mounts after her. None of them noticed the trap waiting just ahead. A skull, tangled with twisted strands of magic, floated up from the ground as they drew near. Its eyes flared a menacing red, and a haze of dark purple spread outward. In an instant, it dropped back down, striking the earth. A vast magic circle burst open beneath them, glowing with ominous light. The charge couldn't stop. The paladins and their princess rode straight into the heart of the dark spell. The instant their horses' hooves struck the circle, the ground shattered. Both riders and mounts plunged downward, swallowed by the collapsing earth. At the very front, Sibylla cried out, her voice ringing over the chaos. "It's a trap." Her warning was cut short as her horse bucked beneath her, sending her tumbling. The fall seemed endless, a black abyss with no bottom. Around her, the terrified screams of knights echoed as they all plummeted together. Sibylla reached upward as she fell, a desperate thought striking her. Had she chosen wrongly again? Then came the impact. She slammed against solid ground, pain jolting through her body. A harsh glare from above forced her to raise her hand, shielding her eyes from the light. And in that moment, her mind drifted back. She was a child again, the day her holy power first awakened. Voices surrounded her, praising her gift. Excelenate. Their words had been so gentle, so full of expectation. She had smiled brightly, vowing to live up to their hopes. That was why she had thrown herself into swordsmanship. But then came the day she surpassed her brothers. Her blade struck true, leaving one of them kneeling in defeat, and she realized too late it had been a wrong path. From then on, her brother's fear took root, fear that she might take his place. He had pushed her toward war, toward a destiny that wasn't hers. When the Allied forces formed, they named her commander. God's will, they said. If she fought for the divine, salvation would follow, and her soul would ascend. But as she'd received the order, as they patted her head, she had known the truth. Now, lying in this pit, battered and broken, the truth burned once more. "Don't make me laugh," she spat bitterly, forcing herself to rise, sword still clutched in her grip. "All you wanted was for me to die." Around her, the paladins groaned, bloodied and shaken, struggling to move after the brutal fall. Sibylla pushed herself upright, defiance blazing, and barked, "Stand up, get ready." As she steadied herself, something on her hand caught her eye. A slick dark smear. She glanced around. The same substance coated the others as well. Her breath caught. Oil. Her eyes widened in alarm as she tilted her gaze upward. High above, orcs stood in vast numbers, circling the pit. Each held a torch, the flames crackling hungrily, ready to be cast down. All Sibylla could see were the blazing torches held by the orcs above. The small sound escaped her lips, hollow and defeated. The orcs raised their arms, ready to hurl the flames down into the pit. Sibyllla's mind reeled. First, they struck the main army, and now a fire trap. Her chest tightened as despair closed in. What am I supposed to do? How do I survive this? Her vision swam, everything turning red and dark. She squeezed her eyes shut, surrendering to her fate. What have I been fighting for all this time? Then, "Sibylla," a voice cut through the haze, strong and commanding. The severed head of an orc fell past her, thudding against the ground. The voice called again. "Open your eyes." She did. Tears blurred her vision, threatening to spill, but there he was. Prince Betrayal, torch still in hand from the orc he had slain. He looked down at her with a playful grin. Was it really that hard to just ask for help? Bathed in his glowing blue aura, he smiled brightly. "Are you all right?" Around the pit, his knights struck fast, cutting down the orcs one by one. The torches fell harmlessly to the dirt as their wielders collapsed. In moments, the danger was gone. Ropes were thrown down. One by one, the battered paladins were pulled up. Last came Sibylla. Yuri himself reached down, offering his hand. She grasped it, and he pulled her up firmly to solid ground. Breathing hard, she looked at him and murmured, "Thank you. I owe you." He waved it off easily. Think nothing of it. Before another word could pass between them, a voice called out, "Prince." Both turned. It was Finnick. He stepped forward, bowed his head, and spoke with solemnity. "I, Finnick, Vice Commander of the Holy Kingdom's Knights, greet the third Prince of Betrayal, and I formally apologize for my behavior at the tavern." Both Sibylla and Yuri blinked in shock at his words. Finnick went on, voice steady but humbled. "I will never forget this kindness, not until the day I die." Sibylla's eyes widened. Could this truly be Finnick apologizing? Yuri, however, only smiled, confident, unruffled, as though nothing had ever stood between them. "I accept your apology," he said. Then his tone shifted just slightly. "And if the day ever comes when Betrayal finds itself in need, I hope the Holy Kingdom will lend its hand as well." A piercing scream cut through the night, snapping Yuri's attention toward the battlefield. Steel still clashed violently, soldiers struggling against the crushing weight of the orcs' massive maces. But above the chaos, one orc lifted a great horn to his lips and blew. The low, thunderous note reverberated across the field. Yuri's hand tightened around his sword hilt. His instincts screamed danger. Yet, instead of pressing the attack, the orcs abruptly broke away, turning their backs and retreating in unison. Yuri's eyes narrowed. So, they flee because they failed to crush the paladins? His voice hardened into a growl. "I won't allow it." His command rang out, sharp and unyielding. "After them. Don't let a single one escape." "Yes, your highness," his knights roared, charging after the retreating orcs. But then, a flag rose high above the orc ranks. 3 banners, each marked with the same sigil, rippled in the night wind. Yuri's expression darkened instantly. An orcful. The ground quaked as a towering figure emerged. Each colossal step split the earth beneath its weight. A giant orc, its massive frame adorned with a flag draped across its back, marched forward with murderous intent. Its roar shattered the air. Sibyl's voice trembled with urgency. "Yuri!" But he raised a hand, signaling her to hold back, his eyes locked on the monster. The orcful hefted a massive bow, its arrow glowing with twisted, dark mana. The string drew taut, then released with a thunderous snap. The blackened projectile screamed through the air, ripping toward Yuri with devastating speed. Yet Yuri stood still, unflinching. His stance was unwavering, his gaze focused. At the last instant, his eyes flared with brilliant blue light. Channeling his mana, he swung. Bam! His blade cleaved the arrow in two, the fragments scattering harmlessly across the ground. Lowering his weapon, he spoke calmly, his words almost casual against the storm of magic around them. It seems the orc commander is rather upset by my presence. Mana surged from his body, brighter and stronger than before, cloaking both himself and his sword in a radiant glow. A confident smile tugged at his lips. Very well, he said softly, his voice carrying like steel. I'll answer his challenge. Sword raised, aura blazing, Yuri stepped forward. Each stride was deliberate, powerful, commanding the battlefield as the orcs pulled back in anticipation of what was to come. Yuri put some distance between himself and the others, planting his feet firmly into a fighting stance. His voice carried back with steady confidence. I'll return soon. Wait, don't go alone. Sibylla called after him, her worry plain. But he didn't slow. Without another word, he charged forward. A cluster of orcs noticed his advance. One broke off, muscles flexing as it braced with a long spear. It bellowed something guttural in its tongue, then hurled the weapon with terrifying force. The spear tore through the air, a blur racing straight for Yuri's face. He saw it, but he didn't stop, sword still at his side, his eyes narrowed, focusing entirely on the strike. And then, a memory surged back. Bernard's voice echoed in his mind. On the battlefield, countless things change. Terrain, weather, timing. Most improve through training. But your Highness's soul severance is different. He remembered himself frowning, confused. Different? How? Bernard's sigh had been heavy. You instantly read the situation. You see the best option, and your body just acts. It becomes a sword strike. You won't need me to explain. When the time comes, you'll understand. Back in the present, Yuri shifted, body moving with effortless precision. The spear skimmed past, missing it by inches. His gaze instantly locked on another one flying in. Dropping low, he coiled like a spring. At the perfect moment, he vaulted upward, the second spear burying itself into the ground beneath him. He landed on its shaft, using it as a platform to launch himself higher. The orcs below froze in shock, wide-eyed as he descended with blinding speed. One swing, a flash of steel. They fell together. The ground trembled with more roars. Yuri turned. 3 massive orcs were barreling toward him, fury burning in their eyes. He tightened his grip on his sword, excitement flashing across his face. 3 at once, he mused, energy surging through him. It's been far too long since I tasted battle. There's no way I'm letting this chance slip by. Yuri shifted into a perfect stance, memories of his past life flooding back. His eyes sharpened, locking onto the onrushing orcs. And then, his vision changed. Lines appeared across their bodies, glowing trails mapping the weakest points, the perfect paths for his blade. I see it, he muttered, his voice steady. The path of my sword. He moved. The first orc fell instantly, cut down along the lines only he could see. The next charge brought 2 more into view, the lines dancing across their bodies as well. Without hesitation, he followed the path his mind revealed. His strikes were fast, exact, merciless. The orcs never had a chance to counter. It was pure slaughter, one-sided absolute. When the last of them collapsed, Yuri slid his sword back into its sheath. My body still can't keep up with my thoughts, he admitted with a low sigh. Then, with a faint smirk, he added, for now, that will have to do. His eyes drifted to the fallen orc's weapons. One spear in particular caught his attention. He strode over, lifted it, and raised it high above his head. His voice rang out, filled with fury. Orcful. The massive orc commander turned, its gaze falling on him. Yuri's grip tightened on the spear, mana flooding into it until it shimmered with power. Then, with a single, fluid motion, he hurled it with devastating force. The orcful didn't move. Standing proud, it raised its great axe to block, arrogant in its strength. Yuri's grin widened. Bam! The spear struck, not the orc itself, but the pole strapped to its back. The Orcish flag, their proud emblem of strength, splintered into fragments as the pole shattered. Shards rained to the ground. The lesser orcs froze in shock, staring wide-eyed. The orcful's teeth ground together, a deep growl reverberating from its chest. Its back was bare now, its symbol of dominance reduced to broken wood. It barked a harsh command in its guttural tongue. And just like that, the orc ranks began to withdraw. Yuri watched them turn away, his smirk sharp and confident. So instead of charging, you cut your losses. Fine. Consider my reply to your arrow. The battlefield quieted around him. Yuri, Sibylla's voice rang out. She was finally reaching him, her horse pounding the dirt as she called his name. Sibylla rushed up to him, her voice urgent. Are you hurt? Yuri turned toward her, his smile bright and easy. Nope, I'm fine. Together, they looked out at the battlefield. The orcs were in full retreat, scattered and beaten, their soldiers pressing them back. Looks like it's over, Yuri said calmly. Then, glancing at her, he asked with a hint of amusement, so, how does it feel? Your first victory as part of the Alliance. For a moment, Sibylla couldn't speak. Then a soft, relieved smile touched her lips. She lowered her head, slightly in gratitude. Thank you. Truly, it's thanks to you. Yuri accepted her words with a simple smile. But in the shadow of the forest, the retreating orcs halted. Their commander stood tall, trembling with fury. With a roar, he slammed his fist into a tree, splintering the wood. His monstrous face twisted, tusks bared, one glowing red, eye burning in the dark. He growled something low and chilling in the orc tongue. The air itself seemed to shudder with his rage. That night, back in the city of Gid, the taverns overflowed with noise. Soldiers laughed and drank, mugs slamming against tables, the air thick with celebration. Outside, drunk men staggered, singing off-key, while inside, stories of the battle flowed like the ale. Sir Jared was in the middle of it all, animated as he retold what had happened. I'm telling you, it was unbelievable. His Highness dashed forward, caught the torch midair, just whoosh, and threw it right back. The soldiers leaned in, wide-eyed or written on their faces. One muttered, strange. I'd heard the prince was a poor fighter. Thought he lived off gambling, actually. And I've even seen him play cards. He's damn good at it. At that, Loran, sitting nearby, shot up indignantly. His voice rang out, full of conviction. Lies. All of it. He placed a hand firmly over his chest, his face red with pride. The blood of the king runs strongest in Prince Yuri. I swear it. His words tumbled out, brimming with admiration. You haven't seen anything yet. His deeds are countless, each one proof of his greatness. And I'll tell you every single one if I must. The soldiers exchanged looks, some chuckling, others nodding, as Loran launched into his impassioned praise, unwilling to let a single rumor stand unchallenged. At a distance, someone quietly listens in on the chatter between the knight and his soldiers. One soldier nudges another, pointing out that Loran is completely drunk, questioning who even let him touch alcohol. Their voices slowly fade away, leaving only the quiet murmur of the place. The eavesdropper, Yuri's personal assassin, calmly takes a spoonful of her meal. Her thoughts stir. Prince Yuri. He's far too unusual to be just another noble. He had seen through the assassination technique she'd concealed her entire life. She sets her spoon down, reflecting further. And now, he walks into the heart of a battlefield without hesitation. To her, it always seems as though Yuri stays several moves ahead of everyone, at times giving the impression he can glimpse the future itself. She turns slightly, spotting the innkeeper, and beckons him closer. When he approaches, she tells him she's searching for someone. The innkeeper nods. Yes, who are you looking for? She describes a man with dark brown hair, a sword at his waist, and remarkable swordsmanship. The innkeeper scratches his head, admitting he can't recall anyone who fits that description from memory. She narrows the search with one more detail. The man struggles with the continental language, carrying a noticeable accent. That jogs the innkeeper's memory. Ah, now that you mention it, I'm not sure about the hair color, but I do recall a man who spoke awkwardly. He ordered risotto, asked for no spices, and wanted directions to Balshad. Taking in this information, the woman produces a silver coin and places it in his hand with a simple, all right. Thank you for the information. The innkeeper chuckles, delighted but slightly flustered. I wasn't expecting a reward, but since you insist, thank you, ma'am. She turns her gaze to the window, lost in thought. Balshad, that's where the allied forces are gathering. Staring into the distance, she concludes silently. So, he's heading the same way as His Highness. I'll need to move quickly and find him first. A clear image forms in her mind, the back of the man she's searching for. She recognizes him instantly. One of the continent's 10 strongest, a swordsman from the east. After the battle at Gid, Prince Yuri Betrayal and his soldiers press on toward their next destination. Each night, they set up camp, far more prepared this time, having learned from the Holy Kingdom's example. As the soldiers work, Yuri observes with approval. He turns to Sir Raymond, remarking that he's glad the men are already used to this routine. He had worried he might need to start from scratch. Sir Raymond, equally satisfied, replies that after setting up camp so many times, the soldiers' bodies simply remember what to do. Yuri praises him, saying it's thanks to Raymond's guidance, and that he's done an excellent job. Then, pointing ahead, the prince tells him he'll go scout around and leaves camp management in Raymond's hands. Raymond bows his head. Yes, Your Highness. Sometime later, Yuri walks alone through the forest. Despite the presence of many soldiers nearby, the silence feels heavy. He narrows his eyes, considering the possibility of a night ambush being higher than expected. Suddenly, a harsh voice breaks the stillness. You little bastard! The prince quickly moves toward the sound, slipping into the bushes for cover. From there, he sees a troubling sight, several soldiers surrounding Corey. Corey kneels on the ground while the men stand on either side of him. One scolds him, reminding him that he'd ordered Corey not to leave his sight. Corey stays silent, tears slipping down his face as insults are hurled at him. Dirty half-orc. The bullying escalates. One accuses Corey of being a spy, tricking the prince under false loyalty. Corey shakes his head desperately, his voice breaking as he insists it isn't true, repeating over and over that he would never do such a thing. But the soldier sneers, grabbing Corey's hand and yanking off the gauntlet the prince had given him. Not true. My ass. You probably stole this too. Corey immediately reaches out, trying to reclaim it. He pleads, insisting he never stole anything, begging for it to be returned. The soldier refuses, declaring he'll destroy it, while another laughs cruelly. Corey's voice cracks as he begs again. And in that instant, Prince Yuri steps out from the shadows. Yuri's voice cuts through the tension as he calls out, You there! The soldiers freeze, turning to see him step forward. His eyes narrow as he demands, What are you doing here while everyone else is working hard to set up camp? The men stumble over their words, trying to excuse themselves. Your Highness, you see this guy here. But Yuri doesn't let them finish. His gaze sharpens into something that makes their knees tremble. It seems you didn't hear me clearly. I'll say it again. Get lost. The two soldiers snap upright, shouting, Yes, sir. They drop the gauntlet, scramble to their feet, and run off, yelling apologies as they disappear into the distance. Yuri turns his attention to Corey. Are you all right? He asks. Corey doesn't answer at first, only staring in shock. Finally, he picks up the fallen gauntlet, holds it close with his eyes shut, and whispers, Yes, thank you, Your Highness. The prince sits beside him, lowering his voice. Would you like me to punish those men? Corey shakes his head, a faint smile breaking through. No, it's fine. He adjusts his hood carefully, then continues. This is natural. People love beauty and despise ugliness. If you shield me, I'll only feel safe for the moment, but it'll push me further away from my dream. Curious, Yuri asks, And what dream is that? Corey hesitates, then answers firmly. I want to live among people, once I've earned their recognition. Yuri looks at him in silence, taken aback. Inwardly, he admits it's a dream that seems almost impossible. Yet, gazing at Corey, he resolves quietly. For now, he can remain with the soldiers under the pretext of serving as an orc language interpreter. But after this raid, he doesn't finish the thought. Instead, he gently pats Corey's head, ruffling his hair, leaving the boy stunned. Breaking the silence, Yuri asks, You're staying with Hernando right now, aren't you? Pardon? Yes, Corey replies. Then comes the unexpected. Learn magic from Hernando. Yuri tells him, his expression softening into a smile. If you want to live among the people, you'll need something special, skills that set you apart. Later that night, under a sky full of stars, the Betrayal soldiers rest within their fully prepared camp. Inside a large tent, a council gathers. One of the men raises the pressing question. How much preparation has been done for a night ambush? Sir Raymond answers first, explaining that every supply depot has been covered with flame-retardant cloth, and that guards have been stationed around both the palisades and the barracks. Jared, clearly unconvinced, asks if all of this is really necessary. He points out that the prince has even assigned more soldiers than usual. Yuri leans forward, pointing at a section of the map. Calmly, he reminds them that they're deep within orc territory. If something happens here, it won't be out of the ordinary. We need to stay ahead. He warns them that the orcs might use fire once again, the same way they had against the Holy Kingdom. But before anyone can respond, a soldier bursts into the tent, his voice frantic. Your Highness, it's urgent. Breathless, he blurts out the news. The orcs are attacking. The atmosphere changes in an instant. Everyone bolts from the tent, worry tightening their expressions. Outside, the sight is grim. Flames engulf the camp as soldiers clash with orcs in the chaos. Yuri surveys the scene, his tone heavy. This is worse than I imagined. Before anyone can react further, a large barrel radiating strange, dark energy comes hurtling through the air. It crashes down right behind Yuri, detonating in a violent explosion. He spins toward the blast, staring in disbelief at the destruction it left behind. Exhaling sharply, he mutters, "I'm at a loss for words. Are the orcs using gunpowder now?" Hernando shakes his head. "That's no gunpowder. That's sorcery." The mana is distorted. Yuri clicks his tongue, shaking his head. "Blatant sorcery, right here. Honestly, I don't even know what to say. I'm sick of this." Still, he turns to Hernando with urgency. "What's our countermeasure?" Hernando studies the distorted energy, reading the mana hidden in the flames. Finally, he concludes, these are pre-made bombs infused with sorcery. The orcs are just tossing them. The only way forward is to take out the ones throwing them. Yuri thinks for a moment, then raises his voice firmly, calling out to his officers. "Jared, Sir Raymond, disperse and take command of your units." Yuri channels his mana, bright blue energy flowing into his blade until it shines with raw intensity. His voice cuts through the roar of the fire and the chaos around him as he issues his orders once more. "Jared, Sir Raymond, disperse and take command of your units." Then mana surges higher, not stopping at his sword. It spreads, cloaking his entire body in a radiant azure glow. His eyes narrow, his focus sharp. Raising his weapon, he declares, "In the meantime, I'm going to see the face of the one behind this little stunt." He turns to Hernando, the air trembling with power. "Which way is this sorcery coming from?" Without hesitation, Hernando thrusts his hand outward, pointing firmly. "That way." Yuri stomps the ground, the impact cracking the earth beneath his boots. "All right, I'll be back." With that, he launches forward, the explosive force of his mana propelling him like a thunderbolt. His figure tears through the night, leaving only a trail of blue light behind. When he arrives, his eyes lock on the figure waiting ahead. An orc stands unmoving, a flag planted defiantly on its back. Recognition flashes instantly. It's the same one whose flag Yuri had broken before. The pole is crudely patched together with cloth, a mark of defiance. Fury boils in his chest at the sight. He charges without pause, his anger driving his every step. But the orc does not move. It stares at him, solid and unyielding, like a slab of stone. That stillness, that arrogance, only feeds Yuri's rage. He roars, his voice booming, his blade blazing like a spear of blue light. "Was it you?" His sword thrusts forward, aimed to pierce through. But in the final instant, the orc's hand snaps back, fingers gripping the handle of its massive axe. With startling speed for its size, it swings upward, the blunt edge rising like a steel barricade. The two weapons collide. A shower of sparks bursts out, metal clashing against metal with bone-shaking force. The impact rattles the air itself. Using that momentum, the orc immediately follows through, its massive axe sweeping into a wide, brutal horizontal swing. The orc's massive sweep crashes through the air, the sheer force driving both of them back. Yuri staggers, his breath ragged, his sword arm trembling. The overwhelming power of this opponent sinks in, cold and undeniable. Across from him, the orc's eyes gleam, not with rage, but with excitement. Yuri narrows his gaze, realizing something critical. These aren't clumsy swings. This orc has fought countless battles before. The orc raises its enormous axe again, preparing another crushing strike. Yuri calculates quickly. He doesn't like it, but he has to create distance. The weapon comes down with a roar, and he barely slips back in time, the blade slamming into the ground where he stood a heartbeat ago. But the orc doesn't relent. Its attacks rain down in a relentless flurry, each swing powerful enough to shatter stone. Yuri dodges and weaves, refusing to meet even one strike head-on. Finally, the orc gathers its strength, winding up for a wide, devastating sweep. This time, Yuri knows there's no way to avoid it. Planting his feet, mana floods his body and blade. With a guttural sound tearing from his throat, he meets the swing head-on. Steel collides with steel in a thunderous spark, the impact vibrating through the air. But Yuri doesn't just block. He redirects, channeling the force into his own slash. The two powers crash together, and both fighters are driven back, once again staring across the gap between them. Yuri steadies his breathing, eyes locked on his opponent. There's respect in his stare now, mixed with a sharp edge of danger. Quietly, he admits it to himself. "You're on a different level than the others." His lips curl into a predatory grin. "All right, then, let's see what you've got." In an instant, his body erupts with mana. Blue light engulfs him completely, sword blazing like a comet. He rockets forward, a streak of azure fury. The orc answers in kind, its massive form flaring with dark purple mana. Its axe gleams, shrouded in that sinister glow. It makes the first move, a brutal swing cutting through the air. Yuri leaps high, the strike screaming past beneath him. He lands in a slide, momentum carrying him forward, ready to strike. But then his eyes widen. The orc isn't just strong, it's controlling mana. Step by step, it advances, the dark aura wrapping tighter around its form. Its gaze burns with ferocity, its march unstoppable. Yuri exhales slowly, disbelief slipping from his lips. I should have realized this when I first heard they were using sorcery. His mind flashes back to the explosions, his question about gunpowder, Hernando's steady reply echoing again. That's not gunpowder. That's sorcery. The twisted mana fills the air, and everything falls into place in Yuri's mind. If orc sorcerers could wield mana, then it was only natural that their warriors might master the mana method as well. A sharp grin spreads across his face, dangerous yet exhilarated. Blue light erupts from his body, mana pulsing outward in waves. He points his sword forward. So, you want the elite, huh? His gaze sharpens, piercing straight through his opponent. Soul severance, he roars. The world changes instantly. Lines and markings flash across the orc's body, pathways begging to be cut. The orc's axe whirls down in a lethal arc, its speed almost unreal. Yuri ducks low, slipping under the strike with practiced precision. As he rises, his eyes blaze, his sword cloaked in a smoky aura, moving faster than the eye can follow. Bam! Steel meets flesh. Yuri's blade drives straight into the orc's throat. But the beast doesn't fall. Its glowing crimson eyes burn with fury as one massive hand clamps around the sword stuck in its neck, locking it in place. Yuri grits his teeth, trying to force the blade deeper, but it won't move. A cold realization grips him. He focuses mana on his throat, minimizing the damage. The orc laughs, a guttural, mocking sound. With its grip unyielding, it raises its axe high, ready to cleave Yuri in half. But Yuri twists sharply, slicing through the orc's palm. With a violent surge of strength, he severs its fingers, tearing his sword free at last. The orc bellows in agony, but refuses to yield. Switching hands, it swings its axe wildly, a desperate strike that nearly takes Yuri's head. He dodges, but not completely. A thin, stinging line of blood streaks his shoulder. He glances at it briefly, then smirks. A mediocre attack won't work on you, huh? His voice drops into a low growl as mana flares around him again, cloaking his entire form in light. He lowers his stance, sword poised, every muscle coiled. Fine then, let's fight. Across from him, the orc crouches low, its dark mana pulsing violently, the ground trembling beneath its weight. And then, they charge. A blue comet collides with a purple meteor. Mana crashes together in a cataclysmic explosion of light and sound. Boom! A deafening bang echoes as the ground shatters, a massive crater ripping open at the point of impact. The night is swallowed by blinding radiance. When at last the dust begins to settle, a lone silhouette emerges from the haze. The outline of a man standing tall. The fading haze clears, revealing Yuri standing firm, his body outlined by the glow of fading mana. At his feet lies the shattered remnant of the orc's axe, half buried in the earth. Across from him, the orc staggers, its dark aura flickering weakly before collapsing to its knees in defeat. Yuri doesn't hesitate. He strides forward, sword raised high, his resolve burning in his eyes. It's over, he roars, driving the blade down with crushing force. Bam! Steel pierces flesh, blood surges out in torrents, and the orc is thrown onto its back. Yuri remains above it, sword still buried deep. With a cold motion, he yanks the blade free, crimson spraying across the ground. He steps off, boots soaking in the blood, and watches the defeated warrior twitch, faint traces of life still trembling through its body. A thought strikes him. This one's different. An elite. It might know more than the rest. Killing it now would be a waste. He wipes the blood streaking his face just as his knights come rushing in, their voices full of alarm. Your Highness! Sir Raymond reaches him first, concern heavy in his tone. Are you unharmed? Jared stares wide-eyed at the fallen orc. Ugh. Workful, he mutters in disbelief. Yuri nods to Raymond. I'm fine. What about the camp? Raymond straightens quickly. Most of the enemies have been taken care of. Relief passes over Yuri's expression as he sheathes his sword. Good. Gather the orc survivors, and bring this one too. He looks down at the quivering orc, his lips curling into a smirk. From now on, we're going to start examining them. The camp bustles with renewed activity. Fires crackle in pots, shadows dancing in the night as soldiers rebuild order from chaos. A raised platform is set at the center, prepared for Yuri to stand upon. Behind him, Hernando traces the fresh cut across Yuri's shoulder, his tone measured and grave. You'll need to stretch that arm often, or it could leave lasting damage. A soft green glow spreads from Hernando's hands, seeping into the wound as he begins the healing. Yuri stays still under the treatment, but his tone turns sharp. Stop nagging. You know this came from the orcs just now. Hernando smirks faintly, teasing. Oh, so even orcs can rough you up, huh? Yuri's eyes narrow, his jaw tightening, the irritation plain in his expression. Yuri's voice rumbles low, almost a growl. Ew. But before he can finish, the healing glow fades from his shoulder. Hernando withdraws his hands and declares, it's done. His grin widens with satisfaction. Good thing it wasn't anything serious. Yuri rolls his shoulder, testing the freshly healed arm, then nods with a quiet sense of approval. Very well. He turns to leave, content. Ah, Your Highness, just a moment, Hernando calls out, stopping him with a raised hand. Curiosity flickers in Yuri's eyes as he turns back. Hernando claps his hands twice, sharp and commanding. Bring it here. Two soldiers appear, straining under the weight of something large. They drop it in front of the prince with a heavy thud. A chair. Not just any chair. A commanding, ornate seat crafted for the field. Let's interrogate in style, Hernando says, presenting it with a flourish. Yuri stares, taken aback. What is this? With puffed chest and no small amount of pride, Hernando explains, a commander must always be majestic. One of our soldiers is a carpenter, so we put him to work. For a moment, excitement sparks across Yuri's face before he reins it in. A faint smile slips through anyway. Well, since you already made it, I suppose I can't refuse. He lowers himself into the chair, adjusting with regal composure. The seat is surprisingly comfortable. A grin breaks free, genuine this time. Not bad at all, he murmurs. Hernando stands proudly behind him, arms folded, but Yuri's expression hardens. He clears his throat, clenches his fist, and fixes a cold gaze on the captured orcs before him. Stretching out his hand, his voice cuts through the night. I shall now begin the interrogation of the prisoners. Settling deeper into the chair, his tone sharpens. Bring them before me, one by one. The scene shifts. A knight from Bowl shoves an orc's head into a pot of searing flames. The air fills with the sound of a gut-wrenching scream as the knight pulls him out, the charred face still shrieking in agony, until the orc collapses, lifeless. The other captives recoil, dread written across their faces. Yuri seizes the moment, his voice frigid. You will have one chance to answer correctly. Silence lingers. He leans forward slightly, eyes narrowing. Who ordered the night? Ambush? One orc breaks, shouting back immediately, its voice brimming with rage. Corey steps forward, his voice careful as he interprets. Why? Your Highness? That orc says. But Yuri lifts a hand, silencing him at once. No need. I can tell it's nothing but an insult. With a flick of his wrist, he gives a signal. Jared advances, his eyes colder than steel. Without hesitation, he drags the bound orc forward and forces its head into the burning pot. The smell of scorched flesh fills the air, the orcs' tortured screams echoing until they're cut off in final silence. The surviving orcs recoil, terror twisting their faces. Even Hernando and Corey stand stunned, their expressions frozen at the ruthless display. Yuri, unmoved, addresses the prisoners, his tone flat. I will only ask each of you once. Above his head, a dagger forms, shaped by his mana and infused with water. It hovers in the air, spinning lazily under his control. Depending on your answer, he continues coldly, I may grant you a painless end. He gestures, and the dagger whirls downward. It pierces the charred corpse of the burned orc, extinguishing the lingering flames. Jared stares in shock at the sight. Jared, Yuri calls, his voice even. Move the body aside. As Jared obeys, another orc suddenly shouts, its voice loud and desperate. Yuri turns, curiosity flickering across his face. What did he say, Corey? Corey swallows before replying. He says they know nothing. They're just soldiers. The orc tilts its head toward the Orcville, sticking its tongue out mockingly before adding more. Corey interprets again, voice heavy. He says the one who gave the order was the Orcville. He begs to be spared, and for the Orcville to be punished instead. The Orcville's face twists in shock at the betrayal. Yuri lets out a short laugh, standing from his chair. At least one of you is trying. His expression hardens as he approaches the Orkville. This ambush, he says firmly, leaning in, was ordered by Oka. The name hits like a hammer. The Orkville freezes, dumbstruck. The Betrayal soldiers glance at one another, confused whispers spreading. Oka? Who's that? I've never heard the name. Yuri ignores them. Inwardly, memories resurface. Oka, the king of orcs. The one who forced the allied army into existence. The one who slaughtered countless knights in his past life. That monster must be eliminated at all costs. Behind him, Corey speaks up nervously. Your Highness, the Orkville is asking if you truly spare him if he answers honestly. Tell him I will. Yuri replies without hesitation. Corey turns back to communicate. Silence blankets the camp as everyone watches, waiting. Then Corey looks back at the prince, his face pale. Your Highness, the Orkville demands your oath. Yuri's eyes widen, shock flickering across his face. What? Corey steels himself and explains. He says breaking one's oath to attack an opponent would shatter his honor completely. Yuri's lips curl into a faint smile, his voice calm, yet laced with excitement. So, this one has faced plenty of humans before. To think an orc who worships only strength would dare speak of honor. His eyes narrow, the thrill unmistakable. With a more serious tone, he turns to Corey. Tell him fine. I'll take the oath. Before Corey can respond, Jared bursts out. Your Highness, what will you do after releasing him? His voice shakes with outrage. But Yuri doesn't flinch. His tone is steady. It's all right, Jared. Calm yourself. Then, fixing his gaze on the Orkville, he continues, so is this ambush ordered by Oka? Yes, Corey translates, his voice heavy. More precisely, the command was delivered through his tribe leader, who said it came from Oka himself. Yuri leans forward, his voice sharp. And what about us? How did you learn the route of the Allied forces? The Orkville growls out a reply, and Corey translates again. Oka has a way of getting the information, but he doesn't know how. Yuri's mouth opens for another question, but Jared suddenly raises his hand. Wait, that means Oka discovered our route himself and gave the order for the ambush. Correct. Yuri exhales heavily. Yes, and most likely, Oka did the same with the Holy Kingdom incident. His expression hardens as he turns back to the Orkville. This is the last question. How strong is Oka? The Orkville falls silent, staring blankly ahead. Then, slowly, a grin spreads across its face, before twisting into manic laughter. The sound grows louder, unhinged, until the entire camp is ringing with its madness. It spits out words, and Corey stiffens, trembling as he interprets. He says even a dozen orcs like himself would stand no chance against Oka. His voice cracks. He swears Oka is stronger, fiercer than anything in this world. The soldiers exchange uneasy looks, dread creeping into their expressions. Their nerves are beginning to break. Yuri notices instantly. His tone sharpens, cutting through the fear. Oka may be strong, but remember this, awareness is power. He slips a hand into his pocket, pulling out a gleaming artifact that catches the firelight. Its glow reflects in the Orkville's wide eyes. Yuri smirks, cruel and mocking. You see, humans are far more vicious and far more cunning than you could ever imagine. He waves the artifact, the light flashing across the orc's vision. Oh, you want to fight? His smirk deepens. I was considering keeping that oath, but look at you, ready to charge right at me. Suddenly, the Orkville thrashes, muscles bulging as its bonds strain. He's breaking free, one soldier shouts. Damn it. Another yells, swords being drawn in a rush of steel. The Orkville finally tears free of its bindings, stomping hard against the ground to fuel its charge. With a deafening roar, it launches forward, fist clenched like a hammer. Stop him, someone cries out. But Yuri doesn't flinch. Instead, a sly, cunning smile curves across his lips. In an instant, the knights swarm the raging orc, forcing it back down. Blades glint in the firelight as they pin it in place. Among them stands Loran, his eyes like ice, sword poised to strike at the slightest command. Yuri's voice cuts through the chaos, calm and merciless. How unfortunate! You speak of honor, yet you are utterly unworthy of it. The Orkville freezes, sensing the truth in his words. One wrong move, and death would come instantly. Yuri turns his back on the creature, his steps steady and unhurried. Without a glance, he gives the order. Kill him. Lauren's blade arcs in a ruthless slash across the orc's chest. Blood sprays out, painting the ground. The prince never looks back, his eyes cold as stone as he walks away. Behind him, all 3 knights carve their judgment into the Orcville's body, spilling its life until the earth runs red. After the attacks by orcs, a lot of men were injured. To cure them, a camp was set up, and many of the injured were screaming and calling for help, while the priest of Betrayal was continuously healing the patients one by one with healing magic. Everyone was calling for his help as they knew that he would heal them. The priest didn't even hesitate at all, and one by one, he healed everybody. While he was healing on one side, Hernando suggested to him that he should take care of the patient on the other side first, as he could handle this side on his own. The priest thanked him and got his equipment to go and heal other injured soldiers. While the priest was healing the injured ones, Corey came in holding the bucket full of water, and it looked really heavy for Corey. The priest thanked him for his help and asked him to step back a little bit. Then the priest cast a spell on the bucket of water. There was a golden, shiny aura all over the bucket, and Corey was so surprised watching it. The priest told him that it was just some normal water, but after his incantation, he could sense a strange aura from the water. The priest asked Corey to use the water to clean the injured wounds and told her that it was now holy water and would cleanse their wounds. Corey, without wasting any more time, went to do what he was asked. While many patients called the priest to come and look at their injury first, and the priest, without wasting more time, went towards them to look after their wounds. For Corey, it was a new thing. He hadn't seen the magic of humans before. He even saw the priest using his magic on the person whose face was first frowning because of the pain, but it quickly turned calm. Corey was all amazed by the magic, and his eyes sparkled as he saw the wounds getting healed up in no time. After a long night, Corey, the priest, and Hernando sat outside the camp, all tired up. Hernando looked happy as the situation was settled to some extent. The priest thanked Hernando for helping him, too, and with that, Hernando thanked Corey for also helping them both. But Corey was a simple creature. He said that he did nothing much, just the things within his strength. The priest was glad that the damage was no so much and there were very less injured men. But Hernando told him that it was just the damage before the real battle. The priest also knew the situation. They all knew that there would be many worse things later in the battle, and they should be prepared for such situations, and the priest there also prayed to God to have mercy on them. Hernando there told that he had another thought, also that the process won't be that bad, and the priest asked him why he thought in that way. Hernando then showed him the surroundings and explained that even though they just went through a very dangerous battle, the people around were helping each other, caressing each other's wounds, and even their magic was more than enough to lend a little strength to everyone's heart, and with that, he used his finger to make the sky color bloom. While everyone was calm and relaxing within the mood, Corey called Sir Hernando and requested that he teach him magic too. Hernando was surprised by hearing what Corey wanted. It had been a long ago since someone had asked him to teach magic. He asked Corey what actually made him want to learn magic all of a sudden. Corey told him that His Highness was the one who suggested the idea to him, and because magic made people smile, he wished that he could also do the same. Hernando was quite fascinated by his thought. He agreed that he would teach him, and it would be nice that a half-orc with magic would help people. Next morning, the Highness was sitting around the camp, when suddenly a guard came to notice him that some Empire Knights had come to visit, and they claimed to meet with him. The guard standing with the Highness asked Highness that he wanted to meet them. So the Prince Yuri told him that he'd have to do it, and it said that it seems they were here to see him since Balshad is right in front of them. Yuri ordered them to bring them to him at once. As the knights came in closer, they greeted him by giving him respect as the third prince of Betrayal. The knight who greeted him then introduced himself and told him that he was the second son of Count Zenon, and his name was Rapio Artem. Yuri welcomed him and asked him that did the Empire had arrived at Balshad before them. Rapio told him that he was correct. They were the advance party, and they had already confirmed the presence of orcs around Balshad, so they were relaying this information to all units in the vicinity. Yuri then looked behind Rapio, and there was another knight, and he asked him who his was. The knight there apologized that he didn't greet him earlier, took his helmet off. He said that he was not in an honorable position at the moment. Yuri was smiling, looking at his face. He recalled that he knew him from his previous life. He remembered him as the symbol of his past that he would like to forget. It was Graham Hartfall, the Knight of the Empire. Then Graham told his name to him and gave respect to the prince and explained that he had lost his title of knight. Yuri was imagining his previous life, which he had to beg for mercy in front of him to preserve his life. Yuri told Graham that it was nice to meet him as a knight, but Graham told him that he should refrain from addressing him with such honorifics, as he was not a knight right now. Yuri asked him if he had lost his title as a knight. He was currently serving in this war without a title. Graham replied that yes, he was, and it was quite embarrassing for him. But Rapio, standing there, calmed him and said that he did nothing wrong at all. He just met a wrong senior. Rapio said that there were no other knights who were as widely renowned as Graham was. Yuri was smiling inside his mind. He had heard that Graham lost his knight title for a certain reason from the Empire, but he had never imagined meeting him like this in the Allied force. He thought that the man who was more upright and knightly than anyone else he knew was now questioning his own worthiness and doubting his chivalry. Then Yuri replied that he had heard a lot of things about Graham, and it was an honor to he met him. Upon hearing, Graham thanked him and said that he was nothing and just did his duty. As the talk was getting more interesting, Yuri offered Graham that he could come to Betrayal if he wanted. After knowing what happened with Graham, Yuri asked him to come with him to Betrayal. It was a great gesture from Yuri. In Yuri's mind, he hated the Knights of the Empire, but Graham was different for him. In his past life, Graham spared his life and let him go free, and he thought that for freeing him, he had to pay a price for it all by himself. Yuri told him that he could join him in Betrayal, and he promised that he would treat him well. But Graham smiled at him and declined his offer. Yuri was not shocked. He knew he would say that, and he told Graham that it was okay and that he respected his decision. Now, Yuri and his army had arrived at the gates of Balshad. It was a huge gate, but a small kingdom. It was actually the assembly point of the Allied forces. Yuri told Hernando that it was a bigger place than he had expected. Hernando, too, was surprised to see it for the first time. It was a large city that was located in the middle of a plain. Yuri was quite excited. He was questioning that the gate was too huge, and he believed that it was made for magic, and also thought that the Duke of Balshad would be a mage for generations. Hernando told him that the family who rules Balshad had produced outstanding mages for generations. But Hernando also told Yuri the Highness to watch out in the place, or he will be devoured if he lets his guard down by the Mage Duke. Yuri imagined in his mind that the Duke would be an old man with his rough and arrogant behavior. He did not even have a good feeling about the situation he was going to get into. As the gates were lifted, they all entered, and Yuri was quite anxious to find out sooner or later what kind of person Duke would be. They were all welcomed in Balshad and were invited to a party in a fancy hall. There, a beautiful girl came in front of them and welcomed them and told them that she was the Duke of Balshad, Mary Rose Entree. Hernando and Yuri whispered that this was not an old man, but a girl. Hernando told him that the generation switch had happened not too long ago. So this was the situation. Mary Rose came and greeted Yuri, and in respect, she even sat with him. She was quite fascinated by seeing him as the third prince of Betrayal, but Yuri told her that he was the commander in charge of the Betrayal soldiers, Yuri Betrayal. Mary Rose said to him that he was quite handsome, and everything he heard about him was true. She even asked him what age he was. Yuri replied that he was only 18. Mary Rose came closer to him and said that she was only 4 years older than her, and also told her that they might have a lot of things in common to talk about. But Yuri denied her and told her that she might be wrong. Yuri was only thinking that she was using her beauty and charm to sway him, and he already had a bad history with such people. He was in no mood to get along with her and look at the situation in a positive direction. He replied to her that age had nothing to do with common thoughts. He explained to her that if two people share the same values, they can become friends regardless of their background, age, and gender. Mary Rose listened to him, and she stood up and started to make an announcement. She told that to the Knight of Bruzen that the esteemed guests sitting with her are the prince and the knight are from the nation of knights, Betrayal, and they'll be fighting along each other against the same enemy in the battle. She told them all that they should take some time and know each other well. Jared was confused, and he whispered to Hernando why she was doing that all of a sudden, but Hernando replied to him that he wasn't sure, but there would not be a bigger motive. She was just making friends. Jared asked him again why Bruzen, as Bruzen was only a small nation located on the outskirts of the continent. Listening to him, this time Yuri replied. He said that not only are there a lot of seamen in that country, since it is located near the ocean, but they are also adamant and strong. Then a man stepped forward and introduced him to Yuri, the third prince of Betrayal, that he was the commander in charge of Bruzen, Jonathan Eagle. He asked Yuri to let him pour a cup for him, and Yuri respected him. But Yuri was egoistic and mocked him. He said that this was unexpected what he was seeing right now, and asked if he was sure that it was wine he was pouring in the glass. He added some insult in his words, too. He said that such fine liquor doesn't suit a place as rural as Bruzen was. He said that he was impressed that they knew a lot about it. Jonathan listened to him, but his men behind got angry and told him that because they were from countryside, doesn't mean everyone had to look down on them. He even tried to get closer to Yuri in anger, but his friends stopped him. Jonathan then stopped him and asked Yuri that should he take the words he said for them as a taunt toward Bruzen. Yuri replied that he can take it like that, but what will he do? He questioned him that did they wanted him to apologize for his disrespect towards them. But Jonathan was calm, and he replied that there was no need to do such a thing. While everyone was looking at them talking, and the situation had already heated up a lot, Jonathan told him that he took the insult in 2 cases. One is that the third Prince of Betrayal is a rowdy scoundrel, like the rumors say, or the second, that he was testing them to see if they were truly fit to ally with him. The men behind Jonathan again got angry that he was testing them, and so he wanted to teach him a lesson. Yuri then stood up and said that there was nothing more dangerous than having an untrustworthy ally on the battlefield, and so he questioned them, well, they would be able to prove themselves. Jonathan replied to him that they can, and elaborated that the knight must prove his own worth through his sword. Mary Rose listened to their debate, and, without wasting any time, she offered to allow her to guide them to the training ground at once. Now, in the training ground, both nations' knights were standing in front of each other to start the fight, while Yuri, Jonathan, and Mary Rose sat in the audience seat to see what the result would be. Mary Rose asked Yuri that he had picked a fight on purpose, but she was not going to stop it, and was also selfish, and now she had something to watch also. Yuri was quite intelligent. He told her that it was not him who started it, but it was she who knew this would happen from the beginning and still called each of us to know each other in the first place. But she said that she did that, but Yuri was the one who took advantage with a second thought. Now Yuri had only one thought in his mind. He wanted Bruisen to prove their skills because there was something else he wanted to confirm at any cost. In his future, one of the men from Bruisen will be given a title that is bestowed upon the strongest of the continent, like his father. There is a list of the 10 strongest men, in which one of them was from the Bruisen. Yuri just wanted to confirm and know about it in advance. Now 2 knights are going to have a fight. They both greeted each other. One was Proin, and the other was Loron from the Betrayal Nation. They both were now ready to have some fun, and everyone's eyes were on them. But Yuri was waiting for the magic to happen, and he was looking forward to learn from the duel. Across the sprawling continent teeming with life, the title of 10 strongest stood as a symbol of true might, a recognition reserved for those standing just below the summit of power. Their names alone could halt armies, bridging nations and silencing conflicts. High above the training arena, Prince Yuri watched from his seat, his eyes locked on the field below. The duel was moments away. He leaned back slightly, lost in thought. Building ties with those who carried great potential, he mused, was a wise investment. After all, many lasting friendships began with a clash of blades. On the opposite side of the field stood Roland Flandre, Knight of Betrayal, his stance steady, every movement disciplined. Facing him was Prion of Brussen, a smirk curling across his lips as he swaggered closer. He claimed he'd heard of Roland before, some pampered prodigy with a few tournament wins that meant little beyond noble amusement. Dragging his sword along the dirt, Prion jeered, his tone sharp and dismissive, before lunging forward in a burst of motion. To him, Roland's polished style was nothing more than elegance without substance. But Roland didn't react. His focus never wavered. When Prion's blade cut through the air, it meant nothing but emptiness. Roland had already moved, his figure a blur behind him. A flicker of doubt crossed Prion's mind. Roland's movements were too refined, his control too exact. Perfect, yes, but predictable, or so he thought. Gathering his strength, Prion charged again, convinced this would end the fight. It didn't. The next instant, light danced across the arena floor. Jonathan eagle shot to his feet, eyes wide. Mary gasped, her hand rising to her lips. Only Prince Yuri remained calm, a quiet satisfaction in his gaze. As expected, he murmured. Roland's blade hovered at Prion's throat. The Brussen knight froze, drenched in sweat, the realization of defeat dawning on him. Dust swirled around them as silence fell. Yuri's faint smile returned. In his mind, he replayed the exchange. Roland had left an opening on purpose, a subtle invitation. The moment Prion took the bait, Roland shifted, one flawless twist to the wrist, a perfect redirection of force. And in the blink of an eye, victory was his. Yuri quietly acknowledged that Prion had fought with remarkable skill. Against most opponents, Roland's unmatched speed would have ended things in moments, but the Brussen knight's endurance had held strong. Even so, Loren's sharp reading of the fight and flawless precision gave him the edge. With Betrayal claiming the first win, Roland slid his sword back into its sheath, while Prion, breath heavy, drove his blade into the dirt. He managed a wry but sincere smile and extended his hand, conceding defeat with grace and praising Roland's strength. Roland clasped it firmly, returning the respect. The Brussen knights erupted in applause, their pride undimmed even in loss. Commander Jonathan, observing from the sidelines, commented that such mastery was only natural for a knight of Betrayal, the nation famed for its warriors. Roland's skill had indeed proven exceptional. Prince Yuri, however, warned him not to take their opponents lightly. Brussen's knights were formidable in their own right. Still, with calm satisfaction, Yuri reminded Jonathan that the score now stood 1-0 and urged him not to give up just yet. Jonathan smirked, assuring him that he had no plans to stop. Without hesitation, he called out another contender, Jose. A towering man stepped forward, his massive greatsword resting easily across his shoulder. As he approached, Yuri's eyes narrowed with interest. Mary, watching from the sidelines, noted how imposing he looked. Jose halted, standing at perfect attention. Jonathan introduced him proudly. Jose Erder, the strongest knight in their unit, and one who aimed to join Brussen's 10 strongest. Yuri gave a small laugh at the bold claim, leaning on one hand before turning to his own side. Gerald, he called. You're up. Gerald stiffened, eyes wide, pretending not to hear. He pointed at himself, as if uncertain. Yuri's tone sharpened as he barked at him to hurry. Grumbling under his breath, Gerald stepped forward, frown deepening as his comrades cheered him on. The closer he got, the more daunting the difference in size became. Jose greeted him with easy confidence, saying he'd been looking forward to this. Gerald managed a hesitant reply, already sensing the danger in those battle-hardened eyes. Jose caught the hesitation and laughed, remarking that Gerald seemed the cautious type, one who liked to study his opponents. Then, without warning, he lunged. The massive blade came down like a falling wall. Gerald barely rolled aside in time, the ground splitting where he just stood. A rush of fear shot through him. One clean hit, and he'd be done. Jose pressed the attack with a sweeping horizontal strike that whistled past Gerald's face, slicing a strand of his hair clean off. Clicking his tongue, Jose mocked him lightly. Keep staring off like that, he warned, and you won't have time to regret it. Snapping back to focus, Gerald steadied his stance just in time to meet Jose's next strike. Their blades collided in a furious rhythm, sparks scattering with each clash. The force behind every swing shook the air, the ground echoing beneath them. Gerald's arms trembled from the sheer power of each blow, yet he refused to yield, pushing back through grit alone. From his seat, Prince Yuri observed closely. Jose's strength, he noted, was monstrous, akin to an orc's raw might, but tempered with refined control. Quietly, he acknowledged that this man was destined to rise among the 10 strongest. Then, with a sudden surge, Jose broke through Gerald's guard. His massive blade hooked Gerald's weapon aside, and in one swift motion, he lifted him clean off his feet before slamming him into the ground. The impact roared through the training field like thunder. Gerald groaned, struggling to push himself up, his body shaking from exhaustion. Before he could fully rise, a commanding voice called for the match to end. The duel was decided. Jose lowered his sword immediately and reached out a hand. You've got endurance and spirit, he said. If you last this long against me. Gerald managed a faint smile as he clasped the offered hand. Then I'll take that as a lesson worth remembering. Prince Yuri stood, a satisfied grin on his face. That evens the score, he announced. 1-1. Applause rippled through the spectators, echoing with respect for both knights who had given their all. Amid the cheers, Mary gently placed her wine glass down with a soft clink. Turning to Yuri, she smiled, her tone light but deliberate. Well, Your Highness, she said, it seems we're quite familiar now. Yuri chuckled, catching her meaning. Trust between allies is always worth building, he replied smoothly. But Mary wasn't done. She rose gracefully, her steps slow and deliberate as she approached him. Oh, I agree, she said, her voice teasing yet composed. Resting her hands lightly on his shoulders, she leaned in close, guiding him back into his seat. You spoke so fondly of strengthening the bond between Brussen and Betrayal, she murmured, eyes locked on his. And yet, she added with a playful smile, it seems you've been taking your time getting to know me, Your Highness. Prince Yuri Betrayal blinked in confusion as Duke Mary leaned in close, her presence commanding yet graceful. She reminded him that in Brussen, understanding one another was essential. Though it seemed, she teased, that he had no intention of doing so anytime soon. Her movements were slow and deliberate, every gesture meant to draw his gaze. With practiced ease, she tilted his chin toward her, her fingertips brushing against his cheek as she spoke softly, her voice laced with playful allure. Her narrowed eyes and flushed cheeks hinted at her intent as she subtly pressed her arms together, emphasizing her charm in an attempt to capture his full attention. But the reaction she sought never came. Yuri simply sighed, expression calm and unmoved, meeting her gaze with quiet indifference. The moment lingered awkwardly until a familiar voice broke through. "Duke Mary," Sir Jonathan said, stepping forward with composed politeness. "You mentioned earlier that you would show us your office." Mary froze mid-motion, her hands still resting lightly on the prince's shoulder. After a brief pause, she brought her other hand to her forehead, as if recalling something forgotten. "Ah, yes," she replied with an awkward smile. "I did say that." Yuri exhaled under his breath, muttering just loud enough to be heard. So it really was all an act. Jonathan chuckled softly, dispelling the tension with ease. "Then perhaps now would be a good time," he suggested. Everyone seems rather curious to see it. Though clearly irritated by the interruption, Mary concealed her annoyance behind a polished smile. Turning back to Yuri, she spoke sweetly. "Would you care to join us, Your Highness?" Yuri returned her smile with composed courtesy. "I'd love to, but I have business with my knights," he said evenly. Standing, he straightened his uniform and gave a casual wave. "You'll have to excuse me. I'll be taking my leave." Before she could respond, he was already walking away, calling back cheerfully, "Good luck with the tour." For a moment, Mary stood motionless, processing his abrupt exit. Then, her composure cracked. Her face flushed bright red as she clenched her fist tightly, glaring in the direction he had gone. Jonathan, still beside her, couldn't help but laugh. That was unexpected," he said, clearly entertained. Mary finally let out a frustrated shout, throwing a mock punch into the air. "That man is impossible," she exclaimed, her voice echoing through the hall. Jonathan blinked, still chuckling, genuinely puzzled. "What exactly did he do this time?" he asked, only making her glare harder as she turned away in exasperation. The scene shifted to Balshad, where the Allied forces had assembled in full might. Banners from countless kingdoms fluttered proudly under the open sky, colors blending like a sea of shifting light. The arrival of the Empire's supreme commander, a man encased in gleaming armor whose presence alone carried authority, sent ripples through the camp. Whispers spread quickly as commanders and knights alike began quietly sizing one another up, gauging who stood as potential ally or rival. All except the forces of Betrayal. At the edge of the encampment, Prince Yuri stood alone in a quiet field, his gaze fixed on the sword in his hands as sunlight danced across its edge. His knight, Sir Hernando, approached carefully, bowing his head before speaking. "Your Highness," he began, "are you certain this is the right approach? While others are strategizing and forging alliances, we're here, still training." Yuri didn't look up. His tone was calm, certain. "That's exactly why we must continue," he replied. Hernando hesitated, frowning. "But the other nations are already sharing plans. They're preparing together." A faint, knowing smile crossed Yuri's face. "Those alliances," he interrupted, "they're fragile, shallow, half-finished ideas dressed up as cooperation." Hernando blinked, taken aback by the bluntness. Half-finished. Yuri turned his sword slightly, watching the reflection ripple along its polished surface. When the strongest from every nation gather, pride becomes their wall. Each one believes themselves unmatched. No amount of talk will unite people like that. Hernando fell silent, then slowly nodded, seeing the truth in his prince's words. Yuri's gaze lingered on the shining blade. His reflection stared back at him, steady, resolved. Inwardly, he thought that only through power could order be established among such warriors. Words would never suffice. Only strength could command respect. He lowered the sword and turned slightly, addressing the presence he had sensed nearby. "Roland," he called with a faint smile. "Care to spar?" Without hesitation, Roland stepped forward, his sword already drawn. "It would be my honor, Your Highness," he said proudly. Yuri raised his weapon, returning the smile. "Then don't hold back." Roland's stance shifted, his expression sharpening. Mana surged around him, thick and vibrant, making the air hum with energy. "I wouldn't dream of it," he replied. Yuri mirrored his stance, studying the flow of power that surrounded his knight. Pure and steady, he thought. He truly is the ideal partner for this. The moment Roland moved, the ground trembled. His blade cut through the air with explosive speed, colliding against Yuri's in a burst of sparks. The clang of metal rang out across the field. Without pause, Roland poured mana into his strikes, his movements growing faster and heavier, each blow flowing into the next like a storm gaining strength. Yuri met him head-on, the two blades flashing in rhythmic fury as their duel unfolded beneath the blazing afternoon sun. Prince Yuri moved with effortless grace, weaving past Roland's relentless thrusts. One strike came dangerously close, grazing the air near his side, but his expression never wavered. Each movement from Roland was immaculate, every strike precise and without hesitation. Not a single wasted motion, Yuri thought. Just as before, faint echoes of a different time flickered through his mind, a memory of his past life. He remembered the moment Roland's blade had ended him. Even then, there had been no hatred in that strike, only pure technique and unwavering resolve. A quiet smile touched Yuri's lips as he parried another blow. If there is a future where I can trust this man to guard my back, he thought, then I must face him earnestly now. Their blades clashed again, sparks scattering like bursts of light. Yuri shifted his footing and swung wide with sudden power, the strike forcing Roland back several steps. Dust rose where his boots slid across the ground, but his composure never faltered. Regaining balance, Roland's grip tightened as he lunged once more, his eyes burning with renewed determination. Steel rang against steel, faster and heavier with each exchange. The rhythm of their duel became almost musical, a dance of power and precision. Both men smiled through the intensity, not out of arrogance, but from pure exhilaration. Around them, soldiers broke into cheers, unable to contain their admiration for the two warriors who fought as if in perfect sync. Off to the side, Gerald let out a weary sigh. "Do they really need to go this hard for a spar?" he muttered. A deep, steady voice rumbled behind him. "Your prince's skill is truly something." Gerald turned sharply and froze. Standing there was the towering knight from Brusson, Jose, wearing a friendly grin. "Sir Jose," Gerald blurted, startled. Jose chuckled lightly. "That's me. Good to see you again." Then, raising his voice toward the field, he called out, "Prince Yuri, may I have the honor of a spar as well?" Both Yuri and Roland paused mid-fight, turning toward him. Yuri tilted his head slightly, amusement flickering in his eyes as he rested his sword on his shoulder. "A spar, you say?" he replied. "Of course." But he grinned. "I'll lend you Gerald instead." Gerald's face went pale. Wait, what?" Before he could escape, Jose's laughter boomed as he easily lifted Gerald onto his shoulder. "Then I shall borrow him for a while," he declared cheerfully. Gerald flailed helplessly, reaching out toward Yuri. "Your Highness, you can't be serious." Yuri waved with a broad grin. "Have fun, Gerald. Learn something useful." As the two disappeared into the distance, Gerald's protests fading with them, Roland turned back to Yuri. He bowed respectfully. "Thank you for the opportunity, Your Highness. It was an honor." Yuri smiled warmly. "The honor was mine. I'll be expecting a rematch soon." Once Roland departed, Yuri sheathed his sword and made his way toward a nearby tree at the edge of the field. The wide branches offered a cool, comforting shade. Settling beneath it, he exhaled softly, resting his back against the trunk. The sound of cheering knights and clashing swords still echoed faintly in the distance as he closed his eyes, letting the calm settle in after the storm. The quiet rustle of leaves filled the air as Prince Yuri sat beneath the shade, his gaze fixed on the horizon. After a long pause, his calm voice broke the stillness. "Any results?" From the darkness nearby, a soft presence emerged. Asana stepped forward, her movements fluid, her expression steady. "You've grown sharper, Your Highness," she remarked, her tone both respectful and approving. "But I'm still far more effective in the field." Yuri allowed a faint smile. "That's precisely why I rely on you. Now, what of the foreigner? Her demeanor shifted instantly, professional and precise. I've confirmed traces of his presence here in Balshad, she reported. Yuri's expression darkened slightly, his eyes narrowing as memories surfaced. The man from the east, one of the 10 strongest. In his previous life, that same warrior had stood against Orkua, fighting alone until the very end. The reason for his rebellion remained a mystery, but his strength was undeniable. Yuri exhaled slowly, thoughts turning over in silence. An enemy of Orkua could just as easily become an ally. You've done well, Asuna, he said at last, his voice quiet but firm. We must locate him before the conflict begins. If we move too late, the chance will be lost. Asuna bowed her head slightly. Understood. I'll continue the search. As she stepped back into the shadows, Yuri's gaze grew distant. In his mind, the past bled into the present. Visions of the foreigner's final moments. He could still see it clearly. The man impaled through the chest, body crushed between the fangs of a monstrous beast drenched in blood. Yuri's grip on his sword tightened, the reflection of the past burning behind his calm eyes. So that's how it ended, he thought grimly. In the war against Orkua, he was the one who surrendered his title among the 10 strongest. The wind stirred the branches above him, carrying with it the faint echo of resolve, cold, steady, and absolute. Once a prince of the empire, half-brother to the emperor, and now supreme commander of the allied forces, Ragnar Gustav Granzan. The name alone stirred vivid recollections in Prince Yuri's mind. He remembered it clearly, one evening from his past life, in a quiet, dimly lit room. The soft glow of lantern light flickered across 2 figures seated close together. Yuri, a gentle voice whispered anxiously, "What if someone finds us like this?" It was Princess Irina of the Empire, his fiancée back then. Her face was warm with embarrassment, eyes darting nervously toward the door. Yuri had laughed softly, trying to calm her. "No one's around," he reassured her. "We're perfectly safe. I'll take full responsibility if anything happens." Her blush deepened at his words, though a small, shy smile broke through her nerves. Slowly, they leaned toward each other, the distance between them shrinking, breaths mingling as their cheeks flushed, just as their lips were about to meet. "Do you two mind?" A flat, irritated voice cut through the air like a blade. Both froze instantly. There, sprawled carelessly on the couch nearby, was none other than Ragnar Gustav Granzan, Irina's uncle. His arm was draped lazily over his eyes, his tone more weary than angry. "If you're going to do that," he muttered, "find somewhere else." Irina's entire face turned crimson as she stumbled to her feet, stammering incoherently. Yuri, caught off guard, scrambled up as well, tried to compose himself, though his expression remained locked between shock and mortification. Lord Ragnar, I didn't realize you were," Yuri began, but Ragnar waved a hand dismissively before he could finish. "Enough noise," Ragnar interrupted with a sigh, rubbing his temple. "You're giving me a headache." He swung his leg off the couch, standing up at last. His gaze shifted between the two before resting on Yuri. With one hand still resting lightly on Irina's head, he tilted his chin. "Tell me something," he said evenly. "Do you really like her?" The bluntness of the question left both speechless. "You uncle," Irina cried, her voice full of embarrassment. Of course I do," Yuri blurted, his composure completely gone. Ragnar studied him for a moment, then exhaled deeply as if deciding the answer wasn't worth analyzing further. "Fine. Forget I asked," he muttered, waving a hand dismissively as he turned toward the door. "Do as you please, kid. You'll figure it out eventually." Without another glance back, he left the room, stretching and yawning as he disappeared down the hall, leaving Yuri and Irina frozen in awkward silence, faces still flushed from both the near kiss and the utterly disastrous interruption. Back in the present, a faint smile tugged at Prince Yuri's lips as the memory faded. Even from that single, awkward encounter in his past life, he had known Ragnar Gustav Granzan was no ordinary man. His composure, presence, and sheer weight of authority had been unmistakable. Now, that same man, the half-brother of the Emperor, the Lionheart Prince, and Supreme Commander of the Allied Forces, was the one everyone awaited in the grand conference hall of Balshad Castle. The massive chamber buzzed with murmurs. Around the oval table sat commanders from every allied kingdom, their banners displayed proudly behind them. They whispered among themselves in hushed tones, curiosity and ambition thick in the air. Is he really the Emperor's brother? I've heard they say his strength rivals the old warlords of legend. A rare chance to speak with someone of imperial blood. Yuri watched the scene quietly from his seat, his arms crossed. Even now, he mused, they gossip like merchants at a market. Not a hint of discipline among them. Even in war, politics never dies. And then, without a single sound to mark his approach, Yuri felt a sudden presence behind him. It was so close, so sudden, that a cold drop of sweat ran down his back. Everyone seems to be getting along quite well, came a calm, steady voice. Yuri turned slightly, and there he was. Ragnar Gustav Granzayan stood directly behind him, his steps unhurried, his expression composed yet faintly amused. He moved past Yuri with effortless grace, taking his place at the head of the table. When did he get there? Yuri thought, watching him in quiet disbelief. Once seated, Ragnar folded his hands before him, his eyes sweeping over the gathered commanders. The room immediately fell silent under his gaze. Good, he said evenly. I'm glad you're all comfortable. But let me make something clear. Comfort can be dangerous. He tapped the armrest of his chair twice. The sound was soft, but the pressure that followed was suffocating. A crushing aura filled the room, invisible yet heavy enough to make the air feel solid. Commanders froze in place, their composure breaking under the weight of his presence. Some gritted their teeth, struggling to remain upright. Even Yuri felt the strain, his breathing unsteady as sweat gathered along his temple. So this is the Lionheart Prince, he thought, a man who can command obedience without a single blade drawn. Ragnar's sharp eyes glinted as he spoke, his tone turning cold. I despise cowards. If any of you even think about fleeing in battle, I'll cut you down myself. A shudder rippled through the room. Then his voice softened slightly, though it carried no less authority. However, those who show strength and produce results will be rewarded as knights of the Empire. The silence that followed was absolute. No one dared move or speak. Then, with a simple exhale, the crushing pressure vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. Ragnar leaned back in his chair. Questions? For a long moment, no one spoke. Then a single hand rose. Prince Yuri stood. Ragnar turned his gaze toward him, curious. Yes. Meeting his eyes directly, Yuri asked, what is the Empire's current assessment of the Orc army's strength? The room stirred slightly, some surprised by his directness, others waiting to see how Ragnar would respond. For a brief moment, Ragnar simply stared at him. Then a grin crept across his face. And who? He asked. Might you be Yuri Betrayal? The prince replied evenly. Commander of Betrayal. Ragnar's grin widened, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Ah, so you're the one George mentioned. He rose slowly from his seat, his movements calm but deliberate. A good question, Commander. Each step he took toward Yuri echoed across the chamber, heavy and measured, drawing every eye in the room as the Lionheart Prince approached the young commander who had dared to speak first. Ragnar's deep voice filled the chamber, calm but commanding. The Empire has confirmed a rising force, he began. An orc named Orkua. He has done what none before managed. He's united the 3 great orc tribes under one banner. He stepped closer, the faint clink of his armor echoing in the tense silence. Placing a firm hand on Yuri's shoulder, he continued. His growing power threatens every nation represented here. And his army, his vanguard, has already established camp just beyond Balshad. He turned, gesturing toward the map spread across the massive table. Detailed markings of troop positions and terrain stretched across it. His voice grew sharp, decisive. In 2 days, the Allied forces will engage. The first true battle begins then. Then, with a faint smile that carried both challenge and respect, Ragnar announced, and leading the charge will be you, Yuri Betrayal, commander of Betrayal's forces. You'll take command of the vanguard. Do you accept? The entire room froze. The shock was palpable. Some commanders stared in disbelief. Others exchanged uneasy glances. Yuri remained silent for a heartbeat, his expression unreadable. Then, with a steady exhale, he met Ragnar's gaze and bowed his head slightly. "I accept," he said firmly. "As Vanguard commander, I'll lead from the front." Ragnar's smile widened, his eyes gleaming with approval. "Good," he said simply. The murmurs that followed were hushed and uncertain, but Ragnar ignored them entirely. His gaze lingered on Yuri for a moment longer before he returned to his seat, as if satisfied. That night, beneath a canopy of stars, the camp was alive with quiet motion. The soft crackle of fires, the distant clank of armor, the low hum of soldiers speaking in murmurs. Yuri sat alone beside a fire at the edge of camp, the flames dancing in the reflection of his eyes. His mind wandered, caught between strategy and memory. Footsteps approached softly from behind. "What's got you looking so serious, Commander?" came a familiar, teasing voice. Yuri turned slightly to see Mary Rose Entree, the Mage Duke of Bresson. She smiled lightly as she stepped closer, the glow of the fire tracing the edges of her elegant silhouette. Settling beside him, she smoothed the hem of her dress before folding her hands in her lap. "I didn't expect to see you here," Yuri said, still watching the fire. "The camp isn't exactly suited for nobles." Mary chuckled. "And yet, here you are, our noble prince, sitting alone in the cold," she replied, her tone playful. "You won the position everyone wanted so effortlessly, and still, you don't seem pleased." I had to see why. Yuri turned his head toward her, one brow raised. "You seem unusually interested in me, Duchess." She met his gaze, smiling softly. "Can you blame me? You never let anyone get close enough to know you." The light mood faded as her expression grew more earnest. "Listen, Yuri, this battle isn't just about ranks or glory. The people of Balshad, their lives depend on how we fight. I can't just follow anyone blindly." Her eyes flicked toward the flames. "You're troubled. I can see it. So tell me honestly, what do you plan to do out there?" Yuri didn't answer right away. He studied her carefully, hearing the genuine concern behind her words. Mary leaned in slightly, her voice quiet but firm. "If you give me a straight answer, I'll fight beside you. I'll lend you everything I have." Yuri tilted his head. "And what exactly do you plan to lend me?" Her lips curved into a knowing smile. "Did you forget who I am already?" Raising her hand, she turned her palm toward the fire. The flames rose as if drawn to her, twisting together until a small, brilliant ember danced above her skin. The firelight shimmered across her eyes as she smirked. "I'm Mary Rose Entree," she said proudly, "the Mage Duke of Bresson. And trust me, Your Highness, on the battlefield, I'll be far more useful than Sir Anando." Yuri's eyes stayed fixed on the fire, its flickering light dancing across his calm expression. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "There will be casualties." His tone was level, almost detached, but the weight behind his words was unmistakable. Mary's smile faded, her posture straightening as she turned toward him. "Casualties," she repeated quietly. Yuri nodded. "The vanguard is where the blood runs deepest. It's the place where men die first." His gaze hardened as he continued. "The ones we share laughter and meals with tonight. Many of them won't see another sunrise. That's what it means to lead from the front." He leaned forward slightly, eyes reflecting the flames. "I chose this position myself, so when the time comes, I'll carry that burden alone." For a moment, neither of them spoke. The soft crackle of the fire filled the silence. Then Mary drew in a slow breath. Her expression softened, but her eyes glimmered with newfound resolve. "That's a difficult truth to accept," she said quietly. "But it's also what makes you worthy of command." She straightened her back, her tone shifting from solemn to steady confidence. "Your answer, Your Highness, it's admirable." A faint smirk curved her lips as she added lightly, "Though I still don't like that you think more about your soldiers than about me." Yuri turned to her, surprised by the sudden change in tone. Mary extended her hand with a confident smile. "Then let's make it official. I am Mary Rose Entree, Mage Duke of Balshad." Her eyes met his, unwavering. "From this moment on, I'll stand by your side and lend you my strength in this first battle." For the first time that night, Yuri's expression softened into a genuine smile. He reached out, clasping her hand firmly. "Then I'll count on you, Duchess," he said warmly. "I'll look forward to fighting with you." Days later, the winds howled through the dense canopy of Balshad Forest. The scent of damp soil and steel filled the air. The first battle had begun. From between the trees emerged a tide of armored orcs, advancing with brutal discipline. Their roars shook the forest as riders mounted on snarling beasts led the charge. Opposite them, the allied forces stood ready behind hastily built wooden walls and barricades, the sound of clanking armor echoing as soldiers gripped their weapons tightly. High above the battlefield, Supreme Commander Ragnar Gustav Granzin stood upon an overlooking ridge beside the mage Duke Mary Rose. His piercing gaze swept across the front lines as the wind carried the distant tremor of war drums. Below them, standing at the vanguard, clad in Brial's armor and surrounded by his knights, was Prince Yuri Brial. His sword was drawn, his stance steady, his voice carrying across the ranks with unwavering resolve. "Ready yourselves," he called out, his tone sharp and commanding. "For those who stand with me, fight with pride. We are Brial's shield, and today we strike first." The thunder of weapons being raised answered him. The forest seemed to hold its breath as both armies braced for the clash that would decide the fate of Balshad's first battle. Commander Ragnar Gustav Granzin stood tall atop the ridge, his gaze locked on the distant battlefield where tension hung thick in the air. The banners of the allied forces swayed violently in the wind as he spoke, his deep voice carrying authority across the command post. "It's time," he declared. "The vanguard will advance." He tilted his head slightly, his sharp eyes shifting to the figure standing just behind him, Mage Duke Mary Rose Entree. "I must ask," Ragnar said calmly, "what brings the Mage Duke herself to the front lines? You've never been one to attend battles personally." Mary smiled faintly, brushing a strand of hair from her face as the wind caught her cloak. "I'm here on a special assignment," she replied smoothly. "A personal request from someone I couldn't refuse." Ragnar studied her for a moment, but said nothing more. His attention turned back to the battlefield. On the front line, Prince Yuri Brial sat astride his horse, spear gleaming under the gray sky. The thunder of hooves and the rattle of armor surrounded him. His knights stood ready behind him, every man steady, every breath synchronized. Raising his weapon high, Yuri's voice rang out, strong and resolute. "All units ready." A unified roar erupted from his soldiers. "Ready, Commander." Yuri lowered his spear, his expression firm. "Then we charge." The command ripped through the ranks, and in an instant, the Brial vanguard surged forward. Their battle cry shook the forest as the earth trembled beneath their advance. Across the field, the orc army roared in answer, their own charge thundering to meet them head-on. The two forces raced toward one another like twin storms. Watching from above, Ragnar folded his arms, his gaze narrowing. "Reckless," he muttered under his breath. "Charging so boldly. If he miscalculates even once, his brilliance will die with him." But before he could say more, Mary stepped forward, her staff in hand. "Commander Ragnar," she said lightly, "would you mind giving me some space? I have something to take care of." He turned toward her, frowning. "What are you planning, Duchess?" Mary simply smiled. "You'll see." Planting her staff firmly into the ground, she began to chant softly. The air around her shimmered with heat as mana surged outward in waves. In moments, a massive sphere of flame began to form above her, a fireball large enough to engulf the battlefield in its glow. With a single motion, she unleashed it. The blazing inferno soared high, arcing across the sky before descending upon the field where both armies were about to clash. The explosion lit up the world in searing orange as flames spread violently across the ground, swallowing everything in their path. Ragnar's eyes widened. "Are you insane? You'll burn our own troops alive." Mary didn't flinch. Her voice was calm, even amused. "Don't worry," she said. "This was part of the plan. Prince Yuri asked for it." At that same moment, Yuri charged through the blaze, his spear gleaming like molten light. The inferno raged around him, but neither he nor his men slowed. Instead, as the fire rolled over their ranks, it parted harmlessly, steam rising in sheets as the flames hissed against a layer of magic water. Ragnar's eyes widened in disbelief. Down below, Yuri's knights, drenched in enchanted water, tore through the orc lines with terrifying precision. Their armor gleamed beneath the steam, their movements fluid and relentless. Orcs fell one after another, cut down before they could even raise their weapons. Yuri's spear flashed like lightning as he cut through the enemy ranks. "Don't stop," he shouted, his voice cutting through the roar of battle. "Keep pushing forward. Burn nothing but the enemy." The fire raged behind them, while the Betrayal vanguard advanced like a storm of steel. Every orc that came within reach was struck down instantly, their formation collapsing under the relentless assault. High above, Ragna stood frozen in stunned silence. He had seen countless battles, led thousands of men, but never a maneuver like this. To think, he planned all of it, he murmured. Fire and water, perfectly balanced. He turned a death trap into a weapon. Below, Yuri continued to lead from the front, his expression unyielding as his knights carved through the battlefield. The flames behind them roared like a living beast, but none of the soldiers slowed. The water shielding them shimmered like armor of light. The ground was littered with the fallen, orc after orc cut down without hesitation. Yuri's men, following his command to the letter, pressed forward mercilessly, their unity and precision turning chaos into dominance. And at the heart of it all rode Prince Yuri Betrayal, spear in hand, his banner flying through the smoke, a commander who led not from behind, but through the fire itself. The soldiers stationed behind the front lines erupted in cheers as they watched Yuri and his knights carve through the orc ranks like a blazing tide. Their pride swelled at the sight. Betrayal's knights were fighting at their very peak, their courage and unity unmatched. "Truly the nation of knights," someone shouted, and the others echoed it in unison. The roar of approval spread like wildfire through the allied ranks. Seeing the orc formation breaking apart under Yuri's relentless charge, the supporting forces made a swift decision. "Now's the time," one commander called out. "Strike while their lines are open." With that, they too surged forward. The Knights of the Holy Kingdom charged ahead to reinforce Betrayal's advance, their banners fluttering beside Yuri's as both armies converged on the enemy. Steel and magic clashed, cries of battle filling the air as the orcs' formation collapsed completely. From the ridge above, Commander Ragna Gustav Granzin watched the field with folded arms and a rare smile tugging at his lips. "Impressive," he muttered. Prince Yuri charged ahead, shattered the enemy's formation, and inspired his men to follow. "That's what true leadership looks like." He glanced at the woman beside him. "In your firestorm, Mage Duke, it was devastating. Combined with his water enchantment, the enemy never stood a chance." Mary tilted her head, her expression calm but proud. "Dangerous, yes," Ragna continued, his tone slightly reproachful, "and yet you still went along with it. That plan could have ended in disaster." Mary chuckled softly. "You think I didn't try to stop him? But once he sets his mind to something, there's no changing it." Her gaze drifted toward the battlefield below. "Still, it worked." The boy's full of surprises. "I'll admit, I underestimated him." Ragna exhaled, shaking his head slightly. "Oomph. A reckless genius, then. But I can't deny the results." His lips curved faintly upward. He and his knights did remarkably well for their first battle. When the war cries finally faded, the first battle of Balshad came to an end. The orcs lay scattered across the field, and the allied banners rose in triumph. Days later, inside the palace chamber of Balshad Castle, Mage Duke Mary Rose Entree sat alone in her study. The dim glow of candlelight flickered across stacks of parchment and half-finished magical formulas. Her quill moved swiftly, the soft scratch of ink the only sound in the quiet room. As she finished signing a report, the door creaked open. Without looking up, she spoke sharply. "I don't recall giving anyone permission to enter my room." A familiar voice replied casually, "You wound me, Mary. Is this how you greet your old student's teacher?" She looked up slowly to see Sir Hernando standing at the doorway, a relaxed smile on his face. "I suppose it must feel good," she said dryly, "seeing your student perform so well on the battlefield." Her tone held a faint edge. Hernando shrugged. "I'd say it feels natural, though I thought the Mage Duke of Balshad might at least ask how her old colleague is doing." Mary's eyes narrowed. "And I thought teachers didn't abandon their students in the middle of their training. What brings you back now after all this time?" "Curiosity," Hernando said simply, stepping closer. I came to see the progress of my former pupil, and perhaps yours as well. He glanced at the documents scattered on her desk. So, he added, how goes your research into the transcendental interpretation formula? Mary leaned back in her chair, her irritation softening into quiet pride. It's progressing better than expected, she said. The formula can now bridge not just written languages, but also ancient magical scripts. With it, we could translate spells from forgotten eras. Hernando raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. So you've managed to connect the formula with ancient magic itself? Mary nodded once, setting her quill down. Exactly. Soon, the barriers between old and modern magic will disappear. Her voice softened as she turned her gaze toward the window, where the moonlight illuminated Balshad's distant walls. When that day comes, she murmured, we'll finally understand the true language of the world. Hernando's eyes narrowed slightly with interest as he leaned closer to Mary's desk. You've always had a way of simplifying the impossible, he said quietly. But indulge me, explain it in detail. I want to hear how you managed to merge the transcendental formula with ancient magic. Mary didn't look up from her parchment. Her quill continued to move, smooth and deliberate. And why? She asked flatly. Should I tell you anything? Hernando chuckled under his breath. Because I'm not asking for myself. That made her pause. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, studying him carefully. He met her eyes, his tone turning more earnest. You care about Prince Yuri, don't you? I'm asking because your research might help him, his fate, to be specific. Mary's lips curved into a faint smile. His fate, you say? She murmured, her tone carrying a trace of amusement. Tell me, Hernando, is his destiny truly that important to you? Her eyes softened, but her voice grew quieter. Or have you forgotten? The Grand Wizards are forbidden to interfere with the flow of human history. Even you should remember that. Hernando's expression darkened slightly, but he nodded. I haven't forgotten, he said. Still, there are too many threads tangled around him already. Too many people reaching into his life. Even the Empire's commander has begun to move. Mary studied him in silence for a long moment, the candlelight reflecting in her eyes. Then, with a faint sigh, she turned her attention back to her papers. You always were too sentimental for a Grand Wizard, she said quietly. Hernando gave a small, knowing smile. Maybe so, but I'd rather be sentimental than watch history repeat itself. Elsewhere, the night was deep and still. The corridors of Balshad Castle were quiet, the air heavy with the distant hum of torches. Prince Yuri walked briskly through the hall, the echo of his boots the only sound until he reached the chamber where Commander Ragnar Gustav Granzan awaited him. The great doors opened with a low creak, and Ragnar stood by a large table strewn with maps and documents, his expression unreadable. Commander Ragnar, Yuri said with a respectful bow. I was told you summoned me. May I ask why at this hour? Ragnar didn't answer immediately. He rested one hand on the map, tapping a finger against a marked region to the east. His voice, when it came, was calm and deliberate. I have a mission for you, he said. A scout operation. Yuri straightened slightly, confused. A scouting mission? At this time of night? Ragnar's eyes flicked up, meeting his with an intensity that made the younger man pause. Yes, he replied. You'll understand the reasons soon enough. But for now, you'll take only a small unit and move under the cover of darkness. He pointed toward the marked area on the map, a deep stretch of forest where shadows seemed to bleed into the terrain itself. Your task, Ragnar continued, is to uncover what lies beyond that ridge. Reports suggest unusual movement in the woods. Whether it's orcs or something else entirely, we don't yet know. Yuri studied the map carefully, then looked up. Understood, Commander. I'll prepare immediately. But if I may ask, who will accompany me? Ragnar gave a faint smile, though his eyes remained sharp. That, he said, depends on who dares to follow you into the dark. The torches flickered, casting long shadows across the room as the weight of his words hung in the air. Night had fully settled by the time Yuri stopped in front of Ragnar's tent. The air was cool to camp outside, unnaturally quiet, as if even the soldiers were holding their breath. Inside, Yuri finally voiced the question that had been weighing on him. Are you truly entrusting me with this reconnaissance mission, Commander? Ragnar answered without hesitation, his expression steady and assured. By tomorrow we advance into the Eastern Plain Strait into orc territory. Ambushes are inevitable. The entire army will be moving under constant strain. He lowered his hand to the map, finger stopping at a single marked route. I need you to move ahead and scout the path. Once we know what lies in wait, the main force will follow. Yuri's brow creased as calculations raced through his mind. And the allied formation. Will there be a separate unit assigned to protect it? A faint smile tugged at Ragnar's lips. Sharp as ever. Yuri fell silent for a moment, weighing the implications. Then he spoke again, measured and respectful. I'm grateful for your trust, Commander. However, Bull led the vanguard in the last engagement. For the sake of balance among the allied nations, another force should be given the opportunity this time. Ragnar let out a short, scornful laugh. Fairness. He shook his head, amusement draining from his face. Among commanders who all believe they're the strongest, I place my trust only in ability. I've witnessed myself. His gaze locked onto Yuri as he began to outline his intent. Before he could finish, Yuri cut in, sharply addressing him as Your Highness. Ragnar's grin returned, confident and unshaken. He nodded once. Then I'll test them. I already have a plan. That very night, the announcement spread through every allied camp. At the Holy Kingdom's base, a knight passed a sealed notice to a messenger, its authenticity confirmed without question. Supreme Commander Ragnar had decreed that the main army would advance alongside a reconnaissance unit to secure the formation. Not long after the same order reached the Brizen Knights, Commander Jonathan read over the parchment, immediately grasping the implication. Ragnar had no intention of accepting volunteers lightly. The units would be chosen through direct competition, open to any force bold enough to step forward. Jose glanced at Jonathan, a dry chuckle slipping from his lips. Looks like the Supreme Commander is in the mood to see who's really worth trusting. Jonathan rolls the scroll, closed, heat flashing through his eyes as something long dormant stirs. He says it's been a long time since he's felt this kind of drive, his voice carrying a sharp edge of excitement. He doesn't bother hiding. At Prince Yuri Briel's camp, Hernando reads the order aloud, his expression tightening as the words sink in. The directive is simple and merciless. Locate orcs along the marching route and return with their right ears. Performance will determine all future mission assignments. He lowers the parchment and looks at Yuri, one brow lifting. He asks whether this was truly his idea. Yuri answers without hesitation. Yes. His voice is calm, unwavering. Since it's the Supreme Commander's directive, every nation must take part. This, he says quietly, is the ideal way to measure everyone's real capability. Unease ripples through the group. Jared, one of Yuri's knights, steps forward and voices his concern. A reconnaissance mission isn't the same as open warfare. Their unit isn't built for this kind of operation. Yuri meets his gaze without flinching. He tells him not to worry. He already has a plan prepared. The following day, Ragnar stands before the assembled forces. An hourglass rests before him as he addresses them, his voice carrying effortlessly across the field. The main army will advance toward the plains. Each unit is to move to its assigned zone, track the orcs, and wipe them out. The nation that returns with the most ears will be granted priority in future operations. Silence presses down as his words settle. The second princess of the Holy Kingdom, Jonathan of Brizen, and Prince Yuri Briel all fix their eyes on him, tension coiling tight. Without another word, Ragnar lifts the hourglass and turns it over. Sand begins to fall. The contest begins. In the same instant, the three commanders split apart, their forces surging forward in different directions beneath the sharp morning light. Ragnar watches them ride out. A knight steps up beside him, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he remarks that it seems His Highness places considerable faith in the bold prince. Ragnar glances at him, one brow rising. Was it really that obvious? His gaze lingers on the distant figures as Yuri's forces disappear into the plains. He speaks thoughtfully, saying the young man has caught his interest. If he proves himself once more, that interest may deepen in a genuine fondness. At the head of his formation, Prince Yuri Briel drives his knights and soldiers onward, charging straight into the open plains. As they thunder across the open plains, Jared reins in alongside Yuri and shouts over the wind, asking if he actually has a plan. Yuri turns his head, slightly, a confident smile cutting across his face. Of course he does. They're going to win this. The first step is locating the orcs. Jared shoots him an irritated look and snaps back that simply finding them isn't the mission. Yuri doesn't rise to it. His voice stays level as he repeats that he has a method. A shout rings out from the front. The lookout calls for attention to the northeast. Yuri's gaze sweeps the horizon, then hardens as he spots them, a formation of orc riders surging across the fields. Orc cavalry. They press forward, completely unaware they're being observed. A grin spreads across Yuri's face. Perfect. He reaches into his pouch and draws out a necklace set with a glowing red gem. It's time to pull them in. The stone begins to pulse its crimson light, intensifying as it spills across the plains. One after another, the orcs' eyes ignite red. Their focus snaps violently toward Yuri's force, their minds dragged into alignment by the gem's pull. With savage roars, they turn and charge. Yuri raises his voice steady and clear. Only the right ears matter. The knights answer with a unified shout. Jared clicks his tongue, clearly displeased, but draws his sword anyway. Yuri unsheathes his own, his expression unchanged, and issues a sharp warning not to get carried away. Then he gives the signal. The bull army crashes forward. Fueled by fury, Jared launches himself from his horse, mid-charge, crashing into an orc before it can react. His blade cuts clean through its neck. The body collapses instantly. Jared lands atop it, ripping his sword free as chaos explodes around him. Bull knights and soldiers carve through the orc ranks with brutal efficiency. From the turmoil, a massive orc bursts out astride a hulking lizard mount, axe raised high as it bellows. Yuri spots it at once. He spurs forward. The axe swings down, but Yuri's sword flashes first. In one clean pass, he slices the creature's throat as he rides past, blood spraying into the air. His eyes narrow as they flick to the fallen bodies. For this mission, Head prepared two things. His gaze drops briefly to the knives at his waist. The first, the crystal necklace taken from the bandits, had already served its purpose. But the second, his train of thought, is broken when a knight rushes up to him, a sack slung over his shoulder, dark blood seeping through the fabric. He drops to a knee and reports that they already have 10 right ears. At this rate, he says they might surpass every other force. Yuri calmly draws one of the small knives from his belt. A faint smile touches his lips. He murmurs that it isn't enough. The knight stiffens, confusion flashing across his face. Before he can question it, Yuri flicks his wrist and drives the knife straight into the ground. The earth answers immediately. A towering pillar of light detonates upward, tearing through the soil with a thunderous roar. The ground shudders violently. The knight staggers back, nearly losing his footing, eyes blown wide as he stares at the blinding radiance. Yuri remains seated on his horse, perfectly still, power rolling off him in heavy waves. Without raising his voice, with absolute certainty, Yuri declares that they will exterminate every orc in the entire region before they turn back. Soul severance is a peculiar power, a technique molded entirely by the will of the one who wields it. Yuri lowers his gaze to the dagger buried in the earth, his eyes narrowed in sharp focus. He explains that it senses vibrations through the earthquake's sword, a weapon infused with the strength of the land itself. He gestures toward the dagger, where a faint hum still lingers in the air. When he channels that pulsing sensation through soul severance and spreads it across the ground, he can feel every movement around him, seen or unseen. His voice remains calm, almost reverent, as he states that nothing escapes his reach. In an instant, the positions of the orcs bloom inside Yuri's mind. The terrain, the shifting battlefield, even the locations of the bull soldiers beside him take shape with perfect clarity. A thin, colorless mist leaks slowly from his eyes, marking the technique's activation. Still, he clicks his tongue under his breath. It's not enough. He turns to his men, his tone steady but unyielding, and repeats the order. They will not withdraw until every orc in the region is eradicated. His aura surges outward, nearly visible as it coils around him. With a raised voice, he gives the command to advance. By dusk, Supreme Commander Ragna stands before the hourglass, watching the final grains of sand slip through. As the last one falls, he announces that time is up. The first army from another nation steps forward, holding a sack. Ragna orders them to present it, tapping the desk once as he waits. They append the pouch. Nothing comes out. Ragna's expression hardens instantly. His voice turns cold as he demands to know which nation they represent, reminding them that this was a reconnaissance mission, not mere scouting. Irritation flashes as he tosses the empty sack aside and calls for the next group. The result is the same, and then the next. By the final report, his patience fractures completely. He declares that this unit has also failed, his words sharp and unforgiving. Once every nation has been checked, Ragna exhales heavily and smacks his own cheek in frustration. So many armies, yet not a single one managed to kill even one orc. A sudden stir draws his attention. He looks up to see Commander Jonathan of Bruzen stepping forward, barely able to contain his excitement. Ragna takes the pouch from him and empties it onto the table. Right ears spill out in a small pile, unmistakable proof. Soldiers from the other nations stare in stunned silence. Ragna nods in approval, praising the Bruzen troops. 6 ears. The best result so far. Jonathan inclines his head slightly, pride clear on his face. He lowers his head slightly and answers that they were merely fortunate enough to locate their target group. Ragna lets out a chuckle as he reaches for another pouch. this one taken from an imperial soldier. He turns it in his hand before speaking, saying that luck itself is a form of strength, and that countless lives have been lost simply because it was lacking. Then, with a confident grin, he slams the pouch onto the table and begins counting. 12 years in total. He nods, clearly pleased. Not bad at all. A low murmur spreads through the hall. Soldiers from the other nations whisper among themselves, unable to hide their admiration for the Empire's result. Jonathan feels the pride he held moments ago drain away, replaced by a bitter sense of loss. The Empire had started an hour later, yet returned with twice the number of years. Even the second princess of the Holy Kingdom presses her lips together, frustration flickering in her eyes as she realizes the Empire never saw the rest as equals. Only bait. Ragna notices the shift in mood, the disappointment etched across so many faces, but his satisfied smile never falters. He raises a hand, silencing the room. He tells them not to linger on it. What matters now is how they perform from this moment forward. Then he turns slightly and asks the soldier beside him whether that was the final report. The soldier stiffens, caught off guard, and quickly replies that there is still one remaining. Moments later, a heavy pouch is slammed down onto the table with a dull, weighty thud. The soldier announces that it belongs to Betrayal. The reaction is immediate. Every head snaps around, shock rippling through the gathered forces. Ragna's smile remains, but tension creeps into his expression as his eyes drop to the pouch overflowing with right ears. Slowly, his gaze lifts to Prince Yuri, who stands straight and unmoving, his armor stained dark with orc blood. Ragna asks what he is looking at, his tone calm, yet edged with sharp curiosity. Then he asks plainly what Yuri's secret is. Yuri answers without hesitation. There is nothing special behind it, he says evenly. They simply put in the effort. That night, back in the Allied camp, Sir Jared oversees the unloading of supplies, his eyes sharp as he warns the soldiers to handle everything with care. As he moves through the area, a knight from another nation brushes past him and shoves him deliberately. Jared winces and turns, just in time to catch the man, throwing him a look of open contempt before walking off. Left behind, Jared rubs a shoulder, confusion settling in as he wonders what he just walked into. Later that night, in Bull's camp, Jared makes his way over to Yuri, who is seated on a log by the campfire, eating alongside another soldier. He calls out to him, and Yuri looks up as Jared stops in front of him and delivers his report. Knights from other nations have been provoking them. Yuri rises at an unhurried pace, his expression giving nothing away. He asks if that's really happening. As they begin to walk, Jared explains that there's been constant whispering behind their backs, none of it friendly. Yuri lets out a small, knowing smile. He says it was bound to happen. They've drawn too much attention, and now that Betrayal has secured the reconnaissance role, envy is unavoidable. They come to a stop in front of the holding cell where the captured orcs are confined. Yuri tells Jared to enjoy it and not to worry. Everything will settle down. Corey is already waiting nearby. Yuri's focus shifts immediately, zeroing in on what actually matters: the orc sorcerer among the prisoners. He gives Corey a light pat on the shoulder and asks if he's learned anything. Corey hesitates, about to respond, when one of the orcs suddenly shouts something in its own harsh tongue. Yuri turns his head slightly and asks Corey what it said. After a brief pause, Corey answers carefully. It said black dog. He adds that there's a rumor spreading among the orcs about a knight who can smell them out like a dog. Yuri looks back at the orc, then returns his gaze to Corey and asks if they're talking about him. Behind him, Jared struggles visibly to hold in his laughter. Corey nods, still sounding uncertain. Among the orcs, he explains, it's considered an honor, a title born from fear and respect. Yuri's brow furrows in clear dissatisfaction. A dog? He mutters that they could have at least called him a wolf. That's when Jared finally breaks, laughter spilling out before he can stop himself. Irritated, Yuri whirls around, eyes sharp as he demands to know if Jared finds it amusing. Jared snaps his gaze away, desperately trying to regain control. He insists that he doesn't, though the grin still tugging at his face betrays him completely. Yuri turns back toward the cell. A reluctant smile creeps onto his lips as he rubs his chin. At the very least, he says, it means his reputation has spread among them. Given how effective he's been lately, he supposes it makes sense. Corey nods, then hesitates, his voice faltering as he adds that there is more. The orcs didn't only say black dog. They said the Emperor's black dog is aiming for Oka's life. Yuri goes completely still, the words echo in his head. Emperor's dog. His aura flares violently, whipping outward like a storm unleashed. Fury hardens his expression as killing intent floods the air. To the orcs, he isn't just feared. He's seen as the Empire's obedient hound. The pressure thickens as his hand moves to his sword, the blade beginning to slide free. Jared lunges forward at once, shouting for him to stop. If Yuri continues, there will be no prisoners left alive. Sensing the breaking point, Jared steps between him and the cell, his voice firm despite the tension crushing down on him. He says he will handle the interrogation. Yuri freezes, his hand lingers on the hilt for a brief moment before he exhales slowly and pushes the sword back into its sheath. The raging aura recedes, though the anger does not fully vanish. Corey speaks again, careful, now delivering the rest of his report. The captured orc revealed that there is a major barracks in the Garen region commanded by Oka's direct subordinate. Karui, chieftain of the Garen tribe. Karui has mobilized his entire tribe and prepared for the allied advance. He seized control through overwhelming strength and is infamous among the orcs as a monstrous warrior. More importantly, his plan is to annihilate the allied armies before they ever reach Aqua. Yuri places a hand on Korra's head and smiles brightly. He praises him for the information. Corey flushes slightly and bows as he turns to leave. Yuri tells Jared that the rest is in his hands. Jared answers with a sharp nod. Yuri then heads off to report directly to the Supreme Commander. Inside Ragna's tent, the tension breaks in the strangest way possible. Ragnar repeats his question, asking whether Yuri has a lover or a girlfriend. Yuri freezes again, this time for an entirely different reason. He stammers and insists that he has neither. Ragnar calmly takes a sip of wine and asks how old he is. Yuri answers that he is 18 and immediately demands to know why any of this is relevant. Ragnar leans back, completely relaxed, and admits that while the timing is not perfect, he happens to have a niece, a very pretty one. Yuri almost chokes on nothing. Unbothered, Ragnar takes another drink and casually waves him off, saying they will discuss it later. Yuri, still pale, bows stiffly and makes a hasty retreat from the tent. The moment he steps outside, his footing falters, and he nearly stumbles forward, whispering under his breath like he's been struck by a curse. Ragnar's niece, Ragnar's pretty niece. Memories from his previous life surge up without warning. His time entangled with the Empire's princess, flashing vividly through his mind. His stomach twists violently. No way, the words slip out in pure horror, loud enough to draw startled glances from nearby soldiers. He grabs his head, dread settling in as he realizes one thing with absolute clarity: he has to avoid this at all costs. Before he can spiral further, someone steps directly into his path and calls his name. There's concern in her voice as she reaches toward him, asking if he is all right, remarking that he looks unwell. Yuri slowly lifts his gaze. The instant he sees her, he freezes. Then slowly a smile spreads across his face as a spark ignites in his eyes. Found her. Standing before him is the commander of the Holy Kingdom's army, the second princess herself. To Yuri, she suddenly looks radiant, practically glowing under the camp's dim light. In his mind, she is instantly elevated to the status of a divine savior, a goddess sent to rescue him from impending disaster. Completely unaware of the storm, she has just walked in. The princess brushes her hair aside and tilts her head slightly, asking why he is staring at her like that. That night outside the Bowl Kingdom's military camp, Prince Yuri Briel paces beneath the silent sky, footsteps tracing the same short path over and over. As his thoughts spiral out of control, he turns the problem around relentlessly until a single conclusion settles in. If he wants to dodge Ragnar's matchmaking, he needs to pretend he already belongs to someone. Anyone will do. No, not anyone. The idea sharpens the longer he dwells on it. It has to be someone who has no romantic interest in him, someone who owes him a favor, someone who will not refuse the moment that realization clicks. Footsteps approach. The second princess of the Holy Kingdom, Sibylla, steps into view. To Yuri, it feels as though the world itself has handed him an answer. Perfect. A wide grin stretches across his face as the plan locks into place. Without hesitation, he strides straight toward her, resolve burning clear in his eyes. He stops right in front of her and plants both hands firmly on her shoulders. Sibylla blinks, startled, opening her mouth to demand what he is doing. Yuri only smiles, radiant and triumphant like a man who has just escaped execution, when he finally reins himself and he looks her straight in the eyes and asks whether she remembers the time he saved her. She nods slowly, confusion deepening. Yuri leans in just enough for his tone to turn serious. He tells her he will need her help soon, and that it has to be her before the words can properly land. He suddenly spins around and breaks into a run, calling back over his shoulder that he will see her then. Sibylla remains rooted to the spot, mind blank. She snaps out of it just long enough to shout after him, demanding to know what he is talking about. But he has already vanished into the darkness. She exhales sharply and mutters to herself, asking what on earth is wrong with him. A voice speaks up behind her. Princess. She turns stiffly, irritation already simmering, only to find Sir Finnick standing there grinning as brightly and shamelessly as ever. Without any hesitation, he declares that she and Prince Yuri look surprisingly good together. Sibylla just stares at him. Finnick thumps his chest proudly and announces that he will support the two of them with all his heart. She opens her mouth to respond, then stops halfway. Whatever strength she had left drains out of her all at once. Instead, she lifts her gaze to the glowing night sky, exhaustion swirling through her thoughts, and quietly wonders If everyone could just disappear long enough for her to breathe. By the next morning, clear sunlight pours down across the battlefield. Its sharp glare, exposing everything in its path. Supreme Commander Ragna rides at the front of the Allied march, leading the formation forward without hesitation. Among the advancing ranks, Jared nudges his horse closer to Yuri, who rides beside him, lost deep in thought. Jared breaks the silence, saying he has heard the rumors. Yuri keeps his eyes fixed ahead, his face giving nothing away as he asks what rumors. Jared answers without pause. It is about why the Supreme Commander keeps calling him, and Yuri arches a brow, already knowing the direction this is headed. Then Jared says it outright. People are saying it has something to do with marriage. Yuri scoffs in open dismissal. He tells him he is completely wrong and to wake up. Laughter bursts out from the knights riding behind them. Yuri glances back, irritation flashing across his face as he sees their wide grins. He clicks his tongue and snaps that they must be desperately bored to waste time on such nonsense. The march continues until sudden movement overhead draws Yuri's attention. A swarm of crows cuts across the valley, their harsh cries slicing through the air. Yuri looks up, frowning at the unnatural number gathering in one place. As his focus shifts, his horse suddenly rears and neighs, joined by several others at the front. The formation jolts. Yuri tightens his grip on the reins, struggling to calm his mount as he demands to know what is happening. After a tense moment, the horse settles, sensing something wrong. Jared speaks up and says he will go check it out. Yuri's expression hardens immediately. He says he is coming too. They spur their horses forward, pushing toward the front where Ragna is stationed. As they approach, Yuri calls out to him, but the words die in his throat the instant they crest the slope. The valley below reveals a nightmare. Human heads hang from pikes, empty eyes staring as they sway in the wind. Half-eaten corpses litter the ground, arranged in a grotesque display meant to provoke fear. Some bodies are still impaled on sharpened stakes, others have been torn apart and left to decay beneath the unforgiving sun. The color drains from Jared's face, his lips tremble as he tries to form a prayer, his mind unable to reconcile the scene before him. Ragna, in contrast, remains utterly composed. A faint smile curves his lips as he finishes the words Jared cannot bring himself to say. He calls it an amusing welcome ceremony, a gift from the orcs. The stench of rot crashes into Yuri like a physical blow. He lifts a hand to cover his nose and forces himself to take everything in. The orcs did not simply kill these people. They used their bodies as ornaments, impaling them before the meals were even finished and leaving the remains on display. It's deliberate, a statement carved in flesh. This is all you're worth. Heat coils tight in Yuri's chest. He presses a fist against his heart and calls out to the Supreme Commander. Leaving the bodies like this will shatter the soldiers' morale. His voice stays level, even as fury simmers beneath it. He asks that the both forces be allowed to handle the cleanup. Ragna turns his head, studies him briefly, then gives a single nod. That's all the permission Yuri needs. He immediately shouts orders to the Bull soldiers and knights, commanding them to prepare their torches. Moments later, flames spring to life as they move down into the valley, the crackle of fire cutting sharply through the unnatural silence. They work without a word. Pikes are pulled free. Bodies are gathered. Fire is set. The smell of burning flesh rolls through the air as the soldiers move with grim efficiency, carrying out a task no one wants, but no one refuses. Yuri watches closely until his eyes catch on one man standing still. The soldier stares at the burning corpses, face drained of color, hands shaking. He mutters under his breath, struggling to comprehend how something like this could be done. Yuri steps to his side. His voice is quiet, steady. He tells him not to let it eat him alive. The soldier swallows, nods, and turns back to his duty. Yuri lifts his gaze again, and his expression tightens. Two figures have drifted too far ahead. Guinness and Dyke, separated from the others. He raises his voice sharply, calling them by name and ordering them to stop and return immediately. Both soldiers freeze. They turn at once, salute, and call back that they're coming. As they move, Guinness glances down at the ground, his brow knitting together. He lowers his voice and speaks to Dyke, saying something feels wrong about this place. Dyke barely looks at him, distracted, and asks what he means. Guinness points toward a nearby corpse and the arrows scattered around it. The arrowheads are buried deep in the soil, angled downward, pointing in the opposite direction from where the orcs impaled the bodies. It looks less like they were fired from the ground, more like they came from above. The moment the words leave his mouth, movement stirs above them. Shapes rise along the cliff edge behind their backs. Orcs, several of them. Bows already raised, strings drawn tight, arrows nocked and waiting. Neither soldier looks up. Dyke, still crouched over the arrows in the dirt, responds absent-mindedly, repeating the thought aloud. Shot from above. A sharp whistle cuts through the air. The arrow punches straight into Guinness's back. The impact is brutal. Blood sprays across Dyke's face as Guinness jerks forward, a wet gasp tearing from his throat. He chokes, coughing blood, before collapsing to his knees. Dyke freezes. Then panic slams into him. He screams Guinness's name, voice cracking as his eyes lock onto the wound. Stumbling backward, he fumbles for his sword, hands shaking as the truth finally hits him. They're under attack. Above them, the orcs move as one. Bows align. A harsh command snaps out. They release. A black storm rains down. Dyke looks up just as the arrows descend, his heart hammering wildly in his chest. Every instinct screams at him to run, to move, to do something, but his legs lock in place. The world slows, the sky filling with death. From a distance, Yuri's voice cuts through the chaos. He charges in, shouting for Dyke to brace his shoulder. Dyke reacts on instinct, planting his feet and setting himself. Yuri closes the gap in a blur, stepping onto Dyke's shoulder with flawless timing. Mana surges through him as he launches upward, body electrified by power. His sword flashes again and again, carving through the air. Arrows shatter mid-flight, splintering like dry wood, never reaching the ground. Yuri lands hard on one knee, fragments raining down around him. He immediately calls out to Guinness. Relief floods his chest when he sees the man, still breathing. There's no time to waste. Yuri orders Dyke to lift Guinness and move, directing them towards Simon. They need support from the Holy Kingdom, and invoking his name, Yuri Briel, will make them move faster. As the two scramble away, Yuri slowly lifts his gaze back toward the cliffs. His eyes narrow. The orcs remain still for a heartbeat longer. Then, as if nothing had happened at all, they turn and disappear from sight. Yuri watches the orcs withdraw, their backs vanishing into the cliffs, and anger coils tighter in his chest. It's intentional, a signal, a warning meant for him alone. They're telling him they could have killed him whenever they wanted. His teeth grind together as he curses under his breath. If provocation is what they're after, then he'll answer in kind. Yuri slides his sword back into its sheath, eyes fixed on the empty cliffs. This time, he won't let it pass. By the time afternoon settles in and the valley has been fully cleared, Yuri stands inside the camp, delivering his report. Ragna listens in silence, his attention sharp as he repeats the details of the ambush. The position on the upper right cliff is the key. There's no bypassing it. The hidden orc unit must be wiped out. Ragna turns his gaze to Yuri and calmly asks what he intends to do. Yuri answers without a second's pause. A confident smile curves his lips as he says there's nothing complicated about it. The archers will pin the enemy down and prevent them from surfacing. While they're locked in place, his troops will take control of the rift from above. Mana stirs around him, invisible yet unmistakable, the air itself tightening as the promise of battle hangs heavy between them. The orcs are already in position along the cliffs, bodies pressed low against the stone as they wait for the perfect moment. Silence stretches across the valley, heavy and suffocating. Then one of them feels it, a strange presence stirring below. The orc slowly rises, bow in hand, leaning out to peer down the cliff face. It never gets the chance to understand. Arrows slam in with terrifying precision. The orc throws itself flat against the rock as shafts bury into the cliff where its head had been moments earlier, sparks bursting as metal bites stone. A furious snarl tears from its throat as it spits a warning to the others. The signal spreads instantly. More arrows follow, streaking upward and hammering into the cliffs, pinning the orcs in place with relentless accuracy. At the mouth of the valley, Supreme Commander Ragna stands unmoving. Beside him, 3 night archers hold their drawn bows, eyes locked on the heights above. Ragna's command cuts cleanly through the tension. The orcs are not to advance. Briel's forces are the hunters now. High above, a knight begins scaling the cliff, fingers digging in a jagged rock as he hauls himself upward. Others follow close behind, armor scraping harshly against stone as they climb, teeth clenched, ready to collide head-on with the enemy. Behind Yuri, one of the knights is already faltering. His breathing grows uneven, each movement heavier than the last. Sweat drips down his face as his arms tremble from strain. Ahead of him, Prince Yuri Briel climbs without hesitation. His movements are precise, controlled, his focus absolute. He never once looks back. The struggling knight calls out, voice tight with exhaustion, telling Yuri he's pushing too hard. Once they reach the top, it will be immediate combat. He urges him to save his strength. Yuri exhales, irritation slipping into his tone. He tells the man to worry about himself first. His stamina is terrible for someone his age. How does he expect to fight like that? He doesn't slow down. His gaze stays locked upward as his pace remains unchanged. The archers are keeping the orcs pinned, but this window won't last forever. If they're late, the advantage disappears. Then the air changes. A sharp jolt of warning rips through Yuri's instincts. His eyes widen as something massive tears free from above. A boulder hurtles down toward them, blotting out the sky. Shouts erupt from below as the knights scream for Yuri to take cover. He doesn't flinch, completely composed. Yuri watches the falling stone descend straight toward him. His hand snaps to the magical daggers strapped at his waist. Mana surges through his body, and with a sharp flick of his wrist, all 4 blades tear free at once. They whirl around him in a radiant spiral before streaking upward in a tight, precise line. One after another, the daggers sink into the cliff face, blazing with light, forming a ladder of glowing steel. Yuri kicks off his foothold. His body moves faster than logic should allow, feet striking the embedded daggers as if they were solid stone. He ascends in a blur, mana roaring through his limbs. In the span of a heartbeat, he reaches the falling boulder. His sword is already in his hand. He plants himself midair, eyes razor-focused, and swings. The mana-charged blade cleaves straight through the rock. The boulder splits cleanly in two. Both halves crash past him, smashing into the cliffside below with a thunderous roar, rock fragments exploding outward in every direction. Before gravity can claim him, Yuri drives his sword deep into the cliff wall. The blade bites hard into stone. He grips it with both hands, arresting his fall. His chest heaves once as he steadies himself, hanging there suspended above the drop. Then he releases one hand and looks down. He calls out, voice calm, asking if anyone is hurt. Shouts answer him from below. They're safe. A faint smile touches his lips. Good. He tells them to keep moving. With a violent pull, he rips the sword free and uses the recoil to launch himself upward. He sprints along the cliff face, each step a blur. Near the summit, he leaps and lands hard on one knee, palm pressed firmly to the ground. The orcs are already there. They close in immediately, snarls echoing around him as weapons rise. Yuri lifts his head, a grin spreading across his face. He mutters that he appreciates the warm welcome. The orcs hiss and bark among themselves. One stumbles over his name. Another spits it clearly, Aquatia. Yuri straightens, smirks sharpening. He confirms it casually, then adds that they're nothing but orc trash. One of them explodes into motion, roaring as it charges. Yuri meets it head-on. Mana surges as he closes the distance in an instant. His sword flashes, slicing clean through the orc's right arm. Blood sprays as the limb sails away. The creature screams, rage overriding pain. Its remaining arm swings wildly and slams into Yuri's side. The impact lands hard, pain ripping through his ribs as the battle truly begins. He grunts as pain bites into his side, the shock forcing a brief wince from him. But he straightens immediately, eyes sharpening with focus. The orc, even with its arm severed, refuses to go down. It shifts its weapon into its remaining hand and steps in again. Yuri doesn't retreat. He meets the strike head-on, steel crashing against steel with a ringing clash that echoes across the cliff. Yuri studies it coldly, recognizing that the loss of an arm has clearly sapped its strength. He's about to finish it when his instincts flare. Movement. Too much of it. Orcs surge in from all sides, closing the distance at once. He exhales under his breath, calling the situation troublesome, and adjusts his stance to face the encirclement. His sword moves without hesitation. One strike shears clean through an orc's weapon. The next cuts another open from gut to spine, dropping it in a twitching heap. Yuri pivots, blade flashing low, slicing through a third orc's leg before it can even lift its foot. There's no room to breathe. A fourth orc is already behind him, waiting. It lunges. Yuri spins just in time, blocking the blow with a sharp grunt as the impact rattles his arms. Teeth clenched, he locks blades with it, raw strength pressing down on him. Without looking back, he shouts over his shoulder, his voice cutting through the din. How much longer are the knights going to take? An answer comes at last. A knight drags himself over the edge, breathing hard but steadying instantly, calling out that they're almost there. Seconds later, Jared and Lauren vault up beside him, climbing with practiced ease. They don't pause. Their swords flash together, perfectly synchronized, and two orcs drop in the same heartbeat. Yuri smirks and surges forward. His blade punches through another orc's throat and tears free in a spray of blood. The body collapses at his feet. He turns sharply, voice steady despite the carnage, and orders them not to stop. The moment they're fully up, they charge. The command ripples outward. The knights answer with a unified roar, hauling themselves over the ledge one after another, and plunging straight into battle. The clifftop explodes into chaos. Steel crashes against steel. Bull's war cries collide with the guttural howls of the orcs. At the very front, Yuri drives forward without hesitation, cutting a path through blood and stone. His final command slices through the madness, clear and absolute, as he leads the charge straight into the heart of the enemy. Kill them. Far below, at the mouth of the valley, Supreme Commander Ragna watches the clash from afar. Dust rises in thick clouds, battle cries echoing faintly through the air. A satisfied smile slowly spreads across his face as he observes the carnage unfolding exactly as intended. He offers no commentary. None is needed. That night, once the fighting ends and the camp is reestablished, the atmosphere shifts. The groans of the wounded mingle with the sounds of hammering and shouted instructions as repair crews move through the lines. Beneath the Breel banner, a formal report is delivered. Every hidden enemy unit has been eradicated. The rift is secure. The main army can advance without losing a single soldier. Inside the command tent, Prince Yuri Breel sits at his desk as Jared stands before him, delivering the final details. He concludes by stating that Kurui's stronghold, the base of Oka's direct subordinate, lies directly ahead. Yuri nods once, acknowledging the report and offering a brief word of approval. Then Jared hesitates before adding that the Holy Kingdom's second princess left a message. Yuri's thoughts immediately flick to Sibylla. He murmurs her name under his breath as Jared relays her words exactly as given. She's annoyed that he's taking all the credit. However, if priests are needed, she'll send them. When he finishes, Jared studies Yuri with a faint crease in his brow. There's a pause, just long enough to be noticeable. Then, carefully, he ventures that perhaps there's something more between Yuri and the princess. He stops himself midway and stiffly corrects course, insisting it's merely speculation. Yuri answers instantly. No, the single word is flat, absolute, leaving no room for interpretation. The finality in his voice shuts the topic down completely. Clearly displeased, Yuri motions him away, his gaze sharpening. If there's nothing else, he's dismissed. Jared bows, his tone returning to formality as he wishes Yuri rest and good health. Yuri gives a brief nod in response. Nothing more. Jared exits the tent. The flap falls closed behind him, and silence settles in, broken only by the soft rustle of parchment. Yuri remains standing, eyes drifting across the map laid out on the table. He exhales slowly, rubbing his temple as he mutters that he'd thought he might finally get some rest. Apparently, that was wishful thinking. Without turning, Yuri feels it. A presence behind him, familiar and unmistakable. His senses sharpen, locking onto it instantly. He doesn't bother to look back. How long have you been there, son? His voice is calm, touched with faint curiosity. Asana steps forward, movements smooth and soundless. She reports that she has located the Gentile, her tone composed. Yuri turns at once, interest flashing in his eyes. He asks where the man is now, focus snapping into place. Asana moves to the map and points to a marked region, tracing the boundary with her finger. He's within this area. Yuri leans closer, frowning. Inside Orc territory? She nods. Yes. His fingers brush his chin as possibilities race through his mind. He wonders aloud if the man could be cooperating with the Orcs. Asana shakes her head without hesitation. No, it's the opposite. She explains that she couldn't push any farther. The Orcs are on full alert, but everything she uncovered points to the same conclusion. The Gentile has been captured. He's being held prisoner. Yuri's eyes narrow. Captured. Asana slows her words, sensing the shift in him. She reminds him that she knows he has personal reasons to care, but warns him to tread carefully. The capture feels intentional, part of something larger. If the Allied forces move carelessly, there's a real chance the Gentile could be turned against them. Yuri falls silent, absorbing it all. The weight settles in, heavy and unmistakable. His thoughts are already moving ahead, mapping outcomes and risks. One thing is clear. This isn't something he can afford to rush. Yuri turned his gaze back to Asana, asking once more, just to be certain. Had she truly said the foreigner was now an Orc prisoner? Asana nodded calmly, confirming it, then hesitated and asked whether she should return to investigate further. There was no need. Yuri answered immediately. A faint smile touched his lips as he leaned back, remarking that if anything, this made things more convenient. He could simply meet the foreigner himself. Inside his mind, the pieces were already falling into place. The foreigner wanted only one thing, Oka's head. As long as their objectives aligned, convincing him would be effortless. Yuri instructed Asana to infiltrate the Orc barracks the moment the battle began the next day, and to keep watch over the foreigner's condition until he arrived. Asana didn't respond. She stood there, eyes forward, unease quietly settling into her expression. Yuri noticed at once and asked what was wrong. She stepped closer to the desk and spoke carefully, saying that if he intended to meet the foreigner in person, then she wished to accompany him. Her eyes burned with resolve as she addressed him properly, calling him Your Highness, warning that the foreigner was dangerous. She said she would protect him. Yuri studied her in silence for a brief moment. Then he stood and spoke her name. Asana. His voice was calm, but cold. He told her plainly that he hadn't hired her to be his bodyguard. and that he was more than capable of protecting himself. The words hit hard. Asuna said nothing. She pulled her hood lower, biting down on her lip as she forced her emotions back under control. After a moment, she nodded and said she understood. Yuri exhaled quietly. His expression softened as he turned aside, reaching for something, a casual smile returning to his face. He asked if she wanted some late-night snacks before heading out, mentioning that he'd received them earlier. Holding up a plate, he added lightly that they were surprisingly good. His voice trailed off. When he turned back, Asuna was already gone. Only a faint trace of lingering mana marked where she had stood. Yuri stared at it in silence for a long moment. Later that night, Yuri sat by a campfire with Gerald's and several other knights. Flames crackled softly as Gerald's launched into one of his stories from Yuri's younger days. The warmth of the fire standing in quiet contrast to the tension still lingering in Yuri's thoughts. And that's when the Death Knight suddenly appeared right behind His Highness, Gerald's declared, his voice swelling with drama. He thrust out his chest and continued without shame. But I stepped in and protected him. It was unmistakably Gerald's moment to shine as the senior knight. The others leaned in, eyes wide, faces full of awe as they drank in every word. Yuri, thoroughly unimpressed, kept chewing on his snacks. Inside, he knew Gerald's was lying outright. The real scene was burned into his memory. Gerald's had been face down on the ground until Yuri kicked him awake. Still, a quiet chuckle escaped him. Whatever the truth, Gerald's really had grown compared to before. One of the knights turned toward Yuri and asked if Sir Gerald's tale was true. The truth almost slipped out of Yuri's mouth, but he stopped himself at the last second and simply said that yes, Gerald's had done his best. The knight turned back, admiration deepening. He called it incredible and asked how Gerald's had managed to face something as horrifying as a Death Knight. Gerald swelled with pride and answered that it was because the Death Knight still had a body. As long as it had a form, it could be cut down by a sword. His tone shifted then, stern and instructive, as he told the younger knights that the most terrifying enemy was not something you could see or strike. An enemy without substance, like a ghost, that no blade could ever reach. Yuri watched quietly, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he took in how naturally the knights were bonding. Then, without warning, something else entered his sight. Behind Gerald's, a figure stood. At first, Yuri frowned, wondering who would be wandering around dressed in filthy rags at this hour. Then his focus sharpened, and understanding slammed into him like a bolt of lightning. His eyes flew wide. His mouth fell open. Yuri was on his feet in an instant, hands snapping to his sword hilt. "Raise your swords," he ordered. The knights froze. "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Hand ready on his sword, but the substance washed over him all the same. A wave of revulsion crawled up his spine. "What is this?" he muttered. Mana erupted from his body in an instant, blasting the substance away. As it burned off his skin, Yuri stared at his hand and said grimly that an impure aura had spread through him. He forced it out on instinct, but unease lingered in his eyes. What in the world is this? Later that night, Yuri stood inside Hernando's tent. After recounting everything that had happened, Hernando's brow furrowed as he asked whether it had truly been an avatar invisible to the naked eye, calling the situation deeply suspicious. Yuri nodded. He said it was serious, because the enemy had been right beside them the entire time, and no one else had seen a thing. Sitting cross-legged inside Hernando's tent, Yuri explained why he had rushed to see the royal family's personal mage so late at night. Cards and gambling tokens were scattered across the table, and Hernando let out a nervous laugh as several knights stood nearby, stiff and miserable, clearly in the middle of their punishment. Yuri glanced around once and remarked that he seemed to have arrived at a particularly busy moment. Hernando scratched the back of his head and awkwardly brushed it off, saying the orc had probably cloaked itself with sorcery to stay hidden, and that Yuri's sharp senses had simply caught what others couldn't. Yuri said the problem wasn't just the concealment technique itself, but the danger it introduced into the coming battle. It added an unknown variable. He asked whether there were any countermeasures, something like the massive firebomb Mary Rose had dropped before. Hernando shook his head and replied that such a thing was only feasible near Baal's had, and magic used that openly could be easily disrupted. When Yuri pressed about the nature of the sorcery, Hernando's playful tone faded. He said he couldn't be completely certain, but it looked like forbidden power, likely mixed with black magic. Yuri's expression tightened as he asked if that made it dangerous. Hernando waved it off casually, saying it wasn't a serious issue. The magic tower had already finished analyzing it, and as long as they responded quickly, it would be easier to counter than most spells. He added that he would personally focus on dispelling whatever tricks the enemy sorcerers tried to use. "Yes," Yuri said quietly, fingers interlacing. "That'll count on you." After a brief pause, he spoke again. "By the way, yes, Your Highness." Hernando replied. Yuri picked up one of the playing cards, his gaze suddenly sharp. He said he let it slide just for today, but if Hernando gambled again next time, he should call him. Hernando nodded with a grin that was far too casual. The punished knights stared blankly as the two continued talking, drifting into light jokes about wins and losses. Before long, laughter spread among the knights, even as they continued standing through their punishment. Elsewhere that same night, crows blackened the sky. Beneath them, skeletons swayed from crude, makeshift crosses. Not far away, deep within the orc stronghold, a harsh voice barked orders in the orc tongue. Inside, hordes of savage orcs knelt on one knee, eyes glowing crimson as they waited in absolute silence. Their leader sat atop his throne, a dark, oppressive aura spilling from him. Speaking calmly in Orish, he delivered his command. The shaman answered with an eager grin, replying in kind as dark red mana surged from his hands. The spell unfurled, power pouring into the assembled orcs and sinking deep into their bodies. When it ended, the orcs slowly raised their heads, staring like starving beasts set loose. Their eyes burned red as low growls rolled through the hall, dark mana rippling around them. The leader spoke once more, just 2 words in the orc tongue, his final order. At dawn in Kurui's camp, a horn tore through the silence. An allied soldier sounded the call for a full-scale assault, and the note sent a shudder through the entire camp as the attack began. At the front of it all, Supreme Commander Ragna charged ahead, leading from the vanguard. Mounted on his steed, Prince Yuri Briel straightened in the saddle and unleashed a raw command, ordering the Bull army forward. His voice rolled across the battlefield like thunder, and his soldiers answered with a roar of their own. Blades rose in unison as they surged ahead, formation tight and disciplined. Yuri drove himself to the very front, every muscle drawn taut, leading the charge straight toward the gates of the orc camp. Before they could close the distance, orcs rose behind their fortifications. Bows were already drawn, arrowheads glinting coldly in the light. At a sharp signal, a storm of arrows screamed into the sky, cutting through the wind in a deadly arc. Yuri wrenched his steed into a hard turn, shifting his weight as he shouted the order to fall back. Hooves tore at the ground as the formation twisted, but arrows still tore through their ranks. Gerald's and Lauren veered aside, just in time. Yet behind them steel met flesh. Agonized screams burst out amid the thunder of hooves. The sound struck Yuri straight in the chest. He heard every cry, every ragged breath. His jaw locked as he fought the urge to look back, forcing his eyes to stay forward. Move forward. He repeated it in his mind. Move forward. As the orcs prepared another volley, Yuri kept his gaze fixed ahead, and then he saw it. An opening. They're using us as bait. The orcs' attention was completely locked on his formation. And just as Yuri expected, while their focus remained fixed on the prince's army, Supreme Commander Ragna roared out a command. Soldiers bearing the battering ram surged toward the front gate, their unified shout rolling across the field like shockwave. The ram slammed into the gate in a single, brutal strike. Wood and metal burst apart, splinters flying as dust and debris filled the air. Ragna declared the breach, his voice cutting clean through the chaos, and ordered the Imperial army forward. Soldiers flooded through the shattered entrance in a tide of steel and momentum. After retreating long enough for the arrow fire to finally fade, Yuri hauled back on the reins and brought his steed to a halt, signaling his troops to stop with him. Beneath the fading roar of battle, Yuri steadies his breathing and listens, and hears it. Far off, the relentless crash of Ragna's assault as it tears into the camp's front gate. As the pressure eases, if only a little, Yuri declares that their task as bait is complete and orders the troops to regroup with the main force. That's when a voice cuts in. Yuri turns to see Sir Jose standing among the battered soldiers. Jose argues that with the front gate under heavy assault, the orcs must be stretched thin. In that state, he says, a strike from the rear could shatter them even faster. Yuri nearly laughs at the audacity of it. He admits the idea has merit, almost brilliance, but then raises his hand toward the enemy's rear wall. They have no battering ram, and that side of the camp is reinforced with heavy defenses. Jose lets out a low, amused sound as his hand closes around the hilt of his greatsword. Mana coils tightly around the blade, rising in a dense current as he replies calmly that siege weapons aren't always required. With his mana fully awakened, Jose dismounts. He settles the massive sword onto his shoulder and walks toward the wall. Yuri watches, admiration tinged with unease. Incredible. Jose locks both hands around the hilt and pours even more mana into the blade, compressing it until the ground shudders beneath his feet. He twists his torso back, drawing every ounce of power into the strike. Then he swings. The blow crashes down with a deafening, earth-shaking impact. The ground splits as mana surges forward in a straight, devastating torrent. Yuri watches it surge and thinks of a tsunami bursting straight from the earth. The wave of power slams into the rear barricade and annihilates it on contact. Stone, wood, and metal erupt into flying debris as dust explodes outward, swallowing the air in a choking haze. Inside the swirling cloud, dark shapes of stunned orcs stumble and reel. As the dust thins, one orc warrior finally understands what has happened. Its eyes go wide as it opens its mouth to scream a warning in its own tongue. Yuri doesn't wait. He drives his horse straight through the breach, snapping a sharp word of praise toward Jose as he passes. Moving so fast the air itself seems to tear, Yuri closes the distance in an instant. The orc's warning ends halfway through the sound as its head leaves its shoulders in a single, blinding slash. Yuri halts at once. His voice cuts cold and absolute as he orders the Bull army forward. He levels his blood-slicked sword toward the battlefield ahead and declares that this is their moment. He rides straight at a hastily erected orc barricade and commands his soldiers to clear the way. As Yuri and his knights close in, they drive their mounts harder and vault over it in one smooth motion. Suspended in midair, Yuri calls out, urging them to carve their strength into the very spirits of the orcs. On the far side, orcs brace themselves, spears thrust skyward. Yuri's voice rings out again, telling his soldiers to show not only the might of the allied forces, but the power of Betrayal itself. Before the orcs can strike, one knight surges ahead and slices through every spearhead in a single, shattering flash. The knights land cleanly. The instant his boots hit the ground, Sir Gerald's raises his sword and charges with booming resolve, roaring Breel's name. At Yuri's side, Lauren stares in open surprise. Yuri sees it too. The fire blazing in Gerald's eyes is fiercer than ever. That spark ignites something in Lauren. A sharp flash of competitiveness crosses his face. He draws his sword and lunges ahead, shouting back that he has no choice but to keep up with Gerald's. Yuri calls after him in disbelief, but Lauren is already gone, his words drowned by the roar of battle. Gerald's crashes into the front lines where orcs ride monstrous beasts. He charges straight at them, then suddenly hurls himself from his steed, twisting through the air. The orcs look up in stunned shock. Gerald's lands on one knee, expression unshaken, his blade having already split an orc clean in two during the descent. He bursts into motion again, driving his sword through another orc's skull. Blood streams down his arm as he thrusts his free hand into the air and roars wildly for Prince Yuri Betrayal. Nearby, Jose, soaked head to toe in orc blood, spots Gerald's and lets out a sharp, exhilarated laugh. He thinks, not for the first time, that Betrayal's soldiers always steal the most dramatic moments. The troops around him shout with rising fervor as Jose plunges back into the fray, barking orders for the battered soldiers to press harder. They will not lose to Betrayal. As the clash grinds on, Yuri feels it. His push is working. Orc defenses thin, their lines beginning to buckle. The flow of the battle is turning. And yet, a tight knot of unease coils in his chest. Something is wrong. The orcs' main force still hasn't appeared. They should already be inside the camp. The answer comes like a black tide. From deep within the stronghold, orcs pour out in overwhelming numbers, advancing with brutal, disciplined order. The instant they enter the fray, soldiers are cut down where they stand, slaughtered, crushed, torn apart before they can even react. Screams erupt and are silenced just as fast. The wave crashes into the battlefield without mercy. Knights keep charging at first, unaware of what they've collided with, until someone finally understands and screams the warning too late. The Orc-Vile are here. Those who reach the Orc-Vile before hearing that cry die, without landing a single strike. Bodies fall one after another in grotesque succession. Still mounted, Gerald's watches in stunned disbelief. Panic claws up his chest as his mind scrambles. Why are there so many Orc-Vile? Why is the line breaking this fast? Why is everything collapsing at once? In that instant of confusion, an Orc-Vile surges forward, obliterating the soldier in front of Gerald's with a single savage blow, before turning its weapon toward Lauren. The creature looms over Gerald's, towering and massive, its axe rising high. The low growl it releases makes the air itself tremble. Only then does Gerald's fully grasp the danger. His breath catches. Damn, it got me. Before the strike can fall, Yuri crashes into the space between them in a blistering charge. His shout cuts through the chaos as he slams straight into the Orc-Vile's attack. Steel meets monstrous force head-on, sparks exploding across the battlefield. Seeing Yuri standing between him and certain death, Gerald can only choke out, "Your Highness." Relief and shame collide violently inside him. Yuri shoots him a sharp glance and asks coldly whether he plans to die after telling heroic stories only once. He orders him to fix his stance immediately. Gerald's moves at once, resolve flooding back into his limbs. Yuri clashes with the orc file again, blades and raw strength tearing the air apart in violent arcs. In the middle of the struggle, Yuri flicks his gaze sideways. Gerald catches it instantly. No words, no hesitation. The signal passes in a heartbeat. They strike together. Yuri shears through the orc file's arm. Gerald slices clean through its leg. The massive body slams face first into the ground with a thunderous crash. Gerald exhales sharply and lowers his head. "I'm sorry, Your Highness." Yuri doesn't look back. His eyes stay fixed on the chaos devouring the battlefield as he orders Gerald's to keep his guard up. Then his gaze snaps to a hut on the far side of the camp. Something twists hard in his chest. There's more. Something far worse. Inside the hut, a nightmare waits. An orc stands there calmly, holding a severed soldier's head as if it were a mere trophy. Behind it, bodies lie torn apart, their deaths slow, deliberate, and cruel. As the orc steps forward, a suffocating pressure pours from it, crushing the air itself. Still gripping the head, the orc emerges. Kurui, the master of the camp. The battle grinds on in savage fury. Jose bellows that the enemy formation is collapsing and orders the soldiers to press them down, roaring that the men of Brisin will not be outdone. Prince Yuri and Gerald's feel it at the same moment, a sudden pressure swelling from a nearby tent. Yuri's gaze snaps to it instantly as he calls Gerald's attention. Before Yuri can speak, Gerald answers that he feels it too. Tension tightens his voice as he asks whether Yuri intends to go there. Yuri doesn't pause. He says yes and orders Gerald's to follow, declaring that they will enter that tent together. As they sprint toward it, Gerald calls out, addressing him as Your Highness, and asks whether he thinks the main force is already encountered. Whatever is inside, Yuri answers that all they can do is hope they aren't too late, that the main force might still be holding on. The thought never finishes forming. A soldier's body suddenly explodes out of the hut, hurled with brutal force straight toward them. Yuri and Gerald's barely twist aside as the corpse rockets past and slams into the camp wall with a thunderous crash. Then a massive leg stomps down from inside the hut. The impact rattles the ground. Using that force, the orc launches itself upward in a single violent leap. It shoots past Yuri and Gerald's at terrifying speed. Gerald's blinks, stunned, unable to process what just crossed their path. Yuri, however, scowls and curses under his breath. The orc doesn't slow. It charges straight toward the soldiers fighting behind them, axe already raised. Reaching the cluster, it plants one foot, leaps again, and hangs in the air for a heartbeat, suspended, poised to kill. The soldiers below can only stare, frozen in place. "Dot!" Yuri roars at the bull soldiers. Before the orc lands, it clamps both hands around the axe, twists its massive body, and crashes down into their ranks. In a single, vicious circular sweep, 4 soldiers are cut down at once. Blood erupts as the axe completes its arc, dripping red as the orc straightens. Its eyes gleam with cold, ravenous hunger. Then it moves again. In a blur, more soldiers fall, torn apart before anyone can react. When the motion finally stops, the orc stands alone at the center of a silent ring of corpses. Gerald sees Yuri's grip tighten around his sword. Alarm surges through him, and he shouts, but Yuri doesn't respond. Instead, his voice cuts out, cold, absolute, as he orders all soldiers to fall back. Fury coils tight in his chest as his eyes lock onto Kurui. He repeats the command, insisting everyone withdraw. In this state, he knows there will be no restraint. Yuri steps forward alone and stops just short of Kurui. The orc turns. Its gaze is a direct sentence of death. Panic spikes through Gerald's, and he yells for His Highness. At that moment, Jose arrives behind him and tells him not to waste his voice, explaining calmly that Prince Yuri probably can't hear anything right now. Gerald turns, recognizes Jose, and calls out to him, but Jose keeps his eyes fixed ahead and states that he will fight alongside the prince. Yuri raises his sword, every muscle in his body drawn tight. He swings. Kurui meets the strike head-on. Mana and metal collide in a blinding eruption of sparks. For a heartbeat, they remain locked together, eyes frozen in raw hostility. Then Kurui unleashes its strength. The bind shatters. Yuri is hurled backward, slamming into the dirt and sliding hard until he drives his sword into the ground to stop himself. A grim truth settles into his chest. If even one of Kurui's blows lands cleanly, he will go down instantly. Suddenly, a greatsword crashes into the ground in front of him. Yuri freezes, confused. He looks up. Jose stands there, weapon in hand. Jose lets out a light chuckle and remarks that Yuri seemed to be in a bit of trouble. Without taking his eyes off Kurui, he rests the greatsword on his shoulder and says he'll assist. Yuri exhales once and accepts without hesitation. As they square up, Jose watches Yuri from behind, a thought rising unbidden. An image forms in his mind. A lone she-wolf standing between danger and her pups, eyes sharp, body tense, cornered yet unyielding. Fierce, protective. He sees it clearly now. That same look burns in Yuri's eyes. A young warrior who has torn fear out of his own heart. Yuri settles into his stance, and the pressure around him tightens, sharp as a drawn blade. In that moment, Jose understands. Despite his age, Yuri knows what war truly is. Not glory, not honor, survival. Kurui grins, clearly amused, and curls a finger at them in open provocation. Yuri glances back and gives a brief signal. Jose answers with a nod. The next heartbeat, they're moving. They charge with blinding speed. Jose sweeping in from Kurui's left, Yuri cutting in slightly behind on the right. Jose reaches him first, swinging his mana and raw strength flood his greatsword. Kurui meets the blow head-on, stopping it with brutal precision. His grip tightens, crushing pressure driving down, but Jose answers with equal force. Their weapons tear apart with a violent recoil that sends a tremor through the ground. Jose locks eyes with Kurui and understands instantly what stands before him. A monster. They trade blows in rapid succession, violent, relentless, neither yielding an inch. Yuri spots the opening. He surges in from behind, blade lined up to finish it in a single stroke. Just before the strike can land, Kurui slips out of range without even turning. Yuri freezes. In the same motion, Kurui's massive hand clamps onto Yuri's shoulder and hurls him aside, while still holding Jose's blade in check. Jose shouts a warning as Yuri slams hard into the dirt. As Yuri is thrown away, Kurui suddenly notices blood dripping from his own palm. He frowns. Yuri pushes himself up slowly, a faint smile pulling at his lips. Blood runs from the corner of his mouth. He wipes it away with his thumb, spits to the side, then looks straight at Kurui and asks calmly if he's figured out yet. Adjusting his armor, Yuri adds that even if the cut is small, it should be irritating enough. He asks if Kurui agrees. Irritation flashes across the orc's face. Yuri continues, voice steady, saying that Kurui's proud horde will be wiped out by their knights no matter what. He raises his sword, excitement flickering in his eyes, and invites Kurui to see how long he can withstand the two of them together. Jose steadies his grip, anticipation humming through him. They charge again, shoulder to shoulder, mana roaring around them. Kurui braces and swings his axe in a wide arc, catching Jose's blade with the axe and Yuri's strike with his bare hand. The pressure is crushing. Yuri's body trembles as he strains against it. Then Kurui suddenly releases the bind and throws his head back, unleashing a roar that shakes the air itself. An ominous force erupts outward. The clouds overhead darken in an instant, rolling and rumbling with an unnatural sound. Jose stiffens, shock flashing across his face as he demands to know what's happening. Yuri feels it just as clearly. His brows draw tight as he grits his teeth, irritation and revulsion rising at the foul energy flooding the field. Kurui stands wrapped in churning black smoke, eyes burning red as a grin stretches across his face. His muscles swell grotesquely, bulging as the power pulses through him. Yuri feels it then, something deeply, disturbingly familiar. He shouts for Jose to fall back, but he's a heartbeat too slow. Kurui's axe tears across Jose's chest in a savage arc, blood spraying as the blow lands. Yuri cries out, panic cutting into his voice as he shouts for Jose to dodge. Jose staggers, but when Kurui lifts the axe high to finish it, he raises his head instead. Fury burns in his eyes as a single thought hardens inside him. He will not fall here. The axe crashes down. Jose meets it head-on with his mana-charged greatsword. Metal shrieks as the weapons collide and lock. Dark-in-hand strength pours down from Kurui, crushing and merciless, and Jose strains beneath the weight. Then, with a violent surge of mana, Jose tears the bind apart. Just as Yuri drops from above, Yuri descends with his blade poised, but Kurui pivots instantly, catching the strike with his axe. The clash detonates through the air. Yuri snaps backward in a sharp retreat as Kurui's counterattack slams into the ground where he stood a breath earlier. Are you all right? Yuri calls out. Jose answers immediately that he's fine. He can still fight. They stand close now, both of them watching Kurui with sharpened focus. Jose states that the moment the black smoke appeared, Kurui's physical abilities spiked drastically. Yuri confirms it. He saw it too. Yet unease tightens around his thoughts. The sensation is identical to what he felt from the Phantom Sorcerer before. That shouldn't be possible. Hernando should be dispelling the black magic right now. The unease deepens as fallen orcs begin to rise around them, bodies wreathed in the same black smoke. And looming above it all is something far worse. A horrific presence hanging unseen in the air, marked only by a pair of glowing red eyes. The clouds above the battlefield darken without warning, lightning coiling through them, as thunder pounds like a war drum. Orc warriors who should be dead begin to rise. Their bodies are stiff, wrong. Eyes blaze a violent red, feral and empty. Weapons remain locked in their hands. They move with jerking intent. Heads tilt skyward as guttural growls tear from their throats, shaking the air itself. From that cry, their ruined flesh twists and knits together, wounds crawling shut in grotesque, crawling motions. One lurches toward a wounded bull soldier, sprawled on the ground. The man scrambles backward, dragging himself with shaking arms, terror choking the breath from his lungs. The orc towers over him, axe lifting high, poised to end the life that can only offer one final scream of pure fear. Yuri breaks away instantly, even as he and Jose press Karui. The moment that scream reaches him, Yuri turns and charges. He shouts over his shoulder that he's leaving this side to Jose. Jose answers at once that he understands. Yuri arrives just in time. Steel crashes against steel as he intercepts the falling axe. The injured soldier stares up at him in disbelief, relief breaking through his terror as he calls out, "Your Highness." The orc pours more strength into the bind, forcing Yuri down inch by inch. Yuri bares his teeth, a low growl rumbling from his chest as he digs in his heels and resists. Then, in a single practice motion, he twists his blade, grinding metal against metal until the lock snaps apart. Yuri strikes. The slash is clean, decisive, merciless. His sword carves a wide X across the orc's chest. The creature shrieks as thick blood spills free, but almost immediately, black smoke gushes from the wound. Yuri raises his arm to shield himself, grunting as suffocating pressure crashes down on him. And then he sees it. His eyes narrow. Inside the gaping X, something is looking back at him. A dark figure stares from within the orc's chest, eyes glowing red with vile intent. A hand pushes through torn flesh. Black blood oozes around it. Then a head follows. The thing drags itself out from inside the orc's torso, crawling free as though shedding an empty shell. Yuri freezes. His thoughts race. Regeneration? Sorcery? What is this? The newly emerged, orc-like figure stretches a hand toward him. From its palm, an overwhelming wave of black smoke erupts. The energy crashes into Yuri before he can fully react. Something coils tight around his neck, and realization hits him all at once. He curses under his breath, jaw clenching, and the world goes black. He falls, down into a void. There, something enormous looms. A single, massive eyeball hangs in the darkness, staring straight into him. Its presence smothers everything, an aura far more suffocating and ominous than anything he has ever faced. Instinct answers before thought ever can. Black magic. Before he can move, a voice cuts through the darkness, calling his name. Yuri turns. His brother stands there, from his previous life. Wounded, dying, exactly as Yuri remembers him at the end. His brother looks at him and asks why Yuri is still alive. Why only he survived? The question drives in like a blade, twisting deeper into an old, unhealed wound. Then more figures appear. Dead soldiers, comrades, families from his former life. They surround him as black smoke snakes around his limbs, binding him in place. Their voices overlap, stacking, echoing without end. "Your Highness, I want to live. Please save me. Yuri, why did you leave us behind? It's your fault the kingdom fell. How shameless of you to live on." Hands reach for him. His face twists, reshaping into the version of himself just before death in that previous life. The voices don't stop. One calls him the Breel family's mistake, an embarrassment. Another accuses him of running, of abandoning his duty, his honor, his responsibility. His face shifts again. Now it is his younger self. Their grip tightens as the accusation repeats, again and again. He fled from his duty, yet still dares to bear the name Breel. The noise grows louder, heavier, crushing. The darkness presses in. His vision blurs. His eyelids sink. Then the massive eye above him speaks his full name. Yuri Breel. It tells him nothing can be changed, that this is his fate. The darkness closes in, and something inside Yuri snaps. He surges against it. With a violent surge of will, he tears through the suffocating black and growls through clenched teeth that this is __. The ground beneath him fractures as he plants his foot. He stands upright, sword drawn. In the endless void, face to face with the giant eye, he asks whether it truly believes fate is something already decided. Mana gathers along his blade as he raises it slowly. Then, two figures appear beside him. His past self steps in on the right, his younger self on the left. Both place a hand on the sword. His past self lifts his gaze to the massive eye and asks flatly whether it even understands what kind of era this is now. The mana flares brighter in response. His younger self snorts, openly mocking the entity for still clinging to that outdated nonsense about fate. Outside the sealed space, The orc Sherman watches as faint light begins bleeding out from the darkness. Its body trembles when the glow intensifies, fear creeping into every stiff movement. Then the void splits apart in a blinding burst. Inside, Yuri is frozen mid-swing, his blade ripping open the darkness itself and carving a straight path toward where the orc Sherman waits. He dives through the opening and lands on one knee, sword already aligned. Without fully standing, he detonates forward in a single, savage burst. The orc Sherman responds instantly, spewing multiple streams of black smoke toward him. Yuri vaults high as the smoke tears into the ground he occupied a moment earlier. While still airborne, he sweeps his sword in a broad, mana-laden arc. The force cleaves the air apart and rips a deep, vicious gash across the orc Sherman's body. Yuri lands in front of it, just as blood pours freely from the wound. A heartbeat later, the dark dimension shatters and collapses, the illusion breaking apart to reveal a bright sky. Yuri stands back in reality, facing a critically wounded orc Sherman. A massive cut runs from its shoulder down to its waist. The creature sways, barely staying upright, blood spilling from its mouth as its breathing turns harsh and broken. Then it collapses face first at Yuri's feet. The black energy surrounding its body slowly dissipates. Yuri's eyes snap wide. This is the moment. He spins and shouts to his knights and soldiers, declaring that the orc's sorcery has been destroyed. Across the battlefield, the orcs feel their strength drain away, snarling in confusion and rage as Yuri orders a full advance. The forces of Breel surge forward with renewed momentum. The clash between Jose and Kurui still roars nearby, Jose's greatsword crashing against Kurui's axe with bone-shaking force. The sound makes Yuri turn sharply. Jose remains standing, still fighting, but something is wrong. Yuri sees Kurui's grin stretch wider as the orc draws back his free fist, power condensing. In one brutal motion, Kurui drives his fist into Jose's gut, lifting him clean off the ground. Blood explodes from Jose's mouth as agony contorts his face. Yuri freezes, horror locking his body in place as his eyes refuse to leave the scene before him. Jose slams into the ground with a heavy thud, and Yuri shouts his name, his voice cracking with raw urgency. Kurui lifts his axe in clear delight, already preparing the finishing blow. Yuri lunges forward, screaming for him to stop. Jose weakly raises his head, blood trailing down his chin as his lips tremble. With what little strength he has left, he forces out a shattered warning, begging Yuri not to come any closer. Kurui's grin stretches even wider as he raises his axe higher, savoring a kill he is convinced is already his. Yuri reaches them and throws himself between Jose and death, but he's too late to raise his sword. Instead, he plants his feet, his heart slamming violently against his ribs. He won't retreat anymore. Kurui fills his vision, the monster's form reflected sharply in Yuri's eyes. Yuri swears silently that until the moment he dies, his gaze will never falter. Then blood erupts into the air. Kurui's axe-wielding arm spins away, severed so cleanly that the creature doesn't even register at first. Only when the limb sails past his face does realization strike. A scream ripping from his throat as blood gushes violently from the stump. Yuri recoils in shock and twists aside, finally seeing who intervened. A man stands there with his sword lowered, wearing a calm smile touched with quiet pride. He remarks casually that Yuri is a pretty cool guy. Isn't he? Yuri can only stare, stunned beyond speech. Still smiling, the man steps past him to face Kurui head-on, adding that he genuinely likes just how cool Yuri is. With a single swing, the man's blade rips through Kurui's remaining arm, blood erupting violently into the air. He straightens at once, snapping his wrist to fling the blood from his sword as if it were nothing. A heartbeat later, Kurui collapses to his knees, howling as he clutches his ruined body, rage and agony twisting his massive frame. With Kurui's head now well within reach, the man strides forward and grips him by the horn, hauling his face close. His eyes burn as he orders Kurui to shut his mouth, resentment spilling out as he tells him coldly that he never even bothered to feed him properly while he was imprisoned. Behind them, Prince Yuri watches the scene unfold, his thoughts racing as he studies the stranger. The foreign accent, the solid, grounded build, the way the man carries himself without excess motion. Each detail sharpens Yuri's growing suspicion. Then the man raises his sword for the finishing blow, and Yuri catches something unmistakable. The movement is nothing like their own techniques. It's smooth, efficient, unmistakably oriental. As the rhythm of the blade becomes clear, Yuri opens his mouth, convinced he knows exactly who this man is. The thought dies before it can form. The sword completes one final, elegant arc, severing Kurui's neck in a clean slice. Blood detonates from the stump in a horrifying spray as the man turns away without a single glance back. Kurui's severed head clenched firmly in his hand. Watching that cold, unhurried retreat, Yuri understands with absolute certainty. This is the man he has been searching for all along. A short distance away, the man stops and turns. His glare slams into Yuri's chest. Yuri straightens and meets it head-on. The man's expression is stiff as he explains that he only intervened because Yuri did something impressive. But that same action disrupted several of his plans. His tone sharpens as he prepares to explain that just moments ago, Yuri cuts him off. He bows so deeply it borders on absurd, loudly thanking him for saving his life. The man stares, visibly thrown off, but Yuri doesn't slow down. He barrels forward with relentless praise, marveling at how he dropped an orc commander in a single strike, praising his overwhelming presence, his handsome face, his absurd skill. The man tries to speak again, but Yuri leaves him no room. He leans in, voice dropping with barely contained excitement, insisting the man must be the legendary foreigner, one of the 10 strongest on the continent, and demands confirmation. The man gives Yuri a guarded look as Yuri's face lingers far too close, asking what exactly he's trying to say. Yuri answers without the slightest pause. He knows the man allowed himself to be captured by the orcs on purpose. With a faint, knowing smile, Yuri adds that a plan like that could only have one target: Aqua, the king of the orcs. He states his proposal plainly. They should work together. The man studies him in silence, a trace of amusement flickering in his eyes, then lets out a quiet, contemplative "oh." With Kurui dead, the orcs will collapse completely. What follows can only be called a massacre. By the time most of the barracks are littered with corpses, Ragnar raises Kurui's severed head high and mounts it atop a spear. In Yuri's previous life, the Allied forces never achieved a victory of this magnitude. This time, history bends onto a different path. That night, Yuri finally returns to his tent, armor drenched in orc blood, every limb weighed down by exhaustion. Gerald greets him with a formal bow, addressing him as Your Highness and praising his actions. Inside, Yuri wipes the blood from his face with a damp cloth and asks for a damage report. Gerald explains that the numbers are still being compiled, though their losses don't appear severe. More concerning is the number of soldiers left mentally shattered after seeing what was inside Kurui's barracks. Yuri falls silent. He acknowledges that such trauma is inevitable. His thoughts drift to memories he wishes he could erase. Human women imprisoned by orcs, forced to bear their children, praying for death that never came. By comparison, Kurui's barracks may have been even worse. After a grim breath, Yuri orders Gerald to care for the shaken soldiers carefully, ensuring their spirits don't fracture any further. Gerald responds sharply. Yuri then asks about the foreigner. Gerald replies that every one of the man's demands was fulfilled exactly as ordered, before launching into an avalanche of complaints. Always hungry, always uncomfortable, complaining the soup is too salty. He ate a full meal, took a bath, shaved, then immediately demanded food again. A complete nuisance, Gerald says flatly. He adds that the foreigner demanded salter soup, received it, flipped the table in anger, and now refuses to eat unless at least 5 plates are placed in front of him. Yuri listens without a word, already resigned to what he's hearing. He tells Gerald that he'll deal with the man himself and asks where he can be found. Gerald answers that he's most likely near the central campfire. Later, beneath the open night sky, flames crackle softly in the pit. The foreigner sits before it, surrounded by stacks of empty plates, chewing at his own pace. When a voice remarks that he's finally been found, he glances back for only a second before turning his attention straight back to the fire. Yuri approaches and asks if he enjoyed the meal. The foreigner, still chewing, mutters that it wasn't bad. After finishing everything, he pats his stomach, exhales deeply, and murmurs that it was good. Yuri waits a moment, then says that if he's done, there are a few things he'd like to ask. The foreigner cuts him off immediately, saying he'll ask first. His tone hardens without warning as he demands to know how Yuri killed the orc sorcerer. Yuri starts to explain, but the foreigner rises abruptly, silencing him with emotion alone. He reminds Yuri that he claimed to understand the foreigner's objective and demands the complete truth. Standing at his full height, he grips the hilt of his sword and slowly begins to draw it, eyes locked onto Yuri. Depending on the answer, he says coldly, Yuri may die by his hand. Yuri swallows, tension tightening in his chest as he realizes how sharp and fluent the man becomes when serious. He steadies himself and answers honestly. He doesn't fully understand how it happened. All he knows is that his mana method reacted, and the sorcerer fell. The foreigner asks if by mana method he means an inner energy cultivation technique. Yuri doesn't respond verbally. Instead, he releases his mana, letting it coil around his body in a dense, vivid aura, calm and controlled. He says this is the mana method he inherited from his ancestor, Betrayal. The foreigner studies him in silence, gaze narrowing with focused intensity. Then he looks away and murmurs that it seems they were destined to meet. Confused, Yuri asks what he means. The foreigner explains that Yuri's cultivation technique and his ancestor's name are special. Without warning, the man clasps his fist to his palm and bows. As the final direct disciple and sect leader of the Chongxiang sect, he offers his respects to the descendant of their ancient benefactor, declaring that the sect has never forgotten its bond with the heaven-crushing swordsman. Yuri freezes, barely managing to repeat the word benefactor. The man tells him not to look so shocked. It's all part of the past. He explains that Yuri's ancestor, Betrayal, was known among them as the heaven-crushing swordsman, a close friend of the Chongxiang sect leader of that era, and a key ally in the destruction of the demonic cult. Still struggling to process it, Yuri asks what the demonic cult is. The foreigner answers with gravity. They are practitioners of human sacrifice. The Chongxiang sect exists to eradicate such filth, to hunt down and destroy all who walk the demonic path. And the reason he is here now, he says, is to cut down the ominous star that has risen in the west. Yuri notes how smooth and precise the man's speech becomes whenever the conversation turns serious. Setting that aside, he pieces the explanation together. The foreigner lets out a quiet sigh and adds that his sect has long since fallen. In that moment, Yuri understands why the man was so obsessed with killing Aqua in his previous life. And Yuri decides, quietly and firmly, that he will not allow such a force to walk that road alone. He speaks clearly, proposing that they go together. The foreigner turns sharply, asking what exactly he means. Yuri explains that the Betrayal family will grant him the status of an honorary knight. He invites him to join the Allied forces and pursue his mission through them. The foreigner falls silent, weighing the offer carefully. Yuri continues, pressing the advantage. Food, baths, anything he might need. With knighthood, no one would dare look down on him again. The foreigner's thoughts begin to drift, images of wealth, gold, and comfort flickering through his mind. Yuri adds one final promise. When the war ends, he will secure him a position within a large-scale merchant union. The foreigner murmurs an irreverent "oh," the words large-scale merchant union echoing temptingly. He coughs lightly, snapping himself back, and says that if Yuri insists, he will accept. Then he points straight at Yuri, making him stiffen. He says he has one condition. He's taken a liking to Yuri. Therefore, from now on, Yuri must call him teacher. Yuri stares at him, stunned, barely managing to form the word what. With a bright, confident grin, the foreigner declares that starting today, Yuri is the Chongxiang sect's unofficial disciple. Yuri freezes completely, dumbfounded, mouth hanging open as not a single word comes to him. The foreigner keeps his finger leveled at Yuri, a smug curve on his lips, and repeats that starting today, Yuri is their sect's unofficial disciple. The words land before Yuri can react. He just stares, mind blank, repeating the title under his breath. Unofficial disciple, trying and failing to grasp what that even means. The foreigner waves it off like the entire matter is an inconvenience, grumbling that he really ought to be paid for dragging Yuri into something like this. Since it's a special case, Yuri should just be grateful. Yuri lets out an awkward laugh, thanks him, and admits that he already has a teacher. The sword demon. The infamous sword demon. The moment the name leaves his mouth, the foreigner's expression hardens in open displeasure. He snaps that there's no problem with Yuri having two teachers. Then, with exaggerated offense, he folds his arms and turns away, muttering like a sulking child that Yuri clearly has no idea how valuable his time is. A second later, he spins back around and announces that he also needs to meet the commander of the Allied forces, so Yuri will guide him there. Yuri blinks, barely managing a confused murmur. The foreigner reminds him flatly that Yuri already agreed to help with his goal, and since there's something he needs to explain about the orcs, they should move now. The conversation ends there as the evening slips quietly into night. Later that night, inside Supreme Commander Ragnar's tent, the foreigner repeats the explanation he gave earlier. Human sacrifice. Ragnar is behind his desk, fingers interlocked, eyes sharp as he asks whether the orc called Aqua is truly offering humans in sacrifice. Sitting beside Yuri, the foreigner answers without hesitation that the orcs are indeed trading human lives for sorcery. Human sacrifice, he says, is proof that Aqua is already corrupted. The words drag Yuri back to the last battle. He explains that during the clash, the enemy orcs' combat power spiked briefly. At the time, they concluded it was sorcery. He continues as Ragnar sinks into thought, adding that if the orcs have the means to keep using such power, then proper countermeasures will be required. Ragnar mutters darkly that the orcs are committing acts beyond forgiveness. The foreigner clicks his tongue in irritation, adding that this is precisely why he disguised himself as a sacrifice, to get close enough to Aqua. Turning straight toward Ragnar, He complains without restraint that their intervention ruined his plan. Yuri stiffens at the sharpness of his tone toward the Supreme Commander and immediately steps in, addressing Ragna with proper respect and explaining that the foreigner has chosen to cooperate with them this time. With the tension eased, Yuri continues, stating that the man's objective is to eliminate Aqua, and because of that, he is certain the foreigner will become a tremendous asset to the Allied forces. Ragna remains silent, one hand resting against his chin as he sinks deeper into thought. Yuri watches him drift, then calls softly. Ragna snaps back, straightens, and folds his arms. He says he understands. He will have his men investigate countermeasures against the sorcery. Then he turns to Yuri and tells him that the foreigner will be placed under Yuri's supervision. Yuri answers with gratitude, thinking that despite everything, he managed to bring the foreigner into the Allied forces. As he gathers his thoughts, Ragna suddenly calls his name again. He mentions that he has heard Prince Yuri Briel has been traveling alongside half-orcs. Yuri responds at once, confirming it. Ragna exhales slowly, looks away, then back again, concern etched clearly across his face. He explains that the captured half-orcs have been left in Graham's care, but there has been ongoing debate over how to deal with them. He asks Yuri to decide. Later that night, beneath the bright moon outside the camp, Yuri walks alone past the area where the captured half-orcs are being held. He observes them in silence, thinking that while Ragna's trust is not a bad thing, this feels less like trust and more like the Supreme Commander pushing an uncomfortable burden onto him because he does not want to face it himself. A cold sweat creeps along Yuri's back as the thought settles. A sudden shout shatters the stillness. So are we just going to let Briel outdo us? Yuri turns at once toward the voice. Two knights are arguing nearby. One glares at the other in frustration, demanding to know why he is being so stubborn. Gesturing sharply toward the half-orcs, he insists that if they make use of them, the Empire would gain its largest supply of orc language interpreters. The other knight, more solemn, counters that many survivors suffered unspeakable horrors at the hands of those very half-orcs. With several trembling victims standing behind him, he insists that their voices matter too. Don't they? The first knight snaps back immediately, arguing that they cannot afford to throw away such an opportunity, his words completely ignoring the terror carved into the faces of the victims just behind him. Yuri steps out from the shadows with a quiet sigh. He already understands why they're arguing, and he says so, his calm voice slicing cleanly through the bickering. Both knights fall silent. He turns to the first knight and asks him plainly whether he can truly guarantee that the half-orcs will be useful on the battlefield. The knight stiffens, answers too quickly, insisting that of course they will. He thumps his chest and claims they're docile, aren't they? And if they're trained properly, they can be made useful. Yuri's voice drops, cold and sharp. Really? He asks whether, in an emergency, that knight could entrust his own life to those half-orcs. The question strikes harder than steel. The knight freezes, words catching in his throat. Yuri shifts his gaze toward the imprisoned half-orcs and says that on the battlefield, you need someone you can trust with your back, someone you can rely on when you're at your most vulnerable. The knight has nothing left to say. Yuri leaves him standing there and walks toward the victims. One woman jolts when she notices him, looking up in alarm. Yuri meets her eyes calmly and asks if she can tell them what she witnessed. When she hesitates, he gently presses further, asking how the orcs treated humans who couldn't defend themselves. Her body begins to shake. Her teeth clench as hatred surges up her throat, and then she speaks. She talks about her little sister, injured, unable to move. Her voice cracks as the memory claws its way back. She says her sister was torn apart. The nightmare fully drags her under now. She remembers her sister's body, scattered in pieces. She remembers another woman holding her as she shook, both of them forced to watch as the orcs ripped her sister apart, as casually as snapping the wings off an insect. She remembers their laughter, the delight they took in the screams. To them, her sister was nothing more than entertainment. Tears stream down her face as she looks back at Yuri, trembling as she cries out that this is what the orcs truly are. Yuri places a steady hand on her shoulder and speaks softly, asking her name and where she is from. She answers that her name is Jane, and she comes from Sitter. Yuri studies her in silence. Then her gaze drifts upward, fixing on his hair. Recognition sparks across her face. She asks if he is a Prince of Brial. Yuri answers simply that he is. Her eyes ignite with rage as she begs him to avenge them. Fury surges inside Yuri, but his voice remains steady as he promises her that she has his word. Still standing before her, Yuri calls for Sir Graham. Graham responds at once. Yuri declares that today, he does not stand as a commander of the Allied forces, but as the Prince of Brial. With the women watching, he says that those vermin butchered the innocent people of his land and carved wounds that will never heal. Granting value to creatures who trampled human lives beneath their feet is not even worth considering. His anger crests as he declares that the orcs will never change. He straightens, his voice ringing with absolute finality, and states that they should kill them all. Every last one. Graham places a hand over his chest and bows deeply, vowing that with the authority granted by His Highness, he will personally see the half-orcs disposed of. That night, a gentle breeze drifts through the camp, carrying an uneasy calm. At dawn, the stillness is shattered as the watch post horn blares across the encampment. Shouts erupt as knights and soldiers rush to arm themselves, voices colliding with urgent cries that orcs are approaching. The first to appear are the orc messengers, with flags bound to their backs. They surge forward in small numbers, riding their beasts at full speed straight toward the allied camp. Someone mutters in disbelief, wondering what kind of scheme they are attempting now. A soldier rushes to report to Ragna, stating that the orcs claim they have come to negotiate. Ragna repeats the word slowly, disbelief heavy in his voice. The soldier confirms it. Yes, Your Highness. The orcs demand that the gates be opened, claiming they have something to offer. Ragna's expression twists with fury as he demands to know what they are plotting. Moments later, he gives the order. The gates are opened. Soldiers comply, dragging them wide as the orcful ride in without the slightest hesitation. One remains mounted atop its beast, looming over Ragna as it looks down at him. Then it grins broadly. Ragna and Yuri stand side by side, unmoving, their cold gazes locked firmly onto the messenger. The orc envoys cluster together inside the allied camp, muttering in their harsh, guttural tongue. Knights and soldiers surround them, watching with open hostility, disgust etched into every rigid posture and narrowed stare. Inside one of the command tents, Supreme Commander Ragna sits behind his desk, a letter spread open in his hands. Across from him stands Prince Yuri Briel, back straight, expression keen. Yuri addresses him respectfully as Your Highness and asks if he may know what the matter is. Ragna answers without lifting his eyes, calling Yuri's name in a voice weighed down by exhaustion, the letter clearly pressing on him. After a brief pause, he lowers the parchment and asks Yuri why he thinks he was appointed Supreme Commander of the Allied forces. The question makes Yuri hesitate. He asks what he means. After a moment of thought, Yuri answers that it must be because Ragna excels in warfare and tactics. Ragna straightens and tells him that is not the reason. Yuri studies him more closely and asks if he is referring to political considerations. Silence lingers before Ragna lowers his gaze and admits that he does not know whether Yuri is aware of it. But he is not on good terms with the Emperor. He raises his head again, authority settling back into his voice, and explains that as a prince of the Empire with power befitting that status, it would seem natural for him to be chosen as Supreme Commander of the Allied forces. But he adds immediately that the Empire is never that simple. Whenever something appears logical, the Emperor's schemes are always hiding beneath it. If they win this war, Ragna will be hailed across the continent as a hero. It is a flawless path, one that promises admiration, influence, and overwhelming public support. With a tired sigh, Ragna leans back in his chair and says that none of it matters unless they win. Yuri listens in silence, his eyes sharp and calculating. In his previous life, Ragna bore the blame for the Allied forces' defeat and was stripped of his political power. The Emperor seized absolute control of the Empire exactly as he had intended. The Allied forces had been formed with failure already decided, and when everything collapsed, Ragna was simply discarded. After a moment, Yuri lifts his gaze and asks whether Ragna believes this entire campaign is a trap. Ragna extends the letter toward him and tells him to read it. Yuri takes it, and the instant his eyes skim the contents, his body goes rigid. His breath catches, and the words vanish from his throat. The Emperor has made a secret pact with Aqua. Do not become a meaningless scapegoat. Retreat. Yuri steadies his breathing, staring down at the letter as its meaning settles in. The outcome of this war was decided from the very start. Anger tightens his expression as he realizes just how filthy the game truly is. Ragna explains that the letter supposedly came from an anonymous organization opposed to Aqua, and everything about it points to a carefully laid trap. The Allied forces were never meant to return alive. When Ragna finishes, he asks Yuri what he thinks. Yuri does not answer at once. He stands completely still, his thoughts sealed inside a quiet, hollow void. At last, he addresses him as Your Highness and asks whether he may dare to offer a proposal. Ragna folds his arms and tells him to continue. In the next instant, Ragna's eyes widen, first in shock, then in raw excitement, as Yuri steps forward and crushes the letter beneath his heel. His expression does not waver as he declares that whether the letter is genuine or just another scheme, they must return victorious. He treats it as nothing more than a difficult war that has simply grown a little more difficult. Ragna bursts in a loud, unrestrained laughter, as if every weight crushing his shoulders has finally been thrown off. He He plants one hand on the desk as he rises and agrees that Yuri is right. No matter what the Emperor is plotting, there is no future for them if they do not return victorious. Straightening, he adds that all that remains is to deal with those who deliver the letter. Yuri calls out to him, and, wearing a sharp, calculated grin, asks whether Ragna can leave that task to him. Ragna answers with a nod and a smile. Outside the tent, the orc envoys still stand clustered together, muttering among themselves as they wait. Suddenly, blood splashes across the back of one orc, and the one in front jolts in shock. Yuri stands before them, mana surging violently around his body, his eyes fixed on them with lethal focus. One of the orcs points at him and shouts something, but Yuri cuts him off coldly, drawing his sword and telling him to shut up. In a movement too fast to follow, Yuri vanishes. Trails of mana carve through the air. When it ends, Yuri is crouched in a finishing stance, and the heads of all 3 orcs roll across the ground, cleanly severed from their bodies. As the severed heads hit the ground, Yuri straightens and flicks his sword, snapping the blood free without sparing the corpses even a glance. Around him, the knights remain frozen, stunned into silence. 3 orcs, erased in a single strike. One of them can only stare in awe, realizing he never imagined the Prince of Betrayal possessed such terrifying skill. Ragna steps out of the tent and walks past them, a faint smile resting on his face as he remarks on how impressive it was. He adds calmly that despite that strength, Yuri is still only 18, quietly noting how much stronger the boy has become. A knight hesitates, then finally speaks, asking whether Yuri has not gone too far. At that moment, the severed heads are driven onto the orcs' flagpoles. Ragna answers without a trace of emotion that Yuri was merely keeping a promise. Yuri secures the flags bearing the heads to the backs of the beasts the orcs rode and sends them away. He watches them depart, rage burning hot in his chest. As their figures vanish into the distance, Yuri renews his vow to take revenge and to make the orcs pay for everything they have done. Later, as the sun sinks toward the horizon, Ragna stands alone in an open field with a single knight behind him. The breeze brushes past as he orders the knight to bring Eisen. The reply comes at once. Before long, an elderly man carrying a staff approaches and bows respectfully, asking if he was summoned. He is Eisen, Imperial Court Mage of the Grand Zen Empire. Ragna turns his head slightly and tells him to explain everything he knows about black magic. Eisen repeats the term in surprise. Facing him fully, he explains that black magic is an obsolete secret art, rarely practiced and easily dispelled. Ragna asks what the most dreadful black magic Eisen knows of. After a brief pause, Eisen answers that there were once tales of reviving the dead, though such stories are now dismissed as superstition. Ragna shocks him by revealing that they have intelligence, suggesting Aqua is deeply immersed in black magic sorcery. He adds that its power is amplified through human sacrifice, something they already witnessed in the last battle. It is only reasonable, he says, to expect the orcs to continue growing stronger. Eisen falls into thought, then suggests that the orcs may have obtained a forgotten black magic tome from the past. Ragna repeats the words under his breath. Forgotten. Eisen continues, explaining that vast stretches of these plains remain unexplored, including the ancient nation of Adelvine that once stood upon this land. From that era, he says, came products of black magic that should never have survived. Among them, one of the 10 strongest beings still bound to that territory. The Death Knight. Gee. Ragna asks what Eisen believes Aqua intends to do with such power. Eisen admits it is only speculation, but he believes Aqua is preparing to summon something. Ragna murmurs the word under his breath, realization settling in as he understands that Aqua has been deliberately stalling their advance, willingly exhausting his own forces to buy time. Eisen agrees, adding that Aqua may have uncovered a dungeon hidden deep within the ruins of the ancient kingdom. Ragna concludes quietly that something dangerous lies beneath their feet. Elsewhere, in a place that embodies their worst fears, night reigns without mercy. A faint, ominous glow pulses from a lone staff embedded within an altar-like structure, its light stretching long, warped shadows across the darkness. The glow suddenly intensifies, resonating as if awakened, surrounded by piles of dead human skulls. Morning light spills across the vast plains, washing over shattered ancient pillars scattered like the bones of a civilization long dead. At the head of the formation rides Prince Yuri Briel, seated firmly atop his horse, the flag of Betrayal streaming behind him as knights and soldiers advance in disciplined ranks at his back. From behind, a knight calls out, addressing him as Your Highness, reporting that support from the supply unit stationed in Balshad has been cut off. Yuri listens without a flicker of change in his expression. Calmly, he asks whether that report is certain. When the knight confirms it, explaining that repeated attacks force them to focus on protecting what little supply remains. Yuri turns his gaze forward once more. He answers evenly that it cannot be helped. Touching his chin, he reflects that although they stockpiled enough provisions, the situation is far worse than he had anticipated. His eyes sweep across the plains, stretching ahead. This is now the deepest part of the region. With Aqua so close, it would not be strange for the entire orc force to descend on them at any moment. If the orcs choose a war of attrition, then this must be decided before it reaches that point. Suddenly, the ground trembles. The vibration surges violently beneath their feet. Horses rear and scream in panic, hooves scraping wildly against the earth. Yuri nearly loses his balance, but he clenches his teeth and yanks the reins tight, forcing both himself and his mount to steady. Without hesitation, he turns and shouts a sharp command for everyone to dismount. Yuri swings down at once, followed by the rest of the army. Knights and soldiers drop to one knee beside their horses, gripping the reins tightly. Nearby, Hared crouches low and asks if this is a sudden earthquake. Yuri answers immediately that it is not. He channels mana into his palm and presses it against the ground. His expression hardens as understanding strikes. Something is. Before the thought can finish, the earth splits apart. The plains rupture with a deafening roar as a massive structure forces its way upward from beneath the soil. Yuri's realization completes itself as it continues to rise. Something is emerging from underground. The structure rises fully, looming over them like an ancient watchtower clawing its way back into the world. Its stone surface is scarred by countless years, etched with the marks of time, yet it stands unbroken, radiating an ominous, unsettling presence. After some time, Ragna gathers several mages at a distance from the ruin. Together, they begin casting spells toward it, layers of magic unfolding as they probe its exterior. A voice calls out to Ragna from behind. He turns, mild curiosity crossing his face, and finds Yuri approaching. He acknowledges the prince and listens as Yuri asks what the structure is. Ragna turns away from the towering ruin and faces him, hands clasped behind his back. With a resigned shake of his head, he says they have found no link to the orcs. At least on the surface, it is no different from an ordinary ruin. He clicks his tongue, admitting that what troubles him is their inability to see anything inside. Yuri responds at once, suggesting they go and check it directly. A faint smile appears as he places a hand over his chest and gives a slight bow, remarking that something must be hidden within, given how suddenly the structure emerged. He lets out a light laugh and adds that the fastest way to know is to confirm it themselves. Ragna humors him and agrees. For a brief instant, satisfaction swells in Yuri's chest, only to be crushed when Ragna calmly tells him to take the Empire's knights along. The excitement drains from Yuri in one stroke. Not long after, several men approach and address him as Prince, informing him that they have been assigned under his command. The knight at their head introduces himself as Rodini, saying it is an honor to meet him and identifying himself as an Imperial Knight. As Rodini turns to speak to the others, Gerald leans in close and whispers, asking if they really have to go with them. Yuri murmurs back that he has no choice. Left alone with his thoughts, Yuri reflects that while he must obey orders, he did not expect Ragna to involve the Imperial Knights so directly. As he mounts his horse and leads the advance, a quiet hope lingers that Ragna does not have any hidden motives. Soon, they arrive at the base of the towering structure. Everyone dismounts. Yuri stands before the massive door, with Gerald and Lauren positioned protectively at his sides. He remarks that this must be the entrance, though it refuses to budge. Gerald offers to check the surroundings for hidden mechanisms. They spread out. Lauren rests a hand on the hilt of his sword. Gerald's sharp eyes sweep the area. Yuri steps closer to the door. He places his hand lightly against the stone and says it is fine, that he can simply break it a little. Before the words even finish leaving his mouth, mana begins to seep from his body, flowing through his arm and into the wall. Yuri stays focused, palm pressed firmly against the surface as he gathers strength to force it open. Then a steady vibration ripples through the entire structure. Yuri's eyes widen. The sealed door shudders, and then begins to slide upward on its own. Everyone freezes. Gerald blurts out, asking what Yuri just did. Yuri answers honestly that he does not know. Peering through the widening gap, he realizes he barely applied any force at all, yet the door opens with unsettling ease. It feels almost as if the structure itself had been waiting for someone to arrive. With a grave expression, Yuri does not enter right away. He stares into the darkness beyond, thinking. Then, without hesitation, he steps forward. Gerald and Lauren move in perfect sync at his sides as Yuri declares that they are going in. They advance into the darkness, their footsteps echoing softly against the cold stone. One of them mutters that it is too dark to see anything. Yuri stops immediately and calls Gerald's by name, asking if he brought torches. Gerald's answers that he did not. Yuri glances back toward the entrance where the Imperial Knights trail behind them and realizes they likely did not bring any either. He comes to a full stop and turns to the wall. An unlit lamp hangs there. Reaching toward it, Yuri recalls the stone door outside and how it responded when he channeled mana into it. If the interior of this ruin follows the same principle, then the answer is simple. He pours mana into the lamp just as he did before. It ignites instantly. Yuri stares in stunned disbelief as light bursts forth. One lamp after another flares to life, the glow racing outward until the corridor is illuminated deep into the ruin's interior. Behind him, the knights murmur, asking if he has been here before. Yuri answers at once that he has not. Gerald looks at him in open awe and tells him that he is incredible. Yuri steps away from the lamp and turns back to the group, telling them they're going deeper and ordering them not to let their guard down. Gerald and Lauren answer sharply in unison. The Imperial Knights follow behind in silence, their eyes tracking every movement. Rodini watches Yuri with a narrowed gaze, replaying everything he has witnessed so far, but he keeps his thoughts to himself. As they move deeper, Yuri's foot crunches against something solid. He looks down and realizes he has stepped on a large bone. Ahead, the passage opens into a clearing. Skulls and scattered bones carpet the ground. At the far end, slumped before a sealed door, sits a human skeleton clad in armor, unmistakably that of a knight. Everyone comes to a halt. Yuri stares at the sight, beginning to say that this is, before his words are cut short. Gerald steps forward, saying he will check it first. When he reaches the skeleton, Gerald calls out to Yuri, drawing his attention. He strikes the door behind the remains and reports that the path is blocked here. Yuri approaches and crouches beside the body, examining it closely without touching it. The bones scattered around are all orc skeletons, yet this one is human. From the traces left behind, it appears the knight died while guarding this door. Gerald calls out again, saying the door does not respond even when mana is injected into it. Yuri lifts his head and answers that it cannot be helped. They should head back and see if they overlooked anything. He does not notice the faint mana beginning to stir within the skeleton. He does not see the subtle twitch of its fingers. Instead, he orders everyone to prepare for any danger that might arise and asks if they understand. Gerald answers yes. In the next instant, the skeleton lunges forward and clamps onto Yuri's arm. Shock locks Yuri in place, his body refusing to respond as Gerald recoils in raw panic. A heartbeat later, light erupts from the skeleton, surging outward and flooding the chamber. Gerald shouts in alarm, demanding to know what the hell that thing is, while Lauren cries out Yuri's name. The Imperial Knights rush forward, voices overlapping as they close in. As they converge, the light intensifies, swelling until it fills the space. And then Yuri realizes something that sends a chill through him. The glow carries the same mist-like hue as his own aura. Yuri grunts and squeezes his eyes shut, raising his free hand to shield himself from the blinding brilliance. The skeleton does not let go. Its grip tightens around Yuri's arm as it speaks. The voice does not reverberate through the chamber. It resonates directly inside him. Please remember. The sound strikes Yuri to his core. His eyes fly open, and he stares straight into the hollow sockets of the skeleton. The light surges and pulses as the voice echoes again within his mind. Calm, steady, impossible to mistake. This is our salvation. Yuri finds himself trapped inside the echo of a collapsing memory, standing beside a towering structure, unsure of where he is. Before he can gather his thoughts, a young boy comes running across the space, clutching a book as he calls out excitedly to his master, urging him to take a look. Yuri watches in silence as the instructor asks where the boy has been. The boy smiles innocently and answers that he was reading. Yuri's gaze sharpens. The image of the skeletal armor flashes through his mind, and a realization settles in. That instructor, could he be the very skeleton they encountered? The answer becomes clear almost instantly. He is inside the skeleton's memories. Observing from afar, Yuri notes that it must have taken tremendous magic for someone to preserve a memory like this, and yet he cannot tell what its owner intends to show him. The boy sits down and opens his book, pages filled with unfamiliar arcane symbols. The instructor tells him that today is meant for studying and asks whether his advanced lessons have been going well. The boy stays silent, smoothly dodging the question. The air tightens. The instructor's tone hardens as he demands an answer, warning him not to change the subject. The boy scoffs lightly and complains that reading all the time is boring. The instructor scolds him and asks if he truly believes he can become a proper hunter with that attitude. Watching the exchange, a faint smile touches Yuri's lips. He misses scenes like this. The boy reminds him of Bernard. Reaching into a pouch, the instructor produces a red crystal and tells the boy to look closely. He explains that it marks an orc hunter, and that only those who possess it can become full-fledged hunters. Yuri watches carefully, realizing he had overlooked details like this before. The boy hesitates. He asks why they must hunt orcs at all. His voice carries a naive hope, suggesting that peace or negotiation might still be possible. The instructor listens without interrupting. Then, in a calm but unyielding tone, he says that it is time to reveal the truth and tells the boy to listen carefully. Unease creeps across the boy's face as he senses the weight of what is coming. The instructor explains that orcs were not always monsters. They were once human, people twisted and transformed by black magic. As the truth settles in, Yuri feels his breath catch. The realization crashes into him. This war, it was never against monsters alone. It was against humans who had been changed. The weight of that truth presses heavily on his chest. Another memory unfolds. A noble appears, one who indulges freely in violence, killing without restraint while cloaking his actions in hollow justifications. When murder is finally outlawed, despair consumes him. Deprived of his indulgence, he spirals, until a mysterious black mage appears and offers him a way out. Killing humans may be forbidden, the mage says, but transforming them into something non-human is not. Temptation wins. Through forbidden magic, the noble begins turning people into orcs. To him, it is the perfect loophole, slaughter without consequence. The black mage channels dark energy through a glowing sphere, and the curse spreads. Screams tear through the air as bodies twist and warp, flesh reshaping, bones breaking, humanity erased. Minds collapse, replaced by madness, hatred, and an instinctive urge to kill. The transformed creatures turn on humans without hesitation. That is how orcs are born. Brutal, powerful, twisted by sorcery. Yet beneath those monstrous forms are cursed humans, trapped forever. The realization hits Yuri like a crushing weight. The enemies he cut down were never born monsters. They were ordinary people, victims of greed, manipulation, and a fate forced upon them. His chest tightens as the truth settles deeper than any blade ever could. The boy, pale with horror, asks whether the black mage was ever captured. The instructor answers calmly. No, the mage vanished before the truth surfaced and escaped all punishment. The kingdom tried everything to reverse the transformation, but every attempt failed. In the end, the curses were abandoned. The boy trembles as he listens, disbelief shaking him. The tragedy was never resolved. There was no salvation. The instructor declares that hunters now exist to end the orcs' suffering, to grant them peace through death. A cruel mercy, born from regret and failure. Yuri watches in silence, questioning whether such acts truly honor the victims. The truth reshapes everything he thought he understood. Then the world blurs. Buildings distort. Time stutters. Reality bends as the memory shifts. Silence and dust fill the interior of a ruined cathedral. Cracked stone and shattered arches stand as scars of an ancient battle. Yuri and two others step inside cautiously. The boy hesitates, but Yuri moves forward, driven by a quiet certainty that something awaits within. The youngest panics and grabs his master's arm, begging him not to go in alone. The instructor pulls free, telling him to let go. His resolve is absolute. The boy cries out in desperation, asking how his master can face them all alone, shouting that he will die. The instructor turned back and shouted, his voice raw as he demanded whether the boy expected him to wait for reinforcements. There was no time. His words cut deeper as he declared this might be the final stand for the entire region of Applesbean. The name struck Yuri like a blade. Memories from his past life surged forward, slotting into place with chilling precision. He had been here before, not in body, but in consequence. The same land, the same choice, the same cycle of sacrifice followed by regret. History was not moving forward. It was looping, paid for again and again in blood. The boy's panic spilled out as he demanded whether his master truly intended to throw himself into a sea of orcs like disposable bait, asking how that could possibly make sense. Ahead of them, the orcs surged closer, eyes burning with naked, killing intent. The instructor snapped back without hesitation. Waiting meant letting the enemy grow stronger. If he did not move now, there would be no chance left to act at all. He placed a steady hand on the boy's shoulder. His voice softened, resolute rather than fearful. Someone had to hold the line. Someone had to buy time. He told the boy to survive, to carry their story forward so future generations would not repeat the same mistakes. The boy answered bitterly that even if he ran alone, escape was impossible. Emotion twisted his expression as he swore to remember everything. The orc hunters, their choices, their failures. He refused to let their end be swallowed by silence. Yuri listened in silence, finally understanding why this ruin carried such crushing weight. These memories were never meant to fade. They were meant to warn. At the heart of the chamber, a magical seal awakened. Light erupted upward, sealing the memories within the structure itself. The ruins transformed into a vessel of history. At its center stood a sword glowing with blue energy, imbued with sealed knowledge, orc traits, battle techniques, and the accumulated experience of the greatest orc hunter. The vision revealed the knight who had once wielded it. Though he fell on that battlefield, his final act had been preservation. In the present, the boy knelt and set the sword into its pedestal, completing the ritual. Light swallowed him as the past was locked into a legacy meant to guide those yet to come. When it ended, the boy collapsed, utterly drained by the power he had carried. His final wish echoed through the chamber, begging that their deaths not be meaningless. The protagonist watched him, briefly wondering if the boy's gaze had met his own. Crystal light shimmered through the ruins, will and memory resonating together, frozen in sacred stillness. With his last breath, the boy whispered a warning, to beware the devil's grimoire, and Yuri held onto those words, weighing them with care. Crystals surged upward as the vision shattered, the world snapping violently back into the present. Yuri jolted awake as reality slammed into focus and a voice urgently called out for Prince Yuri. Disoriented, he asked where they were, and a knight answered that they were still inside the ruins. Another added that the skeleton had begun to glow before vanishing entirely, admitting with clear relief that at least Yuri had come out unharmed. Yuri nodded once, replying evenly that he was glad they were all safe. Outwardly calm, he already understood what this place truly was. Those memories were not fragments left behind by chance. They were instructions, deliberately preserved to prepare whoever came next. The knights pointed toward the shattered door and asked if he had been the one to break it. Yuri let out a short laugh and brushed it off, saying it had taken some effort. When they pressed him about whether he had seen anything strange inside, Yuri hesitated. The truth sitting in his chest was far too heavy and far too dangerous to explain. Before he could answer, the ground shuddered violently beneath them. The soldiers stiffened as the tremors grew stronger, voices rising as they debated whether it was an earthquake or something worse. Yuri lowered himself into a crouch, eyes sharp, and dismissed the idea immediately. This was no natural disaster. In the distance, beyond the hills, a massive tide of movement surged forward. Yuri rose at once as the realization struck. The orcs were coming. His thoughts raced as he questioned how they had appeared so suddenly, whether their presence had been discovered, or whether this assault had been planned long before they ever arrived. Dropping to one knee, he sensed something deeply wrong hidden beneath the unnatural silence pressing in around them, and calmly ordered the knights not to panic. Moving farther into the ruins, his eyes locked onto a faint blue glow ahead. An ancient altar emerged from the darkness, long abandoned and choked with decay. Bones lay scattered across the stone, and at the center stood a sword embedded upright, glowing unnaturally as if it refused to fade with time. Yuri recognized it at once. This was where the orc hunters had once lived, and if their ancient enemies were rising again, this place would be their first target. Studying the vibrations rippling through the ground, Yuri narrowed his eyes. The rhythm was too heavy, too coordinated. The orcs were mounted, likely riding Komodo drakes. He closed his eyes and extended his senses into the darkness. One by one, shadows emerged, red eyes igniting like embers in the void. At first he counted 5 and assumed it was a scouting party. Then he corrected himself. There were 10. One of the knights urged an immediate retreat to regroup with the main force, calling it the safest option. Yuri did not respond. His decision had already been made. Without hesitation, he called the nearby knights in close and ordered the squad to prepare for immediate combat. His stance was unyielding, authority radiating from him, the unmistakable emblem of royalty on his armor impossible to miss. One knight protested, urging retreat, and the concern was valid. Yuri did not waver. The enemy was already within striking distance. Turning away now would only invite disaster. This was a moment that demanded collision, not flight. He stepped toward the fallen remains of an armored hunter and studied the bleached bones in silence. Kneeling, he pried a weapon free from the corpse and weighed it in his hand, examining every detail. When he turned back, a confident smile touched his lips as he said it was clear now exactly how the orcs would be dealt with. The sun dipped behind the mountains as the scene shifted. A vast orc force surged toward the fortress, their numbers crushing, their advance relentless. From a raised ledge, an orc commander barked orders, signaling the attack. Flaming projectiles tore through the air and smashed into the walls. Fire swallowed the outer yard as the orcs charged, war cries shaking the ground as the battle exploded into chaos. Another blast slammed into the base of a tower, detonating in a violent eruption that scattered stone and shattered sections of the outer defenses. Sensing weakness, the orcs pressed forward even harder. Inside the tower, amid dust and shaking stone, Yuri issued the command to move. His voice remained steady, controlled, as the soldiers burst from cover and executed the plan without hesitation. From the flank, the human cavalry surged in like a blade from the dark, striking the orcs completely off guard. The timing was perfect. Enemy ranks buckled as knights crashed into them with crushing force. Yuri led from the front, cutting down a massive orc in a single clean strike. His sword cleaved through armor and flesh, tearing open the front line. His soldiers followed instantly, steel ringing as bodies fell in quick succession. Discipline held firm, and the ambush began to turn the tide. Screams ripped through the air as blood sprayed across the battlefield. Yuri's calculated assault shattered the orcs' advance, their momentum collapsing under the organized counterattack. Standing amid the carnage, Yuri watched the formations with a cold, assessing gaze. Every trap, every pre-laid tactic was unfolding exactly as planned. Even he was struck by how effective the hunter's token recovered from the ruins had been. He had not been the one who devised reading enemy numbers through ground vibrations, nor the one who first conceived these traps. But now, all of it was moving according to his will. A quiet smile surfaced within him as he wondered if this was why those memories had been shown at all. The answer came immediately. A much larger orc tore free from its formation and charged straight toward Yuri. He did not tense or retreat. Instead, it felt as though years of experience were unfolding naturally inside his mind, technique and understanding rising without effort, guiding his body on how to dismantle an orc efficiently. The creature towered over the battlefield, each step shaking the ground as it roared its challenge. Yuri remained still. His stance, his grip, even the angle of his blade were measured to perfection. When the orc lunged, Yuri's sword flashed with restrained force. The strike was clean and exact, slipping past its defenses as if they barely existed. Knowledge of their weaknesses guided his hand, shaped by intent rather than raw power. The giant tried to raise its weapon, but Yuri was already moving. His blade cut across its side in a sharp arc, drawing a violent howl as blood spilled freely. He noted calmly that brute strength was unnecessary. There was no need to invoke heart-soul slash. One final, fluid motion followed, and the orc's head was severed cleanly. The massive body groaned once before collapsing lifelessly into the dirt. Yuri stood over the fallen orc chief as blood soaked into the ground. The skirmish ended decisively. Without wasting time, he moved through the aftermath, already planning how to make use of what remained. Weapons, armor, tactical artifacts, all to be repurposed for what lay ahead. Turning toward the tower glowing beneath the setting sun, he murmured the name Hunters of Adelbane, not as a victory cry, but as a reminder carved into memory. As night descended, the war camp slowly settled into uneasy quiet. Inside a command tent, Yuri met with Sir Ragna. The ruins had been secured, largely due to Yuri's precise orchestration of the battle. Ragna praised the execution, and Yuri accepted it without ceremony before redirecting the discussion. He spoke of remnants within the ruins that pointed towards something deeper, something tied to the recent movements of the enemy. His tone sharpened as he explained that traces of dark power still lingered, and that the orcs were likely nothing more than pawns moved by a far more dangerous hand. After a brief pause, Yuri raised another concern. When Ragna asked what troubled him, Yuri spoke the words Devil's Grimoire and watched for a reaction. Ragna dismissed it at once, stating he had never heard of such a thing, then asked whether it was connected to the ruins. Yuri confirmed it was, and added that black magic was almost certainly involved. Ragna's expression darkened as he agreed to look into it further. The protagonist inclined his head in thanks, the gesture restrained, his expression never softening. Whatever they had repelled tonight was not the true danger. That much he was certain of. After leaving the tent, Yuri stepped into the night air and found a knight waiting nearby. The man introduced himself as Lodane, an imperial knight who had been watching him for some time and finally chose to speak. Lodane did not hide his admiration, openly praising Yuri's decisiveness and control on the battlefield. Yuri accepted the words without ceremony, acknowledging that he had noticed Lodane during the fighting, yet showing no interest in praise or recognition. He studied the man more closely and commented that Lodane had seemed rigid earlier, almost severe, but now appeared far more relaxed. Lodane answered plainly that it was discipline. Imperial knights were trained to maintain strict composure at all times. He then pointed out something that had caught his attention: Yuri's calm. For someone supposedly experiencing war for the first time, Yuri had not hesitated or frozen. He had fought like someone who had survived countless battlefields. The conversation shifted abruptly when Lodane asked a personal question. Yuri's guard rose at once. He answered carefully, already suspecting the question had not come from mere curiosity. Lodane's brief hesitation confirmed it. Yuri cut straight through the pretense, accusing him of being sent to probe into his romantic affairs, a familiar tactic in imperial politics. He made it clear he had no fondness for such games, then added flatly that he had once pursued Princess Catherine, though nothing had come of it. Lodane acknowledged the name at once, remarking on her beauty, her grace, and the admiration she commanded throughout the empire. Assigned or sincere, the intent no longer mattered. Yuri understood the truth clearly. He was being watched. He reflected on how his connection to Princess Catherine must appear from the outside. Her favor toward him had never been subtle, and rumors would naturally follow. Lodane stared at him in disbelief at his blunt admission. Yuri confirmed their closeness without embellishment, and inwardly offered a silent apology to Sivila, fully aware of how tangled his position had become. Lodane assumed Yuri's confidence came from having a lover, and Yuri did not deny it. That seemed to ease the knight, who admitted with a quiet smile that there was also a woman waiting for him back home, someone he hoped to marry once the war ended. Yuri gave a short scoff, remarking that such conversations were poorly suited for a battlefield, where death could arrive without warning. The warning proved immediate. An explosive projectile slammed into the ground nearby, and fire erupted behind them in a violent bloom. The conversation ended instantly. Both men shifted into combat readiness as chaos tore through the camp. Lodane stood frozen for a split second, stunned by the sudden turn, while Yuri's eyes hardened. This was no accident. He cursed Lodane under his breath for losing focus, already certain of one thing. This was a deliberate ambush, not a stray attack. A massive explosion tore through the camp, hurling soldiers in every direction as chaos erupted instantly. Fear seized everyone as flames roared to life, racing across tents and supply lines. The camp burned violently, and survival became the only priority. Men scrambled in panic, hauling water in buckets, running back and forth in desperate attempts to contain the fire before it devoured everything they depended on. Hernando stood frozen amid the turmoil, staring in disbelief at the collapse unfolding around him. His mind raced with possibilities. Had the enemy dug tunnels beneath the camp, or had something far more dangerous slipped through their defenses? But all speculation fell apart when he saw it. Not dozens. Hundreds of orcs stood inside the camp itself, occupying its very center as if they had emerged from thin air. That was only part of the disaster. Hernando could still feel it, the lingering effects of a powerful dispelling field from the earlier clash. The orcs were actively suppressing magic, dismantling spellwork the moment it formed. He tried to cast, forcing mana into shape, but the spell collapsed instantly, stripped apart before it could manifest. At that moment, Yuri rushed past him at full speed. Hernando called out, addressing him with urgency, explaining that an orc shaman appeared to have struck first. Yuri did not slow. He told Hernando to leave it to him, to stand by until the dispelling weakened. He said he trusted him. Stay sharp. Wait. Then Yuri plunged straight into the battlefield. Hernando shouted after him, asking how he intended to identify the shamans among so many orcs. As Yuri advanced, he realized the difficulty immediately. Even he could not pick them out at a glance. Then the ground ahead of him ruptured, and orcs clawed their way upward directly in his path. A fragment of memory stirred. Orcs who practiced black magic were blind. Their movements were off, unnatural, uneven. He only needed to watch how they moved. The knowledge felt incomplete, like recalling something through fog. Yet his body responded faster than his thoughts. His eyes locked onto one orc, and instinct screamed the answer. A shaman. Yuri moved without hesitation. His sword drove forward in a single, ruthless thrust, piercing straight through the orc's body and hurling it back into the wall behind. The impact echoed sharply across the camp. He did not slow or look back. His killing intent sharpened, spreading cold and precise as he pressed deeper into the chaos. Yuri surged forward, driving his sword through the shaman's body and slicing cleanly, ensuring it could rise no more. He gripped the blade tightly, believing the threat eliminated, only to find himself encircled, pressed from every side by orcs. At that moment, Hernando launched a massive fire attack. A blazing sphere hurtled into Yuri's midst, and flames surged toward him. With precise control, he used his sword to block and redirect the fire, twisting it around him like water. He sneered at the orcs, mocking the weakness in their assaults, deriding them for still believing themselves superior. Then, another explosion shook the ground, momentarily catching him off guard. He smiled despite it, noting how the orcs seemed endless, crawling forward without fear. He signaled Hernando for another attack, but the mage fell from the sky, breathless, apologizing. There were multiple shamans, not just one. Displeasure tightened Yuri's expression as he spun to face the encroaching horde. Charging alone for a single target had been reckless. He chastised himself for carelessness, recalling how he had already faced death once by revealing his name, Yuri Brial. Still, resolve hardened within him. Even if death came, it would not be shameful. He spat insults at the orcs, seeing them as insects unworthy of fear. Then a voice rang across the battlefield, sharp and critical, accusing him of being all words and no action. A figure stepped into the fray, moving effortlessly through the orcs. Recognition struck immediately, his master. Yuri inclined his head, acknowledging the presence that carried authority in every step. The man instructed him to fight with everything, to follow the will of the heavens. Life was gained only when one accepted death. Clinging to it made death inevitable. Yuri understood. To become a disciple, he had to reach this state. Without pause, his master unleashed the blue star sword, performing the clear sky scarlet clouds, sword technique, half-moon force. In an instant, every orc before him was obliterated, bodies torn apart and a sweeping arc flames roared around the sword, each strike blazing with unstoppable power, leaving the battlefield scorched and silent in its wake. Yuri froze briefly, stunned by the magnitude of the technique. The battlefield lay littered with orc corpses, blood soaking the ground, and in that carnage he sensed a reflection of his father's 10-river sword, precision fused with overwhelming force. The man turned, stating he would handle half, leaving the rest for Yuri. Without hesitation, the protagonist dove back into the fray. Each movement was measured, every strike exact. His master watched from the edge of the chaos, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Yuri cut through the orcs with a lethal elegance, his blade slicing cleanly despite their erratic ferocity. The master noted the balance in his style, aggressive yet practical, wild yet controlled. Talent like this, he thought, was meant to attract followers, to shape destiny itself. The master lifted his gaze to the heavens. Darkness crept across the sky, stars twisted and wicked, yet faint lights still shone in the western region, small beacons amid the gloom. Perhaps the will of heaven, he mused, guiding those meant to endure. Flames erupted around him, igniting violently, yet his eyes never left Yuri. He pondered whether this child would rise only to be devoured by the looming black star, or if he would survive to become a star of his own. Yuri's next strike answered part of that question, cleaving an orc in two. Blood sprayed across his face and armor, yet he stood unwavering, a calm center amid the swirling chaos. The master remained still, patient, observing each movement. He waited, letting the battle unfold, watching to see what fate would forge from this young warrior. An orc's blade carves through the chaos, and another brutal strike follows, crashing into the ground hard enough to send dirt and sparks bursting outward as the earth trembles beneath it. A sudden blast detonates near the formation, swallowing the field in thick smoke, and from within the churning dust, two red-eyed orcs charge out, snarling as they press the attack without slowing. Prince Yuri turns toward the pressure and calls for Gerald and Lauren, and when he sees their line beginning to give, he thrusts his arm forward and orders them to hold the enemies back. One knight rushes in to intercept, catching a heavy blow with a sharp clash of steel, while another forces an orc backward with a powerful counterstrike. Yet a cry of pain still cuts through the relentless noise of weapons colliding. Gerald sweeps his gaze across the battlefield and shouts that there are too many underground tunnels, warning that they are losing ground too fast, and Yuri goes quiet for a brief moment, focusing on the tremors beneath his feet before admitting the warning is justified, adding that a force of this size moving underground signals something is wrong. His eyes narrow as he reaches deeper into the vibrations and realizes that beyond the orc sorcerer, something else is moving below. Gerald calls out to him again, but Yuri drops low and pushes his awareness further into the shifting earth, asking himself where it is, then demanding to know where they are digging. And as he traces a faint, uneven rhythm through the soil, it suddenly sharpens into clarity, taking on the form of something like a massive sandworm from legend, prompting Yuri to declare that he has found it. He surges forward immediately and signals for everyone to follow, his men scrambling after him as Gerald questions whether this is truly the right direction, only for Lauren to cut him off at once, stating that no one questions Yuri, which leaves Gerald visibly unsettled. They halt abruptly as the tremors grow stronger, and Yuri states that this is the center, the point where the vibrations have remained constant. While even the air seems to quiver as a hooded orc shaman steps into view, baring its teeth as it raises a crooked staff, then begins chanting before slamming its palm against the ground, and the earth responds with a deep, groaning rumble. Cracks race outward in every direction as the stone bends and gives, and something enormous forces its way up from below, splitting the surface apart as massive figures tear through the broken ground and launch forward amid a storm of debris while the earth collapses behind them. Yuri watches without blinking and quietly remarks that this is exactly what he expected. Three orcs surge forward with weapons raised, red eyes blazing and cruel smiles stretched across their faces, and Yuri remarks that he expected them to appear sooner or later. More orcs spread out behind them, forming a living wall that cuts Yuri's group off from the shaman. And as they begin chanting again, their voices rise in unison, as if sealing the spell over the entire battlefield. Gerald leans in and says the enemy is clearly targeting Yuri, and Yuri calmly answers that he already knows, then lifts his sword and orders each of them to take one opponent and not lose, prompting his knights to respond instantly as they split off. As Yuri steps forward, his awareness sinks beneath the battlefield once more, sensing that what lies below is not an orc, and understanding that ending this fight requires destroying it, and he charges straight toward the largest presence, the orc, swinging with everything he has. The clash erupts at once as the orc brings its curved blade down in a crushing arc, and Yuri meets it head-on, steel shrieking as sparks burst outward. The impact forces him back, yet he pivots, redirects, and turns the weight aside. But even then the orc finds an opening and slices through his guard in a flash, blood spraying as his flesh splits. As the orc mocks him, Yuri thinks how irritating it is, and recognizes that the orc knows exactly how to exploit the advantage of its curved weapon. Behind him, the sounds of battle swell louder, and Yuri steadies his breathing, saying he has to end this quickly and return to his people. The orc grins, and Yuri lunges forward again, intent on finishing it. He unleashes a rapid of attacks, yet the orc avoids them with minimal movement and blocks at the last possible instant every time, turning what should be decisive strikes into bursts of sparks. Yuri's irritation grows as he realizes the orc is reading his actions and deflecting everything, and he begins to suspect it is deliberately stalling while the battlefield collapses around them. His focus slips for a brief moment, then snaps back into place as a memory of his master's teaching surfaces. Hernando's voice tells him that when the mind scatters, the blade follows, and no matter how urgent the situation becomes, if the sword cannot keep pace, it will never reach its target. A younger Yuri demands to know what he is supposed to do, snapping that his master should talk less and stop swinging because he almost killed him, and Hernando replies that Yuri must decide, explaining that battle is fluid and filled with paths beyond the obvious, before ordering him to remember why he fights. Back in the present, Yuri gathers himself and admits that this really is exactly like his master, acknowledging that the relentless nagging has snapped his focus back into place, as pressure tightens at his feet like a coiled spring and pale energy begins to wind around his body. Far away, the shaman abruptly stiffens while the orc's eyes flare even brighter, both reacting the moment they sense the shift in Yuri's rhythm. Yuri brings his blade down into position and says they have been trying to provoke him from the start, then surges forward and declares that his real target was always what lay beneath the ground, driving his sword downward with absolute force as the strike detonates through the space below, tearing open the earth and dragging the massive buried creature up to the surface where it releases a sharp, resounding scream, and before the dust can fully settle, Yuri is already moving again, advancing through the spiraling white surge of his own momentum with his eyes locked ahead, as he states that pushing straight through like this has always been the best choice. The situation collapses into total chaos as everything spins out of control, leaving Gerald to face the goblins on his own. Panic rises in his chest as he turns sharply and shouts a warning toward the prince behind him, while across from him Yuri stands alone, watching the danger unfold directly in front of him. Without any warning, a sword crashes into the ground, shattering and splitting the surrounding stone, and Yuri, completely drained, drops to one knee as his thoughts turn inward. He realizes he has burned through every bit of mana in his core and body, grimly admitting the backlash is far worse than he expected, and that recovery will take time, though he still believes his strike must have affected the tunnels. At the same time, the goblins keep pressing Gerald without pause, their blades flashing as fear fills his eyes, until a bizarre creature suddenly erupts from beneath the ground. Startled, Gerald shouts to the prince that the situation has become dangerous. Seeing this, Yuri clicks his tongue and steps in, wrapping an arm around Gerald to steady him and keep him on his feet as they pull back together, narrowly slipping away from immediate danger. They stop and watch as the monster in the distance continues its violent rampage. Gerald tightens his grip on his sword and swings with force, intent on ending it, while Yuri leans against him and they hold each other up, their expressions sharpening. Yuri thanks him, and Gerald bluntly replies that if he is truly grateful, he should at least give a warning before doing something that reckless, then asks if Yuri can still fight. Yuri answers that his resolve remains, but his body can no longer keep up. As the sound of footsteps approaches, someone hesitantly asks if things are really that bad and whether they will survive. Gerald lets out a bright laugh and says that dying in battle beside the prince would be the greatest honor he could wish for, even as he notes that the enemy is starting to move again. Yuri forces himself back to his feet and says that even so, they cannot fall here, and that until the very end, he will at least take one more enemy down with him. Yuri then orders Gerald and Luron to spread out, and they respond in unison that they understand as he bursts forward like a warrior declaring he will cut a path through. At that exact instant, a voice calls out, stopping Yuri mid-step. The moment Yuri hears the name Sir Graham, he moves like a sudden gust, kicking off the ground and leaping away, while at the same time Graham steps forward to shield him, flooding the surroundings with light. Staring at the familiar face in confusion, Yuri calls out his name again in disbelief, and Graham walks toward him, explaining that they came under orders from His Highness Ragna, and that from here on, they would be assisting Prince Yuri. Later, back at the encampment, someone asks if the enemies have withdrawn, and another confirms that they have. Graham explains that by the time they arrived, the largest creature, the sandworm, had already been defeated by Prince Yuri, and that once the entrance was sealed, the enemy likely concluded that victory was no longer possible. Ragna comments that it is still a shame, since capturing and interrogating them would have been useful, but he praises Sir Graham, noting that had he arrived any later, the Alliance Army's main force might have been annihilated, and Graham responds with thanks. Once Ragna is alone, he voices his frustration, telling Yuri that he can withdraw now, and remarking that Yuri always turns everything into a spectacle. He adds that it almost seems as if the entire Orc Alliance existed just to serve as a stage for Yuri's debut, then says this is only natural, because if Yuri is to stand beside Catherine, he should at least be this capable. As the setting sun gradually paints the forest in red, Yuri wakes, his body completely drained. Gasping, he clutches his head and wonders what kind of dream he just experienced, left with a lingering feeling that he witnessed a dreadful future. At that moment, Sivila enters and asks if he is awake, and seeing her, Yuri softly says her name before immediately asking about the situation, anxiously checking if everyone is safe. Sivila tells him to relax, explaining that the battle ended successfully, then informs him that during the 2 days he was unconscious, the Alliance army continued advancing, while everyone ensured he could focus on recovery. She asks how he feels now, noting that his mana has recovered significantly, and adds that he should be grateful to her, pointing out that receiving holy magic directly from a princess of the Holy Kingdom is not something to take lightly. Yuri lets out a bright laugh and thanks her, then asks curiously where they are now. Sivila places a hand on her knee and slowly stands, suggesting they step outside, smiling as she hints that what he sees will likely surprise him. A short while later, the two step out of the tent together, and the moment Yuri lays eyes on the scene before him, his expression shifts to pure astonishment as he begins to speak in disbelief. Sivila asks him how it feels, then explains that this is the Alliance Army's final destination, Orcua's fortress, and Yuri, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaims that they have finally made it. Sivila nods and adds that she believes she owes him her thanks. Confused, Yuri asks what she means, and she explains that without what he achieved, they might never have reached this point, and even if they had, far more lives would have been lost. She then tells him sincerely that she is truly glad he was there with her and thanks him. Yuri hesitates as he looks at her, his eyes reflecting a mix of emotions, then gently places his hand over hers and asks if, since she feels grateful, she would grant him one request. Startled, Sivila stiffens and asks what kind of request he is talking about, and Yuri lowers his voice, saying that if she is willing, his gaze firming as he makes an unexpected proposal, asking her to pretend that they are dating. Sivila immediately reacts, flaring up as she demands to know what he is suddenly saying, and Yuri explains that marriage discussions will likely begin soon, and there is someone he absolutely wants to avoid. He adds that she is not a bad option either, and that once they return, her brother will probably try to marry her off right away. After hearing all of this, Sivila eventually agrees, and Yuri instantly lights up with excitement, asking if she truly means it. Without any warning, Sivila raises a finger and points it directly at his face, making Yuri freeze on the spot before she adds with a bright smile that she has one condition. Keeping her finger aimed at him, she softens her voice slightly and repeats that there is a requirement. Caught off guard, Yuri asks what kind of condition she means, and Sivila calmly explains that since this arrangement would be under her name, she cannot agree unless something is put on the line, suggesting a wish token as a simple and fair exchange. Yuri awkwardly rubs the back of his neck and says that feels like a bit much, asking if she thinks he is worried she might make some strange wish. Understanding his hesitation, Sivila casually responds that it does not matter and that if he dislikes it, he is free to find someone else. At that, Yuri falls into an uneasy silence, and as her curiosity deepens, she asks who exactly is behind this marriage proposal that he is so desperate to avoid. Yuri answers plainly that it is the crown princess of the empire, and the moment he says it, Sivila freezes before questioning why he would react that way, adding that he should be grateful instead. Yuri insists that he is also a prince, so there is no reason for him to feel thankful, and Sivila, still unconvinced, presses him further, pointing out that the empire surpasses Balsal's in national prestige, and above all, the princess is known for her beauty and exceptional character, lacking almost nothing, which is exactly why he should welcome the proposal. Her words pull Yuri back into silence as his expression darkens, and he turns away as if to leave, stating that he has no intention of marrying, and adding that from what he has seen, her personality feels like nothing more than a facade, making it impossible for her to truly be that perfect. Mentioning Sivila again, he says that regarding the wish token she proposed earlier, he will have to set aside for now and look for another solution. At that exact moment, Ragna's loud voice cuts through the air, stopping Yuri mid-step as he calls out, asking if Yuri is awake and announcing that he was just about to report Yuri's remarkable performance back to their homeland. Laughing heartily, he adds that he expected Yuri to remain unconscious for at least 4 days, yet he's already recovered, praising him as an extraordinary man. Yuri responds politely, thanking His Highness, but Ragna steps closer and teasingly remarks that his niece seems quite eager to hear about Yuri's recent achievements. And those words strike Yuri like a spell, sending a chill down his back as cold sweat begins to form. Ragna suddenly slaps Yuri on the back with enthusiasm and declares that this is a wonderful turn of events, while inside, Yuri all but cries out in desperation, his eyes silently begging as he thinks that whether it is a wish token or anything else, he will accept whatever it takes if it means getting help right now, quietly calling out to Sivila in a pleading tone. Stepping in at last, Sivila respectfully addresses His Highness, explaining that Prince Yuri has only just regained consciousness and asking that he be shown some consideration so he can rest and recover properly. Now intrigued, Ragna remarks that she must be the princess of the Holy Kingdom and asks her name once more, and she introduces herself as Sivila Artant while addressing him with due respect. Ragna acknowledges this and notes that she seems to care a great deal about Yuri, then asks whether the two of them are close. And without the slightest hesitation, Sivila steps forward, casually loops her arm around Yuri's, and explains that they are more than simply close. Then with a gentle smile, clearly states that they are in a relationship. The declaration lands so abruptly that the old man freezes as if petrified, and after a brief pause, Ragna speaks again with doubt in his voice, asking Yuri whether what he just heard is truly correct. Yuri, unable to meet his gaze, reluctantly confirms it. In an instant, Ragna's expression darkens noticeably, and with evident disappointment he comments that they make a fine pair, though a faint bitterness lingers in his tone, before he seems to question his own reaction and brushes it aside, suggesting they can revisit the matter another time. He reminds them that a final confrontation with Orkua is fast approaching, then explains that after enduring continuous battles and an exhausting march, the Allied forces will halt their advance to rest, emphasizing that they must be in perfect condition since this will be the long-awaited decisive clash. At the same time, he warns that the orcs will attempt to exploit this vulnerable window through new tactics. Even so, he points out that they have assembled powerful individuals from across the continent, including forces from the Empire, the Brioles, and the Holy Kingdom, and asserts that there is no chance of losing to mere orcs at this point. Declaring that the extermination will begin immediately, he proclaims that those filthy creatures of unknown origin will be wiped out, and that their name will be made known throughout the entire continent. Deep in thought, Yuri reflects that he joined the Allied forces with a single unwavering goal: to correct the failures of his previous life, recalling how he pushed forward all the way to Orkua's doorstep without a single defeat. He notes that 5 years have passed since he returned to being 13, and during that time he trained his body and skills without rest, reclaimed the legacy of his lineage, and kept close those destined to share his path, bound together by the chains of fate. He acknowledges that this road is undeniably better than the one he once walked, and now that he has reached a level where he can stand beside the strongest on the continent, he finds himself confronting the very first cause behind the downfall of Balsals. Reaffirming his purpose, he resolves that he exists to prevent the collapse of Brioles and swears that this time he will protect his country. At the imperial palace of the Grandian Empire, a banquet is in full swing as glasses filled with red wine are neatly stacked, and an elegant woman moves gracefully among the guests while couples, loosened by drink, lean close together. Someone casually brings up a topic, asking whether anyone has heard news about the Allied forces. A beautiful woman responds with mild curiosity that it is not something she usually pays attention to, though she wonders if there is anything worth hearing. And it is then mentioned that the Allied forces are approaching their final battle. Another guest reacts with surprise, saying that to their knowledge, the Allied forces have not suffered a single defeat, while someone else comments that such an outcome is only natural for His Highness, praising how impressive it is, and adding with amusement that His Majesty has not even paid him any attention. Laughter spreads, but another woman quickly cautions that such remarks should not be spoken within the imperial palace. She then suggests dropping such a dull subject, and reminds them that they must be aware of the third Prince of Briol, who has been producing remarkable results in the war. Someone agrees, saying it is only natural since they had admired his appearance and remembered him well, then asks if there is any news about him. At that very moment, the sharp, rhythmic sound of white high heels echoes across the room. A clear and elegant voice follows, instantly drawing every gaze as she remarks that, from what she has heard, he has been discussing a marriage proposal with a princess of the Holy Kingdom. The moment the guests recognize the young woman, they immediately lower their heads, unable to conceal their shock, and she speaks again in a captivating voice, asking whether the name they were discussing was Yuri Briol. One of them quickly responds with excitement, saying it must be love that blossomed on the battlefield, and remarking on how romantic it sounds. But in the very next instant, a hand slams firmly onto a chair, causing the two seated there to flinch. Her tone turns cold as she observes that they seem to be discussing something rather interesting, and those who had been drinking only moments earlier turn pale, hurriedly bowing as their voices tremble in panic. Under the oppressive weight of her presence, cold sweat spreads among them as they speak in unison, saying it is an honor to meet her. With only a faint smile, she calmly steers the conversation back, asking them to explain the earlier news in greater detail. Under a clear sky, the soldiers chat among themselves, one mentioning that he plans to start a large business in his hometown, while asking another if he tried the food he gave him last time and whether he liked it. And they continue speaking brightly about their hopes, saying that once they return home, they will pursue their dreams. Nearby, Proin moves quietly among them, watching in silence as he thinks that everyone has been getting along well lately, recalling how on the first day they would not even speak to each other, and reflecting on his role as the Knight of Brus and Proin. Before long, he overhears his subordinates talking, one saying they heard they have become quite popular in the Empire, while another replies that it is not them but Prince Ragna, or the Prince of Betrayal, adding with a trace of envy that he is jealous of them. Brus and Proin lifts his gaze toward the flag, and thinks of Prince Yuri of Betrayal, remembering the strong impression Yuri left from the very beginning. He reflects that wine does not quite suit a place like this, yet admits that Yuri has achieved overwhelming results, and that it was Yuri who shaped the current atmosphere, uniting everyone to fight together as one. Once again, Brus and Proin realizes that all of this was made possible because of Yuri. At that moment, someone notices him and asks when he arrived, and Brus and Proin scratches his head, steps closer, and replies that he saw them sparring and came to watch. Yuri teases him, saying it sounds like Brus and Proin wants to join, which causes Brus and Proin to recall how Yuri once asked if he wanted to spar and even offered to report it to his master, mentioning that his master had seemed quite bored lately. Flustered, Brus and Proin quickly refuses, insisting he is fine and that he truly means it. He then suggests that Yuri should come visit him after the war ends, adding that he would like to show him the sea of Brus and Proin. Yuri laughs openly, saying he will remember that, and proposes that once the war is over and they have defeated the orcs, they should hold a grand feast. Without warning, bells begin to ring violently among the soldiers as, beneath the open sky, a fierce black aura rushes toward them at high speed. A panicked voice cries out that the enemy is attacking. Ragna's gaze sharpens instantly as he fixes his eyes on the approaching force, while beside him Yuri lets out a breath and remarks that there are so many enemies he cannot even see the horizon. Gerald adds that the same situation is unfolding on the opposite side. Yuri states that their camp has been completely encircled by the orc army, then asks Gerald if he is afraid, pointing out how unusually quiet he has become, and Gerald fires back in irritation that he is not scared. Yuri laughs, saying Gerald has changed, adding that in the past he would have complained about being dragged into something so troublesome. Gerald demands to know what Yuri is talking about, and Yuri calmly replies that he simply means they have come a long way, then declares with certainty that they will go even further. Suddenly, a massive foot slams into the ground as a savage goblin emerges, making Gerald shout in shock. Yuri narrows his eyes and thinks that this creature must be Orkua, the Orc King. The monster releases a thunderous roar, and Yuri confirms that it is indeed Orkua, the Orc King, as the surrounding orcs echo their ruler's cry. On the human side, the soldiers refuse to waver and answer with the blaring of horns, and at last Ragna brings his sword down and orders the charge. Orkua's expression is equally savage, his red eyes burning, and both armies surge forward, colliding head-on as the battle truly begins. Human soldiers drive their horses forward like heroes, and Yuri raises his sword high, shouting for Betrayal as the two sides crash together, blood spraying in all directions. Orkua's forces retaliate with overwhelming strength, their attacks smashing into the ground with destructive force, while a blade slices cleanly through an orc's neck, sending blood gushing out and staining everything red, leaving onlookers stunned. Yuri immediately turns and orders everyone to stay focused. In that instant, a dark shadow spreads over him from above, and someone looks up, wondering why the sky has suddenly changed, only to see winged creatures descending as they cry out in terror that they are wyverns. From the air, Orkua's army takes aim, drawing their bows downward as they prepare to fire. A storm of sharp arrows rains down with violent force. Yet instead of fear, Yuri feels excitement surge within him and remarks that this is how the enemy chooses to fight. Resting his hand on his sword, he notes that such tactics must consume a great amount of mana, but regardless, he swings, releasing a massive surge of power as magic bursts outward, as though it might swallow the entire battlefield. His expression hardens completely as he continues to fight, and then, gathering tremendous force, Yuri hurls his sword forward with the intent to break the enemy's momentum, drawing shocked roars from those struck without warning. Without losing composure, he judges that the height is enough, lowers his stance, and launches himself high into the air, swiftly grabbing hold of the control rope used by Orkua's forces before dragging one of them down and seizing control of the sky. He questions whether they truly believe they could dominate from above, then declares that he will send every last one of them crashing to the ground, his eyes darkening with killing intent as he raises his hand and makes that unwavering vow. Amid the chaos of the battlefield, as soldiers struggle desperately to cut down the monsters, one approaches Ragna and reports that the archers are ready. When Ragna does not respond, he calls out again to ask if he can hear him. Yet Ragna remains fixed on the spectacle ahead, remarking with blunt honesty that there is no one more insane than Yuri as he watches members of the Orkua tribe riding dragons in pursuit. At the same time, Yuri shows not a trace of fear, only excitement, before his expression tightens as he carefully scans his surroundings. When Orkua fires an arrow toward him, and more arrows tear through the air, Voices shout from all directions that it is coming. Yuri reacts instantly, dodging while swinging his blade to deflect the incoming shots, and even as he rides the dragon, he comments in surprise that the creature is remarkable. He speaks to it, urging it to think carefully, pointing out that it would not want to die meaninglessly for the sake of the orcs, and suggesting that if it helps, even a little, it might even save its own kind. Sensing the dragon's spirit rise, Yuri laughs in satisfaction and says that from such a strong reaction, it seems like something he can communicate with. And the moment he gives the command, the dragon surges forward as Yuri eagerly drives it to rampage straight through. With a single strike, he cuts down one enemy, and when another rushes in recklessly while a third attempts to trap him in a pincer attack, shouting Katumba, Yuri and the dragon leap high to break free from the encirclement. Then, hanging upside down in midair, Yuri suddenly kicks off on the dragon and plunges straight downward. Even in that inverted position, he smiles and declares that he will finish it cleanly in one blow, and gripping his sword tightly, he unleashes a massive surge of power from the blade, cutting down two enemies in succession. Sliding to a stop, he wears a satisfied smile and declares that it is finished, then lands smoothly back on the dragon's back, praising it while saying that this round belongs to them. After scanning the battlefield, Yuri admits that even so, taking them out one by one is too slow, so he pulls another item from his pocket and, with a confident grin, says he will have to try using it differently. Below, the battle drags on as soldiers shout to hold their ground and not be pushed back, while Gerald continues fighting, cuts down an opponent, and mutters in frustration that they just keep coming without end. All at once, a powerful gust sweeps across the battlefield, making him wonder why the wind is behaving so strangely, and when he lifts his eyes to the sky, the sight leaves him so stunned his mouth falls open. High above, Yuri is shaping enormous whirlwinds, and Gerald shouts in shock that it is Prince Yuri. In that moment, Yuri reflects that mana shaped by will, when combined with a soul-severing slash and the rotational force of a winding blade, can be compressed into a single point and released in an instant. Opening his eyes wide, he pours everything into one decisive strike, and a massive tornado rips through the enemy ranks. Smiling with satisfaction, Yuri feels he has grasped the crucial principle, then gathers his strength once more and energetically declares that the power is confirmed, shouting that he will expand its range as well, after which the enemies below are swiftly annihilated. From the ground, Gerald quietly marvels that this is the third Prince of Betrayal he had only heard about in rumors, while another man comments that for a single individual, his strength rivals that of an entire squad. When Yuri descends, he asks if this is the knightly nation of Betrayal, and Gerald immediately praises him, saying his techniques are flashy. Yuri replies that Gerald starts nagging the moment he lands, and, slightly embarrassed, asks if it looked cool, adding that he plans to name it the Spinning Whirlwind Sword, only for Gerald to turn away and bluntly say the name is terrible. Yuri then turns to the important matter and asks about the condition of the ground battle, and Gerald explains that thanks to him, there has been no aerial damage. But that is all, as the main forces are locked in a fierce clash, and if even one side breaks, the entire formation will collapse. Wiping sweat from his face, Yuri says he will have to move around and provide support, then turns to the man beside him and asks about him. The man introduces himself as Gani Marin, Baron of Fabon and a Knight of Joachim, offering a respectful greeting to the third Prince of Betrayal, and Yuri responds by patting Gani's shoulder and acknowledging him, saying Yoke is a strong ally and that he should seek help whenever necessary. Gani smiles awkwardly and thanks the prince, after which Yuri turns back toward the battlefield and declares that they should push the orcs back even further, then asks Gerald if he is not already tired. Gerald answers without hesitation that of course he is not tired and urges Yuri to keep holding the front line, prompting Yuri to declare that the more they swing their swords, the more lives they can save, and even as sweat pours from him, Gerald shouts his agreement, while the battle continues without the slightest pause. Yuri surges forward with killing intent blazing in his eyes, showing no trace of hesitation as he cuts through his enemies, and while countless knights fall, many orcs are cut down in turn. Screams echo across the battlefield alongside the unending clash of steel, and within that chaos, it slowly becomes apparent that the war is approaching its end. As the silence paid for with countless lives begins to settle and the sun sinks toward the horizon, a colossal monster suddenly rises, its roar crashing across the battlefield and driving soldiers to their knees in agony. Breathing heavily, Yuri states that it has finally stepped forward, and as the massive creature advances, it becomes clear that Orkua has at last made his move. He thinks to himself that if Orkua has entered the fight, then Master Moyang Chan should be on their side as well. And although both armies are locked in a brutal war of attrition, there is still a chance the tide could turn in their favor. However, the monster's savage laughter erupts again, making him flinch as he turns back, while the scream grows more unbearable. Cursing inwardly, Yuri concludes that those people are already dead, then shouts for Betrayal to prepare themselves because the orcs are about to go berserk. At that exact moment, a brutal orc rushes him and swings its axe, which Yuri barely manages to block as a sharp, ringing clash echoes out, and as he pivots, he shouts for everyone not to give ground. With both sides struggling under the pressure of the orcs' encirclement, Yuri calls out to the prince to look, Pointing out that Orkua is attempting to withdraw and grinding his teeth, he continues fighting as the sounds of impact ring endlessly. In a single motion, he severs an orc's head and shouts that they cannot allow Orkua to escape, ordering everyone to pursue him. Yet as another orc charges amid the chaos, one figure quietly slips away elsewhere in the confusion, and nights fall in quick succession. Back at the camp, two soldiers stand guard when a loud laugh breaks out, declaring that victory belongs to them, and that since Orkua has fled, it can only be considered a great success. The speaker suggests that with the enemy retreating, it would be best to rest for a while, reasoning that Orkua must have suffered significant damage as well, and that they should focus on recovery for now. The man beside him agrees, saying that the forced march to reach this place has been long, and that the accumulated fatigue has reduced their combat effectiveness. But before he can finish, Yuri cuts him off, calling their words nonsense, and asking if they have forgotten where they are, reminding them that they stand deep within enemy territory, that they have no idea what schemes Orkua might attempt, and questioning how they can even think about resting there. He stated with absolute conviction that Orkua was the one directing the orcs and was clearly hiding something deeper, insisting they could not afford to wait and had to start applying pressure immediately. At that moment, Ragna added that during the earlier clash, he had already dispatched mages to monitor Orkua's camp, and as he gestured toward the map, he explained they had detected a dark, ominous aura rising from that location, concluding there was no justification to delay any longer. With a sharp, decisive tone, he declared they would begin their march at dawn the following day, and that every step had to be carried out flawlessly. And once everyone responded in unison that they understood, they began leaving the room one after another. Ragna then called out to Yuri, stopping him mid-step and prompting him to turn back and approach, where Yuri asked if he had been summoned, and Ragna answered that there was a matter he needed to discuss briefly. Producing a necklace, he told Yuri that what he was about to share must remain strictly confidential, and asked if he could agree, and Yuri answered without hesitation that of course he could. With a faint, satisfied smile, Ragna activated something, and a protective circle instantly formed around them, catching Yuri off guard as he wondered if Ragna was using mana to block out sound. Ragna admitted that he had hesitated to reveal this, because Yuri was not affiliated with the Empire, yet he was the only person present he felt he could trust, then asked if Yuri remembered the letter they had destroyed earlier. Yuri replied that he remembered it mentioned the Emperor entering a secret agreement with Orkua, which led Ragna to voice his concern that someone within the Empire was wielding black magic, reminding him that they had already seen what Orkua could accomplish with it, specifically controlling his enemies, and adding that they still had no idea how far that power reached. Yuri asked whether Ragna believed there might be a traitor within the allied army, and Ragna answered candidly that it remained only a suspicion for now, which was exactly why he had called him, as it was not something he could entrust to any Imperial Knight. Yuri assured him he would keep watch carefully, drawing a clearly pleased smile from Ragna, who then leaned close to Yuri's ear and whispered something additional. After hearing it, Yuri simply replied that he understood. Without warning, Ragna then asked if, once the war was over, Yuri would be interested in meeting Catherine, but Yuri immediately refused, reminding him that he already had a girlfriend. Ragna flared up in sudden anger, shouting that he didn't believe a word of it, while Yuri, inwardly shrinking like a scolded puppy, begged him to trust him, arguing that relationships between men and women could collapse at any moment anyway, and that even painting something would be disrespectful to Civila, all while respectfully addressing him as Your Highness. Morning broke bright and cloudless as Yuri's army advanced toward the city, his horse facing straight ahead as they closed in. When a soldier reported that all preparations were complete, Yuri answered that it was good and asked about Master Muang Chan, and the soldier informed him that the master was currently inside the camp. Yuri recalled how the master had said he was training in something called internal energy circulation and would step in when the moment arrived. Yuri murmured that it would be when the time arrived, and as his horse turned its head to glance back, his eyes followed, dropping to the many empty gaps scattered throughout their formation. As the soldiers assembled and stood ready, awaiting orders, Yuri reflected that after surviving countless near-death moments and walking past the bodies of fallen comrades, they had finally made it this far. He suddenly shouted Bryal's name at the top of his lungs, fully aware that no awkward attempt at comfort could ever make up for those they had lost, then declared that this was the end and that he had nothing left to say, causing the soldiers to look at one another before bursting into laughter. His voice rose again, firm and unwavering, as he told them they would meet again alive and that he would treat everyone to a massive round. And as he lifted the flag high overhead, the army answered with a deafening roar. The sound of the horn echoed across the field, and Yuri leveled his spear forward and gave the order to charge. The instant the command left his lips, he drove his horse forward and shot ahead at full speed. Amid the chaos of the battlefield against Orkua, a soldier turned toward a sudden roar of sound as the kingdom's banners lashed wildly in the wind, and a triumphant voice rang out, proclaiming that Bryal had arrived and commanding the troops to open a path to the fortress while shouting in exhilaration. The soldiers moved to surround the battlefield, and Yuri urged his men to pick up their speed and stay with him, his subordinates responding in unison that they would, addressing him as Sir. After quickly assessing what stood before them, He identified it as a siege tower and explained that it would serve as their foothold to storm straight into the fortress. His expression sharpened with intense focus as he braced for what was coming. Without warning, Orkua charged forward, unleashing savage roars that echoed across the field, and Yuri reacted instantly by drawing his sword, declaring that it was indeed him as he cursed Orkua as a bastard, then drove his blade forward in a decisive swing that carved a white streak along the ground. Orkua raised its weapon at once to block, a pained groan escaping as its enraged roar filled the air, both of them locked in expressions of absolute focus and resolve. In the next instant, Yuri's sword began to glow with an eerie light, and as he mounted his horse, he surged forward with unwavering determination before leaping high into the air, landing with a cold, controlled presence as his eyes turned icy, and he remarked that it had taken longer than expected. Turning toward the soldiers, he declared that this would be their final battle, then stood above and cast a heavy gaze downward, sensing the presence of black magic, and concluding that, just as anticipated, a sorcerer had been deployed here as well. Gerald reported that all preparations had been completed according to orders, and Yuri commended him for his excellent work, before pointing out that the enemies before them were elite forces enhanced by black magic, just like before, acknowledging that Dispel would likely prove useless again, and noting that everything already seemed arranged for them. He then asked if they should begin, ordering Simon to raise the flag and signal their position to the commander, and the soldiers answered immediately that they understood. Yuri moved first, taking the lead as he charged forward and called for everyone to advance. And the moment the signal was spotted, Ragnar declared that it had been received and that Brial had found them, thinking to himself that Yuri had accomplished it faster than expected as he offered silent praise. Without wasting a moment, Ragnar ordered that a signal be sent back and commanded the elite troops to mobilize, prompting Bruss and Proin to burst out laughing as he declared they were finally stepping into the battle and told Fennec they were moving, while Sivilla immediately voiced her agreement. All around them, the soldiers' faces showed clear as the fierce clash between both sides reignited. Advancing steadily, step by step, Yuri stated that everyone should already understand the plan, explaining that while the main force would hold the line, their role, he stressed with firm emphasis, was to kill Orkua, even as the monster's roars continued to shake the field. Raising his sword and pointing it forward, Yuri addressed them with a confident smile and ordered them not to die, then charged straight at the towering enemy, his strikes swift and decisive. Refusing to fall behind, Sivilla sharpened her focus before suddenly descending from above and calling out for Fennec to act, and he responded at once, addressing her as Your Highness. In that moment, Fennec thought to himself that people from entirely different origins and backgrounds were now fighting side by side, covering each other's weaknesses, and believed that for a single night, no battlefield could be more glorious than this. Meanwhile, Yuri continued to gather energy before bringing his sword down with a powerful shout, pressing the assault without pause as sparks burst from the violent clash of blades, and a faint smile touched his lips as spiritual energy flowed into him, his gaze growing sharper and more dangerous until it culminated in a massive surge of power that swept across the battlefield. After a brief pause, he came to a stop just as another Orkua lunged at him, and catching the movement with keen precision, he barely managed to block the crushing strike. He realized that Orkua still had not revealed its true move, and that Master Mo had yet to appear despite the battle escalating. And although they clearly held the advantage, an uneasy sense of déjà vu lingered, making him question whether he had overlooked something. Then, without warning, Orkua suddenly collapsed to the ground, leaving Yuri stunned, yet its body immediately began to twist and distort grotesquely, and Yuri, seized by horror, thought in disbelief that such a thing could not be possible as rage and panic surged through him, his body trembling uncontrollably. He rushed forward, shouting Orkua's name, and before him stood Orkua in its most terrifying form, its eyes blazing with savage fury as it raised its sword high and brought it crashing down, unleashing an explosion that shook the ground itself. In a chilling voice, Orkua asked if Yuri had finally realized, mocking him with cruel laughter as it called him a fool and sneered that it was already too late, declaring that he too would become a living sacrifice. In a single instant, the surrounding area was reduced to ruins, swallowed by thick black smoke that coiled endlessly into the sky, and within that hollow devastation, a harsh, savage laugh echoed, a grating, unnatural sound that hung over the wreckage. Yuri fell into deep thought, finally realizing that the reason Master Mo had yet to appear was because he could not cut through black magic, which led him to conclude that he would have to at least dispel the sorcery himself before Master Mo could intervene. Hungo, radiating sheer brutality, swung its massive arm in a violent strike, and although Yuri narrowly avoided it with calm precision, a strained groan escaped him as the overwhelming force shattered the ground into broken layers. Immediately after, he tightened his grip on his sword and drove it down into the earth. His body trembled as he admitted to himself that he could not keep this up much longer, and had no sense of how long he could endure against such a monster. Yet now that the task before him was clear, he resolved there was no chance he would retreat simply to preserve his own life. Regaining his proud composure, he declared that it would be all or nothing, when a sinister voice suddenly whispered near his ear, remarking that the strange sword pierced through their very essence. Yuri answered at once that it was true and warned that it would be wiser to feel fear, because he had no intention of falling without a fight. Noticing a fleeting detail, he realized that the substance flowing from Hungo's back was being drawn into aqua, as crimson streams of energy continuously poured from the monster's spine, while around him desperate voices cried out, begging for help, pleading to be freed from their torment, lamenting that the pain was so unbearable they would rather die. Yuri stated calmly that this was the worst, and in that instant, he understood that the source of the black magic was the souls of those devoured alive, souls still being exploited even after death. So he resolved that he had to end it here. A voice rang out directly in front of him, commenting on his reckless frontal assault, as Hungo bared its razor-sharp teeth and lunged forward, mocking him as a foolish human. Yet Yuri advanced like the wind without hesitation. However, the first clash went against him, and his helmet was knocked away. His eyes widened at the horrifying sight as countless red currents surged upward from beneath the ground and rushed toward him. And in the next instant, everything shattered into fragments along with a cry of frustration. With blood covering his face, Yuri dropped to his knees, his hands bound tightly by black cords, as the same scornful voice returned to declare that everything he had done was meaningless and that this was as far as he would go. At that moment, the sword in Yuri's grasp began to glow, and he snapped back sharply, ordering the voice to be silent while declaring that he carried far too many burdens in this life to fall here. Consumed by fury, he swung his blade and sliced cleanly through the black restraints, then in a flash of light surged forward like lightning, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes upon his enemy. Grotesque faces surfaced within the chaos as a brilliant radiance poured across the battlefield, and a voice remarked that he was not half bad. Exhaustion quickly overtook Yuri, and he realized he could no longer see the souls, and just as he thought he had succeeded, a massive hand suddenly formed nearby, forcing him to react instantly by shifting into a defensive stance and throwing himself clear. Yet the impact still split the ground apart. He landed within the thick smoke, crying out in pain, and through clenched teeth concluded that he had failed to respond in time, with his left arm and ribs largely shattered. Gerald rushed over in alarm, calling out to him as Your Highness, but the danger had not passed. Hungo, with savage amusement, commented on the existence of a knight capable of cutting through black magic, while Yuri, his face smeared with blood, found himself questioning the use of the continental language, thinking it made sense for the sorcerer, yet wondering why even Orkua would be speaking it. Step by step, Hungo advanced and declared that as a reward for entertaining him, he would personally grant Yuri death. And as the monster's fist drove forward with overwhelming force while commanding him to die, both Yuri and Gerald were gripped by dread, with Yuri realizing he had no means to block it. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out from afar, and a figure appeared in the distance, straining forward to intercept Hungo's decisive strike. Upon seeing him, Yuri gave a faint smile and remarked that he was late. The newcomer replied in a calm, steady tone, apologizing for the delay and telling them to step back, then stated evenly that he would handle the monster. Enraged, Hungo roared for him not to interfere, his body radiating intense heat as a streak of flame burst forth instantly, and as the clash reignited with even greater ferocity, everything was swallowed within a sea of fire. Gerald asked anxiously if His Highness was all right, and Yuri answered in a gentle voice that she was still alive, unable to conceal his astonishment as he exclaimed that their opponent was incredible, while another voice agreed, remarking that it was truly a clash between monsters. Jake stood with a sharp, ice-cold gaze fixed on his opponent, appearing small in contrast to Hungo's form, yet having just delivered a decisive strike to the creature's arm. A faint smile crept beneath the creature's razor-sharp teeth as Hungo instantly regenerated his injured arm, praising the strike as an excellent trick even as his tone carried a chilling warning. Jake stiffened for a moment when he realized the wound had already healed, while Hungo, growing more savage, declared that they were nothing more than insignificant beings and that he would show them the true difference in power as his body steadily restored itself. He repeated that Jake's tricks were impressive, only to pause when he noticed that Jake's own injuries were also recovering, and with his eyes glowing a deep crimson, he declared that even so, they were merely insects and that he would make the gap between them unmistakably clear. Jake fixed him with a serious stare and muttered that the creature truly was a monster, then tightened his grip on his sword as a blazing red aura ignited around his entire body. At that moment, one of Hungo's subordinates suddenly appeared and reported that he sensed immense power from Jake, offering to assist in the fight. Hungo fell silent briefly, as if weighing the idea, then slowly licked his lips and replied that there was no need. Without hesitation, he seized the subordinate by the head and lifted him into the air, prompting Jake to grit his teeth in disbelief as he shouted that Hungo was even taking the power of his own kind and devouring his own subordinates. Hungo responded with mild confusion, asking what he meant by subordinates, and explained that just as humans and orcs were different, he and those creatures were not the same, then crushed the subordinate's head and mockingly asked whether Jake treated worms on the ground as subordinates and showed them mercy. Enraged, Jake charged forward and swung his sword with full force, cursing Hungo as a bastard. Yet Hungo merely frowned and dismissed him as a simple creature, then clenched his fist and drove it straight into the blade, the violent collision producing a small explosion. Jake stared in shock, realizing that Hungo had stopped the strike with his bare hand, as a dark aura burst from Hungo and coiled around Jake's body, followed by a crushing downward blow that split the ground beneath them. Raising his arm again, Hungo continued to rain down strike after strike until the earth was reduced to scattered rubble, declaring all the while that it was the natural order for the weak to be devoured by the strong, and that Jake could never defeat him. Planting his foot firmly, Hungo used the force to launch himself high into the air, and as he prepared to end it, a wicked grin spread across his face as he declared that Jake should die and become his nourishment. Yet through the thick smoke, Jake's smiling face emerged, and he remarked with sarcasm that Hungo was like a child who had only just learned to speak and talked far too much. He went on to recall Hungo's claim that the weak were devoured by the strong, and asked whether he had ever faced the sunset all the way to its end, a question that made Hungo pause abruptly. At that moment, a radiant sphere of light formed before him as Jake raised his sword and slowly closed his eyes, invoking the Azure Cloud Crimson Sunset sword technique, while Hungo advanced in anger, calling him insolent and declaring he would devour him whole. Jake then opened his eyes, his blade now wrapped in a crimson aura, and unleashed the technique known as Empty Mountain, Bright Moon, slashing fiercely at Hungo. Enraged, Hungo hurled curses at him, but Jake continued pressing forward with relentless, powerful strikes until Hungo coughed up blood in agony and finally lost consciousness, collapsing heavily to the ground. Jake panted for breath, thinking that, as expected, the technique placed an immense burden on his body, and, as he bent forward with his hands braced on his knees, he reflected that even so, the corrupt entity that had ravaged the western lands had finally been defeated. Glancing around, he thought that his disciple and the others would handle the remaining enemies, and that he himself needed to destroy this abomination, muttering a curse as he admitted that although he had anticipated something terrible, he had never imagined anything this horrifying, wondering just how many lives had been sacrificed. Suddenly, Hungo appeared behind him, and stated that what Jake had seen was not the full extent of it, that the darkness went far beyond his imagination and was far more terrifying. Startled, Jake stepped back in confusion, shocked that the creature still lived even with its head pierced, as Hungo's body began regenerating once again, its wounds slowly closing while he explained that the horror Jake had witnessed had been building for a very long time. Jake struck again with a powerful slash, but it had no effect, and Hungo advanced slowly, remarking that when creatures starved, they devoured one another like worms, reminding Jake that he had already said this, and that to him, Jake and the others were nothing more than insects. Hungo then lifted his enormous hand before Jake, and at the sound of the disturbance, Yuri turned his head toward the scene, his expression tightening at once as he muttered in disbelief that it could not be happening, only to realize that Jake had already been completely caught within Hungo's grasp. Orkua clamps Master Amo inside its enormous fist, and with no room to slip away, the crushing force digs into his ribs until his breath strains. Yet he forces one arm free, draws his sword, and with the blade igniting in flames, he swings once and cleanly severs Orkua's thumb, breaking out of the grip before jumping clear and landing on the ground, his body still worn down from the fight. As he turns back toward the monster, he curses it, saying that as if everything so far were not enough, it has even been created through black magic using the dead. And right then, Orkua's body pulses as dark mana ripples through it, twisting and writhing in a way that makes him realize it has fused with something else, after which the creature rises again and releases waves of dark energy in every direction, reaching the distant knights who begin questioning what is happening as the aura spreads over them. One knight tries to speak as though he understands the situation, but it quickly becomes evident he is already dead, while the others remain frozen where they stand, unable to process or react. Watching this, our hero mutters that this is madness as the grotesque form of Orkua drags itself up from the ground in front of Master Amo, and as he studies it, he notes that the creature now resembles a demon, only for the beast to roar and reshape itself back into the form of an orc, and although their original plan had been to carve the foul thing apart and advance, he now questions whether he missed traces of black magic in his earlier strike, fearing that if this abomination, born from piles of corpses, is not stopped here, their allied forces will be completely destroyed, and as that thought settles in, he recalls how the war has already broken them, and concludes that the fall of the Betrayal kingdom may soon be inevitable. Then a voice calls out to him as Prince, urging him to step back, and when he turns, he sees Ronald and shows clear surprise at his appearance, immediately questioning him. Yet Ronald firmly insists that His Highness must return to Broil, warning that the battlefield is on the verge of descending into chaos, and pressing him to withdraw at once. Our hero then looks toward Gerald, who also urges him to leave what remains of the fight to them, and hearing this, he realizes they believe he has already done enough, but he cannot accept that, because deep inside he feels he has done nothing at all, and he knows the coming apocalypse will not care whether his efforts are sufficient or not. So even though part of him considers retreating now and waiting for a better opportunity where things might turn in their favor, those thoughts clash violently in his mind until he suddenly raises his hand and slaps himself across the face. The surrounding warriors stare at him, confused, asking what is wrong. But he immediately declares that he will not remain out of the battle, insisting that without him, they cannot fight properly. Accepting that there is no retreat left for him, he gives the order for his warriors to ready themselves for new commands, deciding that the only way to secure what lies ahead is to bring down the monster standing before them. And the knights respond without hesitation, immediately falling in line. He issues instructions for a message to be sent, placing Hernando on standby, then commands his forces to spread across the camp and eliminate every black mage hiding within it, and they move at once to carry out those orders. At the same time, he notes that Orcua's body has swollen to an overwhelming size, making it clear that simple physical strikes will not be enough. And as he watches the clash between it and Master Mo, he determines that the only option is to rip open a breach in the anti-magic field and force magic through that opening. But before any of that can happen, Orcua falls into a berserk state, growling with a demand for death as it gathers dark, lethal intent into its fist, and slams a devastating punch toward Master Mo, who strains under the sheer power as it threatens to overpower him, until the knights charge in from behind, leaping into the fray with weapons drawn to support him. They surge forward at incredible speed, spring upward, and deliver a powerful blow aimed at Orcua's head. Yet the creature simply turns and swats the attacking knight away, brushing him off like a trivial insect as the man is hurled into a stone wall, coughing up blood while the impact leaves him shaken. In that moment, Master Mo draws Orcua's focus back to himself, declaring that he alone will face it, and with a sharp, controlled swing, he slices across Orcua's torso, though the creature does not fall back, instead launching another strike that he evades by slipping behind it, then resting his blade along his shoulder as he steadies himself for the next assault, which he meets head-on and blocks. Even though from afar the battle still appears to favor Orcua heavily, prompting our hero to grit his teeth in frustration before letting out a breath as he realizes there is no time left to hunt down every hidden sorcerer. He pulls his sword free and decides that if his knights can at least thin the number of black mages, they may weaken the dark magic surrounding Orcua and break the anti-magic field, understanding that this is the only opportunity he has to secure victory. At that instant, a white aura flares around his blade, and Orcua reacts with visible shock, turning toward him as anger surges at the continued resistance, then issuing an order to tear them apart and bring their limbs before it. And although the nearby orcs hear the command, their focus wavers just enough for the knights to take advantage, cutting them down in swift succession before turning back to our hero, asking whether he has a plan and promising their full support no matter what, vowing to hold off the enemy forces while urging him to complete his spell without delay. Our hero draws in a slow breath, feeling the tide of black magic swelling as it spreads across the land and consumes everything in its path, while his own mana has nearly run dry, leaving his body so weakened he can barely remain standing. Then, in that moment, a skeletal knight shaped from necromantic energy manifests behind him and urges him to cast away his fear and follow his conviction through to the very end. And as those words reach him, the necklace at his neck begins to shine with an intense light, calling on him to carry out the duty of Betrayal. A surge of power floods into his hands, far beyond what he can comfortably control. Yet he lifts his sword straight upward, and when his eyes open, they blaze with dense white mana. With that, he brings the blade down in a tremendous swing, driven by the weight of the name Betrayal and the responsibility bound to it, answering that call with everything he possesses until the moment it is fulfilled, as he ascends to the level of a primal knight. Watching the turmoil unfold from a distance, Hernando recognizes that our hero's prediction had been accurate from the very start, because every time an orc unit is cut down and rendered unable to continue fighting, its life force is drawn in and absorbed by the larger orc through dark magic, meaning that if the battle continues like this, the allied forces will inevitably be wiped out. Just then, a voice calls to him from behind, and when he turns, he finds the white-haired man observing him. Remarking that Hernando seems to be studying the battlefield closely, to which Hernando replies that he is simply following an order given by His Highness, prompting the white-haired man to recall that our hero had said he would create an opening and that they would be ready to use magic at any moment, which Hernando calmly confirms. Even so, the white-haired man admits that while the Prince of Betrayal is truly impressive, the difficulty of this battle is overwhelming, and he suggests that they may need an alternative plan, causing Hernando to question what he means, after which the man explains that Orcua has completely fused with dark magic, and unless the flow of that power can be interrupted even for a brief instant, they will not be able to properly use magic or mana, regardless of whether an opening is created or not. He further adds that no mage present here is capable of casting large-scale magic strong enough to inflict decisive damage, noting that only a handful of individuals in the entire world could accomplish such a feat. Yet Hernando responds with steady confidence that this will not pose a problem. And at that exact moment, something catches his eye as an immense glow surges toward the castle, something he immediately recognizes as familiar. From the mass of dark clouds above, a brilliant light shoots upward through the sky, and the white-haired man quickly notices that the dark magic blanketing the battlefield has been completely cut apart. So when he turns, he is left speechless at the sight of a magic circle forming overhead, addressing Sir Hernando in disbelief. But Hernando simply tells him to step back, reminding him that this action was ordered by our hero and declaring that he is about to release his most powerful spell. With a flick of his wrist, he begins casting, and although the older man attempts to stop him, it is already too late, as from within the clouds a colossal sphere of fire takes shape and starts descending toward the battlefield, where countless orcs look up and witness the blazing mass falling straight toward them, including the giant orc itself, which senses the overwhelming concentration of mana contained within it and struggles to comprehend such immense power, unable to believe what it is seeing. At that moment, our hero orders all soldiers to assume a defensive stance, and the exhausted troops gather what little strength they have left to raise barriers above their heads, with Master Mo doing the same, just as the massive fireball crashes down directly in front of the giant orc. Unwilling to accept defeat, the creature lifts its fist, convinced that an attack like this cannot possibly bring it down. Yet the fireball slams into it with catastrophic force, tearing a cry of agony from its throat as even the soldiers shielded behind their barriers are rattled by the overwhelming surge of mana. Orkua howls as the flames sear into its very soul, ripping apart both flesh and essence while everything around it is reduced to ruin, and the smaller orcs are erased entirely, leaving nothing behind. As from a distance our hero watches destruction descend upon a monstrous army, recognizing the sheer magnitude of this power and understanding that all his efforts up to now have finally opened the path for this moment. Then fixing his gaze on Orkua as it burns like it has been cast in a hellfire, willing it to die until its bones are nothing but ash and dust. And at last the soldiers exhale in relief. One Knight comments that if such a plan had existed, it could have been used from the beginning. But our hero explains that this was never a prepared strategy, only an improvised decision shaped by experience and the lessons he carried from past battles. Even so, as everything continues to crumble into ash, they acknowledge the devastating effectiveness of the strike, concluding that a single blow has eradicated the entire orc force along with the giant creature. Yet our hero does not relax, as something in the lingering presence and faint sounds tells him the battle may not be finished. And then his attention is drawn to movement as he turns and sees a scorched hand rising out of the ashes, followed by Orkua's voice declaring that it is not over, its ruined body dragging itself upright while ash falls away, insisting that it will not be defeated by opponents like them. Its flesh is gone, exposing a grotesque form, but our hero steps forward and states that it is already lost and has nothing left sustaining it, demanding that it accept defeat. Yet the creature, still collapsed, curses him as a servant of the Emperor and blames him for everything, swearing that it will take him down as well, before suddenly lunging in one last desperate strike. In that instant, another voice cuts through, declaring that it is enough, and a spear drives straight through Orkua's core, stopping it where it stands, as Hernando appears and, with a simple flick of his wrist, uses magic to slam the creature down at our hero's feet, prompting our hero to ask if that was its final attempt and condemn its actions as disgraceful even in death. To which the creature answers that the battle is not truly over, warning that dark magic runs far deeper than they realize and will one day consume them too. With those final words spoken, its body begins to break apart, crumbling as it dissolves into dust before their eyes, until nothing is left but thin trails of smoke drifting through the air, and one Knight hesitantly questions whether it is truly dead, still struggling to believe what he has witnessed. Then, without warning, the allied forces burst into cheers, their voices rising in celebration of victory as smiles spread across every face at the realization that they have survived, and even Master Mo allows himself to feel a measure of relief. Our hero takes in the sound of those cheers and reflects that they carry more than simple joy, as relief, exhaustion, and a trace of resentment all linger beneath them, and for the first time, the victory begins to feel real to him, prompting a quiet acknowledgement that they have truly succeeded. Just then, his knights call out and rush toward him, dragging him down into the mud in their excitement, as tears of joy spill freely while they celebrate being alive, and he returns their embrace, thanking them for their trust and for remaining at his side until the very end. Yet as more knights crowd in, the moment quickly becomes overwhelming when they try to pull him into a tight, suffocating group embrace, and though he asks them to stop, they continue shouting and piling onto him in their enthusiasm, forcing him to beg for a brief rest as they finally begin to realize he might actually collapse under their weight. Amid the commotion, someone suggests holding a victory draw, but when a question is raised about who is still left, no one answers. And through the thinning smoke, faint remnants of dark energy can still be seen slowly dispersing from the place where Orkua once stood. As dawn rises the following day, the echoes of victory chants still carry across the land, and the Pope declares that this hard-won triumph was achieved only after crossing vast plains and overcoming countless enemies. Yet before anyone surrenders to celebration, he calls on all to honor those who gave their lives for it, proclaiming that the divine does not distinguish between high and low, and so before the graves they bow in respect, acknowledging that the devotion and courage of the fallen have been witnessed by the Lord, whose grace will remember them. He states that their sacrifices will become the very foundation upon which the future of the continent is built and must never be forgotten, then offers a prayer that their souls be guided to paradise. Lowering his gaze to the script in his hands, the Pope raises both arms and casts a sacred spell, calling forth flames to sanctify the bodies. And as the magic surrounds the fallen, our hero finds himself reflecting on what paradise truly means, listening as the names of the dead are spoken one after another, while he considers that paradise is meant for those who preserve their faith, while damnation awaits those consumed by sin. Yet he remains here among the living, realizing that what he must do now is not simply pray for them, but carry their lives forward on his own shoulders. When the final name is spoken, he feels a quiet honor in having fought beside them. Not long after, someone calls out to him, and when he turns, he finds Gerald and Roland standing as they always have at his side, prompting him to tell them that many more battles await, perhaps even harsher than the one they just endured, and to ask whether they will continue forward with him. To which both respond without hesitation that they are ready and have no other path, and he accepts their resolve, instructing them to remain vigilant. A few days later in Balshad, under the calm of night, the mood shifts as celebration fills the air and wine flows freely, and our hero remarks that the place has grown rather loud, while Flandre observes that everyone seems to have cast aside restraint, and Master Mo comments that victory grants them the freedom to relax without holding back, though Flandre points out that it has only been 3 days since they mourned their fallen comrades, leading another voice to explain that this is exactly why they must distract themselves, noting that people drink and gamble to keep their thoughts away from those they lost, which allows Flandre to understand the reasoning and deepens his respect for our hero. Later, our hero approaches the king's table and offers his thanks for the invitation, and the king, visibly surprised, warmly gestures for him to sit, extending the same welcome to Sir Flandre and Leader Mo. They accept the invitation with humility, after which the king explains that he has called them together not only for celebration, but also to deliver an important message. And as everyone listens closely, he announces that following their previous assembly, the leaders of the Allied forces have been invited to attend the Empire's Grand Festival, an event that will be overseen personally by the Emperor, with permission granted for them to bring any companions they choose. At this, a bearded noble stands and asks what kind of festival it will be, but the king cuts him before he can continue and confirms that it is, in fact, a swordsmanship tournament. As time passes, conversations turn toward the tournament, and our hero asks Sir Gani for his opinion, prompting the man to admit that his people are not known for their skill with the sword, and that he fears participating would only lead to embarrassment, which leads our hero to reflect that Sir Gani's homeland lies within mountainous borders near the Empire, a region that has shaped them into experts in ambush tactics and guerrilla warfare. Sir Gandhi continues by acknowledging that his soldiers lack discipline and are prone to becoming complacent, while nearby, a silent observer considers how such information might be of use. And in response, our hero proposes that knights from that region be sent to train under his command, offering to refine both their strength and discipline, an offer that surprises their leader enough to make him question whether it is truly sincere, to which our hero assures him that it will benefit both their nations and strengthen their military forces. Inwardly, our hero recalls that in a previous life, the Empire's Dark Army swept across the continent, and Sir Gani's city was among the first to fall, leading him to consider that reinforcing them now could allow them to resist future invasions through effective mountain-based guerrilla tactics, turning them into a crucial force against the Empire. And so he suggests sending a smaller group first in order to build a training program tailored to their needs, an idea that earns Sir Gani's admiration for his foresight. Meanwhile, from a distance, Ekaterina watches the exchange with clear irritation, noting that our hero has not once acknowledged her presence. And before long, someone approaches her, prompting her to turn and see a blond young man shyly offering her flowers while asking her to accept them, only for her to respond coldly that he should give them to someone else, leaving him devastated and on the verge of tears. Later that night, she sits alone in her room, combing her hair while her frustration lingers, when suddenly she senses someone's presence and sharply reminds the intruder that no one is permitted to enter her room without approval, only to find that it is Hernando, and she immediately questions his actions, demanding to know why he has entered without announcing himself. Hernando activates a spell, stating that there are too many eyes watching and that secrecy is required. And, as the magic takes hold, her focus shifts immediately, allowing her to recognize it as a type of interception spell. She comments that she had been expecting someone else, and questions what reason could have brought him here at such a late hour, to which Hernando simply tells her to see for herself. And as the magic changes to a deep red hue, a scroll begins to materialize from within it, after which he explains that he found it on the body of the fallen orc. When Mary Rose noticed the letter that had suddenly materialized in Hernando's hand, shock and confusion immediately crossed her face as she tried to understand what exactly she was looking at. Hernando calmly told her to cast a mind protection spell first, and only then step closer to inspect it. As she moved toward him, she questioned why he seemed so tense, even teasingly warning that if the matter turned out to be nothing special, she would personally throw him out. But the moment she approached and focused on the letter, an eerie and unsettling dark aura began to swirl around it. Her eyes widened as unfamiliar symbols slowly formed inside that energy, Yet none of the letters resembled anything she recognized, leaving her unable to identify what kind of mysterious force she was facing. Soon after, a strange stiffness spread through her body, as if she had lost control of it, while those bizarre characters appeared to crawl across her form. In the next instant, something even more unreal occurred, and the sudden shift made it feel as though she had been dragged somewhere entirely different. She found herself standing inside a vast crimson world. Directly before her rose an enormous black tower wrapped in strange symbols, and above it hovered a massive crimson eye that silently observed her. Inside her mind, she blamed herself for being careless despite clearly noticing Hernando's earlier anxiety. Frustration followed as she wondered why he had brought something this dangerous to her in the first place, because she could already tell that probing any deeper would only cause that overwhelming power to consume her completely. Without hesitation, she began forming a spell, gathering mana, until a glowing magic circle appeared in her hand. Letting out a quiet sigh, she thought about how she had just finished bathing and had no desire to deal with unnecessary trouble or disruptions. As the spell concluded, the crimson world surrounding her gradually dissolved, and once everything vanished, she coughed lightly. After regaining her composure, she concluded that the object had been sealed behind several powerful layers of mana barriers. Yet even so, some strange force was still attempting to break through them. Anger clearly visible on her face, she demanded to know what the object actually was, and questioned why Orcua's corpse had been carrying something so dangerous. Hernando admitted that even he did not fully understand its true nature, and that vague answer only made her temper rise further. As she demanded he explain himself properly. Hernando then clarified that he had originally been examining the enemy, because the dark spell used earlier had felt unusual to him. While going through the corpses, he noticed that particular object radiating an abnormally strong energy, so he had forcibly suppressed it. With a tired sigh, he added that to manage that suppression he had used Longinus, piercing the corpse with it. The moment she heard that, Mary Rose's anger flared instantly, and she confronted him about daring to use that weapon without removing its restrictions, sharply asking what he would have done if the people inside the tower had discovered what he had done. Hernando answered that he had carried out the action openly in front of the Empire's magicians, and that accomplishing it had not even been difficult, so he urged her to keep the matter secret and not mention it to anyone. He then asked her to use her Ascension decryption ability to analyze the object, and questioned whether she could manage such a task. Mary Rose paused for a moment before responding that she could try, though she could not promise any result. She explained that the symbols were unlike anything she had ever encountered, making the object extremely dangerous to handle. In her judgment, it seemed to be a fragment taken from a dark spell book, and she mentioned that she had heard Orcua possessed knowledge of how to wield such power. What troubled her even more, she added, was how strangely convenient the timing of its appearance seemed. Hernando frowned and asked what exactly she was suggesting. Mary Rose calmly elaborated that dark magic grows stronger when more sacrifices are offered. Somehow, this dangerous power had ended up in the hands of the Orc King at a moment that felt suspiciously perfect. At the same time, the allied forces had arrived there, almost as though they had been drawn in as bait. She acknowledged that the battle had ultimately been won thanks to the Prince of Betrayal, yet she could not help wondering what the outcome might have been if he had not been there to cut through the dark magic. With that thought in mind, she asked Hernando whether he truly could not guess who might have placed such a dangerous object into Orcua's hands. She added that merely considering the possibility made her feel ill, because every event seemed to have aligned too neatly, as though everything had been arranged in advance according to a careful design. Hernando grabbed his head and asked her to stop, warning that she was stepping into extremely dangerous territory. He firmly advised her to drop the matter and not pursue the investigation any further. Just then, a voice sounded from the doorway, asking why they should stop the discussion there. Mary Rose and Hernando both turned toward the entrance, where Prince Yuri now stood. With clear interest, he remarked that he was curious to hear Mary Rose's thoughts, pointing out that their conversation suggested the existence of someone secretly manipulating the wars from behind the scenes. Hernando quickly warned Yuri that indulging in too much speculation could bring serious consequences. Yuri, however, brushed the warning aside and stated that Mary Rose's suspicions were not based only on the convenient timing of events. Turning toward her, he asked whether she had any other reasons supporting her conclusion. Mary Rose glared at him in obvious irritation and demanded to know why he had entered a lady's room without permission. Yuri responded with an awkward laugh at her reaction, leaving her staring at him for a moment, completely speechless. She continued by explaining that the Empire's recent behavior had been deeply unusual, with unsettling rumors spreading throughout the land claiming that the Emperor had lost his sanity, while others even insisted that the prince had been intentionally sent into this war as a way to dispose of him. However, Hernando quickly argued that such accusations rested on speculation alone, stressing that no solid or trustworthy evidence existed to prove any of it. Yuri listened with a faint, composed smile and remarked that, to him, the situation still formed a certain kind of logic. He then revealed that both he and the Emperor had already harbored doubts about the true purpose behind this war. As he reflected on the matter, his gaze gradually shifted toward the dark magic sealed inside Mary Rose's spell, and with measured steps he approached it. When Yuri finally reached the object, he placed his hand upon it and released his own magic into the power trapped within. At once, a brilliant light burst outward from the contact. Watching this unfold, Hernando grew visibly tense and warned Yuri to be cautious, reminding him that the object was extremely dangerous. The dark energy reacted instantly, erupting outward in a violent surge as Hernando called out to him in alarm. Yet Yuri did not withdraw and maintained his concentration. After a tense moment, the raging energy slowly began to recede, retreating piece by piece until the letter trapped inside was gradually freed from the strange influence, leaving both Mary Rose and Hernando staring in astonishment at what they had just witnessed. At last, Yuri retrieved the letter. As he examined it carefully, a memory surfaced in his mind. Someone had once warned him to stay away from the demon spell book, and as he looked at the page in his hand, he realized that this was the exact page that warning had referred to. The instant he recognized it, Prince Yuri called out to Hernando and firmly declared that they would be heading to the Empire. After making this announcement, he returned the letter to Mary Rose. Hernando stared at him and asked if he was truly serious about such a decision. Yuri calmly explained that they would inevitably have to go there sooner or later, and whatever mystery was unfolding, he intended to witness it with his own eyes. He then turned back to Mary Rose and mentioned that he had one final question. When she asked what he wished to know, Yuri inquired whether there existed any reliable way to identify a user of dark magic, perhaps through certain physical abnormalities. She paused for a moment to think before answering that there was indeed one possible method, though it was not something she would reveal for free. Yuri asked what exactly she meant by that. With a small sigh, she pointed out that she was already decrypting the object and offering valuable information, yet she had received nothing in return. She further added that he had not even offered a proper greeting and had walked straight into a lady's room without bothering to knock. Hearing this, Yuri simply asked what she wanted from him. Mary Rose replied calmly that she did not require anything from him right now, but she did want a promise that whenever the time came in the future, he would grant her one request. Yuri fell silent as he thought about it, memories of similar situations surfacing in his mind, and after a moment he let out an awkward laugh as the realization dawned on him that the number of debts he owed was continuing to grow.